Thank you guys for heading on in. We really appreciate it. Okay, so for all of our teams, if you see the riders getting towards the shore break, if you guys can just sit down at that moment just to make sure the judges have great visibility, we really appreciate it. And Team Canada, we need you guys to scoot back just a little bit. That's right where the riders are going to end their last maneuver. We want to make sure those judges have good visibility. Partner? Thank you.
He's coming.
Okay,
Yeah.
because they're ready to go pretty soon. We can have Randy cruise up to the
Welcome to a beautiful morning here at Huntington Beach. Of course, we are in day number 7 of 9 days. You're watching the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and it's a glorious morning here in Southern California. Brad Bricknell alongside Carle Carranza for the call. We are going to go into the repechage rounds that we couldn't finish yesterday on podium 2. Of course, this is the Main Street, downtown Huntington Beach, the iconic surf city. And the venue, the host for this games, hosting 44 nations here, 361 competitors. We've got a slight change in the time this morning, Carlo. We're going to extend the heats to 20 minutes, these first few rounds. Girls under 18 rep round 5, boys under 18 rep round 5, and we're going to just alternate all day long until we get to the lower cup later on this afternoon.
I think that is very, very fair. That is a smart decision on behalf of the judges, judging by the size of the waves and the consistency that we have. That extra 5 minutes will make a world of a difference. Remember, if you lose out this round, you're out of the competition. We had a little bit of a conversation earlier about the size of the waves as well.
Yes, we did. We agreed to disagree for the time being. But let's just introduce this heat to you as we have a great overview here of the event compound, south side of the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. And in the water right now is going to be Kiala Tomoda Bannett from Hawaii, Sanoa Olin from Canada, Zali Kelly from Australia, and Gabriela Denise from Portugal. Red, white, orange, and blue are representing their country's colors here today. And Carle, let's get back to those conditions now. You'll see a great overview. Offshore, beautiful glassy conditions. Coming off the high tide this morning, low tide in the middle of the day, which is a positive as far as the sandbank is concerned. And we have been watching a few waves out there. You've just come in from the shore break. What's it looking like out there?
Actually, I overheard the beach announcer even ask all the teams to move back a little bit. You can see them. They're no longer at the water's edge, and the reason is the waves are crashing so close to shore that the last maneuver is pretty much below sand level. You see there's a sand dune right there on the right-hand side of your screen, about 50 meters to the right of the Japanese flags, and that is the peak that the surfers are surfing. Judges having a bird's eye view a little bit higher up from the second floor, but still the last maneuver being so close to shore that they had to ask everyone to move back. The waves are fun. We could argue that the waves are between 1 to 4 foot, depending on where in the world it is you live. But we'd say maybe shoulder high on the biggest sets, and probably waist high in more consistent stuff.
That's probably a good yardstick to use in terms of what we're dealing dealing with here this morning. This official Surfline forecast is calling the forecast around that 2 to 3 foot range. And look at their wind, 0 knots right now. 0
knots, which is absolutely great news for everyone surfing in the water. They are surfing that bank. And talking about that tide, it's a 1.9 foot tide at roughly midday here in California, and the water is still nice and warm. I look at these numbers, and I usually try and gauge it in a way. Well, can I manage with a spring suit? Can I manage with a short sleeve full? A short sleeve full is more than enough. Some competitors even opting to go on a spring suit, and some daring surfers are out there in trunks because they know that they can manage for 15 or 20 minutes.
Well, now you might hear that in the background. This is the start of the heat, the official start of the day, number 7. And we're just looking at this lineup here. Of course, surfers sitting a little bit closer in today. Good news for the competitors. We have 20 minutes to kick these heats off this morning. And that's going to give the surfers, like Kale Carranza described, a few extra minutes. No priority at the beginning of this heat. And there are a few sets every now and then. So there are going to be a few of those bigger ones that are going to catch the surfers by surprise. Team Hawaii has been on point. Love the support and the sort of cohesiveness that this team has brought to the event.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to what you were mentioning regarding priority, I think it's really interesting to see the competitors sitting one behind the other like ducks, like pelicans flying. You never really see that. The reason is the bank, the sandbank that these ladies are surfing, it is so pronounced. It is exactly where they're sitting. Now, one is sitting farthest out, hoping that the wave will be big, and the one sitting closest in is expecting for the wave that comes in to be a little bit smaller. But you don't see them lining up sideways, parallel along the horizon. Why? Because there really is one bank right now that is being favored by this swell.
Different strategies being employed here by the different surfers. We saw a few altercations yesterday in terms of paddling interferences and priority interferences. What's the message the coaches are going to be giving the surfers today, seeing yesterday at least 3 or 4 of those interferences go down?
Yeah, I think the coaches and the competitors know that it is very difficult to make a heat if you get that double interference. So although it is a hard thing to do as a competitor to paddle for a wave and back off, I believe some of the competitors are going to have to do that today just to not get that double interference. Now we see our competitors once again really focused on that peak. We saw some great waves after the competition yesterday. It seems like now the way the water has pushed these banks, remember this isn't a reef break, this is a sandbank, so the sand dunes underwater tend to move a little bit. It almost seems as if the right is now noticeably better than the left. Would you agree?
I do agree, and I think the other thing to point out here, Carla, is that it's probably the best sandbank across the whole entire stretch of Huntington Beach that we've seen. The north side has a few issues, a few holes on the outside. Even the second podium has some troubles on the high tide. So podium here, where we are broadcasting live today, absolutely has the best sandbank on offer.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure if you heard the beach announcer right before the competition started, but he said that because of the high tide, they're going to back off in starting podium 2. They're going to wait another hour, so they're expecting that tide to drop in the next hour enough to where there's actually waves breaking on that side.
A few little lumps starting to make their way through the lineup here. Hawaii, Canada, Australia and Portugal are represented in this first heat. We do have the team standings in front of us now. We'll come to that in a second as we see a little lump making its way through the lineup here. I don't think this one's going to hit the sandbank with any meaning. And just having a look here. So after 6 days of competition, we can tell you that USA and Japan are tied on top of the leaderboard, 10,360 points each. Hawaii is in 3rd place, Australia in 4th, France in 5th, and Brazil in 6th place at this point in time. Of course, these are critical heats now because, as you mentioned, Carle, as soon as you get knocked out, your points get allocated for your team. And I must mention one thing here, of course, some teams have more surfers than the others, so therefore more opportunity to score points.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I look at this, I'm looking at this list, I see Norway in position number 44 on the list, and Uruguay in 28th. Now, I know for a fact that Uruguay had almost a full team, if not a completely full team, and Norway only had a few surfers, so that makes a really big difference. I spoke to one of the coaches from Team Uruguay yesterday, and he was saying that they only had one surfer left in the draw. So although all surfers fell out, they did have a full team, so that positions them higher up on this leaderboard.
All right, of course, these are going to be coming into play more and more in the last 2 days. We're heading into finals weekend tomorrow. Of course, it's Friday here in California, the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. If you just joined us, a very good morning from a beautiful Huntington Beach. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carle Carranza for the call. And Carle, we're coming down to around the 15-minute mark, which means this extra 5 minutes advantage is going to be deemed null and void.
Yeah, I like this 5 minute, these 5 minutes, these 5 extra minutes allocated to these heats. You see competitors there paddling for really what looks to be the first wave of the heat coming in after 4.5 minutes, and even this wave just not big enough to break on the outside section. You can really see how that backwash is also affecting the waves. That dune that we were talking about earlier, the wave comes up, washes up and over it, and then slides back down, creating this ripple effect, these little waves that come back out there. It's really difficult to surf waves with backwash.
Having a look now at some of the individuals in this heat, Carle, Gabriela Denise from Portugal, you uncovered some interesting information about her.
Yeah, it's so interesting. She started surfing at 6 years old. She said she likes to, she tried all sorts of board sports or sports in the water, aquatic sports if you may. And she said that for about 4 or 5 years, she was surfing as a goofy footer, and her coach, when she was 11, actually went, you know what? I think you're a regular footer. So she started surfing with her left foot forward and has since been a regular footer. So interesting to see. And let me tell you, it is so hard to make the transition from regular to goofy. Like it literally feels like you've just learned to surf.
Well, the funny thing is I skate goofy but surf natural. It's just one of those things that I did from a kid from early age. And
that explains a lot.
But there's no way now that I could actually surf goofy or skate natural, if you know what I mean. It's very difficult to change. To your point, I'm actually supporting you there if you didn't pick that one up. 14 minutes remaining. Love the banter in the booth, and of course we love the banter out in the water too. Looks like it's going to be an outside opportunity here for Zali Kelly from Australia. She's found a little inside wedge to herself, and that's pretty difficult this morning with those 4 surfer heats, and she's able to get 2 turns on the inside there, so she'll be pretty happy with that start given no one else has ridden a wave.
Wow, and I almost feel like that backwash threw her off a little bit. Add to the backwash the glare coming from over the mountains. The sun is shining right now. It is 8:08 a.m., so let me tell you, it is really difficult to surf against the glare. And I think because of those 2 reasons, the backwash and the glare, she wasn't expecting the wave to actually barrel. And I think she could have almost gotten a little shampoo. Here we go, red up and riding.
Here goes Bennett from Hawaii. She's found a left-hander. This one stood up okay on the bank. Just couldn't get enough momentum down the line. We also saw Sanoa Olin from Canada split that peak with Zali Kelly. We'll come back to that in a moment's time.
Did you see the barnacles on those pilings? Those are scary. It's not wood. It's not concrete. These little barnacles, these little shells cluster up. And when you get pushed into those pilings, it's not the actual solidness of the piling that scares you, but it's like little knives pointing at you. So that's something that if you're deciding to surf close to piers, don't get anywhere near those little seashells.
12 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Scores dropping in for those first exchanges. 3.33 from Olin, Canada. Standing by for last of Zali Kelly from Australia. She opened up with that right-hander, and more live action here. Looks like Gabriela Denis from Portugal decides to go left. It's a nice-looking wall, but she just kind of can't get those fins engaged on the bottom turn, and she goes down.
Yeah, a little bit of bump once again. Talk about that backwash. You can see it right there going across your screen upwards. The wave kind of goes up and down like a trampoline, and it's very difficult to engage your rail. We might actually see quite a few surfers fall because of that backwash. Let's have a closer look at the first wave. Right there, you can see the wave almost barreled. I think she could have probably gotten barreled, but like I said, I would not have expected that as a competitor out there. Nice clean turn on the outside and a second. So that is going to be what these competitors are going to look for. 2 turns on these little inside waves. As we see our surfer from Hawaii get a couple bashes a little early on bash number 2. I think she was expecting to get 1 more, but the wave just kind of hits that shore break and closes out.
All right, so let's have a look at those scores now. Zali Kelly from Australia, 5.0 on her opening wave. Looks like Kiala Tomoda Bennett from Hawaii is probably going to just get the edge over that exchange. Maybe 0.5 ahead of Kelly's, and that's now confirmed. So priority has been set. Zali Kelly from Australia has priority because all 4 surfers have had a wave now, and Kelly now making a break, looking for a right-hander. There's a paddle here on the left as well, but we're going to stick with Kelly, and she takes off on the inside section. Nice little snap to start off with. Open face ahead of her, kicks up a lot of spray on that second turn and gets a third in. So Kelly getting some momentum. And now the ocean coming alive after at least about 6 minutes in the beginning there where it was pretty flat.
Yeah, absolutely. Finally, we're seeing some waves come in as we see our surfer in red paddling back out. Our surfer from Portugal actually took off on that wave as well. She was deeper on the wave, but she did not have priority. I'm really interested to see what happened on that left-hander, but Going back to Zali Kelly's wave, great surfing from her, 3 maneuvers. Now we talk about the importance of the quality of the turns that you do, but sometimes when the waves are pretty small, it is very difficult to do something explosive because you lack that speed that you would need. So doing 3 turns right now is key.
We'll take another look at that one shortly. Certainly love the last 2 turns there from Kelly. Comes from Cabarita Beach in Australia. It's about 20 minutes south of the Gold Coast. Of course, Snapper Rocks, Rainbow Bay, Kira, all famous on that coastline. But Cabarita and Casuarina, where the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre is, just down the coast. Score's being dropped in now. It's going to be a very good score from Kelly. Bannett's going to be locking in her wave number 2. And just a small score for Gabriela Denise from Portugal.
And let's talk a little bit about our surfer from Canada, hailing from Tofino, the west coast of Australia, very close to, of Canada, sorry. Very close to Vancouver, 13 years young. She surfs for Aftanas, the boards that her sister also is riding. And she has an older sister also competing in this event, Matea. And these young ladies are personally some of my favorite surfers in this event. They came out of nowhere. Literally last year I saw them surf for the first time and they blew me away. Here we go, live action.
Strong paddle here from Olin, but it's going to be Bannett from Hawaii who's going to find the left-hander. Powerful surfing on a backhand, 2-turn combination. Can she get in the third? If she does, it's going to be a big score. It'll be a good score anyway. Has another strong paddle. This looks like it's Denise from Portugal. Also favouring the little left over here. Little tag to get going. Wave lacks a bit of energy on the inside, but she found a closeout section and goes incomplete.
Incomplete, yes, but a little bit more spice to her surfing. I really liked the last wave from Bannert. Let's have a look at that again. Beautiful surfing top to bottom, pushing a lot of water. The wave a little bit bigger, so it allows it to get more speed and go a little bit more vertical. This is yellow.
Yeah, looks like Zali Kelly just locking in her 3rd wave. We are standing by for her 2nd score to drop. And likewise from Kiala Tomoda Bannett from Hawaii. There's going to be 2 big scores. So here we go. This is Kelly, a 7.33. Puts her into the lead, but we are waiting on a score to drop from Kiala Bannett. She's going to get a big score here. Those 2-turn combinations, the judges have liked what they've seen. I've seen a couple of excellent scores already been dropped, and here she goes. The surfer from Hawaii building up ahead of steam here. Nice little opening turn. She's got wall ahead of her too. Powerful 2nd turn. Straightens up on the inside. Great surfing from the Hawaiian.
Wow, she looks so poised. She doesn't look nervous. She doesn't look anxious. She looks really relaxed, but at the same time, surfing very well, and that's a deadly combination for a surfer. As we see a beautiful peak rolling in, look at that. This is what I love to see. It looks like it is going to be a right-hander. It is our surfer in blue.
Yeah, looks like a potential split peak here, but we're going to stick with the surfer from Portugal. Nice little snap back into the pocket. Needs to come at that with more speed. Unfortunately, she lost a little bit on the way through, unable to execute there. And Kelly going left. We'll catch up on that shortly. But a big score has been thrown down by the Hawaiian, an 8.67. And she's still got another score to drop. A very similar wave to the 8.67. So it looks like the Hawaiian really taking a hold on this heat. Kelly in 2nd, Olin 3rd, Dennis 4th. More live action. Here we go on the outside. This is Olin from Canada, just trying to get some momentum going. 3.33 on her opening wave. And how about that Hawaiian, Kale Carranza? What are your thoughts?
Goodness gracious. We talked about how poised and how relaxed she looked, but deadly at the same time. And there she goes, just a little bit the backwash getting to her. But yeah, 8.67, and it looks like her next wave after that is going to match it. I see a 7.5. I see an 8 dropping, so it's going to be an excellent backup for her. Manages to find that wave without priority, and the ladies are going to be hating life after they hear those scores drop. But then again, there's still plenty of waves on offer. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. We will be seeing at least 1, if not 2 exchanges. And we were talking about the right-hander being a little bit better, but our surfer from Hawaii, Keala, found those scores on lefts. That being said, we talked about this slightly yesterday, or a couple times. On your backhand, you can go a little bit more vertical. You can place your board in spots on the wave that is almost impossible to do on your front hand. So if you think back on Zali's wave, her first better wave was a 7.33. She wasn't able to actually put the board vertical, and for Keala, she did it twice and 3 times on a couple waves. So
yeah, that's a good point. It's a really good point because some of those left on your backhand, you can almost put the board on a dime, get it right up behind your 12 o'clock, whereas on the right-handers, particularly on your forehand, you need to be generating a bit more speed down the line. Sometimes your surfing is a lot more horizontal, but you get opportunity for a big finish too.
Yeah, you actually used the word pendulum a few days ago, and I think that's exactly what you end up doing on your backhand. You put a lot of weight on that back foot, and you almost just windshield wiper it up and down, pushing a lot of water, and your body is already coiled up looking downwards. It's totally different to do that on your front hand because you'd actually have to overextend your back and kind of turn. So we do see a lot of surfers go a little bit more vertical on their backhand.
It's a good point. It's going to be interesting to see some of the strategies here. Of course, some surfers are stronger on their backhand than they are on their forehand, and the opportunities out here, you're going to have to really pick out what you're going to do, which way do you want to go, which side you want to favor, and particularly with priority, where you're going to position yourself to capitalize on your strong points. Here we go. This is Denise on the outside. She's looking to really get her heat going. She's a little behind the 8 ball in terms of the scores on the board, but now manufacturing a little score on the inside, 3.40 and a 3.10, her top 2 scores. And of course now a big score being dropped. Look at this combination, 16.9 points from the Hawaiian, and 8.23 has been dropped. It supports her 8.67. Kelly in second, 9.57 requirement, and some big requirements too from Olin and Denise, 9 points and a combination of scores to make up 12.33.
Wow. Amazing surfing from the Hawaiian, and early this morning she paddled out into the first heat of the day and brought it. The heat is on as we see a nice looking wave breaking out the back. It's so big that it's going to almost close out, and that bank where they were surfing is going to go a little bit wide as we see our surfer from Hawaii up and riding.
Heat leader Bannett now with a 16.9 heat total, looking to extend this lead over her fellow competitors on this wave. She's got another wall again ahead of her, but not as much opportunity on that open face for the Hawaiian. Nevertheless, though, the heat total she has already put together is something to be, well, it's going to be a tall order for Kelly and Olin at this point. A 9.57 requirement, of course, 4 minutes remaining. We have extended these repertoire tees to 20 minutes. They normally are 15 minutes, but due to the conditions this morning, the head judge and the contest director have added another 5 minutes, which I think, Carla, as you were saying before, the surfers are going to be very appreciative of.
Oh, 100%. Kiala Tomoda Bannert is killing it in this heat. She hails from Hawaii, Princeville, 17 years young, started competing in the irons contest, and that is how important these competitions are for young surfers.
Using priority now on the outside. This is Zali Kelly just getting a little tag in there, but that whitewater section along with the backwash and the open face there just causing a bit of a tangle up. A 5.57 for Lhasa Banner's not going to go into her top 2. She still holds the lead. 3 minutes remaining. Kelly chasing. Olin and Denise requiring big scores and even a combination of scores to get into second place.
Here we go. Let's see a repetition of the last wave of Keala. So basically having a little bit of trouble to connect with the inside section, but she does well. She gets a couple tags and she is finding waves where even her third backup is better than many second backups for the other competitors. And I'd like to touch up on slightly regarding competition. She says she competed in the Irons Brothers event. There is a competition in Puerto Rico called Los Gallitos from Ale Moreda. There's one in Mexico called the Pee Wee League. How important is it to have these competitions for young competitors to get used to surfing and to see what other kids their age are doing?
Yeah, well, it's all about repetition, of course. Good morning here from Huntington Beach. Brad Brickland alongside Carla Carranza. And we're watching the world's best under 18 and under 16 surfers here. And super important, this kind of event, the ISA World Juniors, is an absolute barometer for the new talent coming up. And anytime you can get together with 44 nations, 360 competitors, you're going to learn a little bit of something.
Oh, you're going to learn a lot. And we have 2 podiums. You were saying there's so many competitors. And the cool thing about this event is that if you're competing, obviously you're learning, but if you're a part of a team, you're pretty much on the beach and seeing what your fellow competitors, your fellow teammates are doing. So you're learning double, triple, 4 times the amount that you would in a normal event, because in normal events, you just paddle out, you win or lose, and then you go back to your hotel room and go to sleep or rest. But here, you're on the beach all day.
Zali Kelly on the inside now, in second place from Australia. Nice little jam to start off with, and a second closeout maneuver. She's in second place, looking for a 9.57, but I feel like at this point in time, a good score here. Dropping a 5.33 is really going to make the requirement for third and fourth much tougher.
Oh, for sure. Looking at those scores needed for third and fourth place, we're looking at either 2 waves entirely new or 9.33, so that's an excellent score.
Absolutely right. 1 minute remaining now in this first heat of the morning. It's going to be a 7.83 from Kelly, a 7.83. Now that is going to make the requirement very, very difficult now for Olin and Denise. A combination of scores to make up 15.16. You'd have to say at this point in time, Bennett and Kelly are now secure, and they will advance into rep round number 6. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. And, well, that has now put the nail in the coffin for the other two surfers.
So there you go. We see White paddling for this wave. This is live action.
Yes, and Sanoa Olin from Canada. Love the little style here. She's found a little inside wedge, a smaller wave, but it's had a nice little taper to it, allowing her to crack off a series of turns. She's going to need 2 waves, and unfortunately, the time for her is going to run out here. 15 seconds, even though we've got 20-minute heats. She's unable to capitalize earlier on in the heat, and we might see one more wave being ridden here. Let's take a look as we hear the beach announcer calling the heat out. And this wave will not count for a surfer in blue from Portugal, Gabriela Diniz. We will stay with her live pictures. This is after the siren, and I bet she wanted this wave early on. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize there. So huge congratulations there to the Hawaiian, Kiala Bennett, for a massive heat total, 16.9 points. Zali Kelly in second from Australia, going through the next round. Olin out of the event, along with Denise. We'll take a short break here from Action Huntington Beach. When we come back, it's going to be more from the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to a stunning morning in Huntington Beach, Southern California, the south side of the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. You're watching the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, day number 7 of 9, grueling days here. Brad Bricknell alongside Carlo Carranza for the call. Carlo, we've just seen an amazing first heat of the morning. Kiala Tomoda Bennett from Hawaii putting a massive heat total together, 16.9 points. There are certainly opportunities out there, and this is going to be the beginning of heat number 2.
There you have it, competitors paddling. Looks like white and yellow on one side and red and blue on the other. Let's see who's going to get this wave.
Looks like a strong paddle here from Minori Kawai from Japan. No takers, so let's introduce this heat to you. Of course, it will be Kawai in Japan in the blue singlet, Laura Barrios Conavas from Peru in the yellow, Julia Duarte from Brazil in the white, and Anat Lelio from Israel in the red singlet. Heat number 2, repechage, round number 5. This is elimination surfing. Top 2 will go through to repechage round 6, and of course, third and fourth surfers will be eliminated from the event at this point in time.
There you see everyone on the beach, actually a little bit farther away from that sand dune, giving the judges the opportunity to see the entire ride. Most of these maneuvers happening literally half a foot away from the shoreline. So it is going to be interesting to see what transpires here. The first heat was really quiet towards the beginning, and then it lit up towards the end. We'll see if that happens again, or if the ocean actually starts to pulse because the tide is dropping.
Yeah, that's right. The tide coming low around midday today. Which is going to be a pretty good thing, I think. Might be a few challenges on the high tides, but certainly we saw a flurry of action in that last heat, and we're going to get this heat underway now too. This looks like a paddle here from Julia Duarte from Brazil. Goofy Footers found a little inside section, a little tag to get going. 17 minutes, of course, that 20-minute extension now, giving surfers an extra opportunity to catch a few more waves. Lovely glassy conditions. No wind to speak of. Surfline forecast saying around 2 to 3 feet today. Wind going to be light and variable all day long. We saw similar conditions yesterday afternoon here for day number 6. And of course, 9 days of competition. We're going to finish off today too with a very innovative and Well, a different kind of contest, the Lower Cup. That's going to be a relay tag team event. So we're going to have 2 semi-finals to finish off the day around 2:45 p.m. We should be closing down today. But let's have a look now. Looks like some more live action. Duarte from Brazil, 2.5 opening wave. No opportunity on that one, unfortunately. And important to try to get those early starts, but that's often easier said than done, Carlo.
Yeah, you think finding a wave in the first 5 minutes is an easy thing to do, but it is not.
Kauai from Hawaii also just in and out there. So these surfers probing the lineup, looking for opportunities, trying to find corners, trying to find scoring opportunity. Canavas from Peru now on her backhand. Just again getting tangled up. So a bunch of small scores here to open up this heat.
Yeah, nothing of substance yet, as we see 3 competitors already right back out there. The good news is that because it's small, they don't have to paddle too far out. There's no duck dives compared to day 1, day 2, and day 3 of competition where it was solid. If today is 2 to 3 foot, you could say on Monday, Tuesday, it was easily 6 to 8 foot faces, if not more. As we see our competitors on the beach having a look, learning from everyone else, seeing what the conditions are like. Some competitors opting to be on the beach 2 hours before their heat starts. You don't want to paddle out there and not have any clue of what the ocean's been producing over the last few hours.
Let's catch up with some scores now. Minari Kawai from Japan, 3.17 opening wave, just a 1-point ride for Canavas, and then a 2.50 and a 0.93 from Duarte, which means that Anat Lelior from Israel has first priority. She's yet to take off on a wave. Big thank you to Visit Huntington Beach, of course, Surf City, USA, the hosts of this beautiful event, 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and a shout out to the Pasia Hotel and Spa. Great accommodation there. Thank you very much for your hospitality, and a big thank you to Surf Rider Foundation, the official sustainability partner for these events. Live action now. This is Lelio opening up her account on her backhand. Nice little turn, negotiates the backwash, rides out.
Anat Lelior, another surprise surfer last year in the ISA Juniors, an amazing surfer, and let me tell you, she has improved her surfing. Her level has gone up a couple notches in just under 12 months as we see her paddling out the back. It is crucial to compete in these events because once you see what the others are doing, you go back home and you practice that much harder.
Absolutely right. Having a look there at Team Japan to the right of your screen, they are the current team heat leaders, tied on top of the table with Team USA. As of yesterday, they hadn't lost anybody from both streams, meaning that they all had equal opportunity to take home the world titles here. Let's have a look. Live action. Little inside left-hand wedge. This is Lara Barrios Canavas carving back into the pocket, now generating extra speed and looking for the execution on the closeout, but just getting that nose dug into the water. Looks like Lelio is going to have a good score. And now we're focusing on Kauai. Her second wave, 3.17 opener, and that's much better from the Japanese surfer.
Yeah, much better, a little bit more vertical. We were talking about the difference of going front side or back, so you can put your board really vertical, as we see wide up and riding.
Oh, this is a good-looking wall. Just a little negotiating with the backwash there. A little hook under the lip, and she's probably found one of the better-looking waves this morning as she rides and dismounts just beneath the pier.
Yep, we saw it from that angle above, and now we're going to most likely see it from the beach. That is what the judges get to see, so it's a little bit different seeing it from above than it is dead on. You actually see how much water explodes. You can see where out in the flats they surfed it, how big the wave is, and all those things come into the criteria.
Yeah, absolutely right, of course. 5 judges up on the podium at any given time. They all put down their scores, the highest and lowest to drop. The middle 3 are averaged out. And as we speak, there are some scores coming in, but we might put that on hold because Lindsay Jacobellis, our 4-time Olympian snowboarder, is down there with the winner of the last heat, Kiara Tomoda Bennett from Hawaii. She ripped that heat, and we're going to hear from her now.
Good morning. Congratulations, Kayala. Starting it off so strong. Now there was a change out in the water that we had to add some more time because waves weren't really coming in. Were you happy about that decision?
Yeah, I was totally happy about that. You know, more time means more waves.
Awesome. Now there's a lot of backwash out there with this tide and just the water refracting off the beach line with that steep beach. How are you able to handle it? Because it seems like you were surfing through that with no problem.
Yeah, I kind of just stayed off the rights because it seemed like there's more backwash into the rights than the lefts. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You're back in it. Good luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. Some great insights there from the winner of that last heat. A massive heat total, 16.90 for that opening heat. Scores are dropping now. Minori Kawai from Japan, 7.0 on her last wave. She takes the lead. We are waiting on one more score to drop, however, from Anat Lalioa from Israel. That's going to change that situation slightly. Julia Duarte in third place from Brazil. And in fourth place, Lara Barrios Canavas also waiting for her last score to drop. So we'll stand by. We've got 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. You're watching the second heat of the day. This is girls under 18 repechage round 5 action from Huntington Beach.
Hear the beach commentator giving them their information. Our surfers patiently waiting out the back to catch some waves. Team coaches, literally now, probably they're the only ones allowed on the edge of that sand dune, making sure that their surfers have that positive affirmation. You have time to catch one more wave with priority in 20 minutes. You should be able to catch 2 waves in this heat.
Absolutely right. There's more than enough opportunity out here, even though the swell has dropped. This is our surfer in first place now because her last score dropped is in a 5.17. So she's in the lead. Minori from Japan is now in second place. Here we go. This is Canavas in fourth, looking for a 7.37. Nice opening wrap into the pocket. This is looking better from her, but unfortunately, her issue has been the completion in the short break color.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to get that maneuver in, especially with all the backwash. You can see it right there. The wave kind of comes up and down. We will be seeing this backwash for the next 2 or 3 hours. Once the tide drops, we won't have that issue at all. I think the waves are going to get a little bit better. I believe we had a low tide around 12:20 midday today.
Yep.
So that is good news for our competitors. And, well, it is going to be a little bit tough towards the end of the day. I believe that we might actually see something similar to what happened yesterday.
Yeah, well, that's so true. We'll have the Aloha Cup kicking off this afternoon around 3 o'clock. So stand by for that one. It's going to be the innovative tag team relay surfing event semi-finals today. We'll tell you more about that later because live action here is our heat leader from Israel. Just trying to find opportunity. I think the key today, Kale, would you agree, is to stay busy and try and manufacture scores on any kind of wave you can get?
Yeah, and I think to manufacture scores, you would have to go a little bit more on your backhand, get the board vertical a couple times, almost exaggerated, push some water. If you're able to use that backwash to your advantage and you place the board on the lip and the backwash almost lifts your board up a little bit more, you could even see some more dramatic vertical surfing, but you don't want to risk too hard. You want to make sure you catch 2 waves during those 20 minutes.
What a beautiful overview here of Surf City, USA. Huntington Beach, an iconic venue. We were here in 1996 for the ISA World Surfing Games. Of course, it's also home to the US Open of Surfing. This is the contest compound right in front of you, the big tent. All the competitors sitting in underneath there. We've got the Judges Tower, and we also have the Whistler compound along with the Ford Motor Company. And while we just leave you with those thoughts, we're going to throw down to Lindsay Jacob Ellis, who has the contest director down on the beach. What's the word, Lindsay?
Hi guys, thanks. I'm here with Eric Kramer. Now, I just was talking to Kayala. She had to make an adjustment. You know, events are all about running on schedules. Last minute, you decided to change the repechage heats from 15 minutes to 20 minutes. Why did you decide that?
Good morning, everybody at home. Well, yeah, we had to make some adjustment to the schedule and the format of the heat starting today. We were looking at a little bit later start this morning, an 8 o'clock start for both areas. But unfortunately, today is our smallest day of the week. We've still got some waves out there, but we're just coming off of the higher tide this morning, so we're kind of wanting to get the tide to go out a little bit later. That's why we're actually starting podium 2 not until 9 o'clock. And we started on time here in the normal podium at 8. But due to the slow conditions, there were still waves out there. The sandbar is really good right up next to the pier on the inside. But just a little bit of, longer wait in between the waves. So we just, always trying to do our best for the competitors and give them the best conditions to perform. And, when we got here this morning, we were looking at the conditions, analyzing it, and just thought they needed a little bit more time. We're not always able to do that, but when we can, we always want to do the best for the competitors. And we saw a little bit of time in the schedule, so we thought we'd bump it up from 15 to 20 and just try to do the right thing and let them still put on a good show.
Well, I think they're all very excited about that change so they can give themselves a little time to do something special. What do we have on tap for today for waves?
Well, today we've still got swell. Just the high tide made it a little bit flooded out there, so the majority of the schedule today is going to be around that low tide, so it'll be a little bit shallower out there. The waves will have more frequency to break. The tide's running out, and then it will come back in towards the end of the day when we kind of start getting towards the Aloha Cup semifinals. That'll be, finishing off the day, and then hopefully when we come back tomorrow, it's supposed to come up just a little bit, kind of the same direction, a little bit of south-southwest, a little bit of west mixed in, so it'll be kind of peaky, and hopefully coming up for tomorrow and then finishing strong on Sunday.
With the waves dropping in size so much as we've seen over the last week, does the judging criteria change at all?
Definitely the judging criteria doesn't change. I mean, they're still looking for commitment, degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of majors. They're still looking at the same elements of the criteria, but obviously, being on the better waves helps because there's more critical section on those waves, and when it gets smaller, there's usually less waves, that are available for the competitors like that. So I think the competitor strategy tends to change when the conditions get small, but the judging criteria still remains the same.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Eric, for that great insight. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Some great insights there from Eric Kramer, contest director, and of course making some adjustments on the fly, putting the competitors here at this ISA event first. They really want them to have most opportunity. Of course, he's saying the judging criteria doesn't change. It's all about the same things they always watch, whether it's 2 foot or 6 foot.
Yep. Speed, power, flow. Those are the three things as a competitor you need to know of. In addition to that, think of surfing evolving, changing. You need to be innovative, you need to be progressive, and obviously if a surfer performs all the criteria above, you have to also take into consideration how difficult that maneuver was, how much commitment you put into it, how much risk. And a lot of people tend to ask us that, when we tell people that we commentate surfing. Well, how do you judge an event? Is it the biggest wave wins? Well, that usually happens in the big wave tour. But other than that, you really need to surf, and if you know surf well, and as a surfer, you know what is difficult to do.
Yeah, of course, and then we have Priority out in the water too, which is a great system, which really just takes out a lot of the hassling and allows surfers to catch as many waves as they possibly can through the allotted time. And of course, that's basically done by a priority judge up on the tower. Surfers reach the lineup at the same time. Priority goes to the surfer who did not have the last wave. And of course, we've got a system on the front of the tower showing which surfer has priority. Live pictures now. This is our heat leader, Anat Lalio from Israel. Just finding another left-hand inside tag section over here. We'll bring you up to speed with those scores now with 4 minutes remaining. Lalio in the lead with a 6.17 and a 5.17. Minori Kawai from Japan in second. She has a 3.17 and a big score, 7.0 as her leading wave. Julia Duarte in third place. She requires 6.81. And Lara Barrios Canavas in fourth place looking for a 6.91. Minori in the position here with second priority. She needs a 4.34. Probably with the best opportunity in this heat so far.
Yeah, and it's interesting how the ocean pulses during different heats. You cannot attack your heat in the same way than people in your previous heat did. You need to be aware that, sometimes when it pulses in one heat, it'll go slow in the next, and so on and so forth. So this comes with experience, this comes with time, and there also is a slight element. Some people say it's luck, and other people say it's a little bit more being connected with the ocean. It's the energy that you have, whichever way you want to believe it. I tend to lean more towards there is no luck.
Well, a famous professional golfer once said, the more I practice, the luckier I get, which you can go figure that one out, because you know what, it's about repetition, and it's about putting yourself in the right position time and time again. 3 minutes remaining. Red leads over blue. It is Israel over Japan right now. Of course, 44 nations competing. Competitors can paddle out with that 5 minutes, or probably 3 minutes today. As you see that next heat making their way through the pilots, it's going to be Jolie from France in the white singlet in the picture as we speak, and she's paddling out right next to those barnacle friends of yours, man.
Yeah, right in between the minefield. So she's, thankfully the waves aren't that big, so when the little rollers come in, they don't really push you towards the pilings. Let me tell you, 4 days ago when we went for a surf, I paddled about 10 feet away from the pilings, and before I knew it, I was literally 2 feet away from them, so I was frantically scratching to get out of the way. Sometimes you even have to go through them because there's so much water pushing you in the opposite direction.
Yeah, so true. Not going to see too much of that today. Not going to see any shooting of the pier today, but we are going to see some good scores. We've seen a 16.9 heat total thrown down the first heat of the day, a couple of one 7-point ride and a 6-point ride. Yes, so there's still opportunities.
The first time I ever saw a pier was when I came to California for the first time. Are there that many piers in Australia?
No, we have more like rock groins. If you think about Kira.
Jetties, right?
Yeah, kind of jetties, rock groins. Durban in South Africa has a few piers. They're not like this one, though. This is a pier that you can go right through. The ones in Durban are solid all the way through, and you can actually jump off them. They're not as high as these ones here in Southern California. You can actually jump off the end of them and make it out to the back. They also have the same rips, though, pulling up the inside sections and taking you out to the outside.
It's amazing how much the human hand can affect the currents in the ocean. I know in a beach back home, they built a jetty in this beautiful white sand beach, and they thought that was going to keep the sand from going away. It was like a beautiful beach for about 6 months. Big storm came in, flushed all the sand out, pushed all the rocks in, and it never ever was a sand beach again.
Can't mess with Mother Nature. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. It's Anat Lelio in the lead. Minari Kawai in second place from Japan, looking for a 4.34. Priority is with Lara Barrios Canavas, though. She's in fourth. She needs a 6.91. Yeah, live pictures. Your heat leader. Fourth priority. Just looking for an opportunity on the inside and just takes a little dive for good measure.
As we see Minori Kawai sitting patiently in second prior. Let's see what happens here. There's a split pick situation.
Yeah, both surfers up and riding. We're going to follow Lara Canavas here from Peru on her backhand. Nice little drone's eye view of this one. Just misses an inside opportunity there, but got a few turns in nonetheless. The team is happy on the beach, supporting them here come rain, hail, sunshine, but all we have is sunshine because we're in California, and it's a beautiful place to have a surf contest.
Absolutely. As we see Minori Kawai, now she has priority. She needs a wave. It looks like she's currently in second, but we could be having a change, a shuffle in the pack. Anat Lelior, just a quick closeout for her. She bows out, and it is Minori out the back.
Yeah, going to get it rolling here, potentially one of the biggest sets of the day. 15 seconds remaining. She gets up on the reform, the left-hander towards the pier. Nice flow as she connects to the inside section. Minori is going to solidify her second place. And she will go through to repechage round number 4. And it looks like it's going to be Anat Lelior from Israel in the red singlet taking out their win, unfortunately, for Duarte and Canava. So they will have to go into those repechage rounds. And we're going to watch Kawai come up the beach there and be joined by her Japanese teammates. And we're going to take a short break here from California. When we come back, it's going to be more live action. 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to a beautiful morning. This is the iconic Huntington Beach Pier, and you're watching the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. You're just in time to join us for Heat 3 of the day, and this is the girls under 18 repechage round number 5. Julie Nishimoto on picture right now from Japan. Found a wave right off the siren, a little right-hand wedge through the inside section. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kale Carranza for the call. And we're just going to bring you up to speed with the surface in this heat momentarily, though, because we've got some live action. Big, strong paddles here from both surfers. It is Nace Lartic from France. Joanna Jolie also from France in the white singlet. Julie Nishimoto from Japan in the yellow, and Coral Wiggins from Costa Rica in the blue singlet.
That is something that actually could work into your favor today. Having another person from your team, you will most likely not get a double interference. You can actually split the peak, and that is probably the only person in the world you can trust in a heat, is someone that is your fellow teammate, because everyone else, you can't expect them to say they're going to go left and actually go left. They might actually say, yeah, I'm going left, and then they turn and go right. You get a priority interference, and you're pretty much out of the competition.
Yeah, it's so true. We saw a few of those incidents go down yesterday because of the consistency of the surf. You can see on the screen now, surfer in red, Lartigue from France in the red. Also in the white, Jolie from France, Nishimoto from Japan in the yellow, and wearing the blue singlet today is Wiggins from Costa Rica. Yeah, we saw a few altercations yesterday, some priority interferences. We also saw some paddling interferences, and that's because the peak is so intense. There's one little takeoff zone, generally speaking, and you really have to jostle for position. And obviously, not many scoring opportunities out there, so you want to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Eric Kramer yesterday, and I wanted to understand how that double interference works. If it is a clear left-hander, whoever is closest to the breaking of the water has priority. Now, when it's a peak, you have to be actually on the peak, not behind it. So as a surfer, sometimes you position yourself a little bit deeper to backdoor it and do a turn. But here, as far as competition format goes, you need to be on the peak. Here we go. This is the first wave of our surfer in yellow, Julie Nishimoto, working her way all the way to the inside section. She does not get a reform, so it's going to be a little way for her, but a great start. If you can start with a 5 in these heats, you're already winning.
Absolutely right, especially if it's on your first wave, like you said. 5.33 is what Julie Nishimoto has on the board from Japan. And obviously a big shout out to the International Surfing Association for getting behind junior surfing. We've got 361 competitors in this event, 44 nations represented, 154 girls, breaking the prior record of 104 girls in the event. And of course, the gender equity here, opportunities for equal opportunities for the guys and girls to represent their country here in terms of the team makeup. And great to see the standard of surfing here growing every single year. Time call, 17 minutes remaining. A little bit of a lump moving through the lineup now. Tide will drain out towards midday. You see surfers here utilizing the split peak situation. This is Lartigue from France. She's found a nice little inside left-hander. It doesn't look like her hair's even wet yet as she's making her way through the inside section. Now it is after the little tumble dry there in the shore break.
Yeah, trampoline off and goes down. That backwash really wrecking havoc as we see Team France and Team Costa Rica supporting their teammates. Coral Wiggins in the water on behalf of the land of Pura Vida, and we have 2 French surfers. That was a split peak situation. Let's have a look at what happened on the right-hander. This is Uhaina Jolie from France. Beautiful opening of the shoulders there. You could see her pointing, unfortunately overextends and goes down. Lise Dartigue does really well to get a couple of maneuvers on the outside. I thought this was going to be the bread and butter, but as she hits that backwash, she gets exploded upwards and goes down. So surfers having to pay attention not only at the lip, but at what's coming from the shoreline, which is something that we're not used to doing.
Yeah, that's so true. It's been all about the shore break all week long, and if that hasn't been bad enough, now we're throwing the backwash in for good measure on this fuller tide this morning. 15 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. 5.33 from Nishimoto from Japan. Looks like it's going to be just over 4 points locking in for Jolie. And probably a similar score, maybe just under for Lartigue from France. We'll stand by for that one. But meanwhile, Nishimoto from Japan leads. Of course, Team Japan is currently sitting on top of the table, tied equal first there with Team USA. More about that later.
As we see there, competitors. Now finally priority has been established. You see there on screen the name of the surfer. So for example, you look over your upper right-hand side, you see Coral Wiggins. She's from Costa Rica. She has P1 next to her name, meaning that she can take off on any wave. Doesn't matter where she is on that wave. She could be on the shoulder, she could be behind it, she could be in front of a surfer. No one can even get close to her. If she's paddling and someone obstructs her line when she's paddling, that automatically is an interference. So competitors with this tight peak have to be really careful at how close they dare get to the other competitor.
We'll touch on those penalties in a minute. Let's have a look here at live pictures. This looks like Coral Wiggins deciding to go right. It's a beautiful inside wedge, squares up. Nice little smash into that pocket on the opening turn. A second turn equally as good, and gets a third in now, maybe even a fourth. So this is going to be Coral Wiggins' opening wave. It's going to be a good one. split peak now. Nishimoto and looks like Latik from France. Also a two-turn combination. This heat is heating up. Loving what we're seeing out here. 14 minutes, 20 seconds, and that's more like a color.
Here we go, and out the back, sitting alone, unfortunately isn't able to catch that wave, but the good news, the silver lining, is that she'll be right back out there, re-establish priority, which is a good thing for her. But I was really impressed by Nice Lartig's turn on the inside corner. It was really difficult. She actually had to lean back. You'll see that in a second. Right hand touching the water, really compressing her knees, and is able to ride out. Super important to hold your poise and manage to finish that last maneuver.
Jolie's going to get an opportunity now too. All three surfers are on her way before that one. You see her front foot there is strapped up on her ankle. We'll find out more about that shortly, but she's making her way into the shore break and closes that one out. That would certainly be affecting her mental game coming into that shore break, knowing that backwash. If she's carrying an injury, Carly, she's got to be careful.
Absolutely. There's so many mines there for her. She could actually hit a backwash, or she could ride it too close to shore and actually have to jump off into the sand. So you got to be really careful with your joints when you get to that inside section.
Look at this, Nishimoto on the inside. Nice flow until that shore break claims another victim. Scores are dropping. Judges got a lot to decide, just to work through here. As, we've seen some lulls this morning, but when the sets come in, they come in little sets of 3s and 4s. We have a flurry of competition, and then obviously it backs down again. So while the judges take some time to just dissect those last exchanges, we're going to throw it down to the winner of that last heat. Anat Lelio from Israel is ready with Lindsay Jacobellis.
Congratulations, Annette. Awesome comeback. You are back in the main event. You caught so many waves in that heat, but only your 2 starting waves held for scores. Were you at all nervous about that?
Yeah, I was. I thought that my first score is not going to be enough, so I start catching more waves so I can better my situation. But yeah, I was just nervous, I think, and I'm just happy to be through to the main event and excited for my next heat.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Definitely shake off those nerves. You earned it. You're back in action, and we'll see you later. Do you want to give any love to anyone back home?
Yeah, of course. אמא, אבא, נועה, עידו, אני אוהבת אתכם ואני מתגעגעת אליכם המון.
Congrats. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Lindsay, and well done there to Anat Lelio from Israel, making it through to another round. Of course, if you lose in this round, 4th place gets you 22nd place with 375 points towards your country's standings. 3rd place gets equal 19th and 390 points. We're going to bring you up to speed with some scores now. 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Looks like Latik from France, a 6.33 on her last wave. Nishimoto, a 6.83 on her previous. So still 2 more scores to be dropped in. It is Japan in the lead. Nishimoto over France. Latik. Wiggins in 3rd place. Jolie in 4th. A 5.40 from Coral Wiggins for that right-hander. 11 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock now. This will be the last girls under 18 repechage round. We're going to go into boys under 18 repechage round 5. 4 heats of those coming up. That's going to be in 11 minutes' time.
It's so difficult to know when the waves are going to come to you. Even looking at it from above, from the pier, if you're a coach, you almost don't want to throw and roll the dice yourself and tell the competitor to paddle out farther, because you don't know exactly where that wave is going to land. Let's have a look at Coral Wiggins' last ride. Nice little crack there. Clean surfing for her, a little bit more aggression in her surfing, and I like that. I like how these surfers know that if they lose out of this round, they're out of competition. This maneuver right there, difficult maneuver, almost digs her outside rail and does well to stay with it. So impressive surfing from our French lady, Nice Lartig, and our surfer from Japan. Just on an absolute tear, a little bit more vertical, a little bit more water, not as many maneuvers, but look at the quality of those maneuvers. The judges are eating that right up. Look at that, just the flow in between. And unfortunately for her, that could have been potentially a 7 or 8 point ride had she been able to ride out.
That's very true. A 5.77 and a 6.83 on Nishimoto's top 2 waves. She is in the lead. Nice Lartig from France looking for a 6.28, a 6-point requirement, 6.07 to be more precise from Jolie, and Wiggins in 4th place looking for a 4.77. We're coming down to just under halfway, and of course Sister Revolution, the logo you see on their screen now, is the new modern surf brand for women that is going to be launched in Australia in December, delivering here in the US in February next year. And of course they are about this revolution in women's surfing. categories are going to be strong in wetsuits and, of course, apparel as well. As we see her paddling here, this is Nice Latique. She's in second place. Already got a 6.33. I like this little wedge she's had on the outside. And she just rides this one out through the inside and doesn't quite hold on to that one.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. She actually leaned a little bit too far on her heels and goes down. The whitewash, to her credit, was very difficult to negotiate. As we see her paddling out, you almost get a little bit of a free ride out. If you can almost surf those backwashes sometimes somewhere around the world.
Replays here looking like it's going to be a 4.33. Not going to go into her top two. Nice opening turn though.
So there you go. As she bashes that outside section, she somehow is able to get on into the open face, does it again, and the wave explodes. A little bit too much jumble there for her to negotiate, and she goes down.
All right, so that's not going to go into her top two, but she still does have second place in the seat. Of course, top two going through. Third and fourth will be eliminated. We have repechage heats all day today, and then we will go into the Aloha Cup, the innovative and a very different relay event later on this afternoon. Two semifinals. Those are hour-long heats, or 50-minute heats to be more exact. And we'll give you more information on that as we go on later on to the day. A big shout-out to Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA, the Pasaya Hotel and Spa. I think I had the best sleep of my week last night. Went comatose for at least 8 hours straight and woke up as fresh as a daisy while my Mexican partner
was working out.
Was still having a good little snore. He was working out in his dreams this morning.
I went to yoga, and then I had a Pilates session at 5:30, so that's why I had to take a little bit of a breather when you woke up.
Got it. 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this heat. This is heat number 3 of the day.
Waves coming, waves coming. Look at that big set coming out the back. It is starting to pulse here in Huntington Beach. Tide dropping, and here we go. This is live action. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that beautiful-looking left-hander.
Big paddles on the outside now. Let's have a look who's in position. Priority with surfer in blue. And no takers on that one. Unfortunately, that one just hitting the deep water and not providing opportunity on the shoulder. But there could be a second one here. You can hear the whistles from the beach. Priority with blue and then yellow. Let's take a look. It looks like blue is in position. She's paddling into this one. She's in 4th place. She needs a 5.51 on this particular wave if she wants to advance. She's having to bide her time, waiting for the opportunity for that wall to stand up. But on this tide, not every single wave is going to stand up, Carle, and that one absolutely offered nothing for her to work with.
Yep, nada. And we see our competitors having a hard time finding the waves. We saw that big wave prior to that one that Coral Wiggins caught from a different angle, from above and a little bit more south, and it looked like a perfect wave.
Yeah.
No competitor wanted anything to do with it. So it comes to show that looking at it from above is a totally different angle. When you're on the water's edge, I mean at water level, you can really see which waves are good and which ones aren't.
Yeah, Team Costa Rica on the beach there, of course, seen a lot of those kids checking out their phones. Of course, you know where they are. They are checking the phones out. They are following the hashtags. They're on ISA Surfing. And also checking out Twitter, ISA Surfing. Of course, if you want to check out all the event action, you can also follow Facebook on the International Surfing Association. Don't forget, of course, you're watching on isasurf.org. Plenty of highlights there every afternoon. And don't forget, if you are tagging this event, hashtag ISA World, and also follow that up with the hashtag Whistler ISA World Juniors, and check out the thread. Plenty of amazing images being put up there throughout the event. And as we're coming up to big finals weekend, day number 7 today of 9 big, grueling days of competition. We are whittling down the teams. We are whittling down the events. Team USA, Team Japan currently head up the leaderboard here as far as the team's concerned. Hawaii in 3rd, Australia 4th, France 5th, Brazil 6th, Spain 7th, Portugal 8th. As we see a paddle here, this is surfer from France. This is Nice Latique. She's locking in her wave number 4. She's in 2nd place. This is a better wave here. Nice tempo to this wave, and she's done well. 3 turns on the entire wave. Great start, great finish. Team France looking happy on the beach.
There you go, the whistles. Sometimes it's a little bit more nerve-wracking, but after you've surfed a good wave, that'll pump you up. If they whistle at you before you catch a wave, that would be really difficult to control. But here we go, Nice Latique doing really well. 3 maneuvers. Great looking wave, small, but had that power. It was a little bit of a wedge, so you want to try and find those wedgy right-handers that allow you to get speed right off the bat, almost like a slingshot as soon as you take off.
Yeah, she did really well there, looking for a 6.28. I've got a feeling this is going to go above that 6.28 requirement, which will mean we'll have a lead change here. Nishimoto in 2nd. He's got to drop a 5.77, and she is the girl with priority at the back, waiting for that confirmation of the score to come through. We're inside that last, that magic 5-minute mark. 4.5 minutes to be more precise. Coming up next, Eva Woodland, McKenna Burke, Kiela Toma Bannett again. We've seen her surfing already this morning, and Minori Kawai.
So it is crunch time for these competitors under the 5-minute mark. Remember, we added an extra 5 minutes to these heats. They were originally going to be 15 minutes. But let me tell you, all teams breathing a sigh of relief because that extra 5 minutes really making a massive difference. If you lose in this round, you're out of the competition.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And remember, we have finished this morning the last 3 heats that we couldn't complete yesterday of the girls under 18 Rep 5. A few of those girls surfed this morning. They're going to surf again in the next round in a few heats' time. Girls under 18 Reps round 6 are still coming up today.
Right, so it's going to be girls under 18, boys under 18 for 4 heats, and then back into the girls under 18. Here we go. This is yellow and white in a split peak situation.
Negotiating the backwash, negotiating the shore break nicely. That's Nishimoto. Looking for a 6.17 because Latique is in the lead now. This is your new heat leader, ladies and gentlemen, from France. She's building up a head of steam. Nice opening turn. Snaps that one back nicely into the pocket for the closeout turn. Latique now on a roll.
Costa Rica, nervous moments. Why? Because this young lady needs a score.
Wow, nice little opening turn there. Bit of backwash, the sunlight getting involved. And just unable to make the big completion on the inside there. No second opportunity. A 1.83 though is the score she's looking to drop. 3 minutes remaining. Latique's about to drop a big score. And Nishimoto is about to potentially improve her situation. We'll have to wait and see. Jolie in third place. No opportunity there for her. Looking for a big score now. 8.5 requirement gets her into second. And more waves moving through the lineup. I love when these heats start to fire up in the last few minutes. There goes Joanna Jolie. She's carrying that injury on her front foot. You can see strapped up, but a nice turn to start off with. She's going to have more opportunity here and a second. A lot of spray. She's got to just maintain that momentum. Unfortunately, digs the rail. You have to wonder if that injury is coming into play.
Yes, I think it is. I think you actually saw her as she was bottom turning. It kind of, I don't know if it's the actual injury, but sometimes the wrapping around the foot really throws you off. Even one layer in between your foot and the board throws you off. Have you ever had to surf with an ankle brace? That is really difficult.
Yeah, any sort of injury plays with your mind. But this is Latique from France, a 6.93 on this wave. She's improved her situation.
So 2-turn combo, and the judges eating that up. I think they really appreciate the flow. Coral Wiggins, unfortunately for her, she had to negotiate that backwash, and because of that, isn't able to ride out into the open face once again. So Coral Wiggins is going to go back to the drawing board and have a look at our surfer from France. She needs a score. This was her last ride. Bottom turns, hits it again, and then right here, I almost believe that her front foot was actually, now looking at it from that drone angle, slightly too close to that right rail. So that's what threw her off, not the actual, maybe the injury a little bit as well, but just by technically looking at it from above, that front foot needs to be more in the middle of the board.
Positioning is crucial, and so are scores. A 6.93 from Latique from France. She extends her lead over the Japanese surfer Nishimoto. Now requires 6.28. Surfer in third. Wiggins now needs a 7.2, and Jolie drops into fourth, looking for an 8.5. Critical moments here. 1 minute on the clock.
As we see their competitors, I see that perfect looking left down the beach. We were talking about that yesterday. You believe it's not that good?
Well, I'm going to favour the right-handers all day long on my front side, just because you're a goofy footer. But I do agree, there is opportunity there.
You could actually paddle over there in case you need a score and potentially get lucky and get it without priority.
I think it was there when the surf was bigger. I'm not seeing too many opportunities down there today. I think the bank is a lot deeper down there, and I'm not sure there's opportunity for inside sections.
All right, so there you go.
The end.
The end of discussion.
30 seconds to go. Latique leads. Nishimoto in second. It's been an entertaining back half to this heat. Wiggins in third. Jolie in fourth place for the time being. And looking out there might be one more opportunity. It is Nishimoto with priority. If she wants to try and get first place here, she'll try and put herself right in the middle of this pack. You can see some jostling. Surfers are having a look. What's Nishimoto going to do? Is she going to exercise her rights? 3 seconds. All 3 surfers paddling. Nishimoto splits. She goes left. Now looking for an opportunity to maybe go into first place in the dying second. I love the flow she's brought to the sea. This time she executes the inside turn. It's a 6.78 requirement. Either way this decision goes as far as the scores are concerned, she's going to advance to the next round. It will be Wiggins and Jolie bowing out of the event at this point in time. I don't think that last score is going to go into her top 2. We're standing by. There are well, there's a few splits here. All right, 5.27 is the score. It's not going to go into her top 2, so we're going to take a short break here. It's going to be more live action from the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. When we come back, it's going to be Stu Johnson with Mike Latronic.
All right, good morning and welcome back. Here is another one of those fantastic views of Huntington Beach Pier. You can see all the flags of the world, well, 44 flags for certain on this day 7 of competition. This is the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Mike Latronic here with Stu Johnson.
Woo!
We are at Huntington Beach, California. They call this place Surf City.
Surf City, here we come. Da, 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 da. All right, that's enough Beach Boys for the morning. Welcome.
That was Beach Boys?
Isn't
Okay.
it? Isn't it the Beach Boys?
All right, well, we got boys at the beach, that's for sure, because we are in Repecharge round, boys, number 18.
All right, here they are in the water. Gabriel Vargas of Peru, Dwight Pastrana of Puerto Rico, Noah Stoka of Australia, and Patrick Landon Dark of Wales. Small surf today as we see a cross up there. And how does that work out? But let's stay with this live action. Is surfer in white from Puerto Rico getting busy on this left-hander, able to finish it off. Mike Latronic, what went down right there?
Well, what went down right there and what's going down right there, it is the early part of a heat, and there is no priority established in the opening moments of these heats. So, you know, I'm always kind of just holding my breath, hoping that none of these guys get in those kind of tussles. But lots of points, lots of prestige on the line. Here's Noah Stoka. He's staying out of trouble. Team Australia in the yellow. We saw some electrifying maneuvers from this man yesterday afternoon, and it's got a glassy one.
That's right. Noah Stoka already unleashing 2 great turns on this wave, and boom, drops the hammer right in the sand. Well-surfed wave, and now up and riding is red. Gabriel Vargas of Peru finding a nice right-hander on this one. Anytime you can get 3 turns, there's not a lot of space on the beach with this tide. Huntington is dropped in size from the past couple days, but still lots of waves on action. And what is it about smaller waves, Mike Latronic? Is it actually easier to surf a smaller wave? Or what is difficult about these conditions?
Well, look, breaking it down, right now we're looking at a fairly powerful little sandbar. I mean, we're not dealing with a mushy break right now, so these kids do have plenty of power work. So that was Noah Stoka in the yellow getting out of the way very smartly of this young man, Dwight Pastrana from Peru, and he's getting himself, Puerto Rico, getting himself a pretty good ride right there. And this is what happened directly after. Red wants to go right, blue wants to go left. They cross over, which is a very dangerous situation. If the surfers cross over and touch each other, it usually means a double interference. Now, that could change depending on whether or not we're surfing a point break with predominant rights or lefts, so forth and so on. But this is a beach break. It's a peak situation, so surfers have to be really careful about those crossovers. And this was our Australian doing a great job of ripping up his first wave, falling there at the end, but staying out of trouble. And here was that electrifying performer yesterday, Gabriel Vargas from Peru. He'll get himself his first solo right-hander.
That's right. We'll see if the judges deem that a no call on the cross-up or if they're going to throw down an interference. No call here on our computer just yet. Getting busy on a second wave. Here's Noah Stoka of Australia.
Well, Noah Stoka definitely taking one of the smaller waves, but probably a strategic maneuver based on what he saw go down on the outside, possibly a double interference. And when that happens, it's really about just clicking the boxes and getting a couple of decent waves, because once you have an interference, or even worse, a priority interference, you get dinged really bad. A regular interference is going to be half of one of your top scores, and a priority interference is going to be 100% of one of your scores. So judges deliberating on something right there. We'll see whether or not, or which color surfer gets interferences and which doesn't. But so far, Gabriel Vargas putting down a good score on his second ride. His first ride was that crossover. Dwight Pastrana as well has got a few waves. So a lot of action. You know, the waves are smaller, but there's plenty surf abounding here on this little sandbar. And as I said earlier, there's some nice little sections providing an ample amount of power.
Fantastic to see all the crew down here on the beach. Huntington Beach again, sunshiny weather. Catalina Island out in the background, going vertical. Just a one turn there for Dwight Pastrana. Going to be looking for more of that, but the weather has just been a treat. November 2nd today here. Beautiful fall weather, and this is what it's about. Early morning and getting your suntan on.
What I'm trying to wrap my head around about on these early interferences, especially in the first minute of the heat, is why. I know these are repecharge rounds, they're shorter heats, but as soon as one of the surfers takes off, the priority system comes into effect. If you don't get the first wave of the heat, you have priority over the surfer that did. So with a full heat so early in the heat, it's not really worth risking getting an interference. So I'm still trying to figure out, you know, is it something they're just kind of scratching the bark of the tree and saying, hey, my wave, my beach, whatever, but really just a strategic nightmare when you have an interference counting against you.
That's right. Well, down on the beach, we have Lindsay Jacob Ellis with an interview. Lindsay, take it away.
Hi guys, I'm here with Nais Lartigue. Congratulations on that last heat win. You're back in the main event. Now this is a little stressful to be in the repecharge heats. What was your mental approach going into this?
Yeah, for sure. It's really different from the main event because we don't have like one more chance. So I was like just focusing on catching the good one and just surfing good. And yeah, I'm just gonna go like hit by hit and to go to the final, and yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Well, great strategy. It's working out for you. Now, you had an epoxy board that you actually broke. You put your foot through it. Now you're on a different board now because the waves are getting smaller, changing up. When did that all happen?
Yesterday I was trying my new epoxy, and yeah, just broke it in my leg. I was kind of bummed, but this one is like a really good bomb for the small waves too. So yeah, I'm feeling good, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. I know people are watching back home. Why don't you give them a little love?
Voilà, coucou à mes parents. J'imagine que vous regardez. Merci pour tout votre support. C'est vraiment cool. Mes copains aussi, vous m'envoyez plein de messages. Ça me fait super plaisir, et je vais aller le plus loin possible à la Choune.
Awesome. Well, congrats and best of luck.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Lindsay. Nais Lartigue made it far into the under 16s last year in Japan, making her way through another round here in the repecharges. I heard somebody up in the booth and somebody else concur, a bit of Coco Host style in the water. We want to give a shout out as we have a quick break in the action to our title sponsor here, Vissla. And we are presented by Visit Huntington Beach, which you can follow on Instagram as well. Paseo Hotel and Spa has been our host hotel, and our official sustainability partner is the Surf Rider Foundation. Check out these replays.
All right, well, this is our man in red's got a lock on some good scores already, but this inside backhand slash adding to his campaign, he's got himself a 6.83 on his first wave, and that last attempt, a 7.40. So Gabriel Vargas in the lead with a combined total of 10.81. Why is it only 10.81? Because I do believe he has an interference against him. So I'm going to double check on that. But yeah, 683-740. It looks like one of his lower score has been cut in half, but he's still in first place. Dwight Pastrana, he's got a couple of scores laying down right now, a 5.33 and a 4.67 standing as his two top scores, but it looks like judges deliberating on one more score. Noah Staka's got a string of good waves. Judges still looking at replays of those. We'll have those scores for you updated in a minute. He's currently sitting in fourth place, but I can tell you that is a ghost position right now because he's got some solid scores about to lay down. And Patrick Landon Dark in the blue jersey from Wales. He's got a couple of smaller scores, a 3.83 and a 3.37, currently sitting in third place. But as I said, that's about to change. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
That's right. Well, I was thinking about the likening a surf heat into sparring or a boxing match, and you'd have to say for Gabriel Vargas, getting that interference is just going to spark him and put him into another gear. If he wasn't showing up with a competitive spirit, having your back against the wall, Mike, how does that feel? We're going to have a look at this interference.
Okay, so they're definitely gauging this, potentially a better left than a right, possibly Blue already to his feet as well. Not sure, but not sure. Does Blue have an interference as well too? I'm gonna try to figure this out, but right now, definitely interference called on Red. And yeah, I like the analogy. I think it's almost like when a fighter goes down in a round, he knows he's got a point deducted against him, and he's down on points. It's time for a knockout. And really, I think that Gabriel Vargas is looking for a knockout every time he stands up. He knows that he's got that interference call against him, and that's going to cut his second scoring wave in half. So that's a big disadvantage, especially if these other surfers start racking in 6s, 7s, and 8s.
That's right. Well, Surf City, USA here in Huntington Beach, home to lots of previous champions, World Tour competitors. We actually have a couple World Tour competitors roaming the beach right now. Kolohan Dino's out there, one of the top 10 in the world at the moment. Brett Simpson, past two-time back-to-back champion of the U.S. Open. And one of the cool things I was speaking with a local today was talking about the conditions and the surf that we've had here in November, this late October. Some of the best surf conditions we've ever had for a contest, and really hitting it on the head. The ISA so lucky to hold an event here in Huntington. Thank you to the locals for opening up your spot rather, to such a long contest with 341 competitors competing through the week. We have taken up almost 300 yards of beach.
Okay, so I did get a breakdown on that interference. Yes, it was just Red getting the interference. Judges deeming the left a better wave, more predominant left-hand wave, and the surfer in blue, that was Patrick Landon Dark, establishing his direction just a little before Red. Therefore, it was only a single interference on Red.
That's right. Well, this event, we're stoked to say that we are partnered with Surfline. We're partnered with Surfline as well. We're also partnered with the Surf Rider Foundation in making this event a Stoke certified event. And that's going to mean zero waste and more clean energy, and going to be managing that going from this point forward and making us a more sustainable and eco-friendly event. And here we go, up and riding live action surfer in white, Dwight Pastrana, sitting currently in third place, needing a 5.35 to jump into first. He doesn't have an interference in his score, so he doesn't have his back up against the wall like Red. But he still has to perform to overtake the in-tune Gabriel Vargas, sitting in first place.
Yeah, well, riding all the way beyond our line of sight. You could see he got really close to the Huntington Beach Pier, if not maybe even getting underneath it. And he's looking to better a low score of a 4.67. Currently, Dwight Pastrana sitting in third place, looking for a 5.35 to move up. And there on screen, the likes of Brett Simpson there in the red and Chloe Andino in the white, two very, very established and well-known surfers out of Southern California. In fact, Brett Simpson is a two-time champion here of the U.S. Open at Huntington Beach. Both of those guys talking to Callie Carenza, and of course Chloe Andino, a current star on the pro circuit. So a lot of talent here. They're here cheering on the American team, watching all the young surfers. We've got literally the best surfers under 18 years old from all over the world here at Huntington Beach, putting on a display for you. If you're just tuning in, this is Rapid Charge 5, heat number 1, and the Rapid Charge rounds versus the Open rounds. Why don't you give us a breakdown, Stu?
Well, these Rapid Charge rounds are do or die. Two of these surfers are going home. Two of them continue to carry bigger points for their team and themselves as individuals. And so each round you see today, every heat is going to have these implications as we count down. Is that the countdown there on the screen?
Well, obviously not. There is about 5 minutes left, so what you're seeing on the screen, not sure what's going on with the time clock, but we'll get that rectified right now. About 5 minutes remaining here on our, we've got a visual on what the judges' scores look like, and their timing says 4 minutes, 40 seconds left. Now, interesting situation. Gabriel Vargas is still sitting in first place with an interference call, and that is by virtue of 2 rides reaching close to the 7-point range. Here goes Noah Stoka. He's got a solid second place position.
Here we go, Noah Stoka slashing through. Oh, he was a little late on that, almost behind the wave when he was in the middle of that turn, and he comes unglued. Losing his front foot was Dwight Pastrana. And here we go, heat leader with an interference in his line. Won't take no for an answer. He's going to slash this one again. Comes off the roof. How is there any more wave left? They're so close to the beach. Impressive surfing from Gabriel Vargas. He reminds me of growing up and playing against my brothers in ping pong and then being able to switch to the left hand and still beat me. How can these guys, how can a guy like Dwight Pastrana still be in first place with this such a disadvantage in his scoreline as we see live action blue up and riding?
All right, well, here goes Langdon Dark trying to make it work, looking for a 6.84, really trying to get his board up vertical, but kind of looking a little more horizontal on his turns than, say, Vargas, Pastrana, or Staka. So that's going to keep his scores in check. And here we go, Pastrana looking at another decent left-hander. We saw him sort of falter there at the end of that last one. Starts off with a little cutback. He's waiting for this wave to give him some energy on the inside. Another pretty similar cutback. And what has he got for the end section? A nice vertical tap. Not sure he's going to get the score he needs, but definitely surfing well. But if he wants to get up into the range where he can get to the top 2, he's going to need to step it up and get closer, something closer to a 6 or a 7.
Here we go, that replay again of these last 2 surfers. Started well, but both. This is our surfer in white who lost the handle on this wave on the inside, was on his way to a good score. And this is our man still in first place by virtue of those 2 men, yellow and white, falling on that last wave. In blue, he was the one who started that that split peak that caused the interference of red on blue. He is looking to drop his best score so far of the heat, a 3.47. And I believe this is, again, this is the last wave of Dwight Pastrana. He's looking for a 5.35 to jump into second place. It comes in at a 4.2, not enough for the young man. We want to invite everyone watching to stay social. Let us know, hashtag ISA Worlds, and we're going to go online and see where you're watching this event. I'm following it right now. I can see some people are logging in, watching this live in San Clemente there at North Beach Nutrition. Let us know, if you have family in the heat. Let us know some stories about the surfers in the water. and you can follow what these surfers are doing this entire week here in Huntington Beach.
Well, I had an absolute legend chime in on me. He was listening to the webcast, as hopefully a lot of you are out there enjoying this webcast. If you have any insights for us, like Peter Townend, he gave us a correction on that Surf City song. It was not the Beach Boys. It was Jan and Dean.
Oh, Pete Townend. Pete, if you're watching this, come down to the booth. We'd love to rap with you here. Call a few heats. That is a full invitation. We'd be honored to have you here and hear what's going on. But another interesting situation out in the water. First priority was with yellow, Noah Stoka. And as far as the rule book goes, if a surfer's whitewater or he crosses the path of another surfer, that's when the interference is incurred, as we see White up and riding, sitting in third place, needs a big score of 5.35. He hasn't found that score yet, teeing off on a couple hits there. Unfortunately, this inside, lacking the energy. He is able to link together a turn on the inside, but a 5.35 will be a tall order. We'll see if the judges deem it as time continues to tick down.
Yeah, well, that wave providing one nice little vertical section there, but again, I'm not sure it's going to be the amplitude that's needed to get into that close to 6-point range. So looks like our man Gabriel Vargas not only dodging a bullet, but throwing the knockout punch for the first place win there. And Noah Stoka doing a good job of staying out of trouble and keeping his dream alive for Team Australia. And that's a wrap for that heat. We'll continue with action here when we come back. First, we're going to cut to break. And, I'm sure we'll have some replays because look at these waves coming in.
That's right. Well, that next heat started. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with more live action right after this.
So what makes a restaurant ocean-friendly? We're refusing, reducing, and reusing, while taking care to recycle and compost. Ocean-friendly restaurants, letting go of the things we don't need to protect the things we do.
We're not perfect, but we sure can do our part to minimize our impact on our precious ecosystem. Whistler's sustainability program is an ongoing mission to keep creating and innovating in order to help keep our waters clean and use less resources to make good products better. It's a long journey, but even small steps can get us to our destination. Join Whistler on their mission to protect and surf.
All right, welcome back to Huntington Beach. It looks like the crossover interferences continue here, even though we're in the opening moments of the heat. We just saw two surfers cross paths. It looked like White, Seth Morris, but in the meantime, red, Salvador Couto from Peru, another Peruvian in red, and this time he's not involved in the interference, but doing some great work to open up the heat. Probably a pretty solid score to start. Here is our lineup. Salvador Couto, we just saw him. Oh, not Peru. He's from Portugal. Excuse me. Seth Morris from England in the white. Johnny Guerrero, he's from Peru. He's in yellow. And Gasper Larangi from Argentina in the blue jersey. So let's take a look at what happened. Looked like our man in blue trying to go left, our man in white trying to go right. It's definitely pretty far behind the peak. So we'll see what the judges say on that. And Johnny Guerrero from Peru staying out of trouble on this wave.
Johnny Guerrero, man, this guy kills it. I can't believe he's in the repechage. So much power and style. he is going to drop a big number there. I don't know what's in the water with these interferences happening this morning, what they had for breakfast. Here's first of red. This is Salvador Couto of Portugal. Nice rhythm to this one and finishes well, but not riding out. And we're going to see where the cards lie if an interference is called. And we can see those iconic hats of the Australian team down there on the beach. Just talking story. They don't have anyone in the water at the moment. And there it is, Catalina Island right out the back, getting clearer and clearer. So
Catalina Island looks bigger than I used to. I used to live here, and I don't remember it being that big. Maybe it's just because we're at the 2018 Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and everything is big. All right, I guess we got some special guests on the beach.
That's right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We're down here with two superstars, Brett Simpson and Kalohe Andino. You guys came actually yesterday to check out the action. Kalohe, you were saying that you've competed here before. What's it look like now, a few years later? Has it changed much?
Oh, the ISA, is that what you're talking about? No, it's the same. I think it's a bloodbath. I think the long event, and you can lose and still win the event. So yeah, it's sick. I always liked it because you surf a bunch of heats and get experience from with guys from around the world. So it's pretty sick.
It must be pretty cool that the ISA came here to Huntington, because do you think that if you want to be a pro surfer, you being on tour, you have to know how to surf this wave really, really well?
Yeah, I mean, it's just standard groveling. You could do it anywhere around the world. But yeah, I think it looks really fun out there, so they're stoked.
Cool. And Brett, we got a chance to talk to you about the waves. Was it Tuesday? Was one of the best days I've ever seen in Huntington, but you being here, you said that a few weeks ago it wasn't nowhere nearly as good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 2 weeks ago I was a little bit worried for the kids because the sandbar, we had a couple big hurricane swells come through, and it really made it, there was like a big trench on the inside, and it was pretty bad. So it's been a blessing to have these waves this last week. The kids are ripping. There's a lot of opportunities. We've seen, the last few days, a couple interferences because this wave right here is definitely the best, the little right and left peak. And, all the kids are aggressive. The start of the heats are crucial, and there's sometimes won or lost. And we've seen a lot of kids kind of take themselves out of it. But that's, we're aggressive. That's kind of the way it goes. And you can still make it half a score. But this, it's always contestable here. And like you said, like brother said, I mean, it's not always great, but there is the U.S. Opens here. It's a prime event, so you do want to do well. It got me on tour, and obviously being from here was super cool to win that and be on tour for 5 or 6 years. And yeah, I mean, it's a big event, and when you do the QS, you have to excel at those spots. And like you said, you can kind of grovel anywhere, but it is nice to know there's some little things that can work out here, and obviously if you got good equipment, it helps too.
And obviously you're here as a spectator checking out the action, but are you rooting for any teams, or any teams? Can all teams come up here and be like, oh, there's Brett and Kalohe, we need to ask them what to do? Would you be able to give them some advice?
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm pretty open. I'm obviously rooting for the USA. We got a lot of good kids. I know most of them, but if whoever came up to me and asked me where they should sit, I'd say straight out, there's a sick right, you can get a couple 8s. But, it's pretty obvious sometimes. I think kids come down to the beach and everyone always goes, how's the waves? And I go, look at it. Look at it for 10 minutes and you tell me how the waves are. And I think as you get better at surfing, that's something you try to grow confidence in, is you don't have to really ask anyone. You watch the waves for 10 minutes and kind of look where the sets are coming, and you make those decisions. And today's a little harder, a little smaller, but when the waves do come, the guys are getting, guys and girls are getting, good to excellent scores.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're down on the beach, we got two superstars down here. I urge you guys to come and hang out with these guys. They're super cool, super down to earth, some of the world's best surfers. And last thing before we leave, I overheard that you guys might be potentially coming into the booth to give us a little bit of color commentary.
I'm always down. I don't know about brother. I'll try to get him in there.
No pressure.
I'll try to get him in there. But yeah, no, I love watching the kids. I mean, it's fun to commentate. you know, the international flavor. I mean, everywhere we go, it is kind of that, but this is a little different when you got the cheering squads and their coaches and their family members. Like, it's definitely a really cool atmosphere.
Right on. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Have fun the rest of your day. Back up to the booth.
All right. All right. Thanks so much, Gali Carranza, getting the great interview with the two local legends. No lifeguard on duty on that tower, but a couple local legends on duty. We definitely got to get Kolohe in here, give him a chance to give some energy in the booth. He's got so many kids from San Clemente that he has nurtured and groomed to be the next best thing in San Clemente. So we definitely would love to have him in the booth as well. Thank you, Brett Simpson. And as we see some scores in the water, look at Johnny Guerrero.
Yeah, well, there's been a little lull in the action while that interview went down, but look at this. Brett Simpson was calling, yeah, there's a couple good rights that you can get some 8-point rides on. Let's see if it happens right now. Looks like our man in blues got the wave.
Here we go, live action. Gaspar Larangay of Argentina flowing through this one, going to find the lip again. So crucial to get to it. He's a bit late. Hits the elevator again as the backwash hits him. Not sure if he rode that one out. Cheers sound like he did. Johnny Guerrero now on the backhand. This wave failing to stand up for him, but he's getting to the double up here. He clicks through that final section nicely. Bulk of the score going to come from that last maneuver. What does it feel like as a competitor when you've been waiting that long and you pick a wave that doesn't really give anything, and then, you know, all their pressure is to finish on that last maneuver?
Well, I mean, I think, you know, I'm going to disagree a little bit. I think that he did some good work on the outside and then finished with a bang. So that's always a good feeling, you know, when you can, you know, ride your wave adequately on the outside and finish well. Or, you know, obviously you want to start off banging. I think the bigger, riskier moves are always at the beginning of the wave. Why? Because if you fall at the beginning of the wave, you miss every opportunity after that. So judges always a little more partial to dishing out a little bigger score. They know it's a riskier maneuver as you start the wave. Let's take another look at this exchange. So Blue starts off with a little cut back into the whitewash, kind of gets caught behind it. A little late to that one, but now he's got some open face. Hits it vertical, but late to get down. Let's see if he can ride out of this. I think he did ride out of this, and here's the little slash our man in yellow started off with. Johnny Guerrero getting just a few maneuvers here. As you said, not anything spectacular on the outside, but as this wave doubles up, it gets more powerful. He drops in and cracks it nice and hard. So having that exclamation point at the end of a wave is always going to influence the score. I think Johnny Guerrero did a good job of really livening things up there at the end and turning perhaps a really small, mediocre score into at least a mediocre medium score. And I'm not going into the excellent range with that. I don't know. I'm not a judge, but I think that he'll get something decent posted for that second wave. Let's look at this blues wave again, because, you know, if he could have ridden out this last maneuver, it was a vertical hit, definitely late. It's still going to cost him a little bit of a chunk of a score because he did hit it late, but he did ride out of it. So he'll get some credit for that last maneuver.
That's right. Well, it's barefoot ski conditions out there. It's that glassy. Down on the beach, we have Lindsay Jacob-Ellis with an interview. Lindsay, who do you have for us?
Gabriel Vargas, congratulations on your last heat win. It was a little intense there in the moment. You had a priority call against you. How do you keep yourself calm and try to finish out the heat strong?
Yeah, I just got interference. Just started in a heat. Just try to continue surfing. No, I got a good right and a good left, and just happy to be in the next round. No.
Yeah, well, you definitely kept your composure out there. That's definitely hard to move past, especially right in the beginning. It can definitely throw you for a loop. But congratulations. You want to say hi to anyone back home?
Yeah, quiero agradecer a todos los que me están viendo. Seguimos con todas las siguientes rondas y vamos Perú.
Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Lindsay. And what a great bed of talent coming out of Peru right now. Johnny Guerrero in this heat lighting things up, but here is red, Salvador Couto from Portugal.
That's it. Surfer in red, the regular footer going to the backhand attack. The conditions seem to be getting better out there. That tide's starting to drop out. A lot more of a bowl-on action. First heats were right on the beach, and now look at this replay from red. Just gets it going there, just slicing through. Nice rhythm to the flow here, but nothing of consequence and vertical, and he's going to go ahead and bring this one to the inside. One last section here. Nope. That's going to be it for red. He's going to be definitely dropping his second best wave. Here we go. Here's the captain of the ISA, Fernando Aguirre. Good to have him here always. As you can see, he's holding a sculpture there made by one of our beach commentators, Ben Wei. He also does our Japanese interviews. He's a great shaper, and he's made that sculpture.
Well, what is that sculpture? That is a shaka, and the shaka is the international sign of Stoke, and no better person, our colorful man on the scene, Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA since 1996, and I'd have to say single-handedly, well, no, not single-handedly, but certainly the man, the driving force behind getting surfing to the Olympics. Of course, joined by Robert Fasulo and the rest of the ISA staff to make Duke's dream come to life. Really, if you've never experienced an impassioned speech from Fernando Aguirre, you absolutely must attend the closing ceremony coming up here on Sunday. We'll be crowning champions and, of course, feeling that love and that Stoke and the world of surfing under the umbrella of Stoke at the conclusion of this event.
That's right. Well, he's enjoyed a career in the surf industry, once with Reef, and now a full-time commitment to the International Surfing Association, the progression of this sport. And with the staff he has, we've been able to grow, offering so many different contests through the entire season that bring together federations from around the world. That's what makes the ISA different. If you're watching this contest live and you're used to watching the professional tour, these surfers in the water are not surfing for QS points, for qualifying points. They're not surfing for money. They're surfing for pride of country. They've paid their own way to get here via fundraising. Some parents have sold their cars to pay for their kids' flights to come here. And these are the kind of stories that really inspire us. And as we see inspiring surfing still going down, up and riding, surfer in blue, Gaspar of Argentina needs a score of 4.77 is what he needs to get to continue his role here in these games. He likes it. He throws some hand action to his family there. There is his fellow Argentinian Fernando Aguirre. He loves not just his the games here, but he loves it when he sees his home country doing well. Check out this replay.
All right, let's break it down. This, I believe, is our Man in Blue's best wave. Really started off a little bit slow but sleepy, but definitely picking things up here, getting a couple of nice moves, like 3 maneuvers all in the span of about 10 yards there before the shore break. So Blue started off I don't even think he had priority, but that wave really potentially helping his cause. Gaspar, he needs a 4.77, and it should be close. There's the shaka. Some more about our man, Fernando Aguirre. Of course, he's standing next to Team Argentina. He is from Argentina. He was the chairman and co-founder of the surf brand Reef. You may have heard of that brand. They make some great clothes, great shoes. They've been an industry leader in the footwear and apparel since 1984. So a little more history on that. Here is Seth Morris. He's kind of in a corner. I do believe he's got an interference holding against him, so he needs a second wave. He's going to have the same situation as our Peruvian surfer in the last heat. One of his scores will be deemed half the score. Right now he is putting down something better. See, his first wave was a 0 ride. I believe that's because it was less than a point and half than less. It worked out to where the rounds off to 0. But this wave should help his cause just a little bit.
Throwing buckets on his competitor had to be a bit of satisfaction, but the only thing that's going to bring him satisfaction is cracking second place, which is going to be a tall order with that interference in his scoreline. His score is starting to drop in now, needing a 7.63. Not sure he's going to get that number. There's 3 minutes remaining here. Again, we want to just highlight some of the differences that make the ISA special. A one-off, this event, we're going to crown a world champion. It's not a series of events throughout the year. We're crowning world champion for these junior surfers in both under 18 and under 16 for both the boys and girls.
Yeah, and definitely some names will be in the big bright lights. Pretty much most of the top pros, or majority of the top pros making huge names for themselves on the world scene, have come through the ISA. Names like Tom Curran, Felipe Toledo, Jordy Smith, Julian Wilson, Gabriel Medina, Leovano Faravanti, Stephanie Gilmore, Sally Fitzgibbons, Tatiana Weston Webb, Tyler Wright, Laura Enever. The list goes on and on and on. The ISA Junior Championships are certainly a hotbed and a temperature gauge for what the future holds in surfing.
That's right. Well, and it's not just the top athletes that get highlighted in the ISA. It's also about developing the young surfers, trying it out for the first time. Check it out on screen. Our surfers in the next heat, paddling out under the pier there. That's Aldo Chirinos in yellow, and surfer from Brazil in white, Daniel Adsaka. And right into the next heat again. 2 are remaining. 2 are going home. It's glory and dismay, but with a loss, you know, they're not by themselves. It's not packing the bags and going home. What do these surfers do after they take a hard loss in these team events?
Well, you know, losing's never fun, but, you know, it takes a little while. It's never fun to lose, but the fortunate thing about competing with your team is you've got backup, you've got support. You've also got a responsibility to bring positive energy to the rest of your team. You can't let your loss dictate the energy and bring the other competitors down that are still going. In fact, you got to really snap out of it and make it work for their advantage. You know, be there to support them and do what you can to you know, partake in that team effort. That's what makes this event special. I mean, of course, we've got the individual prizes, but all these surfers representing their team bring points to the team prize. And I've been on the receiving end of that, where, you know, I didn't necessarily win, you know, but I was part of a winning team. And so, yeah, I walked home with a gold medal around my neck for the Team Hawaii. And it's almost like you can't really translate that. It's such a unique experience to be involved in this. And it's not even always about the trophies. It's just about the experience, the friendships these guys create, the lifetime memories they'll have by doing this at such a young age.
Well, with that, we can see the cheers on the beach from the Argentinians. Unofficial results, winning that heat. First place, yellow, Johnny Guerrero. There's another shaka throw from the president there, Fernando Aguirre. Second place, Gaspar in blue from Argentina. Unfortunately, Salvador Cuoto of Portugal and Seth Morris of England. That is going to be it for their 2018 run. We're going to take a quick break and be right back for more action here at the Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
The city of Huntington Beach is an iconic surf destination located in Southern California. The people of Huntington Beach lead an active lifestyle with action sports, particularly surfing. With over 100 years of history, surfing is a way of life, and no community has a deeper appreciation for the sport. Huntington Beach is known as Surf City, USA, having hosted numerous elite competitions such as the ISA World Surfing Games and the US Open of Surfing. Not only is it recognized for the sport, but also for its culture, music, and lifestyle. In 2018, Huntington Beach will once again take the global spotlight as the host of the Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, when the world's best under-18 surfers compete for the coveted gold medals and the team world champion title.
right, welcome back to beautiful Southern California. This is Huntington Beach, California. You're watching the 2018 Vizsla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. As you can see, what's on screen, plenty of great surfing action and good waves here in Southern California. Glassy conditions, beautiful slight offshore, and sunny skies. And look at this peak coming in, Stu Johnson.
Yes, a beautiful wave coming in, and this is the first wave of the heat, so there's no priority on call. We've had a couple non-priority interferences in the last two heats. Looks like this one's going to start cleaner. Hopefully the coach is getting into the ears of their athletes. Don't start the heat with an interference, and looks like these athletes getting the message. And a bit of a flare there in the surf. We're seeing the surf just hang in there. It looks like the surf line forecast calling for a bump in the period of the swell tomorrow. Today, just still dealing with a small period as we see the lineup in the water. Daniel Adsaca of Brazil in white, Leonardo Barcelos of Brazil in red, Aldo Chirinos from Costa Rica, and Maxime Reitia of Tahiti in blue. So a couple Brazilians in the water right now. It's going to be, as a team, how does that play out as we just have a quick look here at this first exchange?
Yeah, well, let's see how this plays out. Beautiful snap off the top from our man in white, Daniel Adsaca from Brazil, swooping back into another cutback. This is one of our Vizsla team riders, too, so definitely he's got the eye of creativity and ingenuity there on that first wave. Here's a different look at that opening exchange. We can see red took the left, so Leonardo Barcelos, also from Brazil, getting a quick start there, but comes unglued before he hits the shore break. And this is our man in yellow, Aldo Chirinos from Costa Rica. Winds up on the outside, waiting for this wave to reform, throw some spray over the crack on that last section as well. So good opening exchange here. Daniel Adsaca, I'd say, definitely getting the better of that exchange, looking really smooth, really complete. A variety of maneuvers, earning himself a 7.50 on that opening wave. Meanwhile, Chirinos from Costa Rica, we just saw a 4.80, and Leonardo Barcelos, pretty short wave, a 4.5.
Well, we're just going to stay with live action here quickly as we see Maxime Reitia of Tahiti. Got a wave at the beginning, just a 2.0. Not sure if he's going to make it around this section. Goes for a float, unable to connect it. But down on the beach, we have Johnny Guerrero with Ben Way. Ben Way, take it away.
Thank you, Stu. Mike Latronic here with the winner of that Heat 2 from Peru, Johnny Guerrero. Felicidades.
Gracias, estoy contento de haber pasado este hit. Fue difícil, las condiciones del mar están complicadas, pero planteé una buena estrategia, empecé rápido en mi hit y eso me ayudó para pasar primero en este hit.
Yeah, so he said it was a difficult one, not a lot of waves, and he got through it. He's happy to make it through the first one. Hoy empezamos con marea alta. No hay tantas olas como los días anteriores. ¿Qué tanto piensas en lo de prioridad? Porque sale una buena ola de vez en cuando.
Sí, es complicado de hecho, pero como dije, la idea es empezar rápido, una ola, un 6, un 7 rápido, y ahí ya te da la tranquilidad para esperar una más o empezar a coger una rápido y luego esperar otra buena, y ya estás más tranquilo todo el hit. Eso es lo que hice en mi hit, planteé esa estrategia con mis coaches y me fue súper bien y contento. Seguimos escalando paso a paso.
Perfect. So we're saying there's less waves today. How much do you think about priority? Because there's only one good wave that comes every once in a while. His strategy was get out there, get the good score, and then have time to kind of work and build on that. Muchas gracias. ¿No quieres decir algo, un mensaje a los amigos, a los paisanos?
Sí, de todas maneras. Quiero mandar un saludo a toda mi gente del barrio de Chorrillos, a todo el Perú que siempre nos está apoyando, y nada, contento de estar aquí y a seguir escalando paso a paso.
Bueno, arriba Perú.
Arriba Perú.
Gracias. Y lo sabes. So we are back to the live. We'll see him in the next one. Thanks, you guys.
Now, you made the reference to boxing earlier, and I couldn't help but think that young man looks like Mikey Garcia, world champion boxer, definitely throwing the 1-2 punch on his competitors here in Huntington Beach. And we'll see more of him in the upcoming rounds. Meanwhile, Leonardo Barcelos from Brazil getting busy, staying busy, and definitely doing some damage out there.
Well, Team Brazil on a tear right now. They have one goal coming off the beach, and that's for go 1 and 2 in this heat. They need to maximize they're scoring. They've already lost a couple competitors on their team. So anytime you lose someone in a rapid charge heat, it takes a hit to the team points. So these guys really wanting to bring it. And look at these scores dropping in for the last of these Brazilians. Going to be a solid score for both of these young men. Aldo Chirinos holding first priority from Costa Rica. Let's have a look at this replay of last of red.
Yeah, well, his first effort, just a 4.5. This right-hander looking much, much better. Already some solid surfing on the outside. You can see him waiting for this wave to reform. Haven't seen a cutback on that section in a while, and gets another couple of snaps. So kind of going mid-face on those snaps. It's going to keep the score in check, but so many maneuvers. That wave has to be one of the best scores of the heat. I think if he went a little more vertical on the inside, we might even see it go to the excellent range. But great surfing nonetheless, and he is going to post a solid score going from 4th place. Definitely going to move up. Not sure how far we'll see. He only needed a 2.83 to move into second, but I think he might even take over first place even after Daniel Adsaka's second wave gets logged in here. But it's going to be close. The two Brazilians definitely commanding after that exchange. And here we go, red up again.
Leonardo Barcelos of Brazil on his forehand, a smooth, slow, drawing comeback to the power source. He kind of stays with the whitewater there. Didn't like what he saw on the inside. He's going to cut out now. Dark black hair, yellow jersey, dark black shorts, and a yellow board. Look at this beautiful backhand approach here from Aldo Chirinos of Costa Rica. Color coordinated, the spray is flying. And the surfer who loves surfing Tamarindo with guys like Dean Vanderwall and Team Belgium liking the flow here.
Floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee. The black and yellow's definitely fighting back. Those were some nice, snappy maneuvers, but he has his work cut out for him. So Daniel Adsaka planks down a 6.57 on his last wave. Here's the last wave we saw of red. Beautiful cutback, but that's not going to factor into his top two. You can see this wave sort of pitters out and he kicks out, so that's going to be a small score. But this wave, starting out strong, a little bit whitewater on the face, but timing these off the lips quite nice. This third one, just a connecting turn. I like what he does on the inside here. Sets it up and gets it nice and vertical all the way around, so that's going to help his cause. He is now going to be in contention to fight off the Brazilian force that's working these rights and left-handers as we speak.
All right, the Brazilian Storm splitting this peak. Eyes right now, cameras on the right-hander, backhand surfing from Leonardo Barcelos. He's trying to back up his low score of a 4.5. He's got the heat. He's got one of the high heat scores of a 7.23, a 7.5 held by his countryman in white, who split that peak, went to the left.
All right, why don't you give us the rundown on the situation? There's been a lot of scores and a lot of place jumpings. Looks like the two Brazilians are still in the lead, but Stu, give us a breakdown. First, let's look at what White had. So looking at the replay of Adsaka's last wave on his backhand, getting up into the lip, very solid two moves on the outside. This little inside section not providing much, and the Brazilian Storm, as you say, definitely reigning supreme in this heat. First and second, looks like Daniel Adsaka is holding down first. We'll see how this last wave of Barcelos fares in. He needs a 6.85 to take over that comfy first place position, but certainly a power play by the two Brazilians.
That's right. Well, scores are going to drop in here, and we're going to be able to give you a updated situation. But looking like Leonardo Barcelos of Brazil is going to back up his low score. He dropped a 6.33 on that last wave we just saw the replay of. He's now still sitting in second place. First place is Daniel Adsaka with a 7.5 and a 6.57. Nice surfing on his last wave, but looking like it's not going to better his 6.57. Man, these surfers in third place, Aldo Chirinos, with the black and yellow color coordination, dropped a 5.97 on his last wave. He still needs a 7.59. That just shows the caliber of surfing going on in this heat. And then the lone Tahitian in the water, Maxime, has a lot of work to do. He needs a 9.23 as we see Leonardo signaling the beach announcers for an update.
Well, yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot from Maxime in this heat from Tahiti, but he does have first priority. There is our team leaders from Team Brazil. Coaches giving instructions to some upcoming surfers. We are going to be switching over to the ladies in a little while, but you can bet they're feeling pretty stoked to have 2 surfers in the repechage, both looking like they're advancing, but plenty of time still left in this heat. 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So can the Tahitian get a wave to get in the game here? That 4.33 and that 3.0 really not putting him in range. He's going to need a 9.23 with the scores he has now. So my bet is he's probably going to be looking to replace one of those low scores and get much closer in striking distance for a second good score. Aldo Chineros, he's got that 5.97, so he's in striking distance. He needs a 7.59 to take over second place, and but it's all about the Brazilian Storm at the moment here at Huntington Beach in this particular heat.
Well, with a little break in the action, I've got just a quick question for you, Mike. Do you like the feeling of a brand new, fresh wetsuit?
Of course I do, and I know you're asking me that because I put on a wetsuit the other day a couple times already, and I think we're giving away some beautiful wetsuits here at this event.
We sure are. The 7 Days of 7 Seas giveaway from Vissla. We're going to be giving away 7 wetsuits on every day of competition this week. We just have a few days left to enter. You just need to follow at Vissla Surf on Instagram. Also, you have to follow ISA Surfing on Instagram and tag a friend in the comments of the post.
Let me rectify that. You said we're giving away 7 wetsuits every day. We're giving away 1 7 Seas wetsuit every day.
There we go.
Definitely want to deliver what we say.
Thank you for helping my semiotics there. Yes, 1 wetsuit a day per competition day. We just have a few more wetsuits to give away. And also, the surfers who have the heat high score every day are winning a pair of DeBlanc Sunnies. I've been rocking my DeBlanc Polarized all week here in sunny Huntington Beach. Great glasses, tortoiseshell, simple design. If you're here in Huntington, you can come down to the Vissla zone. They've got 3 trailers set up, a shaping bay. There's going to be live shaping there on Saturday this weekend. You can come down and check it out, see how the craftsmen make it happen. And also they've got a converted old Ford Econoline with a nice bench seat, just good for hanging out, bringing a guitar down, play some music down on the beach. It's going to be a great weekend for the finals. And we can see our competitors still waiting out there with priorities. Our surfer in blue, the Tahitian, and Aldo Chirinos. These are the 2 surfers who need scores here to get back into the action here. And again, thank you to Huntington Beach for hosting this event. We've been staying at the Pasea Hotel this week. Mike, how's your experience been so far? Is this your first time staying at the Pasea?
Yeah, you got a lot of friends and family, actually, or friends in Southern California. Usually I crash at a buddy's house, but working with the ISA, we've got a coordinated effort and got some beautiful accommodations down there. Here's an aerial view. You can see our Vissla Village right there. There's all kinds of stuff. I think we got 20% off to any of the athletes in the competition. So if you want to come down here and check it out and get some cool stuff, obviously Vissla, a leader in creative and innovative stuff. You can also see the Ford trailer there. They're putting some nice cars on display. I think there's like a van over there that you could pretty much live in. Had a little kitchenette and a sleeper's quarter, so not quite a caravan, but sick little Ford vans. Come down, check it out. And, of course, don't want to miss the action on hand because every single heat here is just being plowed with good waves, and these kids are definitely ripping it up.
Well, we just had Eric Kramer, contest director, dropping by here into the webcast booth, getting us an updated schedule for the day. Exciting event this afternoon. Starting around 3 p.m., we're going to do the Aloha Cup, which is an annual event that breaks up the kind of normal code or setup of a normal surf heat. If you've never seen the Aloha Cup, check in here live at 3 o'clock if you're on the webcast, or come down to the beach to check it out. It is one of my favorite events.
Yeah, it's like an event within an event. Basically, outside of the team awards that are given for the all overall standings in the individual competition, the Aloha Cup is a team event within that. And what they do is they pose several surfers. They get 4 surfers on each team, each required to ride several waves in a small amount of time. It's almost like a little mini marathon surfing event. We're not sure. They haven't given us the exact criteria of that yet, and we'll be updating you as when we get that. But definitely a empowered event, a very inspired event within this event.
That's right. Well, just then we saw a very key wave caught by Aldo Chirinos of Costa Rica, sitting in 3rd place. He needs a 7.59. He was well and on his way. He needed to finish that wave strong. What do you think about that effort? Did he need to go that big?
Yeah, well, he definitely needs to go big. A 7.59 would indeed be the best wave ridden in this heat, so he needed to go big. I'm not sure with that landing if he's going to get that. No, he got a 5.10, so with 1 minute and 27 seconds left, Chirinos is scanning the inside. You can see there's not much surf activity. Let's break down what has been happening here. Our man in blue, currently from Tahiti, looking for something to get him in range and just having kind of a shocker of a heat. But here's Chirinos finding some nice work on the outside, comes to the inside, slashing good, looking good, kind of on his way. Got to do something really big here on the inside if he wants to get near that excellent score. This wave not producing a ton of energy, goes up for the air, and just not able to ride out of that little tail slide. So didn't finish that wave, didn't get the score, and now he's on the hunt. This little wave on the inside is not going to be his answer.
Unfortunately for Chirinos, that one didn't have the push. You could tell he has that move on lock. Sometimes you go for the move even when the wave doesn't allow it, and unfortunately for him, he goes down. But sitting pretty are the 2 surfers from Team Brazil, Daniel Adsaka and Leonardo Barcelos, and they are holding between them 1st and 2nd priority. I don't imagine any waves of quality are going to go under their nose without them catching it. And here we go, rolling underneath with just 4 seconds remaining. Will the buzzer go before Aldo Chirinos gets to his feet? Stand up, Aldo. Hard to tell here on the live feed if this wave counts.
It won't matter anyway. That wave didn't have the potential to give him a near excellent score. And that'll be the end of the run for the Costa Rican. Great effort, though, and a good fight back. But you can bet the Brazilian dream is alive. Those 2 guys making out of this repechage. It was a huge plus for Team Brazil, especially this late in the competition. All right, well, we're going to have more action, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Vissla's new superior high-performance high seas wetsuit. Made with iFoam, the lightest, stretchiest, and warmest neoprene available. This advanced Vissla suit is at the vanguard of progressive high-performance wetsuits. Available now online or your local Vissla retailer.
I want it all. Yeah, I want everything. You know it ain't worth living if you're dreaming small. I want it all. I want it all.
Welcome back to the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. You're watching the 2018 Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's a perfect day here in Southern California. Brad Bricknell alongside Kale Carranza for the call. Kale, we're into repechage round here today, elimination surfing, and we've got a great hit in the water right now. Let's introduce them to you. Eduardo Papa from Italy, Dean Vanderwaal from Belgium, Max McGugan from Australia, and Caleb Cupmore from New Zealand. Looks like Caleb's had one wave of 6.0. He's in the blue, McGugan in the yellow, Vanderwaal in the white, and of course Papa from Italy in the red.
And Papa, coming from the Adriatic Sea, says he has to go over to France and Portugal quite a bit. But no surprise there. We had Leonardo Fioravanti on tour a couple years back. So we will be seeing more and more Italians. What an inspiration it is to have someone on tour when you're from Italy. Here we go. This is Red up and riding.
Yeah, found a nice little inside wedge, a little chip shot off there. Nice roundhouse rebound to start off with. Whitewater climb. And ends up his opening wave, 6.0 from Cutmore. We see him with interference a couple of rounds ago. He's fighting his way through the repechage, and he's got a score on the board already. Here he goes. Nice little tag to open up the New Zealander. Second turn, fins out there, and that's solid surfing from the Kiwi.
Great surfing from him on his backhand. We were talking about the importance of going to your backhand to get those windshield wiper-esque bams off the lip. I got a chance to actually talk to Brett Simpson about that, and he's like, hey, you know, if the waves are small, I'm going to go on my backhand. I'm going to do those windshield wipers, kind of like wiggly dantas, get a lot of spray going. But he says, be careful, because if you do that too often, you do that too many times, the judges are going to get used to it, and then they're going to start scoring you less and less.
Here we go. This is elimination rounds, of course. Surfers in 4th place here get 29th place overall, 340 points towards the team standings. 3rd place equal 25th and 360. We can tell you at the moment Team USA and Team Japan are tied on top of the leaderboard as we take a look at this replay. This is Cutmore from New Zealand. Beautiful transitional turns yet. This is opening wave, a 6.0. Nice flow through the inside section, rail-to-rail transitions, vertical end, just goes down, but already damage done.
Absolutely. And here we see our surfer dell'Italia, Eduardo Papa. Just clean surfing from him. He backs out of that wave because it has no more sections on offer. As we see there, the attack from our surfer from New Zealand. Beautiful surfing from him. A little bit of a tail release, and that's what we like to see. Variation, very, very key, especially in this small wave. Sometimes it's really hard to add variation to your backside.
Absolutely right. It all depends on those sections that are presenting themselves to you, and there are a few of those sections today. A couple of bigger sets started to come in the last 20 minutes. Here goes Max McGugan on his backside, talking to one of the coaches. He's going to be looking to favor the right-handers in this heat, using that strong, powerful backhand attack to his advantage. And you can see he's doing well on this wave now. Big slash off the top. He's found a great-looking wave here. It's going to take him all the way into the shore break. And now Max McGugan from Sydney is on the board. More live pictures. Belgium's Vanderwaal in white, glistening inside, closeout re-entry. And now a flurry of waves to open up this repechage round number 5 heat number 4.
I like it when the ocean delivers. Remember, we are not surfing on a skate ball. We can't surf the exact same canvas. The ocean has to provide, and we know that the tide is dropping. We know that more waves are going to come, but everyone really excited to see these waves actually finally coming in with this lower tide. I love it when the surfers that need scores get the waves. It is such a bummer when you're sitting out the back. You've competed quite a bit before, Brad. You're sitting out the back. You need a score. You don't feel nervous. You know you can do it, but then you just can't get the wave.
Yeah, that's one of the unique things about our sport. Let's take a look now at Papa, 5.23.
Nice little cutty to get things started. Look at the flow this young gentleman has. Beautiful surfing, pacing himself throughout the inside of the wave. Finishes that maneuver, so it is going to be 4 turns for him. And on his backhand, our surfer from Australia, Max McGugan, saying that he needs to do a few more squats. I don't think so, young man. You are surfing with a lot of power. Another blast there, pushing a lot of water. Nose of the board, wanting to go underwater, but it doesn't. Why? Because he pushes hard on that back foot. Beautiful surfing, a little bit more aggression. We'd like to see that.
Yeah, Vanderwaal, this is the man from Belgium, his first wave.
Vanderwaal, opposite kind of attack, way more flowy, beautiful lines drawn, very elegant surfing from him, but he can go big as well. Big blast on the inside section. I had a chance to talk to Kalohe Andino and Brett Simpson earlier, and Brett actually said, if I have to surf against a panda, I'm not going to go for power surfing. I'm going to change my approach. I'm going to go innovation. So you really have to be aware of what surfers you're going to be surfing against and make a point of difference so that the judges take note.
So true. It's all about planning that strategy for those heats, planning the strategy for the conditions, and also planning that strategy for whoever you're surfing against. Let's have a look at scores now. Looks like it is Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand in the lead, a 6.0 and a 5.43. That takes him out in front, and we'll come back now in a second. Papa in second, Vanderbilt third, McGugan in fourth place. We're going to take a short break from the booth because Lindsay Jacob Ellis is ready with the winner down there of the last heat. It is Daniel Asada from Brazil.
Hi guys, I'm here with Daniel. Congratulations on that last heat. This is do or die. You have to make it to that next round, and you did not leave anything on the table. Great job.
Thank you.
What are your emotions out there in the water going into this heat?
I'm really happy to be my heat. The heat was so hard, and now let's do next round and be my work, and let's do this.
Awesome, well said. Man, a few words, but he's loving it and he's practicing his English. He wanted to really try here. That's all that we have, you know, happening here. So many different countries coming together and learning from each other. And he wants to say a quick hi to his family.
Valeu, galera que tá assistindo aí. Obrigado a todos. E bora representar o Brasil. E é isso. Valeu.
Also giving some love to his coach, Balu. Congrats. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Daniel Atsada, through to the next round, of course, along there with Leonardo Barcelos from Brazil as well, the fellow countryman. So just going to give you an update here. Brad Bricknell alongside Carle Carranza. 12 minutes remaining in this one. It is Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand out in front. Eduardo Papa in second, looking for a 6.20. Dian Vanderval in the white singlet, looking for a 2.6. And Max McGugan from Australia, only one wave at 5.73. Here he goes, wave number 2. Nice aggressive start from the Aussie from Sydney, Australia, working with the High Performance Centre up in Casuarina. And he's winding up on the inside now. He's found so many little corners, a great tempo to this wave, a great rhythm to his surfing, and a great closeout section there for the Aussie. Here goes Papa on the outside, locked in 2 waves, 5.23. Here was his last. He's trying to drop at 2.77. He's favoured the left-hander here, and he's going to get a couple of inside tags. Click turn to finish off. So great solid surfing from these surfers in this heat.
Yeah, I love the difference in approaches. We saw Max going really hard, pushing really hard on his board, and Eduardo Papa a little bit mellower, but when he hits the lip, he explodes and gets a little bit more speed. So it's really interesting to see their approach. It's interesting to see the difference in styles that we have in the water right now. 4 surfers, 4 different styles, 4 different ways to approach the wave. That's the cool thing about surfing.
4 different countries represented in this one too. Of course, 44 nations represented here for the 2018 edition of this Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Over 361 competitors and around about 500 participants when you include all the coaches and judges as well. We're standing by on some big scores to be dropped, Jay Carl. It looks like Cutmore is about to drop his biggest wave of the heat, or his highest score of the heat, and Papa looking to drop his 2.77 too.
Yeah, so not surprised at all. I think that last exchange was crucial. That was really good surfing. That was top to bottom and a lot of maneuvers. Talking about the number of maneuvers usually not coming into play, usually in these events, but now with the smaller conditions, I mean, if you're not able to do big turns, at least try and do a few of them.
Well, speaking of big turns, I was talking to Sam, one of the high performance coaches for the Australian team. He was talking about the strategy for Max McGugan was to find the right-handers because they felt like, as we see, a big air reverse, a great rotation on the inside, almost incomplete though. He was favouring the backside because waves like this, they stand up a bit more, and he felt like there's more vertical opportunity on the outside.
100%. I think the right-handers are a little bit better. So I would almost say that an advantage to the goofy footers, as we see just beautiful surfing there, talking about goofy-footed surfing, beautiful attack. Let's have a look here. Small-looking wave. He's very aggressive. Starts off with a turn, a little bit behind the 8 ball on that one, but does well to stay with it. So 3 turns, now a little bit better. Out into the open face, and right there, placing them perfectly. So the first 3 turns a little bit behind, but the last 4 solid. 1 foot, 2 foot wave, but great surfing. And look at this right here. Eduardo Papa, just so stylish. I like the word elegant. He does so well to pace himself, not really pushing when he doesn't need to. Doing really well to stay with the wave, and 4 maneuvers as well, with the strongest being his last.
Absolutely right. So scores now dropping in from our panel of judges. 4.57 for Lassa Papa, 6.47 for Lassa Cutmore from New Zealand. We're standing by for Lassa Max McGugan. He's currently in 4th place, but I have a feeling, Carly, with the score, he might drop him up into 2nd place. 9 minutes remaining.
I think he has done that. Whoop. not enough. He's in second position.
Yeah, second place now. Cutmore leads from New Zealand, a 6 and a 6.47. McGugan in second from Australia now requires 5.94 if he wants to lead. Papa from Italy drops down into third, a 7.03 requirement for him, while Vanderwaal in fourth place, a 6.86 will get him into the lead. And of course, these 20-minute heats are providing a bit more opportunity. This is the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. We've seen some amazing surfing here, professional surfing, throughout the years.
Throughout the years, think of Tom Curran and Mark Occhilupo. I think of that big, and from there you fast forward into Kanoa Igarashi's claim last year. I remember Brett Simpson taking out the win twice. That is not an easy thing to do, to win 2 events in a row, much less in a place like Huntington Beach where there's so many factors that come into play. You need to know how to surf on the outside. You need to know how to be using your rail when it's choppy and difficult, and you also need to know to find the good waves. So impressive to see 2 surfers from Huntington Beach taking out the win, Kanoa Igarashi and Brett Simpson in the past.
Absolutely right. Team Australia here could take inspiration from those surfers. A lot of experience also in these teams with regards to their coaches, former World Championship Tour competitors. Kate Wilkins is coaching the Australian team as we see a couple of surfers getting ready there. And of course, in 1996, the ISA World Surfing Games, I had the pleasure of competing here for South Africa. Back then, that year was won by another professional surfer, Taylor Knox.
What were the waves like?
The waves were pumping. It was similar to what we had here. It started off with good swell, ended off with surf like we're seeing today, and almost carbon copy conditions. But what a great experience for me. Some of the things I remember outside of the team results and the medals was the camaraderie and the team spirit that we really experienced. That, you know, the flags on the beach, the proximity of all the spectators to the Coliseum here, it brings something special, something unique, and it can be a real pressure zone as well.
Absolutely. What was it like sitting out the back waiting for a wave? Can you actually hear people even talking, much less yelling, when they're on the pier?
Well, you can. We had a coach on the pier and a coach on the beach at the same time, and so depending on the conditions, they were relaying various types of information to us out there. These smaller days, probably you would only have guys on the beach, and because there's not too much advantage you can give them from on the pier on these kind of days.
But what kind of advantage do you have when you have a coach on the pier? As a competitor yourself, I've never had a chance to compete here in Huntington Beach. What was he saying that was helping you out in the water?
Yeah, depending on the day, depending on the conditions. Sometimes you couldn't always hear the scores from the beach. They would relay positions, relay priority calls, and more importantly, it will give you a situation where if there's more than 1 or 2 waves coming, they'd say a second wave maybe looking better, just take a look. They'd feed you information. They wouldn't tell you what to do. I had a really good coach. His name was Graham Hines. He would say, 2 waves coming, Brad. First one looks better. Decision is yours. And then you go, okay, I know there's 2 lumps coming. I'm in the pole position. I can make that decision. The responsibility is on me.
Right. That's a pretty funny thing to say. 2 waves coming in. The first one's way better, but if you want to kook it, you can go number 2.
The decision is up to you. Of course, sometimes the way it hits a sandbank,
right,
or the tide could affect it.
That being said, looking at it from above, totally different, right? You have a
Exactly
different
right.
vantage point. We saw the drone footage a few heats ago where we actually thought the wave looked really good. Not one single competitor in the water paddled for that wave. Then when we saw it from the land, we were like, oh, okay, it's completely flat. So it kind of throws you off a little bit.
So true. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Let's have a quick look now at the team leaderboard. Team USA and Team Japan are tied on top of the leaderboard as of this morning. 10,360 points each. Hawaii is in third, 9,050 points. It's pretty close between them and Australia in fourth, 9,030 points. Of course, France, Brazil, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Peru make up the top 10.
And who's in number 17? That's my favorite number.
Number 17 is Chile.
There
One of your
you go.
favorite countries too.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the perfect left-handers in the world, as we see on our leaderboard. Also Panama, number 27. Mexico, 25th. Russia, way above everyone else in 21st position.
Yeah, right. Of course, having a look at these rounds, 360 points for surfers who get third place, equal 25th. And of course, 29th place, equal 29th for the fourth place surfer. And 340 points you'll be contributing to your team title. And speaking of team titles, we have a very unique event coming up this afternoon. Tell us about the Aloha Cup.
The Aloha Cup, an amazing 8-team competition. So those teams that scored and got the best, they were up on the leaderboard in the top 8. They get a chance to compete in this Aloha Cup. What it means that there's 4 competitors per team, 2 men, 2 women, and they have to go out usually in 45 or 50 minutes, depending on how much time the judges allocate to this event. They go out, catch 2 waves. If you stand up on a wave, it counts. So competitors that are in this event, they can't go out there, catch a couple waves and go, no, I actually didn't like wave 2. I'll wait for wave number 3. No, you catch 2 waves, you stand up, it counts. You have to come in, tag your other team member, they run out. It's a relay race, basically. You said that there's quite a few in Australia.
Yeah, the tag team format is a pretty popular team format used for everything from team building skills. Looking at some surf now on the outside. Monitors are down, but looks like it is our surfer in red on the outside. Just finding a little inside right-hander here. Not much energy in this one for him. He'll just stick with it, though. Try and get one more turn. That is our surfer in red from Italy. That is Eduardo Papa. He's currently in third place, 7.03.
Didn't have enough speed there to go for that Air 360 on the inside. It looks like he has the right idea, the right rotation. As we see Team Italy, Giada Legati on the beach, cheering Team Italy on. Amazing to see Italians not only surfing, but surfing really, really well in this competition. Eduardo Papa, one of the standouts, in my opinion, in this event. As we see more waves coming out the bat, potentially, we could see some more action.
2 minutes and 43 seconds remaining here. This is repechage surfing, of course. This is elimination surfing. Cutmore from New Zealand in the lead. Max McGugan in second place from Australia. He needs a 5.94 to go into the lead. He has priority too. There's a bit of a lump moving into the contest area. McGugan is going to have first throw of the dice here. This is his decision. If he wants to go, he decides not to go on this one. Pulls back. That leaves the opportunity here for Cutmore with second priority. Now he's opening up his shoulders, just waiting for this wave to stand up. He's the current heat leader, looking for a 6.0 to improve his situation here. Now tapping into the inside zone, looking for that big turn right ahead of his countryman. Snaps one turn in, looking for the final closeout turn, waiting for the opportunity. He's patiently waiting, but unfortunately couldn't execute on the inside.
Yeah, I like that drone view because you get a chance to see how his feet shuffle forward on the board and back. And here we go. This is red.
Papa just trying to throw the reverse on the inside, going for the Air 360, just disconnects from his board. So no completion there. Cutmore leads, McGugan second. We can hear screams on the beach. You can hear whistling. These are the coaches and the teams getting involved. Of course, when it comes down to the last 90 seconds, that's when the pressure really starts to mount.
Absolutely. It is crunch time for these competitors, and they have to find that right wave. You can hear the whistles from the beach when you're a competitor out the back, and you know that the waves are coming. I wonder if they'll figure out a way to communicate and relay that information on the DL to the competitors, because that's something that, you know.
I remember one here in J-Bay for the Billabong Pro WCT event. Lane Beachley was being coached by Ken Bradshaw. She had an earpiece in her ear, and he was relaying information to her out in the water.
Way.
It's caused a lot of controversy at the time. This is Papa.
Our Italian surfer. Unfortunately for him, this wave just really, really slow and really flat, trying to do some damage, but he knows he can't force the issue. He's going to have to stay with it, try and do a little bank there. That was a wave that we were talking about where he tried to, I'm not quite sure if you could say he actually tried to do an Air 360, but the rotation was there. You can see that his body knows what he's doing, as is this young man, Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand, just milking it all the way to the inside. Great surfing, shuffling his feet forward to get a little bit of speed, and then opening up his stance to do exactly that. Blast that windshield wiper, Wigoli Danta-esque. And our surfer from Italy once again up and riding. This is Eduardo Papa. He knows he needs to do something big. Does the rotation, but unfortunately the board doesn't fly alongside his feet, so that board over-rotates and he goes down. Once more looking for that inside section.
Yeah, a little aerial view of that maneuver. Just a little kick through the inside section. Looks like this one will count for McGugan. He has an opportunity here to go to the lead. A 5.94 will get him there. He's building up ahead of speed.
Oh boy.
2 beautiful turns. There's a third. He's going to find a fourth too. This is clutch surfing from the Australian right at the death.
What did he need, Brad?
A 5.94 will get him into the lead. Cutmore will drop into second if that happens.
Okay, he can say toodles to that last score that he had, because this is going to be way better. Look at the amount of water, and he's placing his turns perfectly. Look at that. Every turn is much better than the last. Beautiful surfing from him. So if he needed a 5, that is adios to that.
Judges were very quick and very unanimous in that score. 7.33 straight in the bag. McGugan goes into first place, and that will be Caleb Cutmore in second, both advancing. Papa and Vanderwaal, unfortunately, eliminated from the event at this point in time. Team Australia is happy. The war cry is on, and we're going to take a short break here from California. When we come back, it's going to be more high-performance action from the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll see you soon.
In 2020, surfing will infuse the Olympics with high-performance action and youthful energy to a level never seen before in the Summer Games. As the governing authority of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee, the International Surfing Association has their sights set on Tokyo 2020, ready to showcase surfing to the world on the greatest stage in sport. Surfing's Olympic dream started over a century ago, as the legendary Duke Kahanamoku, the Hawaiian father of modern-day surfing, won an Olympic gold medal in swimming at the 1912 Stockholm Games. Standing atop the podium, the Duke expressed a dream that his beloved surfing could one day become an Olympic sport. As the world governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee, the International Surfing Association made pursuing the Duke's dream part of its mission, spreading the joy of surfing around the globe and putting the sport on the world's greatest sporting stage.
The ISA offers 54 years of consistently successful world championships where you can only enter if your national federation enters you. You're not surfing representing yourself. You're surfing representing your country. You wear the colors of your country. You don't do it for money. You do it for honor. And that is really what has given the ISA the platform to become what it is.
In August 2016, more than a century after the Duke's dream was born, the ISA made the dream come true, successfully lobbying to include surfing into the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Since 1964, the ISA has been working tirelessly to create a better world through surfing by crowning world champions in all surfing disciplines and developing the sport globally on a grassroots level. The ISA awards scholarships to more than 300 young boys and girls in need, creates the proper development pathway through instructor certification courses, makes the sport more accessible to surfers with physical challenges, and spreads the sport to all continents of the globe through their 103 member nations and counting. Surfing has the power to make a positive impact in the lives of all, and the ISA will continue to use the sport to change the world one surfer at a time through Tokyo 2020 and beyond.
We're not perfect, but we sure can do our part to minimize our impact on our precious ecosystem. Whistler's sustainability program is an ongoing mission to keep creating and innovating in order to help keep our waters clean and use less resources to make good products better. It's a long journey, but even small steps can get us to our destination. Join Whistler on their mission to protect and surf.
I fight for clean water.
The ecology of the beach, the environment of the beach.
I'm fighting for a more engaged general public.
Erosion, rising sea levels.
What we're trying to do is create the connection between what you do in your daily life and how that affects our local water quality.
The threats that are facing our coastlines, our waterways, is increasing on a daily basis.
What are you fighting for?
What are you fighting for?
What are you fighting for?
So what are you fighting for?
Join us and become a part of the solution.
Welcome back to a beautiful morning in Surf City, USA. Of course, we're at Huntington Beach for the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carle Carranza for the call. We're now into rapid charge round number 6 for the girls under 18 division. Heat number 1, McKenna Burke from the USA in white, Eva Woodland from Costa Rica in the red, Kiala Tambana Bannett from Hawaii in the yellow, and of course Minori Kawai from Japan. Those two surfers already had a heat this morning. And Carle?
Yes?
We've seen some good scores go down.
Oh, we have, absolutely. And interesting to see Kiala Bannard in the water again. So maybe a little bit of an advantage to have surfed earlier this morning?
Yeah, I think so. Given these kind of conditions, I think anytime we can get a couple of repetitions in, only 20-minute heats, more weights under the belt this time of the morning means you've got a bit of an advantage over the other competitors out there. Scores are dropping in. We've seen two waves here from McKenna Burke, a 4.33 and a 3.9. Eva Woodland about to open up her account, but this is Burke's first wave.
Let's have a look at this 4.33. The judges have set the scale, so deciding it is below an average 5-point ride. Let's see why. It's a little bit of a flat face on this wave. She does well to stay with it all the way to the inside. But unfortunately for her, yeah, just the waves just not really giving her those lip lines that Max McGuigan got in his previous heat. Here we go. Another beautiful looking peak. This is our Costa Rican surfer from the land of Pura Vida, Eva Woodland. I'm sure she is motivated. She doesn't want to bow out of competition. She saw Coral Wiggins, her teammate, lose in the previous heat. Look at this beautiful surfing from her on her backhand. We talked about the rides being a little bit better and potentially better for backside surfing, and she has done just that. A great opening ride for her. This is wave number 2 for McKenna, taking it without priority. We see her linking it to the inside. A little bit more of a face on this one, so she is going to get a tag there. Redirects and another little foam climb.
Well, here we go. Going from second into first on the very last wave of his heat. The winner of that last one, Max McGuigan, is down on the beach now with Lindsay Jacob Ellis.
Hi, guys. I'm here with Max McGuigan. Congratulations on that last heat win. You went from second to first on that last wave. It was so crisp, so clean and sharp. The judges didn't waste any time giving you a score. Were you as confident in that wave?
Yeah, I was for sure. Like, cause I knew I was in second place, and I knew I was getting through the heat, so it definitely gave me a little bit of a confidence boost. So I just thought I'd let loose on the last wave. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, you know everything's stepping it up. You're in now the main event. Things are going to be getting a little harder. What are you focusing on? What are you working on going into your next event?
Yeah, definitely just trying to improve on my turns and make them a little bit smoother and more crisp. Yeah, hopefully if I get that down pat, I could make a couple more heats.
Awesome. Crisp, strong, flow. That's what we're looking for here. Congratulations. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Congratulations there, Max, going through into the next round. 13.86 heat total. The thing I like about his attitude, the last two interviews, even though he's won heats, he's talking about what he can improve on to continue on in the event.
That is amazing. That is the signs of a humble surfer, not really focusing on how good you are and what your strengths are. No. I know that I did okay, but let's forget about that for a second. I wish I could have done this. I wish I could have done that. I wish I could get the better wave. So I really appreciate that kind of surfing. It is that humble attitude, I believe, that takes you to the next level in your surfing, and it makes you reach goals that were at some point, or which at some point seemed unattainable.
Absolutely right. If you just joined us, this is the amazing overview of Surf City USA. Of course, this is the event, the first podium 1 in the distance, podium 2. You're watching the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Surf City, USA. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kale Carranza for the call. Kale, 10 minutes remaining. Your left-hand peak is starting to show some signs of coming to life. That means podium 2 is probably going to be getting underway.
Yes, I was actually going to talk about that. Podium 2 most likely is underway already. I see some surfers over there, so remember, everyone watching at home, we are focusing our attention on podium 1 and what is happening here in front of the pier, and a beautiful-looking right-hander.
McKenna Burke has found her wave number 3. We get to see surfers from Hawaii and Japan open up their account in this heat, but it has been Burke, 2 waves in the bag so far, a 4.33 and a 3.9 as she makes her way to the inside section here. Not much to write home about on the outside section here. Gets a little tag onto that sand line, and we also see Eva Woodland from Costa Rica locking in her second wave, a 4.93 on her first. Here she comes, she's finding an inside section. She's nice and controlled, nice and smooth, and elegantly finished on the shore break.
Yeah, very nice surfing from her. And McKenna Burke gets a wave, a third wave. You said nothing to write home about there, but maybe a small text message because of that inside section was okay. She actually did really well to finish down right next to her teammates on the beach.
Yeah, well, the thing about today, the paddle out today, Kale, is very short. Surfers are surfing, what, 20, 30 meters from the shoreline. You can tell me what that is in yards as we watch McKenna Burke now locking in wave number 3.
There you go, McKenna Burke. She has been busy catching a lot of waves, and I think this is the right strategy for any surfer right now. We don't know if we will see 2 good waves in one heat as we see her linking with the inside section. And out the back, oh boy, great looking wave, a bit bigger. You can see competitor was sitting patiently out the back, finally caught this wave. This is a surfer who already had a heat this morning, Kiala Bannert, on an absolute tear. Good linkage to the inside section, pushing a lot of water. So there you go, bigger canvases allow you to do those bigger moves. We see her grabbing her board, paddling right back out. And it is Eva Woodland from Costa Rica on a beautiful looking wave. 2-turn combo on the outside, a bit of variation, a little bit of a foam climb there. Somehow manages to stay with this wave. You can see her kind of petting the cat, trying to get to that inside section, and she does. Beautiful turn. This could potentially be the best wave of the heat.
Bigger canvas, bigger turns, means bigger scores. Bennett locks in a 6.0 and a 5.97 on her first 2 waves.
Bam.
And of course, Eva Woodland, a 4.93. She's going to lock in her best wave too. Coming up next, let's have a look at this. This is Bannett up and riding again on the inside. Found a nice little corner. This is the right-hander that sometimes stands up on this inside section. She's got a bit of work to be done here before it does. Nice little snap. Aggressive on the inside turn there. So 3 waves now locked in, looking to drop a 5.97. We're still standing by for scores to come in for Woodland. And McKenna Burke's last wave, 7 minutes remaining, 20-minute heats, and this is not an exercise on the outside.
Water Angels.
She is asking for the update from our beach announcers, and those beach announcers will be letting them know the time, the priority, as we see nice Latik from France also served a heat early on today.
Imagine 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and she's already on the water's edge, probably leashes on. She's just preparing herself, making sure her hair doesn't get in the way, as we see our surfer in yellow also lifting her hands up in the air, as is the camera. We're going to see Kiala most likely. It looks like she's in first position still, but I'm really curious to see what she gets on the right-hander, because in her previous heat she surfed mainly lefts. In this heat she's gotten 2 great scores on her backside as well, and now she went to her front hand, so it'll be interesting to see what the judges give her. A totally different approach, obviously way flatter, not as vertical.
So true. 6 minutes remaining. Let's have a look now. Well, Eva Woodland on that left-hander, 6.23, so she's locked in the highest scoring wave of the heat. She's currently in second place. It is Bannett with the lead, a 6.0 and a 5.97, a higher combination of scores. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. We're broadcasting live here from Podium 1. Big shout out to Jay Johnson and his team from Action Sports Productions. The entire team doing a fantastic job all week long. As we see now, the camera fixated on the lineup here. All 4 surfers having a look. Priority is with the surfer in blue. And the other surfers respect that priority as she rolls into this left-hander now. Just trying to find some opportunity on the open face on the outside. She will redirect. Little transition through the rail. Trying to find opportunity for more open face. She's kind of behind the section here, and unfortunately no real steep lip line to work with. But on the outside, conversely, Woodlands found some open face. She is favoring these left-handers. A 6.23 on the last one. She finished strong on that one. Can she do the same here? Front foot right towards the nose of that border. She enters the end zone. And that is the end of that ride for Eva Woodland, Costa Rica, currently in second place. She needed a 5.74.
I can see her confidence building every single wave she catches. And here we go. This is live action. Our surfer from the United States
Here
up
we
and
go.
riding.
McKenna Burke, she needs a score on this wave. She's in third place. Nice rhythm and flow now as she makes her way through the midsection. This ball will stand up as it gets towards the shallow water on the inside section. She's maintaining her speed, her drive, gets a little tag in. Another one for good measure. And McKenna Burke from the USA will get a little clap, a round of applause from her teammates who are all lined up on the shore.
Absolutely, that hypes you as a surfer up. You know that you have your team behind you, but it adds a little bit of pressure as well. You're not you're not winning for yourself, you're winning for your entire team and your entire country. So we talked about, I even had a chance to interview some Hawaiian surfers, and they couldn't even concentrate on the questions I was giving them because they were so focused on what was going on in the back when they had a fellow teammate in the water.
That's very cool to see. And of course, this is Team Australia down on the beach with their signature hats on. Forming a little tunnel here. Looks like we're going to have Zali Kelly going to be in the next heat, surfer from Cabarita. She's coming up in the girls under 18, heat number 90. Can you believe it, of that division? And of course, having a look at these scores now with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, or the placings rather. We're in rapid charge round number 6. That means fourth place gets equal 16th and adds 413 points to their team position. And third place here gets equal 13th and 450 points. Of course, they do have an opportunity to make it back into that grand final.
Yes, they do. And here we see Team France. That seems to be Juliette Lacombe walking by. All these teams at the water's edge. Thankfully, they're sitting. They're being really respectful to the judges. The beach commentator always reminding them that, hey, the last maneuver is right on the sand. So please stay low so that we can see what's going on, because that could affect your teammates. So all these teams being very respectful, sitting on the beach, and our 4 competitors out the back with time dwindling down. What is our priority situation at the moment?
Yeah, surfer in the yellow signet, Kiala Bennett from Hawaii, has the lead, and she has priority. Looking to drop a 5.97 from her top 2. And of course, Kale, let's talk about the Olympic Games for a second. Of course, our president, Fernando Aguirre, done some tireless work over the years lobbying the International Organizing Committee to get surfing included in those 2020 Games. He's achieved that. It's a great thing for our sport, and we may see even some of these surfers with the opportunity to compete in those games in the future.
Absolutely. And some of these competitors, reminding you guys, this is the junior event. Some of these competitors will be surfing in next year's qualifier. That is the ISA Olympic World Competition. As we see there on screen, a 3 to 4 man priority.
Yeah, of course, priority system is put into place so that there's equal opportunity for surfers in the water. We're trying to eliminate the hassling that takes people right out of the contest zone. We have priority allocated by a priority judge up on the tower who's watching specifically for who rides the last wave, who gets out there first, and those priority allocations are signified by colored lights out on the top of the podium.
And I really liked what it said on that last line. As soon as a surfer paddles with intent, catches a wave, rides it to the end, or falls, or whatever it is that person does on that wave, if they stroke for that wave, they lose priority. It's not like you can paddle for a wave, go halfway and go, no, I don't think I like it. I'll go back out and have priority again.
So true. Here we go on the outside. This is our surfer in white, McKenna Burke from the USA. Nice big tag over that whitewater section. She's going to try to get another one in here, bouncing that board to get some open face. She finds it and just negotiates a section, takes the high line through the inside. Another click turn there to finish off for McKenna Burke, USA. Currently in third place. looking for a 6.59. She got a 5.07 on her last.
Oh, I like that wave from her. It was so unfortunate that as she made it out into the open face, she kind of hesitated for just 1 second. Could have potentially fit another maneuver in, but here we go. This is yellow.
Oh, I'm just looking at this deep bottom turn to the top turn combination, followed up by a backup move. She's now onto some deep water, so rail-to-rail transition. She's got to try to get over that bump, but a big turn on the outside nonetheless. Kawai being a little bit quieter in the heat, only a 4.67, excuse me, as she locks in now her wave number 2. You can see a bit of frustration creeping in because there's only 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and her body language not really selling it to the judges. So can we talk about Keala Bannert for a second? Oh my goodness, the type of surfing this young lady is producing. A woman, a few words. Her interviews, she just nods, says yes or no. Her surfing, doing the talking.
Costa Rica doing the jumping on the beach because Eva Woodland's in second place, looking like she's going to advance as the beach announcer calls this one to a close. Score's going to drop in for McKenna Berg, looking for a 6.59 to advance into that second place position. Waiting on one more score. Let's have a look at the replay over here. This is the last Friday. This is McKenna Berg looking for a score. Tags one over the lip here, and this is the place that Kale describes.
Right there. Maybe potentially could have done a floater. Kind of decides not to do it. Gets a little tag in, but I almost feel like it left a little bit of a like a sour taste in the judges' mouths. Like, oh, she could have hit that lip. She could have risked a little bit more, but here we go. This is Yellow's last wave, potentially the best because she got 2 big blasts on the outside. But yeah, I don't think she was able to connect. No, she wasn't able to connect to the inside section. But Kawai, as you were saying, being very quiet in this heat. Nice, clean car for her. And unfortunately, just her body language not selling it to the judges. You can see her right here as she kicks out, looking up to the skies and going, oh.
All right, so look, those scores are dropping in. 5.27 for McKenna Burke, so not enough for her. And that last exchange between, Bennett and Kawai. Bennett will just extend her lead. Yeah, she's going to post a massive score in the excellent range. Kawai, unfortunately, not enough for her. She'll be bowing out of the event at this stage. It's going to be Eva Woodland in second place, and it's going to be Bennett in first. She's going to lock in something around that 8-point mark as we see great scenes of jubilation here. Team Costa Rica very, very happy with what happened on the beach, and Eva Woodland is going to be going through to the next round. We're going to leave it here for the time being. McKenna Burke, unfortunately, knocked out of the event at this stage, along with Kawai. When we come back, it's going to be more live action from the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Don't go away. We're going to be back right after this. Welcome back to a beautiful morning here in Huntington Beach. We're in Surf City, USA, of course, for the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kale Carranza for the call. It's a stunning morning in California, of course, where surfing is the official sport of the state.
Amazing.
And we are here to check out this next heat. 20 minutes of action. Kira Pickerton from the USA will wear the red singlet. Mathia Olin from Canada in the white. Nice Lartigue from France in the yellow. And Zali Kelly from Australia. This is heat number 2, repechage, round number 6.
Let me tell you something about our surfer in the white rash guard. I had a chance to talk to Dom, one of the coaches from Canada, and he was saying that their lone soldier left in this event is that young lady, Matea Olin, competing. But he said that there was 2 people, and he said, oh, I have Matea, and I said, who's the other one? Matea.
Oh.
Because she's competing in the 16 and the 18.
There you go. Of course, the weight of the world now, the weight of Canada on the shoulders of Mattia Olin. She's been really impressive, though, throughout this whole event. I like the power that she brings along with the style.
Yeah, and just how humble she is. She's so kind, so nice. She comes in from her heats and just very thankful, very grateful, goes out, and she's never really, exaggerating anything in her surfing. She's just being very, very clean in her spice. Here we go. This is yellow.
Here goes the Frenchwoman, her second heat of the day. She's surfing Nice Lartigue from France. She's found left-handers in the first heat. She's found another left-hander here in the second. You see some live pictures behind there too, but we're going to focus on the inside section, because it's standing up now for the Frenchwoman. A couple of turns on the inside, and this sounds like this is Kira Pinkerton, Team USA. Formidable competitor, had a good run through the event so far, found herself in the rapid charge round, and also a flurry of action. Zali Kelly just tagging off the inside there, so this heat now getting underway well and truly.
All right, so it seems like yellow, blue, and red all catching waves, and our lone surfer in the white, she's going to be sitting out the back, this time with priority, so maybe just a strategic maneuver from her to not try and get that double interference that's ever so scary here with this peak. We saw a couple yesterday, and we're already seeing, we haven't seen scores drop yet, so the judges deliberating. They need to set the scale. They need to let us know and let the world know what is a 5-point ride at least, because with that we'll be able to know what the competitors will need, as we see Team Australia still hanging out in the water's edge. Why? Because Zali Kelly is in the water.
Look at this paddle battle as we just quickly flick back to the replay. We did see a score here. This is Mattia Olin from Canada.
Oh, so she actually did get a chance to catch a wave, as we see her there, linking to the inside section. Clean surfing from her. Beautiful inside crack. She does ride out, so that is going to be, the bulk of the score is going to come from that turn. And over here, Nice Lartigue, beautiful looking wave. Look at that, the way she uses her rails. Very clean, very stylish. Linking it, smart surfing from her, as we see just a quick in and out for our surfer in red out the back. Lee's connecting with the inside section, so she read this wave perfectly and most likely will be getting one of the best scores. That was the in and out that we saw from Kira Pinkerton. It looked like a closeout, but it looked like she did get a little bit of a reform on the inside. So she's staying with it. You can see her eyeing the section. It is very difficult to make it out into the open face when you're stuck in whitewater, and she does well, gets a lot of speed off of the bottom, and tags it one last time. Unfortunately becomes unstuck, and our surfer in blue, a little bit of soup on that wave, a little bit too much white water left from the previous wave, doesn't allow her to get the speed that she would have loved, and Team France cheering Nice Lartigue on.
Well, they're cheering because she got a 6.33 on her opening wave, 5.0 locked in from Olin, standing by for scores to be locked in there from Pinkerton and Zali Kelly. And pictures now on Olin at the back. She's managed to get a 5, and she's managed to get out for priority. And we are waiting on our second scores to be locked in from Nice Lartigue from France. It's going to be a big score too. Kelly locked in 2, and Pinkerton locked in 2. So standing by for those scores to come in. Did meet Kira Pinkerton and her dad Jim in Australia early on this year. She was there for the WSL World Juniors and also competed in a couple of the QS events, getting some great experience.
And so important to
while
surf.
we're waiting.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just so important to get that experience of surfing in other countries as a young competitor.
Absolutely right. And one of those competitors that will be having a big future ahead of her is Keala Tomoda Bannett from Hawaii. She was the winner of that last heat, and she's down with Lindsay Jacob Ellis on the beach.
Hi guys, I'm here with Keala. Congratulations on that last heat win. You were out in the water first today for the ladies. And how are the conditions changing?
Yeah, definitely the tide is dropping a lot right now. It definitely makes the waves a lot better than this morning.
Awesome. Well, congrats and best of luck. Do you want to say a little bit to anyone back home?
Yeah. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, sister. Thanks for supporting me.
Awesome. Well, best of luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. Congratulations there to Keala Tomoda Bannett from Hawaii. 14.0 total heat score. She continues her run here at the Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championship for 2018. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kale Carranza for the call. And some big scores being dropped here. Let's have a catch-up here as we see some big scores being put down in the system by the judges.
So a tricky wave with a lot of white water, and Nice Lartigue does so well to stay with it. It looks like that is going to be her best ride. Sometimes those waves, you don't even paddle for because you think, oh, it's too soupy, it's too full of whitewater. She does well to take off and gets her best score, and it is Red up and riding with 2 clean outside blasts, beautiful flow, cutting back into the power source, and gets another ditch. Unfortunately, isn't able to ride out. We could have potentially seen an excellent ride there from Kira as we see blue. Zali Kelly from Australia, clean surfing. I like the different kind of approach. Looking down the line, pumping, and here she goes. She gets a lot of speed off of the bottom and tags it one last section. So that was key. That was important for her, and another last maneuver. So that's why the judges are asking everyone to scoot back a little bit from the shoreline.
As we pull back here to the iconic views of the Huntington Beach Pier and, of course, that contest compound on the south side. Scores are dropping in at 7-6-7 for last of Kira Pinkerton from the USA. Solid score. In second place for the time being, Nice Lartigue takes out that lead with a 7.07 and a 6.33 wave combination. Tia Olin, 5 points, and just standing by for Lassa Kelly. Situation for the time being, though, Lartigue leads the heat from Pinkerton. It's France over USA for the time being. Olin in third place, needs a 6.58 and her second wave, and Zali Kelly going to be in fourth place, looking for an 8.40 to go into first. I think with the last wave, though, she'll probably drop into third, with Olin dropping down back into fourth.
Yeah, I think the judges agree with me in regards to Kira Pinkerton's last maneuver. I feel like if she would have been able to finish it off with that last turn, we could have seen that go into the score go into the excellent. Potentially an 8.5, 8.8 is what I'm thinking. Would have made life a little bit harder for Matea Olin, who now only needs a 6.58. I say only because if these competitors would have been able to get another point above that, they'd be looking for excellent scores.
Yeah, well, we've seen a 7.67 thrown down already, a 7.07 from a surfer from France. So there are scoring opportunities out there. Let's have a look at priority. It is the surfer in white, and she's going to go on this one. She's pretty deep on this right-hander. Pumping down the line, little tag turn, transitional turn to get here on the open face. Now locks in a nice major maneuver. Here comes the flow, the rebound, the direction change. She's continuing with the rhythm through the inside section, really feeling this one out. Stand up on the inside section, looking for a second opportunity. The closeout turn doesn't happen, but she's done some damage on the outside sections.
She did, and I think her wave selection was on point. She had priority. You could see that wedge coming in. The right-hander was backing off, and the wedge from the left, focus on that right-hander. She takes off perfectly, a little bit maybe behind the 8 ball when she took off, but then gets out into the open face and does a lot of damage. Let's have a look, a clear look. So that's a floater. She has to do just a double pump bottom trim, but there tags that lip, beautiful carve. So you mix a little bit of radical surfing with flow. The judges are going to eat that right up. This wave right there just kind of backs off a little bit too much. Maybe in between the decision of doing a carve into a maneuver, potentially could have maybe just gotten speed and finished off a little bit stronger. But that's a hard thing to decide on when you're on the wave riding it.
10 minutes remaining, a 5.77 locked in. She jumps into third place. Kelly drops to fourth. Olin now requiring 5.81 to get into second, and that's because Kira Pinkerton and Nice Lartigue have locked down the 2 highest waves of the heat so far. But here goes Kelly on the outside section. She's already done some damage. Now she's looking for a connection through the inside, pumping that board rail to rail. Transitioning now through the flats. Nice little snap from Kelly, looking to close out strong, and does on the inside. That's better from the Australian.
There we go. Zali Kelly wanting to put her name back in that hat. She wants to make it out of this heat. None of these competitors want to bow out, as we see our competitors out the back waving their hands to the judges, waving their hands to the beach announcer. Why? They want to know what they got on the last wave, and they also want to know what the others got, because sometimes you don't catch a wave, you look to see what a competitor did, and you're like, okay, so if she got a 6 on that one, that's what I need to do to improve my situation.
That's a good point. Just checking out on the scale where the judges are putting those scores, where the emphasis on the scores are going to get to. 9 minutes remaining. Of course, this afternoon we're coming up to the a lower cup, and that's going to be a tag team format. And while I wait for those scores, Carla, have you got the team rosters for the first semi-final?
Yes, I do. Semi-final number 1, we're going to see USA versus Australia, France, and Argentina. Semi-final number 2, we will see
Hawaii?
Actually, yeah, we're going to see Hawaii,
yep.
We're going to see Japan, we're going to see Brazil, and we're going to see Costa Rica. So 4 teams, and interesting to see the names that I see on the list. Because I look at Hawaii, and I see, of course, Gabriela Bryan and Eli Hanneman, Summer Macedo, Brody Sale.
Wow, big
you'd,
team.
you'd have to agree that these are the 4 competitors that have really stepped it up in this event. Japan, Kana Nakashio, she got an 8 and a 9 on day 1 of competition. Keanu Kamiyama, who has that beautiful flow. He's a tall, lanky surfer that surfed really well yesterday. Shino Matsuda and Joe Asuchi being an ex-champion, the reigning champion. You look at maybe France, Mathis Crosson, Uhaina Jolie, Justin Becré, Nice Lartigue. I'm really surprised not to see Marco Mignot there, as we see Australia, Max McGuigan, Piper Harrison, Noah Stoka, Sally Kelly.
Yeah, it's a big team event coming up later on this afternoon. Of course, Team USA. Look at this team: Cole Houshman, Kira Pinkerton, Alyssa Spencer, and Jet Schilling. One of my favorite surfers to watch in this event.
Okay, so if you're a coach for Team USA, you have Cole Houshman, Kira Pinkerton, Alyssa Spencer, Jet Schilling. Who would paddle out first?
Well, I think the order's been set. I think number 1 is paddling out is Cole, and finishing off is Jet Schilling.
But how about you?
I'm not going to argue. I think it's a good start. I think Cole Houshman goes out, gets a score. I said you send out the 2 girls in the middle to keep the flow going and solidify that base, and then you send your little young superstar out, Jet Schilling, to put the icing on the cake. We're going to talk more about the ISA Aloha Cup later on this afternoon, because we've got 7 minutes remaining in this heat. It is Kira Pinkerton in 2nd place, Nice Lartigue from France in 1st. Pinkerton looking for a 5.73. Olin in 3rd from Canada, looking for a 5.81. And Zali Kelly in 4th place, looking for a 6.08. She scored 4.77 on her last wave. Time call just under 7 minutes.
I'll tell you something dangerous for Mattea Olin and Zali Kelly is that Kira Pinkerton only has a 3.9 as a backup. So she right now is sitting with 2nd priority. Most likely, she will actually catch a wave and improve on that situation.
All right, I've got a question for you. Nice Lartigue is in 1st place. She has priority. A 6.33 is her worst wave. How does having priority with the lead and the 2 best scores in the heat so far going to play in her decision-making when the next set comes through?
Well, I think the way it plays into is you have to be aware of what your lowest score is. She knows it's a 6.33, so she's not going to take off on a single wave that does not look better than what she got that 6.33 on. That being said, that lumpy little mushy kind of soupy wave that she caught for wave number 2 was her best score. I don't think she's going to roll the dice on any more of those waves. I think she's just going to wait patiently out the back to get one of those big set waves, and I think they're going to be favoring that right-hander.
I think you're right. It's probably be the one that's showing the more scoring opportunity. It seems to hit that sandbank with a bit more taper, a little bit more steepness, particularly through the inside section, because we have that deep water that runs along the pier that interferes with that left-hander.
The cool thing about the waves today is that some of those medium-sized waves that are breaking obviously closer to shore, like the one that our surfer from Australia called Max McGuigan, wasn't a set wave. It was one of those medium ones, and it hugs that bank a little bit better. So I feel like you could actually get better scores on medium-sized waves with this tide.
Yeah, Lartigue thinks she can get a better score than a 6.33 on this one. She utilizes priority, opening wrap to begin with. Nice square transition off the bottom, and she wraps the shoulders around. There's some variation, some whip, some snap on the inside. Frances Lartigue is getting going. Here go on the outside now. This is Olin. She's in 3rd place. Remember, a 5.81 requirement keeps her in the event. If she finishes in 3rd or 4th place, she's out of the event at this point in time. And now on the outside, an aggressive turn from Pinkerton. Carla Carranza was saying she's holding on to a 3.90, which is dangerous given the potential we know this young lady has. She's trying to hold on to find a section, and it's agonizing look on her face as she realizes it's not there.
Yeah, I want to see the entire ride from beginning to end. I'm not quite sure if that was the only maneuver she fit in, but almost just based on that maneuver, you'd think that she could potentially improve her situation. Let's have a look at what has dropped as of now. It looks like Sally Kelly has a score to drop. Nice Lartigue drops a big score. What do you got?
Yeah, 7.03 from Lartigue, so she does improve her situation. She's still in the lead. That was before Zali Kelly, Olin, and Pinkerton all rode their ways. We're standing by for those scores to be locked in, Carly. We'll bring them to you shortly. 4 minutes on the clock.
Oh boy, a scramble out the back. It looks like this wave splitting in two. That's not the direction of the set that you want. You can see how it's like, it's not really focusing on that bank. It looks like Kira Pinkerton having a look at this one.
She's found something on the inside section. Yeah, this one had a nice looking wall to it. Beautiful front side wrap to start off with. Wall stands up. Turn number 2. Disconnect on turn number 3. Zali Kelly has found something special though. It's looking like she's going to post something around that 7-point mark. If she does, it could put her in 2nd place.
Oh boy, tense moments for Team USA as we see a beautiful looking inside right-hander coming in. there. That was Kira Pinkerton duck diving that wave. I am afraid she may have made just the smallest of mistakes on her decision in the wave she took off on previously. It looks like that left-hander didn't really give her the opportunity she would have wished for. You can already see scores dropping for that left-hander. Will it be enough?
Yeah, looking at those scores, I'm not 100% sure. I am interested in Zali Kelly's wave. There's some big scores. One judge has thrown an excellent score at it, and there's a couple of 6s, a couple of 7s in there, so a fair split on that wave. They will confirm that shortly. 3 minutes to go. Kelly, if she gets anything above a 6.06, she's going to go a 6.08, excuse me. She'll go into second place. Olin needs a 5.81. Pinkerton a 6.43. And there's a big paddle battle going on here.
Interesting there. Nies Lachtig actually does not ride that wave all the way to the end. Why? Because she wants to get priority over Kira Pinkerton, who is in the red rash guard. You see there, Nies Lachtig, a very important wave for her, a very important decision. She took off, sees Kira, and goes, nah, I'm not going to ride this wave to the end. I'd much rather have priority over the American.
A 7.83 has been dropped by Zali Kelly. She's gone from 4th into 2nd. Pinkerton into 3rd. Now requires 5, 6, 7 to go into the lead. Lachtig holds down that lead. And let's take a look at what happened here.
Oh boy, so Zali on an inside nugget. Look at this wave. We talked about them wrapping a little bit better through the sandbank, and she gets 3 big turns and then connects with the inside section for a 4th. So there you go. No need to catch those big waves to get the big scores. Nies Lachtig. Let's have a look at this one. She does a cutback. Stays with it. I'm not quite sure this is the one she pulled out on, but this may be her.
This is the one before that one.
Yeah, this is her 7.03, I believe. Links it right there. Beautiful turn. So this is what has transpired as of now. As we see, Kira Pinkerton, that was her only bash. So one turn maneuver on the outside, isn't able to connect with the inside section. You could see the frustration as she kicks out of this wave. She knew she would have wanted to get to the open face.
Agonizing for her on that one. Olin has been a bit quieter in the seat. 3.93 on this one.
Yeah, unfortunately for her, just not finding the face of that wave. The surfing that she has, she needs that open face. She's trying to manufacture a score, and I believe she did. She got a 3.93 on that one. And Kira Pinkerton, this is going to be better than her left. This comes in at a 4.63, Brad, and unfortunately goes down on that last maneuver.
Pressure starting to tell now. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. We're coming down to a clutch finish. Lachtig has led the heat from start to finish. Kelly has jumped from 4th into 2nd from Australia. Now Kira Pinkerton, Team USA. Nervous time. She has 4th priority, and she needs a 5.67. And look at the Australian. In the pole position, so to speak. She's in 2nd, but she has priority with under a minute to go.
Exactly. So she has first priority. What does that mean? She can take off on any wave. And the fact that there's only one peak on offer today here in Huntington Beach, let's have a look at her last wave right here from a different angle. Nice little turn there, and another bash right next to the whitewater, a 3rd, sliding a tail a little bit more, and then connects with the inside section. So great wave selection. Those are the waves you want to get, those ones that wrap in. So talking about her priority situation, she's in first priority, meaning she has priority over everyone. She's not really worried about Nies Lachtig. She doesn't want to even mess with Nies.
And look where she's sitting. Inside the surface. We've got 3 surfers who sit a bit further out than her, so now she can make a decision. All these guys are going to have to pay attention to Zali. She takes off now and decides to go right. Olin respects it. She goes left. And it's going to be 7 seconds remaining. Looks like Zali Kelly is going to be a dramatic finisher in the seat. A spoiler for Team USA as she jumps from 4th into 2nd place. Needing a 5.67 on that wave. It's more of a victory lap for her. Team USA, unfortunately, have lost another surfer here. It's going to be France's Nies Lachtig going through into the next round with Zali Kelly. And unfortunately for Kira Pinkerton and Mathia Olin, this is the end of the road for the 2018 edition of the Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Congratulations, Miss Lachtig. Congratulations, Zali Kelly. And commiserations, Kira Pinkerton. You surfed so well. Mathia Olin as well. You girls are champions in my eyes, but unfortunately the waves just didn't come to you.
We'll take a short break here from Huntington Beach. When we come back, it's going to be more live action from the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Thanks for being with us. We're going to see you soon.
So what makes a restaurant ocean-friendly? We're refusing, reducing, and reusing, while taking care to recycle and compost. Ocean-friendly restaurants, letting go of the things we don't need to protect the things we do.
I want it all. Yeah, I want everything. You know it ain't worth living if you're dreaming small. I want it all. I want it all.
Welcome back to sunny Southern California. You're right with us here at Huntington Beach, of course, for the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carly Carranza from the call. We've seen some dramatic surfing. We're in repechage round number 6 of the girls, and we're into heat number 3 of this particular round. We're going to introduce to you Zoe Stein from South Africa in the red singlet, Zafi Vete from New Zealand in the whites, Anat Lelior from Israel in the yellow, and Julie Nishimoto from Japan, who we see waves now kicking off the heat straight up on her backhand. This is Nishimoto from Japan. One opening turn, second closeout on the outside section. Bigger set wave rolling in here. 20-minute heats in this. We made a bit of a change for these repechage rounds earlier on in the day. And on the outside now we see Vete from New Zealand. The surfer's enjoying this extra 5 minutes. Working her way through the inside, some rail-to-rail transitions as she kicks out there. And of course, that was a good opening exchange. Carly Carranza, the surf may be smaller, but highly contestable, and we love those dramatic finishes.
You know what? It's really rippable out there with this tide, a medium tide, the wedges coming in next to the pier, the way the sandbank is groomed. It is really fun out there. Yes, some people might argue it's 1 to 2 feet. Others would say it's 3 to 4. But with the size that we have right now, the right tide and the direction of the swell, you could do 3-4 turns. You could actually do airs out there. You could do clean cutbacks. And let's have a look at this first wave of our surfer from Japan. What amazing clean lines she is drawing, and banks at 3 big turns on the outside. You can see her trying to make it out into the open face, and she does. Why? Because she's surfing right next to the pier. It gets really deep in there, but unfortunately for her, so deep that the wave doesn't actually materialize on that inside section. Our surfer from New Zealand, unfortunately, 3-4 meters too deep on that left-hander, is forced to just cut back her way to the inside section, but doing it so well.
Yeah, absolutely right. We're seeing definitely plenty of opportunities out there, and interesting to see. We saw Zali Kelly in that last heat picking up a 7.83 from the mid-break. So, of course, it's all about that variety of those turns. It's about the size of those turns and the completions too. So standing by for scores to get locked in for this opening exchange. Julie Nishimoto from Japan has opened with an absolute bang, a 7.50 for her straight off the bat. So she is happy with that beginning. Of course, top 2 waves count here. And then those 2 scores added together, the highest 2 scores from the heat will go through into the next round. Unfortunately, because this is elimination surfing, surfers in 3rd and 4th will be eliminated at this point. 3.50 from Vete. Waiting now on Stein and Lelio from Israel and South Africa.
So the cool thing about this format is that we have a priority system. If you caught a wave, you go to the back of the line. That being said, priority can sometimes work against you, Brad. It seems like you become too picky. You try and get the exactly perfect wave when you never really know what the wave is going to do until the wave finally goes all the way to shore. You can afterwards be, in hindsight, say, oh, actually, you could have done this, or I should have taken off on wave number 2 or wave number 3. When you're out there living it, how do you decide which wave to go on?
Well, you're right. I think you've got to take it on face value. You've got to work at your decision-making techniques, and the more practice you have in these events and surfing competitions, the more you kind of get those processes down, and you learn to trust your instincts on many occasions.
That was an interesting way to transport cats to the beach. I like it.
14 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. We've got priority situation here. Let's have a look who's going to be paddling into it. This is Anat Lelio. She's already surfed a hit earlier this morning. And here she goes. She's a goofy footer. She's going to favor the left-hander. Down towards the pier she goes. The little snapback and release of the tail. Comes around looking for a second section.
Beautiful section there.
Nice little snap for her now. She makes her way down towards that deeper water. No more opportunities there as the wave goes down towards those pylons.
Sometimes a little bit of an element of luck involved when you take off on those waves. It was a medium inside looking wave. It didn't look like it was going to give her any face until she got to the inside, basically to the shore break. But that wave, that wedge coming towards her, it almost looked like it came from the pier. So she was able to fit a couple maneuvers in. Sure, the wave didn't break, but it was a well-surfed wave. Look at the size of the wave when she takes off, probably 2 feet. And then as she gets to that open face right there, it kind of grows a little bit. Look at the wedge coming towards her, is able to click it a second time, busting, blowing the tail out a little bit, kind of a little bit of a slide. It's a controlled slide, not a big slide, but it is a nice way to start the heat.
Zoe staying with priority. He's going to paddle over this one, a bit of a closeout section there. Lelio from Israel has another look on the shoulder, the left-hander, just not a lot of energy as it hits that deep water. Of course, Zoe Stein from East London. She's 14 years of age. That is in South Africa. We'll get back to her in a second. That was Nishimoto, opened up with a 7.5, having a little look. Her favorite wave is a spot called Nahoon Reef. And I'm going to hold that thought because someone very special is waiting on the sidelines for us. It is Lindsay Jacob Ellis who has the winner of that last heat from France, Nice Lartigue. Take it away, Lindsay.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Nice Lartigue. Congratulations on another heat win. This is Repecharge round. You will go through one more before making it back into the main event. There was a lot happening. It was a really stacked heat, but then you made a strategy call on a wave to jump off and beat Kira out to the back of the lineup. When do you make that call?
I knew she was, I don't know if she was still second, but I was first. I knew she had a better score than me. And yeah, I really wanted to win this heat. So when I saw her, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to have a better score on this wave. So just kick out and take priority of Kira so you can take her wave if she had one.
Awesome. Well, great defensive strategy. You are on to the next round. Best of luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lindsay, and well done there to Nice Lartigue. Wow, showing maturity there as far as that strategy is concerned. And, well, she's going to be going through to the next round as a result. 12 minutes here remaining. A 4.17 for Anat Lalior from Israel, 3.5 from Vete. Nishimoto has the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, 7.50. And we're waiting on Zoe Stein. Here she goes now. Nice little tag on the outside. We see two surfers up and riding, one going right, one going left. We're going to just pay attention here to Zoe as she's trying to make her way through the inside section. And now we switch over to our surfer in white. This is Safi Vete from New Zealand, a 3.50.
She pushes a little bit too hard on her back foot. I believe maybe just a little bit more speed potentially could have helped her out there. It looks like the back of the board does fly out from the back of the wave, but with that, it almost stalls her entirely. Let's have a closer look at what happened here. Looking down the line, the wave is kind of soft, so she is forced to do exactly that, back into the power source. Look at how she has to hop her way to the inside section. She's really forcing those maneuvers, and there we go. Bust the tail out, and with that, the board kind of sits on top of the roof of the wave and stalls itself out.
Yeah, forcing that last turn, 11 minutes remaining, waiting on last scores to rock in there for Safi Vete. It's going to be around the 3.4 mark. And also standing by for first scores of Zoe Stein. I was saying before the break, her home break is a right-hand point break, which has been likened to Sunset Beach in Hawaii. A lot of power, a lot of wall to work with. Very different to the conditions we're seeing out here this morning.
Yeah, very, very different. We see small 2 to 3 foot waves, maybe 4 foot waves on the biggest. We talk about just the size of the wave, but the direction is perfect.
Big turn on the outside here from Nishimoto. Powerfully executed, right back into the pocket. A 7.50 opener. This is her wave number 2. If she can finish in the shore break here, it's going to put her in a pretty commanding position. No fireworks exactly on the inside section, but boy, did she do some damage on that outside.
Yeah, the outside was really well surfed. If we see South Africa there, right on the water's edge. Julie Nishimoto from Japan paddling right back out there. She is going to have 4th priority, but yes, we would like to see that again. There was a lot of damage on the outside section. Thank you so much. Let's have a look at our DeBlanc replay. Beautiful carve, pushing so much water. Almost a third or half of her board was engaged when she did that cutback. Look at her hop in. A nice little cutty there, but unfortunately just goes a little bit too far into that left and isn't able to find that open face. Just a quick in and out for Anat Lalior there.
Yeah, likewise for Lalior from Israel. Just a small score being posted. Yeah, got Zoe Stein again. This is her wave number 2. Looks like a mid-3 for her first wave. She's found this right-hander here and just biding her time to wait for this wall to stand up. Just rail-to-rail transitions, keeping that board moving. Momentum is your friend coming to the shore break, but unfortunately there, the wave not cooperating for her. A 3.67 locked in for her wave number 1.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if we actually see different kinds of boards right now throughout the course of the day. A thruster works really well. That's a 3-fin board in regards to pivoting and doing turns, but I almost feel like sometimes maybe smaller fins or even a quad could work in your favor right now. You want to have speed. You talked about momentum. It is very important to get that speed when you surf small waves. Even as a spectator watching someone surf, if someone's going way faster, it kind of catches your eye a little bit more.
That's so true. Speed obviously is a great component and one of the parts of the judges' criteria, as we see scores being dropped in now for those last exchanges. Looking like a round of 4-point ride for Nishimoto. And a 3.07 will be locked in for Zoe Stain. So situation now, it looks like it is our Japanese surfer with that last wave going into the lead. Stain in second, looking for a 7.93. Vete third, New Zealand, needs a 3.25 and only a 2.57 requirement from Lelio from Israel.
It almost seems as if the battle is going to be for second spot. Julie Nishimoto started with a 7.5. No one else has gotten close to that. Safi and Anat only needing mediocre scores. Look at that, a 3.25 and a 2.57. But if you look at what they need to go into first, that's a little bit tougher of a job.
Vete with priority, the surfer in third. So she'll have first opportunity to have a crack at that 3.25. And then we'll see surfer in yellow, surfer in fourth place. She'll have second opportunity to have a go at the 2.57. Big thank you to, of course, Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA for hosting us here all week long. Of course, a 9-day event, day number 7 today. And, of course, the Pasia Hotel and Spa. We had a great little jacuzzi yesterday evening, watching an amazing sunset here in Huntington Beach.
How was that sunset yesterday?
It was off the hook. You can probably go onto the hashtag ISA Worlds or Whistler ISA World Juniors, and I'm sure you'll see a whole bunch of those beautiful sunsets. Also, check out Visit Huntington Beach's Instagram feed as well, Surf City USA. And a big thank you to our official sustainability partner, Surfrider Foundation.
Absolutely. And obviously, our media partners, Surfline, Waves, Vibras Magazine, Gravedad Cero, BCM Surf Patrol, and Free Surf Magazine. Everyone taking a close look at what is happening here in Huntington Beach this week. The world's best juniors are here, and that is an awesome thing to see. Not everyone in the world. I'm so grateful to be here with you, Brad, checking out the action, because this pretty much sets a benchmark as to what young surfers around the world are doing.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better. These are the future superstars of our sport. This is a breeding ground for the future of professional surfing, and certainly some of these surfers we see in the water today throughout this whole week could be representing their country come the Olympic Games in 2020 and beyond. Of course, we've got it locked in for Japan 2020. It's not confirmed for Paris just yet, nor LA for afterwards, but you've got to think those two countries, if we put on a good account of ourselves in Japan, the chances will be good that we'll be following suit in further Olympic Games.
Absolutely, and I think one of the coolest things about surfing being in the Olympics for 2020 is that not only will we have a normal surf competition, but they're actually setting up a beach festival on the beach where people actually get a chance, those people that have never been involved with surfing, that have never seen surfing, actually see it as what it is, more of a lifestyle. It is a sport in the Olympics, but it pretty much takes over your life. It's almost impossible for a surfer to go to work when the waves are 6 to 8 foot and barreling.
Absolutely right. Who can focus when the waves are pumping? Here we go on the outside. This is Safi Vete. She utilizes her priority that she had there, looking for that 3.25. She's chosen to go left. She's done some work on the outside. Now it's about trying to find inside opportunities. Zoe Stain, meanwhile, on the outside. Nice little tag on her backhand. The tide is going out. You can see it having an impact on the surf. Midday low tide. 11:30 here local time. Stain tries to make her way through the inside section. Drops down the inside there and completes her wave number 3.
Yeah, so that was a tough decision there on that inside section. You could see how she was debating whether or not to hit the right. She actually goes over that lump and decides to go left. It's really difficult to know what to do. I'm sure a lot of these competitors, I've actually heard a lot of these competitors watch the heat replays and see what it is they did, because sometimes out in the water, you think you did something good, you think it may have felt good, but it looks totally different from shore. And I think that's one of the jobs of the coaches. You know, they get a chance to see what works well under their feet and what looks good.
Yeah, absolutely right. You've got opportunity here to switch up for sure. Under 5 minutes remaining. Looks like it's going to be Zoe Stain locking in a better score, her best one of the heat so far. And Vete similarly is going to do the same job, so we may see some juggling here of the leaderboard. Nishimoto leads with a 7.5 and a 4.10. Of course, there's going to be 20 men and 20 women represented at those Japanese Olympic Games. Just going to keep an eye on what happens on the water over here. This is Safi Vete, quick in and out. Maximum of 2 surfers per gender per National Olympic Committee. And of course, there is a bit of a hierarchical order of qualification. The 2019 World Surf League Championship Tour, the first 10 eligible men and the first 8 eligible women will be the first cabs off the rank over there. Of course, no 2 surfers, though, can represent their country. You need to be 2 surfers from each country and so on as you go down the
I
list.
like how you mentioned that. So if 2 Australian surfers make it through the WSL, there can only be 2 Australians on or in the Olympics, sorry, as we see a nice-looking right-hander for blue.
Julie Nishimoto, your heat leader with priority, opens up her shoulders in that first turn. Unfortunately, that wave just glides out underneath her.
It looked really good before we got to her, so I think she was too far out on the shoulder. That wedge is really a little bit tricky. It's not a perfect peak. It looks like certain waves, when they're above the 3-foot range, tend to close out through the first, I don't know, 10, 20 meters, and then they give you a shoulder. But it looks like those medium-sized waves, you can actually get a beautiful chip in close to the left-hander and then get 2 big turns before you get to that mid-flat section of the wave.
Absolutely right. And just touching back on those Olympics, 2020 and 2019 ISA World Surfing Games, the first 4 eligible men and first 6 eligible women from 2020 and 4 and 4 from 2019 will also go into the mix for that Olympic qualification. And then, of course, the host nation, 1 man and 1 woman gets a slot there as well.
Yeah, so guaranteed that we will see 1 Japanese surfer, and the way Kanoa Igarashi is surfing, I think he will be qualifying through the WCT ranks, but we will see that next year, 2019, being the year where the top 10 male surfers and top 8 women get an automatic pass in to the Olympic Games. But I really like that there's not, more than 2 surfers per country. It really makes it Olympic.
So true. I love the way the ISA are working together with the WSL, the World Surf League. Of course, that is the professional route, and we love what the ISA brings here with these team events, and also just providing an amazing foundation for experience here, particularly with these junior events. Time call now, 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. It is Nishimoto from Japan leading. Stain from South Africa in second, looking for a 6.78. Vete in third. A 4.41 will get her into second. And Lelio in fourth. A 4.34 will get her into second place. 2 minutes remaining. It's do or die time right now, Carle, because this is elimination round.
Anat Lelior, she has priority. She is in 4th position. So she does have the opportunity to catapult herself into the second or first. First being a little bit of a taller order, needing a 7-point ride. As we see waves out the back, I hear some whistling, I hear some screaming, and I see waves. It looks like someone is going to go on this one. It is our surfer from Israel who likes the looks of this right-hander.
Using priority, she little roll in for this one. Unfortunately, not a lot of power in this one. I'm wondering whether this is the right one to go on when you're needing a 4.34. It does stand up now, however, on the inside. There's 1 tag. There's a 2nd tag. There's a 3rd tag. Can she get a 4th one in? She does. So all the work done right on the inside. What are your thoughts?
I think that she will get the score as we see wide up and riding. This is wave number 5 for Safi Vet from New Zealand, milking it all the way to the inside. And it looks like she is also going to get a little bonus section. Tags it one last time and goes down. So, yes, we had our doubts regarding Anat Lelior's last right-hander. The first bit of the wave, mediocre to bad, and the last bit, mediocre to really good. So she rode it really well.
We looked at each other and we were both like, no, this is not the right decision. But she proved us wrong with a series of 4 maneuvers through the inside. But don't get too excited yet, because, ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest sets of the day is now making its way through the lineup. Stain has priority, and she's dropped into 3rd place as a result of that last score. Doesn't look like she capitalized. Now let's have a look with 30 seconds on the clock. Nishimoto, big outside turn, but also equally no surfers. Oh, Stain looked like she made this one, so this is her continuing. She's coming left on the inside section, so let's take a breather and see what happened. Lelio has jumped into 2nd place, courtesy of the 5.5 last wave. This is the one that we missed from Stain on the outside section. And she is dropped into 3rd place. She needs a 4.85 on this one if she wants to regain her 2nd place. This is going to be devastating for her.
She had to take off on that wave. It was a big wave out the back. She was just about 10 meters too deep. The time...
Wow.
Time stops. That's
Time
it.
Stops.
Unofficially.
It waits for no man or woman, unfortunately, and it's going to be a devastating end there for Zoe Stain. She was in advancing position right until the end, but obviously got to take a hat off there to Anat Lelio, who climbed herself from 4th into 2nd in the final minutes, and Julie Nishimoto dominant there with a win from Japan. We'll take a short break from action here at Huntington Beach. When we come back, it's going to be Stu Johnson with Mike Latronic for the call. Of course, you're watching the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
We need something that brings the parade together and brings the world together. You need a symbol.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
So I figured out if we, each country, brings some sand from their country and they pour it together in a box, the sands of the world unite the surfing nations of the world, showing that we could coexist in peace through surfing.
We will call on the countries to come to the stage and bring with them their national flag, and the sand from each country will be placed in the container on stage to symbolize the peaceful gathering of nations through the love of surfing.
I was going to steer the sands, and then I look at the layers. I'm not touching it. These layers stay the way they are, and that's the way the sands of the world became what it is. And this is just a way of saying there is no really limits to what you can do if it is improving, a better world.
To Huntington Beach, welcome back. And we're looking at another beautiful day here in sunny Southern California. We've got 4 surfers in the lineup once again doing battle here at the 2018 Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Let's look at our lineup. In the red from Spain, Iker Amatrain. He'll be in this heat, along with Malachi Martinez in white, representing Costa Rica, Gabriel Vargas in the yellow from Peru, and Gasper Larangay from Argentina in the blue. And we have a special guest in the booth with us today, a young surfer out of Florida, residing in Florida but representing Team Germany. And this is none other than Rachel Presti. We are lucky enough to get her insights and to get some information. Obviously, drawing energy and information from the youth of today will give us some insight to what's going on there. So how's your stay been in Southern California, Rachel? How you doing?
Good. Yeah, it's been great. I love the area in Huntington. A lot of shopping, and waves are fun.
All right, well, you can see 4 surfers sitting out in the water right now. Things pretty calm. You've been rallying through this contest through a lot of heats already. What would you be doing in this situation? We've seen a lot of surfers start off pretty excited and a couple of interferences early on. But how would you approach this opening scenario with very little surf at the open of the heat?
Yeah, it's a little slow out there right now. The tide's going lower, though, so it's getting a little bit, there's a little bit more waves coming through. But you basically just have to make sure that you're on the first good wave and try to back it up as fast as you can and hopefully get another good wave.
Well, you've gotten some of the highest scores in the women's division. You've rallied through now. I think you're in round 5 or 6. Where are we in the competition for you?
I think in U18 I'm round 5 in the main round, and U16 I'm Rebert Charge 6.
She's won so many heats, she's not quite sure. But that's a good thing. So rallying through these heats, we've noticed that, there's so many more women surfers sort of coming out of the woodwork. I mean, we talked off camera and we're talking about the different talent from around the world. I mean, you're representing Germany. Talk to us about the field of talent in both the under 16s and the under 18s.
Yeah, it's really cool. There's like 50 more girls here than there was in the ISAs in Japan, and it's really cool to see, and a lot of new faces. And I switched to Germany just for better opportunities in the future and everything, and I have seen a lot of other people do that for the same reasons.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no doubt about it. Your level of surfing is on par with the best young female surfers in this contest. You could be representing USA no problem, but that switch over to Germany, when you say other opportunities, can you elaborate?
Yeah, I guess the main one would probably be Olympics in 2020.
Olympics! Yeah, we're in the Olympic area. That must be so exciting for a young surfer like yourself and those aspirations to go into the Olympics. So being on Team Germany obviously gives you that extra niche, especially if you can do well in this event.
Yeah, for sure.
But this is not an Olympic qualifier. Of course, the junior event's not an Olympic qualifier, but at your age, surfing in the under 16s, you still have a couple of years left in the juniors. So if aspirations are in the future, we're shooting for what, 2024 maybe, 2028? No, 2020?
Yeah, 2020 for sure I'm shooting for, and I think me along with a lot of other surfers are putting their focus on the Olympics rather than a lot of other competitions. And I guess ISA is a big contest that everybody gets together to do just below the Olympics, I guess.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the ISA. I've been webcasting on a couple of these events, and I've always likened the ISA as the closest thing we had. Notice thing I said had to the Olympics. But in recent years, of course, surfing's been added to the Olympics. And what's it like now? Obviously, you're out there, the horn blows, you're getting your own points, but now you're part of a team. How does that feel?
It's really cool. I love supporting everybody on the team, and it's really fun watching them win and do good and just seeing other team members succeed. And I love doing the chants and seeing all my friends here from other teams and everything.
Yeah, it's like the gathering of the tribes, and everyone brings their not just their war paint, but also their peace chants, and it's just a super cool vibe, and you're amongst that with the German team. So our new sponsor this year, of course, for the women's division, the Sister Revolution. I always like to say, too, now after that spot I see, the revolution is now. The level of women's surfing has risen so much, and you're part of that. Who do you see as potential threats? I mean, you've won so many heats in this event so far, but we're getting to the cream of the crop now. So what's the strategy like? You got any calls?
I guess every heat I just have to stay really focused and make sure that I'm on the best waves and just try to stay in the main round in the U18. And since I'm in the rep in the U16, you got to make sure that you're making every wave count and giving it all you got.
Well, I'm going to ask you a little bit more about that, but first we're going to catch up to Lindsay's down on the beach with our last heat winner.
Thanks, Mike. I'm here with Julie Nishimoto, our last heat winner. Julie, congratulations. Omedeto, that's my new word I've learned. Congrats. How is this boosting your confidence?
I feel great.
Awesome. You're ready for more, huh?
Yes.
Yes. Want to give a little hi to back home?
I want to say hi to my family and friends back home watching. Thank you for watching.
Congrats and best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, well, thanks for that. Another happy customer on the beach making it through these rounds. So we're doing 20-minute rounds now in the Repicharge, giving the surfers a little bit more time. As you can see, waves have tapered off here at Huntington Beach. Still awesome conditions. Rachel Presti in the booth with us. Rachel, you're surfing for Germany, but you're based in Florida. You said you surf Satellite Beach quite often. How are these conditions? They must be really quite similar to what you get back home.
Yeah, for sure. I grew up surfing 1 to 2 foot bad waves, And
So this is a great day then.
yeah, this is a great day. But I grew up surfing pretty bad conditions, and when we get like a hurricane swell, it's usually quite windy. But we do have days like this. It gets pretty fun, just not very often. But I grew up having to practically do the Huntington hop at my home breaks in Florida, and so I guess I'm kind of used to it. Surfing Huntington is kind of like surfing a spot in Florida.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go ahead and call this wave. Looks like we got blue.
All right, blew up. Nice backside hit there.
Now, he's doing exactly what you described, the Huntington hop.
Trying to hop it to the
Anywhere
inside.
in the world where you're hopping in the whitewash, it's pretty much the Huntington hop now.
Yep. Looks like it's going to reform pretty nice. Another turn. And looks like a nice finish.
So, you know, you and I were standing before the heat started. We were watching the waves, and although the waves are small, these are quality conditions for the kids. And the general vibe on the beach is, you know, with that priority system now, there's lots of opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I love using priority. I didn't grow up using it, so when I finally got to use it a few years ago, it was really nice, and it's really great because everybody pretty much has the same opportunities. There are certain times where somebody will have priority and the best set of the day will come through, but it's a lot more fair using priority.
Well, there was Red absolutely going to town on a little wave right there. Iker Amatrain from Spain landed himself a 6.0, and here goes our man in yellow, Gabriel Vargas. We saw him earlier, really springy surfer out of Peru. Talk about again about the level of talent from all the different four corners of the world.
Yeah, it's really cool. There's a lot of new faces here and a lot of talent, especially for the girls. There's like 50 new female surfers here, and it's really cool to see all my friends here, and yeah.
Well, one new face, which I'm sure you're pretty familiar with, is your little sister, Audrey Presti. I got to interview her earlier, and she's on a bit of a tear.
Yeah, for sure. She's been doing a lot more juniors and QSs this year, and definitely stepped up her surfing, and I think she's going to take it as far as it goes and keep doing what she's doing.
Now, there must be a little sister rivalry going in there. I mean, the sister who goes the farthest in this event doesn't have to take out the trash for the rest of the year, or how does that work?
Oh, yeah, for sure. No, we just basically, every single session we go surf, we try to push each other and make each other better, and she definitely pushes me. Her surfing has come up so much, and it's really great to see.
All right, well, we got some waves out the back, and here is our heat, a leader, Iker Amatran. Oh, did I err? All right, take us through this one, Rachel.
Wow, he's already started with two really nice turns, and now hopping to the inside. Looks like it's going to set up pretty nice. And holds on to that one. Nice turn at the end.
How important is timing in these little waves? Do you think surfing smaller waves is a little more tricky than surfing waves with power?
Yeah, for sure. You definitely have to time every single turn right, especially on the insides here. It just kind of stacks up on the inside, and it's really hard to land it sometimes. There's like a lot of double ups and everything, so you have to make sure you time it right and finish the wave out.
Yeah, tricky with those deep water troughs. Seems like it breaks pretty nice on the outside, especially if the tide's right. The tide is looking really good right now for these kids. The tide's, I believe, going lower or just hit low tide?
Yeah, somewhere around low right now.
Yeah, so these little crystal thin lips are providing a lot of ample opportunities. And getting back to that theory with the small waves, you know, bigger, more powerful waves provide so much energy, but in small waves, it seems like you're having to generate your own speed.
Yeah, it's extremely important to pick the right board out here. You definitely need a board with more foam in these waves to make the inside section. And a lot of groveling being done, and you have to make sure to stay on rail and everything to keep your speed up and drive through every turn.
I mean, speed is freedom.
Yes.
So how do you, I mean, okay, here's a wave. We can see White's generating plenty of speed because he's got this big open face wall. But now that things get a little slow, well, they're not getting a little slower. This wave is just providing more and more. Okay, now things slow down. What do you do?
You just got to keep moving, keep your board moving, and make sure to keep your speed up. And once it hits the inside section, just drive off the bottom and come off the top.
Now, it looks like the energy drained out of that wave, but no shortage of energy on Iker Amatrain's last wave. Judges just debating on just about to drop that score, but it's going to be in the excellent range. Let's take a look back. This is Gasper Larranger from Argentina. Gets a little crack on the outside, actually a big crack on the outside, comes down late with it, waiting for this wave to reform, and you can see a little energy pocket. Can he do the Huntington hop into it? He does. Redirects on the inside. It's going to give him more opportunities. Another little foam climb there, so working the best he can. This surfer in white getting his board above the lip. That's Malachi Martinez from Costa Rica. He's currently holding down second place. He's got a high score of a 4.73, looking to better that. And with this being a replay, I think judges already putting down the scores. This was a 4.13. So unfortunately, nothing really happened on the inside there. How important is that last exclamation point on the wave?
It shows, I guess, when you get that hit on the inside, it gives a good finish for the wave and helps the score get up past the mid-range area. And I guess
all right, let me put it a different way. So you're on the outside, you get one nice click on the outside, and then you got to deal with all this whitewash. How effective or meaningful is it going to be to finish that sort of okay maneuver from the outside with a solid hit on the inside?
A solid hit on the inside just finishes the wave cleanly and leaves a good mark in the judges' minds.
Yeah. Well, you seem to have been leaving a good mark in the judges' minds all week here. We definitely see you as one of the more improved surfers on the beach and representing Team Germany. Exciting future for you and your team.
Yeah, for sure. Our team's doing pretty good so far. I think we're like ranked number 9 right now.
Yeah, you guys were in the top 10. I have the list right here. So as of this morning, of course, these team listings can be very, very deceiving because it all boils down to really the last day and who wins what. First, let's look at live action. We've got yellow, Gabriel Vargas from Peru, currently in 3rd place, needing just a 4.03. Already working his way into that score. I think some good damage done on the outside. Looking lively and springy. Boom, doing that exclamation at the point. You can see he's pretty stoked about that. So yeah, as of this morning, looked like Team USA and Japan both in 1st place as far as potential points. Now these are only listings of the potential points should all these surfers make it to the last day. Then of course, you know, that's where the big points come in. Hawaii, Australia, France following close behind. Brazil, Spain, and Portugal kind of grouped up behind them. And then guess what? Right there is Team Germany. Who else on the German team are you traveling with?
I've actually never traveled with any of them. I met up with them for the German Championships in France and got to meet most of them, and they're super cool and fun to hang out with. And it was really cool. Like last year, I started thinking about switching because of the better opportunities and everything. And since my mom was born and raised in Berlin, both my sister and I were susceptible to getting a German passport. So this year, we 100% decided that we wanted to switch and got German passports and showed up to France for the German Championships.
Showed up to blow it up.
Yeah.
All right, so what does that process look like? I mean, was it difficult? Did the German were they accepting of it? Did they come at with the open arms, or was it like, hey, I had to knock on that door and try to get in?
No, Germany doesn't have too many surfers, so they were very open arms and.
Well, you know, I've seen you and your sister absolutely doing some damage out there. As I said, look forward to more of your performance. Looks like a little bit of a tackle on the 3rd yard line here in front. I think that was what do they call that, a scrum? What do the Aussies call that? But just short amount of time here. Rachel Presti, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. I know you've got a heat coming up pretty soon, so you'll be on the other side of the screen in just a few moments.
Yep.
All right, well, that about wraps it up for this heat. We're looking at unofficial results. Iker Amatran absolutely took that heat away. A 13.5 point total. Gabriel Vargas from Peru in 2nd place. Score still waiting to drop for Malachi Martinez. Let's change that. Let's see if that changes. He needs a 6.83. I think he's just going to come just short of that. So we'll give you the official breaks when we come back. Mike Latronic with Rachel Presti. Don't go away.
Vissla's new Superior High Performance High Seas wetsuit. Made with iPhone, the lightest, stretchiest, and warmest neoprene available. This advanced Vissla suit is at the vanguard of progressive high-performance wetsuits. Available now online or your local Vissla retailer.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach. You can see I was just down on the beach there, feeling the action there. A big thank you to Rachel Presti coming into the booth with us there with Mike Latronic. That is Team Peru on the screen celebrating last minute heroics from their surfer in yellow, Gabriel Vargas. And you can see here, heat in the water, Diogo Martins of Portugal, Taj Lindblad of the United States, and Johnny Guerrero of Peru, and Noah Stoka of Australia.
All right, well, I got to see Noah Stoka's dad running down the beach. I said, hey, your kid's been ripping in the early heats. And he goes, well, you know, I got some secret weapon because he was running down the beach with some Aussie meat pies. And, you know, here we go. Well, there's the future ISA surfers out on the beach already in training. You can see he's got his jogging shorts on. And checking out this next heat, wondering how he's going to make the qualifiers for one of these 44 teams showing up here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Games. If you're just tuning in, this is the 2018 Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
and this brings together the best young surfers on the planet to do battle here. Surf City, USA. Over 362 competitors, about 497 participants if you include the coaches and the judges and, of course, the officials.
That's right. Well, I had a chance during my break there. Thank you again to Rachel Presti from Team Germany coming in. I got to be down there and feel the emotion of all the teams there. And really, I was there next to the coach from Team Peru. He was feeling it. There was just 2 minutes left. And Gabriel Vargas getting the score he needed. Unfortunately, Malachi of Costa Rica going down. They just have one more surfer left on their team. We're starting to see the teams dwindle here. And this is the real crucial time for these points to be awarded team gold medalists and world champs.
Yeah, well, we've seen a little drop off in the surf. Obviously, when the competition started, we were looking at 2 to 4 foot surf, and as the first 2 to 3 days unfolded, the surf rose to about 4 to 6 foot. I'd say there were some solid, 5, 6 foot sets. And now, of course, with the surf tapering off, surfers having to be a lot more selective. That whole use of priority coming into play. But look at this, still some very quality surf rolling in through Huntington Beach. Beautiful left-hander. Here is Noah Stocka from Australia working. Nice power turn. That meat pie looks like it's energized him just fine. And really throwing some spray, not just in the lip, but even in the whitewater sections.
Well, he's throwing spray off the lip, off his fins, off his rails, and off his long blonde hair. The Sunshine Coast kid loving these conditions here in Huntington Beach. He said it yesterday in a heat wind interview that this reminds him a lot of home. He's able to train for these kind of waves on a regular basis. What kind of advantage does that give you when your home break is a lot like the venue that you're surfing?
Well, I think it's a huge advantage. I mean, one of the biggest factors to competitive success is regimented regularity. And if you're surfing 2 to 4 foot beach breaks and you're comfortable and you're winning a lot, 2 to 4 foot beach breaks, you come to Huntington Beach and it's 2 to 4 foot beach breaks, well, then you're obviously at an advantage. So, definitely comfort playing a big factor. And here's a beautiful little right-hander for our surfer in red.
All right, red up and riding. This is Diego Martins of Portugal, trying to keep the ball rolling here for the Portuguese. A nice little turn there. This wave doesn't have a lot of steep face on it. It's just gonna weave this one through to the inside. Little crack up the top. Does well to keep a rhythm going on such a small wave. Here we go. Looking here is surfer in yellow, Johnny Guerrero. I saw him paddle out from a free surf just in time to go grab his jersey and get into this heat. Now ripping it back to the outside. His hair was still wet when he collected his jersey from his free surf. And he's feeling loose and vibing off of the heat advancement, second place from Gabriel Vargas. But the heat winner is down on the beach with our very own Lindsay Jacob Ellis. Lindsay, who do you have?
Hi guys, thanks Stu. I'm here with our last heat winner, Iker Amartrin. I'm very close with that one. How'd I do?
Very close, yeah.
Not as good as you did out in the water. That was excellent job. Way to keep going. You have some more heats. Spain is bringing such a strong presence here. You have new names both on the guys and the girls. How's your team vibe?
Yeah, it's super good. I think we're not really good result right now. Like we're in the top 10, 8. And yeah, there's new names because it's been 2 years since we didn't came to ISA Comp. And there's a lot of young people who's ripping in Spain. So yeah, new names.
Awesome, great up and coming. We have 2 more years until the Olympics, so you have some time to step everything up. How do you feel about ISA pushing towards that Olympic dream?
Yeah, that's amazing. I think it's really important to ISA in this kind of stuff help us, because I think we really need that help. So yeah, super good.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. You're still in it. Congrats. Keep moving forward. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks for that. In fact, ISA rankings right now, these are the possibilities. These are just the potential point scores, but Spain was in 7th place as a team as of this morning. Of course, all that can change and will likely change when we find ourselves on a new dawn. And of course, the final tally will be the last horn blow of the last heat, which will be the finals on the last day.
All right, here we go. Johnny Guerrero is staying busy. Live action. He's already dropped a 3.5 on his first effort. Cracks it off of that section there. Doing well, finding some nice mid-bully sections and finishes strong with a vertical spray. And here we go, surfer in blue, Noah Stoka. He dropped a 7.17. He is our heat leader, looking to back that one up and yet to catch a wave. Our surfer from the United States, Taj Lindblad. I saw him before his heat sitting down next to none other than Brett Simpson and Kolohan Dino, who just came out of their own free surf, sitting underneath the American flag umbrella, getting some last minute. I don't know, maybe they were talking about what's for dinner tonight, but I doubt it. What do you think it was going down from those two legends?
Oh, I'm sure they're passing on any kind of knowledge they can to these young kids. Brett Simpson and Kolohan Dino, just so much experience in competitive surfing and, of course, surfing right here in Southern California. Brett Simpson, just the iconic local. I know Kolohe surfed Huntington Beach a lot, but he resides over in San Clemente. But Simpson, just a multiple-time winner here, 2 times in a row, taking out top honors in the U.S. Open of surfing. That is a huge feat. So obviously responding well to the pressure of being the local favorite.
That's right. Well, another San Clemente local is Taj Lindblad. He's touted by his fellow surfers in the community as one of the strongest young surfers for his age, just 15 years old. We've yet to see that power on display in this heat, but definitely on display, our surfer from Australia dropping a 7.17, current high scoring wave, and he's got another wave to drop in. He just put on one maneuver on that wave, so it's going to be a smaller backup. But Johnny Guerrero keeping his momentum going. And yeah, I'm wondering from that kind of start, just from those two that you've seen there, Johnny Guerrero and Noah Stoka, who do you think is showing less nerves or more poise going towards the pointy end of this contest?
Oh, I think both surfers are really, really showing a lot of poise, and you know, I'm really enjoying Noah Stoka. I think I see him as one of the standouts, especially here in the repecharge. I was like asking myself, wow, based on these performances, how did he end up in the repecharge? But, you know, that's just a signal that there is just so much great talent from all over the world. You know, it doesn't take much to, you know, if you just falter a little bit, there's going to be someone there to pick up the pieces and get right in front of you. And here goes Noah Stoka. He does not want to falter. He's got that 7-point ride already and cracks a solid maneuver to punctuate the end of that wave.
There it is, Noah Stoka, Sunny Coast. I believe he had 4th priority going into that wave and just went to town. That wave rolled underneath everybody, as you see the angst from the American team. Blowing whistles is Kolohan Dino. He wants his countrymen to get on this one. He's been waiting for a long time. Taj Lindblad, however, is holding, I believe, onto 3rd priority. Looks like he's lost his priority somehow. Check out this replay of last of Blue.
Yeah, well, Blue picked up this wave under priority. He had a 3.9 for his backup wave. This wave's going to definitely rally a better score, and especially because of that huge last turn, just really throwing some spray and flare. Smaller wave is going to keep the score in check, but really, really strong maneuvering from the young Australian. A 6.40. He is now sitting solid in 1st place. Meanwhile, we saw Team USA on the beach looking intently for Taj Lindblad to catch a wave. Doesn't have a wave on his scoreline yet, so more than half of this heat elapsed, and the young American without a wave.
We invite everybody to stay social, hashtag ISA Worlds. Show us where you're watching these games. This is where Mike Latronic and me, Stu Johnson, are watching the games, and here's live action here, up and riding surfer and Reg from Portugal. There he goes, off the top again, cranking it around. Love the drone angle here, gets it back to the whitewater section. Started off nicely here as we see him tag that inside section. Will it give him one more maneuver? Wow, so many turns on that wave. That thing just kept on giving. And here we go, Johnny Guerrero. Keep looking back, thinking that our surfer in white is going to get a wave. Now sitting with 1st priority. Johnny Guerrero keeping the momentum going, though. trying to back up his high score. He's holding a high score of a 5.5.
Well, you can see how bad that priority decision cost him. Dodge Lindblad not only not getting a wave in that heat, but having to watch 2 other competitors just rack up a series of turns. So a couple of good scores getting planked down. And here's where he lost priority, obviously making a pitch for that inside wave, unable to get it, then has to give way to red on this first wave. Diego Martins from Portugal doing good work, ramping a couple of nice turns on the outside, but watch these inside bowl in succession. 1, 2, 3, 4 more maneuvers after the outside. So our man in red putting down his best ride of this foray right now, a 7.60, moves him into second place temporarily, but scores about to drop for Johnny Guerrero.
Johnny Guerrero, here we go. Look, check out this replay. Lovely little stab there just at the end. He's caught 3 waves. Forgive me, 4 waves. And again, Portuguese server Diego Martins drops a 7.60. That's the best score so far of the heat. Looking back here towards the beach, that is the Peruvian crowd just taking a break from the cheering because they've been doing a lot of cheering the past couple heats. No doubt as they see the switch up here. Johnny Guerrero, that last score, 6.30, is going to push him in to second place. It's Noah Stoka of Australia with a 7.17. His last wave comes in at a 6.4. Noah Stoka of the Sunny Coast sitting in first place. Johnny Guerrero, Peru, in second. So close behind. Diego Martins just needs a 4.2. And if there's a surfer up and riding, you can guess who it is. This guy's been on more waves than anyone yet in this heat, on a tear, Johnny Guerrero. But look at the man, still yet to catch a wave with 6 minutes, less than 6 minutes.
Well, such a good exchange on that last one. Diego Martins picking up that 7.60, but not enough to fend off Guerrero from taking his second place spot. Martins was in second for just a brief moment when judges deliberating. Johnny Guerrero's second to last score, a 6.30, so very close. Guerrero sitting with 11.80 and Martins an 11.77, so just 0.03 points separating second and third place. Noah Stoka sitting safe right now unless there can get a big exchange here in the last 5 minutes.
Wow, looking at the American shaking his hair. His hair is almost dry. He hasn't had the opportunity to catch a wave yet. When does it become too late to mount a comeback? We're looking at this lineup.
Well, right now, there's still time. There's still a chance. You know, if there's a flurry of a lot of waves and he gets lucky, he can get a wave in the next 30 seconds, get back out within a minute, and then he'd still have about a minute or 2 to catch his last wave. That's saying that's depending on whether or not the other surfers are unable to increase the pressure by getting better scores than they already have.
Not only that, but priority is going to come and play a huge part if the waves are starved. Looking on the horizon here, I can't tell if it's a mirage or if we see a few bumps approaching the iconic Huntington Pier. It's been knocked down and rebuilt so many times, originally built as an oil rig to pump oil, and then late in the 1920s built as a wooden structure, and then the pier you know today completed in 1992. And here we go, our surfer paddling here. These surfers sitting just underneath the pier paddling for these waves. Unfortunately, it was a mirage, but not for this man. Finding it on the inside, the Peruvian Johnny Guerrero working the backhand, throwing spray so far in front of him. You can hear the Peruvians chanting every time he puts his board on rail. He's going to bring this one right to the inside. Let's see if the Peruvians give one more chance to cheer. And there it is, stoked for their man in yellow. Who's that up and riding there? Is that a white jersey?
That is finally a white jersey. Guerrero finishing a
scathing left-hander on his last wave, sure to improve that 5.50, but very important maneuver here for Taj Lindblad to finally get on the board. 2 minutes and 58 seconds left, so I'm sure Team USA is biting their nails, but still enough time on the clock for Lindblad to get out there and get a very, very good score, because his first wave is gonna be in range. Let's take a look. Well, first let's look at Guerrero's wave. One good turn off the top, nice little redirect there back into the power, gets his board up on the lip again. This wave keeps giving another little slash. This wave's not the biggest wave, it's not super fast, but Guerrero's just really timing it well and staying with it, just in the power pocket on every single opportunity. So Guerrero laying down a 7.4, and here's the young American making a stab at making a comeback in this heat. He's got a nice open face, a lot of turns there going left, shoots back towards the right. For good reason, this wave opens up on the inside, gains some speed, clicks it hard, and definitely puts a punctuation mark at the end of that wave. The young American's working on a decent score, but he's got a lot of work to do. Why? Because Noah Stoka, Johnny Guerrero, and Diego Martins are all on a tear as well.
Wow, Noah Stoka. Check out this wave, slashing through the lip here. Clicks the fins around, 360 air reverse in transition, perfect into this next section, wrapping roundhouse. Wow, the Sunny Coast surfer will not be denied in this heat. Finishes strong. He's feeling it. Wow, he's gonna drop the hammer on these scores. We'll see how that shuffles things up.
Well, that was about as good as you can surf a 2-foot wave. Noah Stoka just really, really impressing me. I know he's going to turn up the heat on his other competitors. Here is the young American. He's now finally getting his second score on the board. His first wave still yet to drop. Judges still deliberating on those scores. And young Taj Lindblad trying to make it happen for Team USA. Takes to the air, does the rotation. Does he ride out of it, though?
Zero speed. He was in front of the whitewater. Did he ride with the whitewater? That's up to the judges.
50 seconds left, and look at these bombs on the horizon. So definitely another exchange. Looked like the two surfers out the back about to split that peak. You could see blues on the inside, yellows on the outside. I can hear the Peruvians every time Johnny Guerrero does it off the lip. So without even seeing it, we know Guerrero's been doing some turns out there.
Wow. I've been so stoked to be able to call this heat. Amazing surfing in small technical conditions. Johnny Guerrero on a rail game, technical fest, and it's been Noah Stoka, who looks like he's going to be dropping the heat high wave as we're still waiting for that score to drop. And just 5 seconds left. Let's look at last of Johnny Guerrero's.
Well, you could tell his legs were burning when he got to the beach, and for good reason. He has been putting in turns every single section here at Huntington Beach. The Huntington hop at work, and takes a lot of energy to keep your board moving on these sort of slower, fatter sections. You can see right here a little bit of fatigue setting in. Finally gives up, may not even factor into his top two, but Johnny Guerrero doing some excellent work out there. Took the lead in this heat temporarily. We'll see where things land up, but Noah Stoka is just about to drop a bomb.
Well, before we go to break, we'd love to get that score dropped in from last of Noah Stoka, looking like he's going to be jumping in to what could be first place over Johnny Guerrero, but we're going to let the judges decide that. Either way, it's looking like advancing is going to be blue.
No, we can't tell yet. Too many scores yet to drop. Let's not do any calls over the air because judges still have red marks on some of these scores, and we don't want to get anybody too amped. Let's just hold up a couple more seconds. The last judge's score is coming in. And I'm telling you what, the meat pie Dad brought down to the beach was the right move for Noah Stoka. He was absolutely on fire. That 6.40 is definitely going bye-bye.
That's right. Well, we'd love to see a slow-mo replay of that transition, that air right in the critical zone, catching it.
Ask and we shall receive. So this was Noah Stoka's last wave. Starts off beautiful slash off the top, straight into this air reverse. Nice and seamless. Comes out of it. Still has a lot of speed and momentum. Comes out to the shoulder. Beautiful roundhouse cutback. Comes in.
nice and springy. Look at the spray he throws, doesn't even stop there. Beautiful floater into this last lip bash. So just a 1-2 punch with a left hook and an uppercut. I think Noah Stoka is working on it. It looks like it's definitely going to be an excellent score. Judges just waiting to get that last score in there, but Noah Stoka definitely turning on the heat there. Still looks like he's a little nervous. You got nothing to be nervous about, buddy. There you go.
There it goes.
8.60, firing up the iron for Team Australia. You can hear them cheer from here.
That's right. Well, officially first place, Noah Stoka. Second place, Johnny Guerrero. That's the end of the contest for Diego Martins of Portugal and Taj Lindblad of the United States. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with more live action here in Huntington Beach.
The city of Huntington Beach is an iconic surf destination located in Southern California. The people of Huntington Beach lead an active lifestyle with action sports, particularly surfing. With over 100 years of history, surfing is a way of life, and no community has a deeper appreciation for the sport. Huntington Beach is known as Surf City, USA, having hosted numerous elite competitions such as the ISA World Surfing Games and the US Open of Surfing. Not only is it recognized for the sport, but also for its culture, music, and lifestyle. In 2018, Huntington Beach will once again take the global spotlight as the host of the Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, when the world's best under-18 surfers compete for the coveted gold medals and the team world champion title.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach as the drone flies over. Another person enjoying this beautiful November 2nd day, fall weather, looking towards the mountains. Stu Johnson here alongside Mike Latronic. Here are our surfers in the water we have from New Zealand. Connor McLennan, Marco Mignot of France in white, Daniel Adsaka of Brazil in yellow, and Caleb Cutmore of New Zealand as well in blue. 2 Kiwis, 1 Brazilian and 1 Frenchman. Just an all-star lineup and an all-star day. Could the weather be any better?
Yeah, such beautiful weather, and I'm telling you what, I'm still sweating from that last heat. So many slashes, so many bashes, just battling out between Australia, Peru, Argentina, whatever, the 4 corners of the world represented here, and back to live action.
Here we go, Marco Mignot of France, a fan favorite on the beach. I met a few people trying to come down and meet him and take photos with him. He's a future phenom, and we see why. Clicking through that final maneuver with style and ease. He made that look way too easy.
Yeah, really stamping that rotation with authority, and you can see very confident young Frenchman on his way back out. Looking forward to seeing that here with the DeBlanc replay. Starts off beautiful little sparkly face, gets a nice little slash to start, gains his speed. Look at how high and the amplitude he gets for a 1-foot wave. I don't think you could do an air rotation much better than that. So Marco Mignon definitely starting strong for Team France. And here is our man in red. This must have happened on the left. Whoa, a couple of other surfers in the mix.
All right, we'll see. I'm not sure what to make of that. We're going to let the judges deal with that. But look at this. Okay, so surfer in yellow was far down the beach, and I'm going to say didn't really get interfered. Obviously wanted him out of the way. But once again, let the judges decide in that. But yellow, Daniel Adsaka from Brazil just absolutely going to town on that wave. And here's white coming off a huge floater. That's Marco Mignon from France on what looks like to be his second ride already.
Well, we will let you know what the judges say, if there was an interference call on that or not. But let's stay with Marco Mignon on this wave here. As we see, was that the same wave, just a different angle of that air reverse, his first wave?
I don't think so. I think that was a different wave. But then again, that's the beauty and the terror of having so many camera angles. I would tend to think that was another wave. I see two scores coming on the board here. So,
wow.
Yeah, lots of camera angles, lots of opportunities to view this event. You can check us out. Of course, you are checking us out if you're here on the website, but you can also see a lot of this behind-the-scenes actions and a lot of the photos and videos that you might not be catching live on our hashtags Vissla ISA Worlds, as well as hashtag ISA World. Wait, where is that information? Let me give you the exact hashtag. What happened to my announcer sheet?
Those things work. Those hashtags will keep you connected, and follow them. You can follow the hashtag. As we see, we're going to follow this surfer right here, Marco Mignon. Automatic on those air reverses. I almost want to say he needs to spice it up enough a little bit for the judges so that they can throw something different. Here he goes to the air again. As we hear the cheers there, he might as well. It's like he's brushing his hair, his long brown hair in the morning. It's that natural for this young Frenchman to land those air reverses. It's always nice to see the fins. Nothing like the amplitude, like you said, as that first wave. As we see surfer in yellow, Daniel Adsaka of Brazil, asking for an update. And we're going to find out again. Looking at this, Mike, it looks like we're getting a 0 here locked in from the judges, and it looks like a yellow interference on red. So that is going to play in big time into this heat.
Yeah, so, you know, there's a little bit of confusion in the ranks as far as my eyeball saw. I saw a lot of activity, but judges are deeming that yellow did interfere. He got that opening score of it looked like it was going to be about a 5.55, something like that. But he's got zeros on that score, which means he interfered in a bad way, priority interference. And we're going to take a look at playback here of white. This is Marco Mignon on France on an absolute tear right now, just really looking spry, looking sharp, staying out of trouble, no interference issues with this young man, and pretty much able to blast this 360 rotation on every single wave thus far.
Here we go. Caleb Cutmore of New Zealand, just a 3.3 on that effort. One turn for the young Kiwi. We got Connor McLennan of New Zealand, dropped a 5.5. That has him sitting currently in second place behind Marco Mignon. I was watching that replay of Marco Mignon. He actually stalled his board before going into the last section. He might be the only person I've seen kick stall on his pad before get going. And, you know, that just shows to me the kind of control and confidence he has in these conditions to generate speed. And that's just mind-boggling.
Yeah, well, he's got a really nice command of his equipment right now, and really able to manage his speed, which is super key in these smaller, slower conditions. Obviously, the waves, very, very perfect. They got perfect little, slight little texture to the water, but such nice little waves. You know, they roll in. There's some double up sections. But being able to, you know, dictate the speed of your board and pick up speed when you want, and utilizing the stall to maybe put him in a better place to ramp up his speed for the next section. So just a nice command of board speed.
That's right. Well, we want to invite everybody who's watching here live to please check out the action at 3 o'clock. We're doing the Aloha Cup today. The ISA, even this event you're looking here is very unique. You want to see a unique event It's lots of fun and full of competitiveness. The Aloha Cup is a relay race. 7 teams, I believe, will be competing in that. And we'll break down the rules for that soon, but make sure you tune back in at 3 o'clock. We're getting some situation updates here in the water. We're going to have a look at the replay of Last of Blue.
All right, well, here is our New Zealand Caleb Ketmore doing some cuts out there on this beautiful little right-hander, just making it look smooth. Nice whack to finish that beautiful vertical backside hit. So Cutmore ends up with a 7.5 on that last wave. He jettisons up to second place behind Marco Mignot. Mignot in first place by virtue of a 6.10 and a 5.57. So he's looking pretty solid. And our man in yellow from Brazil, serious disadvantage with that priority interference. He's looking at a 0 for one of his waves. And Connor McLennan in the red, he's got a 5.5 and a 3.43. He needs a 5.34 to overtake Cutmore for that advancing position.
Yes, down on the beach we have Ben Way. Who do you have for us, Ben?
You guys, so we're here with the winner of that Heat 2, the Reprecharge Round 6 for Team Australia, Noah Stocka from Bridgian Beach, Australia. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, wow, a lot of movement out there. That last wave, thrown out the reverse, which is usually an ending maneuver, and you were just getting started. We mentioned just a minute ago how we had the extra 5 minutes on the Reprecharge Heats. That was the make it or break it for you.
Yeah, I was stoked when I found out that we were going to have the 20-minute heats this morning because the 15 minutes get a little bit nervy, and yeah, I was stoked. We had plenty of waves in that one. It was kind of a little slow towards the start, but I got my early start, got a couple of scores on the board, and it loosened me up to throw that reverse at the end.
Looking solid. The equipment's looking super good. We've got Wayne McEwen, Mount Woodgee shape, taking you through it. So I guess you haven't had much time on this board, but it looks like another piece of your body.
Yeah, I wasn't riding the epoxy the first few days because it was a bit more swell, and then came down this morning and swell had dropped, so I decided I'd grab it out of the board bag and give it its chance, and it went sick this morning, so I was like, oh, I'll just stick to it and see how I go.
Right on. We just saw him make a board that took Paige Hareb into the champions seat just a little bit ago in Japan. So now that we have this kind of defined one peak, we don't have a bunch of peaks, we don't have as much swell. Is priority becoming more of a game, and as people kind of wait in line to just get in line for the little wave pool wedge?
Yeah, definitely. Priority's playing a big role in who's getting through heats out here, and like we've seen a handful of interferences today because it's super hassly at the start, everyone wanting to get that early start. But nah, I prefer it when it's just this one peak and it kind of comes down to the surfing more so than that bit of luck who gets the waves.
Right on. That's excellent. We saw Team Australia all down on the beach rooting for you. Big huddle before the start. How is it to have all this country's support as well as all these surrounding countries, making friends with other surfers from other countries? I'm sure you can visit any place in the world and go surf now.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like the only event really where you kind of like in a big support crew with your own team as well as like get to meet all the other countries, and it's just a really good vibe. Everyone down here just enjoying it.
Tons of fun. Well, I don't know what time it is in Australia, but why don't you give out a little shout? Still waiting on a set to come through here, so no live action. Say hi to your friends and family at home.
Yeah, hi Mum, my sister, and everyone that's watching. I'm sure they would have enjoyed that one. It was a bit more entertaining than my last few rounds.
Cool.
Hey,
right
Ben,
on.
wait, hey,
So
Ben, wait.
There we have it.
Don't let him go yet. I got to ask. I saw his dad running down the beach with a Aussie
I'm
meat
trying
pie.
to hear what Michael Atonic's telling me.
I saw his dad run down the beach this morning.
Did you have a meat pie for breakfast?
Yeah, we found somewhere in town that we could get meat pies. It's kind of a bit of a go-to for me at home, so I was pretty stoked when I found that.
I love the meat pies. You got to tell me where that's at. I'm going to go for some lunch.
I think it's just up at the canteen over the road here.
So this guy may have a meat pie sponsor by the end of this event. Thanks so much, Noah Stocka. We'll see you in the next one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, boys. Talk to you guys.
I believe the spot is at Pacific City there at the main cafeteria, or the canteen, as the Aussies call it. Pie Knot, I believe, is the name of the spot, full of Aussie-inspired meat pies. We had a split peak there in that, and during that interview. Would love to see a look at that. Looked like Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand getting loose on one. Situation at the moment, first place with 6 minutes 30 seconds is Marco Mignot of France with a 6.1 and a 5.57. New Zealand surfer Caleb Cutmore in second place with a 7.5 high. That's our heat high wave, and a low of a 3.33. Connor McLennan of New Zealand trying to claw his way back in there. And Daniel Outsaka was on a tear this morning. I want to say Daniel Outsaka was one of those surfers who may have been involved in an interference this morning, but I'm not quite sure.
Well, at this stage, you can see the 11.66 next to Daniel Outsaka's requirements. That unfortunately puts him in a two-wave situation, and he does not get the benefit of getting two waves. He's got a priority interference. Only one wave will count. The only way he can possibly make it now is if one of the surfers getting first and second gets an interference as well.
Oh, wow. Back against the wall. Here we go. Marco Mignot surfing beautifully so far, but waiting to do it on a wave of consequence, or a wave of size. And this one, from the drone angle, looking like a much better option. Let's see if he can finish with the fireworks as before. A nice slashing maneuver there. Finishes strong. Thinking the judges are going to like that even more than his air reverse waves. And now Daniel Outsaka just trying to forget about that interference and let his surfing flow. Not able to find a keeper there. Just 5 minutes remaining now.
Yeah, well, desperate times there for our surfer in yellow, sitting with that priority interference. Needs an 11.66 and a pretty much impossible feat unless Marco Mignot or Caleb Cutmore can get themselves an interference of their own. And then you still got Connor McLennan, who's got a combined heat score of a 5.5 and a 3.0. So even if one of the top two surfers makes a mistake, Daniel Outsaka needs to get better than a 8.93. He'd need to get an 8.94 score on one wave if one of the other surfers falters with an interference. And I tell you what, the odds of that are pretty slim.
Well, the surfer currently sitting in second place, Caleb Cutmore, hails from Hamilton, New Zealand. It's just a quick drive to the world-renowned left-hander, Raglan. Seen photos and videos of that. I always see Instagram blowing up when I know Raglan's good. I know Swell's on the way up to Fiji. And these guys in New Zealand know how to surf beach breaks. They know how to surf point breaks. And we've only had a couple of Kiwis on the world stage, but we're seeing a great show here of the Kiwis. And here we go, live shaping going down right now. This is Mike Estrada. Right, where is this? This isn't in Costa Mesa or in some back alley in San Clemente. This is right here on the beach, south side of the pier, Vissla, in the shaping trailer. Beautiful.
Let's call it the Love
craftsman.
Shack. I love surfboards, and this is the shack where they're making them. So Vissla's got a little Love Shack going on if you love surfboards.
Love that. Love that. So get down here. Check it out. He's going to be here all day long. Most shapers, you know, some of them like their quiet time, but I think he's going to love it if you come in here and talk story with him. We'll see. He's got the headphones on now, but go in there and watch Mr. Estrada do his craft. 3 minutes left in this one. Holding first priority is Caleb Cutmore. He's going to be fending off his countryman Connor McLennan as we see down from the drone view. That is our vendor setup area. Vissla is our title sponsor. As you see there, they have 3 trailers set up. That middle trailer is a bit of a retail space, has the fall board short and clothing line, has the full range of DeBlanc sunnies, as well as some contest swag. You can buy a t-shirt, show that you were here, show that you're supporting the ISA here at the 2018 Vissla World Surfing Championships. Ford, what do they got going on the other side there?
Well, dude, they got some vehicles that you could practically live in, and if you don't live in them, you can certainly be living it up because they got the new range of crazy vans. I can't recall the name of the van right now, but it was awesome. I got to sit inside of it, and you could cook a meal, drive the road, go snowboarding, go camping, go on a surf trip. And forget the hotel rates. You are in a comfortable scenario right there in that vehicle.
Here we go. This is the Kiwi, but he's not from North Island, Raglan. He is from Christchurch. That's the South Island. The water gets nice and chilly down there. Big ocean waves. He's got work to do. He needs a 5.34 to overtake his countryman. Dropping a 6.0 is Marco Mignot. Further solidifying his spot in first place, Caleb Cutmore now needs a 4.6 to overtake first. So, bit of work to do for the Kiwis. Connor McLennan sitting in third place. If we want to see a twin New Zealand first place, second place, Connor McLennan is going to need a 6.6, and Caleb Cutmore is going to need a 4.6. When's the last time you can remember two countrymen both winning through in a repechage heat? Hate to put you on the spot like that. I feel like we may have saw it
I'm going to
earlier today,
summon
the
my
Brazilian.
powers of, gosh, everybody's been ripping. I can't remember what country from there, what jersey they have, but it's been a blur of scathing performances here. And here is our man in blue. He's already in second place, trying to hold down that spot by throwing away 3.33, not hard to do after turns like that. Nice. So I do believe he'll increase his situation there. And here is our man desperate for a 10-point ride and for somebody to get an interference, but nonetheless performing brilliantly. Our man from Brazil going down at the end of that wave. You can see he's already beaten mentally on that.
Unfortunately, the time runs out. Caleb Cutmore needed a 4.6 to jump to first, but with or without the score, looks like he is unofficially going to be moving through unless we missed a wave. That was Connor McLennan in red from New Zealand. Dropped a 4.0. It wasn't enough. He's going to remain in third place. Daniel Otsaka in fourth. Caleb Cutmore does drop a 6.03. He goes to first place. Second place, Marco Mignot. So, Connor McLennan, Daniel Otsaka, that is the end of their contest. We're going to be back with more live action here in Huntington Beach at the 2018 Vissla World Junior Surfing Championships.
Welcome back to a hot and balmy afternoon in Southern California. 31 degrees or 87 degrees Fahrenheit here today. 2018 Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Brad Bricknell alongside Carlo Carranza for the call. Huntington Beach looking an absolute picture of the afternoon. The swell has dropped off, but certainly highly contestable conditions. We've seen some clutch performances, particularly in those last few seconds of every single heat today.
Yeah, you were saying that Caleb Cutmore actually took the win in the last few seconds over Marco Mignot. So it is going to be New Zealand and France advancing into the next round. But right now, another international affair. Goodness gracious, look at the nationalities of those countries right there.
Yeah, let's take a look at this heat right now. You see all four surfers out the back. It's going to be Yuri Mori from Japan in the red singlet. He's going to be in the water with Cole Hashman from the USA in the white, Max McGugan, who's been on a roll this morning from Australia in the yellow, and of course Leonardo Barcelos from Brazil. You're watching Repechage round number 6, heat number 4, boys under 18 division.
And things are heating up. It's amazing to see these names in these rounds. Repechage number 6. The conditions we see, still the wind holding off, a little bit of a fluff in the ocean, but I think with these conditions and the light wind, we've been talking about it time and time again. Will we see someone go to the air in this heat, Brad?
Well, we saw Noah Stoker a couple of heats ago go to the air, a nice little clean air reverse, executed cleanly on the open face. And we're speaking to his parents outside saying, yep, he's always wanted to bring a bit of innovation. Today seems to be the day, as we see on the outside. This is Leonardo Barcelos from Brazil. He's a little direction change on the outside, a little backhand tag now, direction change to come left through the inside. Of course, this is the section of the wave that gets a bit deeper towards the pier. Sometimes a bit harder to get some momentum and speed into that final section. And we also saw a 3.33 opener from Yuji Mori, rather. And here he goes now through the inside section, looking to try and maintain some speed, build some speed, and finish strong. Does so on the inside.
Important smart surfing for our 18-year-old from Chigasaki, Japan, as we see him there quickly trying to get back out there. They want to give themselves as much opportunity as possible. As we see one lone surfer out the back sitting pretty, it is going to be our surfer from Australia, the powerhouse, Mr. Squat Machine Max McGugan.
Well, I love the power that this kid brings to surfing. Even though it's small conditions here, he's really got a powerful stance, a powerful style. And here he goes. Here goes the Aussie from Sydney, Australia. There it is. Squares off the bottom, off the top.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, just uncharacteristically, we haven't seen Max falling off too much in this event so far. And that was one of his signature moves.
Yeah, that was. And I think we'll have a closer look at what happened, but I almost feel like he wasn't expecting to hit the lip of the wave. He was expecting to hit the pocket as he turns his upper body. That lip line kind of gets ahead of him, and the board actually gets pushed a little bit more towards the flats, and he goes down. He digs that outside rail. So unfortunately for him, a missed opportunity. He is going to have to regroup.
All right, and regrouping on the inside, or on the beach, should I say, because he won that last heat. Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand, another clutch performance, is down on the beach there with Lindsay Jacob Ellis.
Hi guys, I'm here with Caleb. Congratulations on that last win. So exciting. It's always great to get that score right at the end. Take us through that last wave. What made the difference?
Yeah, I was just praying that wave would come. I got one at the start, but then it just went flat. And yeah, I was just a little wave popped up and I surfed it all right. I just knew I needed a score to safely get through, but yeah.
So everything's all up in the air. You're waiting for that wave. All your nerves are firing and you need to perform on that spot if the wave comes. How do you keep your composure?
I don't know. I just keep breathing and I guess I got nothing to lose. So I'm just enjoying it.
Awesome. Well, great job and best luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much to Lindsay Jacob Ellis on the sideline there with Cameron Cutmore. He's had a couple of real clutch finishes over the last 3 heats, and looks like he's building a bit of momentum now coming into these final rounds of the repos. 13 minutes remaining here. We've seen some action. 6.67 being locked down by Cole Hashman from the USA, and 6.67 likewise there for Maury. And there goes some innovation on the outside from the Californian surfer.
Yes, and we're alive, ladies and gentlemen. Cole Hashman, captain for Team USA. The 17-year-old from San Clemente, California, going absolutely bananas out the back. A beautiful reverse, and let's see what he can do on the inside section. And another blast, pushing a lot of water. Remember, this is one of the strongest surfers. Combine that with variation and dynamic surfing, you will be seeing big scores. And what a beautiful, clean cutback for our surfer from Japan. A totally different approach. The wave as well didn't really give him that lip line that he would have hoped for, but just such clean lines, working his way all the way to the inside, and smart. Tags it there, not too vertical. He wants to get out into the flats because we've seen a lot of competitors make that mistake on the inside section.
2 great turns on the outside there for Maury. 6.77. Second wave open up with a 3.33. He is your heat leader. Hashman in second place. 1 wave, a 6.67's got him there. Leonardo Barcelos from Brazil, 2.68 requirement. And Max McGugan in 4th place. He's looking for a 5.55 at this stage. A couple of waves under the belt for him, 0.67 and a 1.13. Time call around that 12-minute mark now.
I wouldn't mind, gentlemen,
from our production crew, seeing that exchange one more time. There's only a 1/10 of a point difference between Cole Hausman's first ride and Yuji Mori's last. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges saw. It was a little bit bigger of a wave for Yuji Mori. They really appreciated that flow, I think.
Yeah, flow and 2 turns on the outside. I think from memory, Hausman just got 1 turn, but he was a bit more progressive on that turn. Air reversed, revert outed, and completed that turn, then also finished on the inside section. So, like you said, a very small separation between those 2 scores.
I almost feel like the judges have to be really careful in dropping big numbers. Excellent scores, 8 or above. You think of the 4 surfers in the water. What if Cole Hausman does that, but a little bit higher up? Let's have a closer look. So there, pretty much no speed and forces the maneuver. So that's what I think would happen is he actually took off and knew he had to do something big. Somehow comes out clean, rides it all the way to the inside. So a lot of downtime. You think of linkage of turns. He basically did 1 big maneuver on the outside, and it was just waiting, sitting, hoping to get something here. He does get an inside section. So 2 turns, 1 big one on the outside and another maneuver to finish things off. Yuji Mori, on the other hand, blasts it. Clean flow into cutback number 2, straight into another cutback right there. So 3 maneuvers, no downtime yet, another cutback. So he's in the face of the wave the entire time. Not once was he stuck behind the whitewater, links it to the inside, does another check turn, and then finishes. So I think that was fair from the judges. I do like the appreciation for flow and wave selection.
Sounds good to me. A great execution, a great explanation there from Kale Carranza. Breaking down those last 2 scores, Mori leads, Hausman second. Still waiting on Hausman to lock in his second wave. Team USA is in the house. They're down on the beach. We've also see Courtney Conlog there, former ISA World Tour competitor. Event competitor, one of the youngest ever to represent Team USA at 11 years of age. Pay attention to Cole Hausman. He's found a wedge in the corner. That's the gift that keeps on giving. He's winding up on his backhand. He's already got a whole series of maneuvers together on the outside. He loves that one, and so does Team USA.
And so do we. Goodness gracious, the amount of water that he was displacing. Talk about timing. He placed those turns perfectly on that wave. Look at that wave. Brad Bricknell next to me would say it's a 1-foot wave. I would say it's 3 foot. But look at the amount of maneuvers. He sets himself up, and right there.
That's
boom.
The one.
Big rooster tail into another one. Blasting. Beautiful control. Flow. Gets a little bit stuck on that one, and then destroys the incoming lip on that left-hander. Give yourself a clap. Give yourself a pat on the back, young man. That was great surfing. That is going to be, in my opinion, better than his previous.
Here we go. This is Mori now answering back. It's Japan hitting up USA at the beginning of this heat so far. Mori versus Hausman. We're still waiting on McGugan and Marcelos to get out of their first gear. We know what they're capable of. But now let's pay attention to Mori as he looks for the inside link. Carving through the inside, pounding that board, looking for the opportunity. Little snap back, click turn, sets up this inside section. Aggressive finish from the Japanese surfer. He's pumped up now.
I like that first maneuver on the outside. He could have just done a lip line float, but he actually pushes and actually hits the lip. A little bit of difference in that turn as we see our surfer from Australia. I think he's caught a second wave.
Yeah, looking like he's paddling out there with a bit of intent now. This could be, judging from where he is, probably a good ride here from McGugan. Let's have a look what happened.
Here we go. He takes off on this beautiful left-hander bottom turning. Nice turn. And another. Yeah. There we go. Pushing a little bit more water there. First turn just a little bit unstuck. It almost seems as if, a little bit stuck. It almost seemed as if, as he pushed that board under the lip, all of the fan from that first turn got caught in the lip, so it didn't look exciting. But number 2, he really recovered well.
Yeah, certainly did. Now, this is looking at Mori's wave. He's looking to place a 3.33 on this one, Carlo.
So see that? He actually pushed his tail out. I felt like he could have almost fallen on that maneuver. He risked a lot. A difficult section to actually blow the tail out on, and he does well to connect all the way to the inside section. So look at the speed. This is something Japanese surfers are so good at, being able to generate speed on sections in which you would actually usually be losing speed. So pay close attention, gentlemen and ladies watching, if you want to go fast. Take notes from Yuji Mori.
Yeah, incredible display here. We've had 3 very good waves being laid down by USA, Japan, and Australia. It's a 7.83 for Cole Hausman. He goes into the lead momentarily. We are waiting on scores from Mori and McGugan. McGugan's going to have his best wave. We've seen him favouring his backhand. It was good to see him now go frontside on the left-hander.
Absolutely. Judges really probably appreciating that big turn on the outside section. unfortunately for him, isn't able to connect. So we'll see how that compares to Cole Hausman's first 6.67. We're already seeing scores drop from Max and Yuji Mori. It looks like it is going to be a nice backup for him as well. We see competitors paddling not too far out. Why? The tide affecting this peak. Some competitors, you see their yellow lifting his hands up in the air, asking for the situation. What is the situation? Do you have any insight for us, Brad?
Well, he's waving because the situation is not quite clear yet. We are waiting for scores to be dropped in for last of yellow. They are in for last of red, just waiting for confirmation that's going to be set. But we can tell you that first and second will be Hausman and Mori. Here we go. Scores in now for the Australian. 7.60. He jumps up into third place and now only requires 2.5 if he wants to mount an attack on that second place, being held down by Mori. However, his final score is not locked in yet. We're waiting on that one. Now it is. It's a 6.5. So McGugan back to third. Mori back to second. Now McGugan needs a 5.67, and Leonardo Barcelos requiring a 9.27, 6 minutes on the clock.
All right, Brad, I might put you on the spot here. What is your opinion in regards to Max McGugan's last stride at 7.6 and Cole Hausman's first? I'll remind you, Cole Hausman did a below tail reverse on the outside and connected with the inside. Judges really appreciating Max's second turn, but no reform on the inside.
No reform on the inside, but I think he got 2 clicks in, so he opened up with a first little tag, which set him up, and I think the flow into the second turn when he opened up his shoulders was enough to get that 7.6 right. You can see a bit of a split there, 7.5, 7.2, but 2 judges even gave him an excellent score of an 8.0.
Wow, incredible. So the judges really liking the amount of maneuvers on the outside section. I believe, personally, I don't think there should be that big of a gap in between those two scores. But then again, we have a different angle here. We're only looking at what you see on screen, the judges looking at it live, and that really makes a big difference when you think about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was up in the tower earlier on just checking out the situation in there. They do have a screen on the board. Of course, the sound is turned down because there's no influences going to be coming in from the outside, but they do have the opportunity to watch a few of those replays and just make sure they want to set those scores and set those scales because they obviously have an outcome with regards to the result standings come at the end of the heat.
Yeah, so they can't hear us.
Can't hear us, no.
Right, so there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We don't influence the score. We just give us our opinion.
Yeah, that's what we're here to do. Might be wrong. Sometimes we are, but we call it like we see it. We love surfing. We're passionate about this event.
I'm never wrong.
Well, I found that out after being your roommate for the last week. 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you, Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA, for hosting us at Pasia Hotel and Spa. You guys have been amazing, as have Surfrider Foundation, our official sustainability partner for this event. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carlo Carranza for the call. It's Hausman over Mori. It's USA over Japan. McGugan and Barcelos are chasing with 4 minutes to go.
So there you have it. One thing that I just got reminded of as I look to my left, there any of you local surfers living in Huntington that just got a brand new board, come down to the beach and get it spray painted by a Vissla artist who's down here. Pretty cool art he's been doing. Apparently he does a lot of stuff in New York. He does a lot of stuff in Japan. As we see a quick look at Team Hawaii and Team USA.
Yeah, that's Jason Woodside down there doing all that amazing work. Of course, he was down at Jack Surfboards last night, spraying some custom boards, and yeah, great to catch up with him. He was actually over in Australia early on in the year for another Vissla event, the Australian Open, the Vissla event down there in Sydney.
Amazing art.
Amazing art. He's a great style.
He's like a magician with a spray can and a piece of paper. He does all sorts of patterns on the surfboard. I try and paint my surfboards as well, but it seems like a spray can and a piece of paper isn't enough. That's what I thought.
Yeah, well,
until I came down to the beach.
I've seen those boards in our room. I'm just going to leave it right there. 3 minutes remaining. Japan leads. Japan second, Team USA leads. That's Cole Hausman out in front. Of course, Team Japan and Team USA are on top of the leaderboard as far as the team ratings are concerned. They are first and second, equal on top of that leaderboard. So, of course, these next few days and these heats here are absolutely crucial because this is an elimination round. And you've got to say Cole Hausman would have come into the event as one of the favorites. He was a recipient of one of those interference calls that we saw early on in the year.
That's right.
In the event, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. He, unfortunately for him, I actually saw him a little bit deflated. I'm not quite sure if he was in tears or not, but I would have been. Such a disappointment to not continue in the main round. This young man has an amazing competitive history. 2016 NSSA Open Juniors National Champion. He won the Live Like Xander WSL Pro Junior Champ in 2017 as well. Runner-up finishes in Acapulco twice at the QS 1000, and then got a chance to compete for the USA in Europe, then in France, and then in Japan, where Team USA got the gold, and he was team captain.
Yeah, great bio there, and no doubt that's the reasons, well, one of the reasons why he's coming to this event as one of the favourites. Of course, we're going to see another Hawaiian coming up, Kiala Tamoda-Bennett from Hawaii coming up next against Zali Kelly and Julie Nishimoto. That's going to be girls under 18 repechage, round number 7. We are charging through this event. Day number 7 of 9 days here, the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Championships. We're deep into it now.
As we see Brett Simpson there with Team USA, he said he was going to go for a quick surf over the north side of the pier. Like we mentioned earlier, there is no priority system on the north side of the pier when you're going out for a free surf. But if you're Brett Simpson, you have the red Rashi at least.
Well, absolutely right. Obviously, a man that's very respected in these parts of the world, a two-time US Open winner in this very corner. Looking at priority, it looks like Barcelos with priority. Second priority is Hashman, and then it looks like Maury getting in the mixture with Hashman.
So there you go. The surfers in first and second position. Not quite sure if they're just trying to go for the peak or if Cole Hashman is blocking.
Well, two powerhouse nations here. We saw it was Joe Azuchi that Hashman got tangled up with in that altercation a few hits ago. This time Maury and him are keeping close eyes on each other. Maury is in second place, so I'm not sure why he's trailing Cole Hashman.
No,
Cole's
I think
got
it's the other way around. I think Cole Hashman is actually blocking Yuji Mori. Cole has priority, second priority. Yuji has fourth. So Cole literally, as soon as Yuji takes one paddle, he's right behind him. Yuji stops, Cole stops. So it is war out there in the water.
War in the water. Team Australia looking on as Max McGugan in third place, needs a 5.67. He's had a pretty good run the last couple of heats and looking confident, always looking to improve and grow. Hearing that really mature feedback from those post-heat interviews he's been having with Lindsay Jacobellis. And, well, there's going to be another Aussie coming up in the next heat too, that's Zali Kelly. But this heat is now going to be counted down. The end has snuck up on us because the heat announcers said there's 15 seconds remaining. 10, in fact, are remaining now. A bit of action, a bit of jostling, a bit of paddling around. Looks like Hashman's going to hold on to the lead. 2 and 1. This wave does not count, so unfortunately it's going to be the end of the road for this man. Max McGugan bowing out of the event at this stage. Leonardo Barcelos as well will be out of the event. And congratulations to Cole Hashman and Yuji Mori from USA and Japan respectively, making their way through to the next repechage round. We'll take a short break here. It is around lunchtime, 1 p.m. here in the afternoon. We're going to come back with more action right after this. You're watching the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. The city of Huntington Beach is an iconic surf destination located in Southern California. The people of Huntington Beach lead an active lifestyle with action sports, particularly surfing. With over 100 years of history, surfing is a way of life, and no community has a deeper appreciation for the sport. Huntington Beach is known as Surf City, USA, having hosted numerous elite competitions such as the ISA World Surfing Games and the US Open of Surfing. Not only is it recognized for the sport, but also for its culture, music, and lifestyle. In 2018, Huntington Beach will once again take the global spotlight as the host of the Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, when the world's best under-18 surfers compete for the coveted gold medals and the team world champion title. Well, welcome back to a hot and sunny afternoon at Huntington Beach, California. The 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships is well underway. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carle Carranza for the call. Carle, we're into repechage round number 7, the girls under 18 division, and we're going to introduce those surfers to you right now. This is a 3-person heat. Kiala Tomoda Bennett from Hawaii will be wearing the red singlet. From Australia, Zali Kelly in the white, and from Japan, Julie Nishimoto will be in the yellow.
So there you go. 3 surfers in the water. A bit of a relief to have 3 and not 4, Brad.
Yeah, well, I think so, because obviously more surfers in the water, more waves you've got to share around. You've still got 20 minutes here, and that's going to be more opportunities.
Strategically, also, when you're in the dying minutes of the heat, if you have priority, you only need to block 1 surfer and not 2, which is good.
Absolutely right. Scores have been dropped for a couple of waves here. 4.67 from Nishimoto and a 5.33 from Bennett. And then here goes the Japanese surfer again. Just a quick in and out on that inside section. Waiting on Kelly from Australia. Cabarita Beach, just south of the Gold Coast, Australia. Of course, home to Snapper Rocks. And the first event on the World Championship Tour every year. And well,
very important event to start your world title campaign.
Yeah, absolutely right. Those
not world title, world qualifying campaign.
World qualifying campaign. Well, yep, there's a lot of QS events out there as well at the beginning of the year, and these are the events to springboard the ISA is onto those professional ranks. We see Team Hawaii here getting behind Bennett. It's a hot day here in California, tops of 87 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about 31 degrees centigrade for us Southern Hemispherians. And sunblock and hydration are the order of the day.
Yeah, it is noticeably hotter today. I would say today is the first day that I'm wearing shorts and just a t-shirt and not 25 layers and pants. So it's definitely hot. Right?
It's very hot. I knew it was hot when you were starting to unbutton your shirt in the booth, and then you know that Carle is starting to overheat.
Yeah.
15 minutes remaining in this one. Just a 0.5 for Nishimoto.
As we see some nice waves coming in. This angle that we have, beautiful pan back view of where the waves are breaking.
Yeah, well, some person or somebody that found exactly where the waves were breaking in that last heat was a heat winner from Team USA, Cole Hauschman. He's down on the beach now with Lindsay Jacob-Ellis.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Cole, our last heat winner. Congratulations on that win. You have to feel so excited right now.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I finally felt like I got the ball rolling in that heat after a few slow heats in the main event, and then I had not the best heat yesterday. So felt good to get a good heat done in the repo, and yeah, looking forward to the next one coming up soon.
Awesome. You are the team captain for USA. How does that feel to be leading such a great team and all these younger kids looking up to you?
Yeah, it's great. I love being the team captain. And all these kids rip. I mean, we got the best team, and yeah, I hope they look up to me in good ways, and I learn from them, and yeah, they surf so well, so super stoked.
Well, you definitely showed your experience out there under the pressure, coming down to the wire, keeping it cool. That's why they call you Iceman, I guess.
Yeah, just not to get too heated in the moment and keep it cool, yeah.
Awesome. Anyone you want to say hi to?
No, just my mom, my sister at home, and my grandparents watching, and my dad, and the whole team. Thanks for supporting me.
Awesome. Well, best of luck in your next round.
Lindsay, can you hear me?
Wait, we have one more question for you in the booth.
Yes, we would like to know, I know Cole had that really tricky heat yesterday. If you could tell us a little bit about that double interference, how and why it happened, and how he turns it around to feel better today.
So they're asking about the double interference yesterday. It's something you probably don't want to tap on. He's moving forward from that, but just for the announcers to inquire what was happening and how do you move on from that?
Yeah, I think I just got heated in the moment. There wasn't many waves yesterday, and didn't want to let up a set, so I felt like I had to be on it, and yeah, it just didn't go either of our way, I guess. But same thing, I didn't want to let him get the wave, and I'm sure he didn't want me to get the wave, and yeah, I didn't want to hold back, so it sucked that it ended up that way. But yeah, put that behind me. Got to grind through the repo now and hopefully make it back in the main event.
Awesome. Well, keep it in the fridge. You have more heats coming up. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome stuff there, Lindsay, and awesome stuff, Cole Hauschman. Some great insights there, and a great question thrown in to the mix by Carle Carranza. Just finding out a little bit more about what it means now from that repechage rounds He says he's got to grind it out now. He obviously was trying to fight hard when the conditions are fairly marginal. But great to see Hausman now. He's looking dangerous from a mental point of view. He seems a lot stronger as we see live action. We'll come back to that in a second. Bennett from Australia, 5.33 opener, a 4.60 second wave. This is wave number 3 for her. Nice flow through the inside section here. She's going to keep that rail-to-rail transition moving. She's going to come over the step to the inside, look for one more closeout turn. Nice and snappy on the release, locking in her wave number 3. And we'll stand by for a little wrap-up of the heat so far and some scores because there are a few outstanding. And your thoughts on that interview quickly, Carlo?
Yeah, I was really stoked to see Cole smiling. We got a chance to see him yesterday after his interference, and he was very disappointed, very deflated. So it was interesting to hear that he could not let the other surfer catch the wave. We'll get back to that in a second. Look at the type of maneuver that our surfer from Hawaii, Keala Bannert, beautiful top turn on the outside, connects it with the inside section. This was, I believe, her second to last wave, if not her first. There was quite a few waves ridden during that interview. Let's have a look here. Our surfer from Japan, Julie Nishimoto. It seems to be like Japan, USA, and Hawaii really fighting for that first spot in the teams, as we see our surfer from Japan linking it all the way to the inside. So quite a few maneuvers, and Miss Bannert, up again, spraying Julie Nishimoto, not because she would have wanted to, but because she was right there where she wanted to do the turn. Miss Bannert doing excellent surfing, a really precise attack on her backhand, but really flowy on her front side. So that's something that you have to know how to do as a competitor. You have to be able to go right. You have to be able to rip left.
Yeah, especially in these little beach break conditions. Of course, it is a multiple peak scenario. We're going to bring you up to speed with scores. Last of Nishimoto, 6.67. Opener of Nishimoto, 4.60. We're standing by on scores for Zali Kelly and the second and third waves for Bannert. Those are dropping now. 4.60 for second of Bannert. And now Zali Kelly looking like she's going to post something in that mid-5 range. And looks like Bennett, conversely, is going to add something pretty solid to her score on wave number 3. 10 minutes remaining. I wanted to ask you, Carle, around pacing yourself. A 9-day event. Some surfers are in the repos, some in the main. But it's all about peaking at the right time, and that right time is going to be around lunchtime on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I have a really different view on regards to peaking in a contest. A lot of people say you should peak at the final. I mean, ideally, yes, but you're surfing one heat at a time. And what does that mean? That means you have to peak during that heat. You have to surf your best so you can take that guy out. Otherwise, sure, you could peak in the final, but if you don't surf well enough, you're not going to make it there.
Not going to make the final. True story. 5.43 opening of Zali Kelly. I like the flow and the momentum she's building in this event now. She's had like at least one good wave every heat. Now she's starting to string together a couple on the inside section here. This is wave number 2 from the Aussie. 5.43 opener. She's currently in third place, but needed a 5.85. All those scores are dropped. It is Bannert in the lead. Nishimoto second. Kelly third.
Yeah, that one turn Bannert did on the outside was ridiculous. Very speedy, very nice transition in between the outside and the inside as we see Julie Nishimoto up and riding.
Yeah, 2 turns on the outside there. Softer turns, you'd have to say, but getting the work done nonetheless. She is in second place. 4.60 is the low score. 5.03 gets her into the lead.
Usually those lefts that go into the pier, go into deep water so fast that when you take off on the wave, it seems like you will have a beautiful face, but halfway down that bottom turn, the wave actually backs off. I overheard Kalohe Andino speaking to Brett Simpson saying, why on earth would you go left in these waves?
I couldn't agree more. Being a natural footer, but this is Kelly.
Here we go, our surfer who took Kira Pinkerton out. She knows where to find these medium-sized gems. Finding a little bit of a lip line, almost forcing those maneuvers, trying to get a little bit of water. There we go, a little bit more lip line there from her. So great surfing on a wave that was very difficult to be surfed. Here we go, Julie Nishimoto on her backhand, a little bit stuck on maneuver number 2, but does well. See how she fades away from the shoulder. Why? Because that wave backs off, and it backed off so much, she had to entirely let go of that opportunity.
7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Great insights there from Carle Carranza. Sitting here with myself, Brad Bricknell, for the call. We're in repechage round number 7, girls under 18 surfing. Of course, you've joined us here at Huntington Beach. It's about 12 minutes past 1 in the afternoon here, local time, on a Friday afternoon. And it's a beautiful scene here at Surf City, USA. We've got 3 surfers in this heat. One will bow out of the event at this point in time. Let's see who it's going to be. This is your heat leader. This is Bannett on the outside. I like that opening turn. Straight to her feet, getting busy, getting active. And now a couple of redirection, some direction changes. And now she won't make it through the inside section. On the outside behind her, this is Zali Kelly looking to lock in her wave number 3. She knows how deadly she is. She's found one in that last heat that stood up on the inside section, and she went to town on it. This one not as steep as far as the wave face is concerned, but she's still doing some good work on the inside, and we'll get a 2-turn combination to finish off.
That was good. That was good. I think she likes it. You can tell by her body language as we see our surfer from Japan on the outside. She has priority. She can go on any wave she wants. I'm not sure if she will have 2 opportunities, but she's going to have to be very, very careful. What is she doing? Until she hears the score from Sally Kelly, I would dare say that she might actually start working on her defense and block Sally Kelly from catching any waves.
Yeah, well, Zali's got 2 scores still to drop. They haven't read out her second score yet. This was her 3rd wave we're waiting on. And likewise for Bennett, 1 more score to come from her.
Yeah, that's very funny. I've actually seen some heats where someone with priority starts paddling towards someone that they think is losing. The score drops, and she starts flying the other direction.
Here goes Nishimoto. She's currently in 2nd place before those scores drop. Opens up the shoulders for the frontside wrap. Now extending a bit further for a roundhouse cutback to rebound. Carbon copy turn for turn number 3. Now she starts to wind up some variation on the inside. A 2nd turn, perhaps a 3rd. Great finish here for Japan. Nishimoto finishing up wave number 5.
Oh, it's going to be a seesaw battle for 2nd and 3rd. Zali Kelly, we're still waiting for scores to drop from her. Julie Nishimoto, I see already one judge dropping a big score, so it is going to be an interesting exchange right there. Now, Keala Tomoda Bannert from Hawaii, 17 years young, from Kauai, one of the islands that produces some of the best surfing in the world. Andy Irons, Bruce Irons, as we see a repetition of her last ride. So beautiful flow. One big bash on the outside, stays with the white water. She doesn't want to lose opportunity. She wants to connect with the inside section. Somehow manages to fit a little turn, but this wave right here is going to prove to be crucial. Our surfer from Australia, a little foam climb, which was difficult to do. Now out into the open face. Taking her time, linking with the inside. A little bit of a hop right there to do that. And she does get one more maneuver on the inside. But with that, potentially we could see her go into the 2nd position. But let's have a look at what Julie did with this wave. A little bit more flow, a little bit more face potentially. This is her 3rd cutback and gets into this open face in the inside section. Blasts it a couple times and a 3rd. So as far as maneuvers go, a few more maneuvers for Julie.
7.17 for Julie Nishimoto. She jumps to the lead with that wave. We are still waiting on 2 scores to drop. 2nd wave of Kelly, a 5.83. We're standing by for her 3rd. And also the last one here from Keala Tomoda Bannett. 6.30 is the potential, as those are the scores that have been locked in but are not confirmed. But in the meantime, Nishimoto leads. Bannett in 2nd. She'll require a 7.47 to go into the lead. Kelly in 3rd will require a 5.88, and I think that's how it's going to stand with 4 minutes to go.
So at the beginning of the day, we had some heats where only maybe 8 or 10 waves were ridden. I see right now approximately 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 waves being ridden in this heat, so plenty of opportunity. But it seems to be tough to find the right waves.
Yeah, absolutely right. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Big welcome here to Graham Stapleberg from the WSL. Just coming to check out the action here. Of course, these guys working together towards 2020 in the Olympic Games in Japan, of course. 3 minutes, 28 seconds remaining. While this is a close heat, Nishimoto leads, Bannett 2nd. Zali Kelly now requiring a 6.67 because the last score in from Bannett is a 6.30. Time call, 3 minutes remaining. Now all the pressure is back on Zali Kelly.
It's crunch time with 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Our surfer from Australia, who has pulled a rabbit out of the hat before. She took out Kira Pinkerton in the last few minutes of her previous heat. Now is going to have to do it again. And why? Because Japan and Hawaii are on point. Our Japanese surfer in the lineup, paddling very calmly out the back. No pressure for her. She improves her situation. We're still waiting for one more score to drop from her, but I don't believe it is going to be better than her 2nd to last.
Yeah, I mean, this is crucial compared when you start looking at those team ratings. USA and Japan are leading. They are tied, and then Hawaii and Australia are 3rd and 4th. So every heat counts, every result counts, every few points count towards the team total.
Yeah, you get to position yourself in the top 8 of the leaderboard, and you will get to compete in the next year in the Aloha Cup, which is what we will be seeing soon. Today, a couple semifinals, and we will see the final, I believe, on Saturday or Sunday, right?
Yeah, one of those 2 days. Of course, it's going to be finals weekend coming up soon. We finish this event on Sunday. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Nishimoto waiting for a score that's not going to go into her top 2. It'll come in around that 4.3 mark. So she leads the heat from Bennett, who requires a 7.47 if she wants to go to first. Kelly is requiring a big score, a 6.67. We know she can do it. We've seen her do it in the previous heats. In fact, as early as this morning. She has second priority, and the only thing that's going to work against her here is a time with a minute and 30 on the clock.
Oh, that time. We all suffer from time, and right now the person that is suffering the most is Sally Kelly from Australia. Like you were saying, she can do it. She just needs to find a wave. But I guess the bad news for her is she's going to have to give way to Keala Tamora Bannert from Hawaii, who has first priority. As you see there, Keala positioned just a little bit further in. She wants to make sure she doesn't give that score to Sally Kelly. Why? Because she could not only jump into second, she could actually go into first.
Yeah, there's not much that Kelly can do here, in my opinion. There's only one real takeoff spot, so she's got to just position herself as best she can and hope there's going to be 2 opportunities coming, or maybe Bennett decides to pull back and allow her to go. She can come a little bit closer in, perhaps, to try and find something under priority. That'll be her only option as Team Hawaii watch on with bated breath.
As we see there, holding the camera, one of the coaches, Jason Shibata. Next to him on the right-hand side, it's Lulu, and in front of her, Summer Macedo. They are just as nervous as we are. Let's see what happens here. It looks like someone's paddling red.
It's Bannett using priority. 30 seconds to go. This is the current second-place surfer in this heat. A 7.47 gets her into the front. And the first 2 will go through, so just 2 turns on the outside. That leaves a small window for Zali Kelly. 15 seconds on the clock with priority now. Can Kelly find what she needs? It's a 6.67 with 10 seconds remaining. There is a lump coming, but I don't think someone's going to break for her. And the heat announcer is calling this one out. So unfortunately for Zali Kelly from Australia, her campaign at the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships comes to an end. It's going to be Keala Tamora Bannert from Hawaii, along with Julie Nishimoto, advancing through to repechage round number 8. We'll take a short break from Huntington Beach. It's a beautiful afternoon. Make sure you come back, because when we do, it's going to be more live action from the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Welcome to day 4 of competition at the Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Things are really getting serious now as we're seeing the first elimination heats take to the water, and the world's best under 18 surfers are leaving it all out there. Squares off the bottom, back in Japan. Ball again. Nice big section to stand up. Now she goes off the bottom, off from the outside. Now we're on this one, a front side.
When I go out, I feel nervous but excited at the same time. But when I get out there, the only thing that's on my head is just to surf my best, have fun, and also to catch the first wave. Last year when I went to Japan for the ISA World Junior Games, I was the only girl that went. And this year I'm here with my sister. But I'm quite proud that I'm competing for my country and myself and also my family.
Side. Wow, look at that rip. Slashing through the lip there again.
It's scary every time when you come to heat, but yeah, I was sad when I was in a repechage. I wanted to be in the main event, but I'm stoked to make the one heat in my repechage and keep going.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. You can catch all the action live at isasurf.org. Well, welcome back to a sunny and perfect afternoon in Southern California. Of course, we're at Surf City, USA. It's Huntington Beach and the iconic Huntington Beach Pier, the venue for the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kale Carranza for the call. And of course, Kale, this is a rapid charge round surfing, round number 7. Heat number 2, Anat Lelio from Israel in the yellow, Nais Lartigue from France in the white, and Costa Rica's last surfer in the event, Eva Woodland.
Yeah, we just heard that Aldo Chirinos and Malachi Martinez are no longer in competition, so that leaves Eva Woodland as the last Costa Rican surfer. I got a chance to talk to Magnum Martinez, coach for Team Chile, and he said that they also have only one competitor left in the draw. Let's see what Anat Lelio on wave number 1.
Yeah, 6.50 on her opening wave. Just, I love the flow she's been bringing. When she finds a pocket, this is actually the replay of that first wave. When she finds a pocket, she can do some damage.
Yeah, beautiful surfing from Anat Lelio. She's matured so much. Her surfing has gone up a couple notches. She's also a better competitor. It's amazing what a year in the life of a young competitor can do. I know when I think of competitors that learn to surf very well, very fast, I think of Dane Reynolds. I think he learned to surf at 13 years young. By the time he was 17, he was already in magazine covers. So 365 days make a big difference.
That's so true. And just looking at one of those days today, some of these girls would have surfed 3 times today. We've run through 3 rep rounds for the girls under 18. This is the final. We started with the last 3 heats of rep rounds 5. So if you were one of those surfers in those last 3 heats from yesterday left over, you would have surfed 3 times today. So that's probably the most they would have surfed in this event so far.
That being said, though, it is way more manageable today to surf 3 times than it was 3 days ago, as we see Anat Lelio up and riding.
Yeah, she's chosen to go left on this one. Little direction change with that nice little snapback. Unfortunately, that wave running out of energy. And to your point, you mentioned you spoke to Kalova and Dino about that left-hander going into that gutter. He says stay away at all costs.
Yeah, he said, I don't know why people would be going on that left. That being said, Max McGugan got one of his best scores on that left. Cole Hauschman got a solid score on the left. But yeah, ideally, if you have first dibs, priority out in the water, you want to find those right-handers. Speaking of getting speed on those waves, we were talking a little bit about boards that could potentially make a difference out there. Maybe an asymmetrical board would make you go a little bit faster.
Absolutely right. We had the opportunity to catch up with one of the Whistler ambassadors, one of the creators and innovators, Donnie Brink, during the break. He was down here due to be shaping actually in the caravan down there in the Whistler compound, but sustained an injury to his collarbone recently, so unable to do there. But he speaks. You speak to him about boards, and his eyes light up. He's a mad professor. He's got so many amazing ideas around board design.
And he shaped you an asymmetrical board.
He gave me a little gift to try out, and he this board that he's given me would be ideal out here, especially for these little right-handers. Let's have a look now. Have a look at this one. A little wedge, a little left-hander here coming out for Lartigue from France. She's had a few of these left-handers already this morning. There's a nice turn on the open face. Found a little corner pocket, and she did well to sink that one. Now the inside section peters out, and that'll be wave number 2 for Lartigue. But I like that little turn, Scarlett.
Yeah, that setup turn on the outside positioned her perfectly. It almost looked like she got almost a little lucky as she came up the face. It didn't look like that wave was going to give her any kind of lip line, but it does. She gets a beautiful arc in maneuver number 2, so she pretty much created that score. That was a difficult wave to surf, and that first maneuver really setting her up.
Just taking a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. We might just put that on hold as we see a couple of surfers having a look at this one. No priority outside of Lelio. It's going to be Eva Woodland. Here we go, the Costa Rican, the final Costa Rican in the draw. 2 nice turns on the outside, and that's the third. She's found a great little right-hander here. A bit of momentum through the inside section. The wave getting a little bit soft. She's doing the well to milk the inside section and does so well. This is Lelio now behind her, also finding this right-hander. This is one looking like it's standing up nicely on the sandbank. 2 turns and a closeout turn to finish. Good exchange.
Wow, Anat Lelio putting on a surf clinic, but what an answer from Eva Woodland. She was sitting out the back. She had not caught any waves, and she did link it all the way to the inside. A series of maneuvers, and it is going to put her right back in this heat. But Anat Lelio, it almost seems like she is improving on her situation. From what I saw on the last bit of that wave, that was a better wave than any of her first few rides.
Yeah, it looks like you're going to get that one spot on. 6.5 was an opener. And she's going to put down something a little bit bigger than that, maybe even half a point more. Looks like Eva Woodland, something around that 5.4, 5.5 kind of mark. And of course, Nace Lartigue, as we see a great little paddle battle here to the outside. It's yellow leading from the surfer in red, neck and neck as they make their way out. Let's focus now on Lartigue from France, again favouring these left-handers. I'd like to see her have a go at one of those rights during this heat to see what she can do on the front side.
Yeah, she just didn't have enough speed to hit that section. It was a beautiful section. I like when that right-hander comes towards you, you bank it in the right way with you, and you get more speed off the bottom. It was a perfect wave to hit the lip and redirect and go right again. But unfortunately for her, she pushes a little bit hard, doesn't have the speed. And I think because of that, was she twisted her upper body and pointed it towards the beach at that precise moment, the front foot actually slid off the wax and the board actually hits her backside, so she goes down.
Yeah, that's a great explanation of what happened there. We saw that priority little paddle for the outside. The screen just updating now. It will be Woodland from Costa Rica with first priority. Lalio was second in the yellow. And Nace Lartigue will make up the third priority when she makes it back out there again. 5.33 for Woodland. That's just been announced by the beach announcer. She now requires 1.51 to go into second. That's been held down by the French woman Lartigue, an 8.83 requirement she needs. Why? Because Anat Lelio has a 6.5 and a 7.0. Great combination of scores to make up 13.5. Here's the replay.
All right, here we go. This is Eva Woodland's 5.33. Big maneuvers on the outside, clean cutback. So as of now, I really like that second maneuver, really connecting with the lip, really engaging her rail, works it all the way to the inside and does finish pretty much right on the sand. So she did get a complete re-entry on the last section, which is very key to get that bigger score. It almost seems like you can't afford any mistakes in that inside section.
Yeah, so true. 5.33. What was the score there from Woodland? And I'm actually enjoying watching her surf on her backhand. I feel like it gives her more opportunities than some of those waves you saw earlier in the event on the front side. I think she gets a bit more critical and she gets more of those major maneuver in when she's got her back to the wave.
Yeah, I almost feel like that seems to be the case for every competitor going backside. They can go a little bit more vertical. They can fit more maneuvers in. That being said, the disadvantage is that you cannot go as fast. You can't go down the line as fast. You can't put the weight on your toe side, and you can't go to the air as easy. Here we go. We have someone looking at this. It looks to be our French woman.
Here we go. Surfer in white. Big roundhouse wrap to rebound to open up. This ball stands up now. Nice little click turn into the pocket. There's a second little driving turn. And she'll find an inside connection here just to finish off on. I like that wave there from our surfer in white, Nace Lartigue from France.
Yeah, she needed that wave. She needed to put something up on the board. She only has, let me see, a 0.6, a 217, so she is going to improve her situation. That's, in my opinion, the better wave she's caught this entire heat. Let's look at what she needs. She's currently in second position, so what that does is it's going to make it a little bit harder for Eva Woodland to catch up to her.
Yeah, that's true. A 5.83 has been thrown down by Lartigue on that last wave. So now 5.18 will get Eva Woodland into second place. Of course, she's only had one wave. It's a 5.33. We know what she's capable of now. We've seen her on her backhand scoring some little inside sections and making the most of them. But now let's pay attention to Lelio, the heat leader. A lot of strong outside turns. She's winding up again, using that rail so effectively. Now she gets the board up a bit more vertical, winds up like a clock, and finishes that turn. She is gaining momentum and building up some speed here. Let's look at the outside now. This is Eva Woodland. She's found a nice little turn on the outside pocket. She's had to redirect all the way back to the power source. This is the white water here, but they left cutting short.
Ah, so unfortunate there. Right there is when you need to shuffle that back foot forward on that pad, get your weight on the most buoyant part of the surfboard, connect with the inside, and then worry about, you know, broadening your stance and hitting the lip. Eva Woodland, maybe just a slight stumble there for her, but it looks like she took off on a great wave. Let's see what she did on the outside. With very little time remaining in this heat, potentially enough to two more exchanges, but now is when that priority can really affect the surfer in third priority. They are really going to have to try and find something, as we see White having a look at that.
Yeah, a 5.18 requirement for Eva to go into second place. I think she's going to come in just short. We'll have to wait and see for... yeah, it's a 5.17. She comes in 0.01 of a point short of that score, so she's still in third place, still requires a 5.18. Lartigue needs an 8.14. She's in second, and Anat Lelior from Israel, wow, a 6.97 and a 7.0. She's got a pretty solid heat total going into the final 7.5 minutes.
So there you go. Eva Woodland needing a 5.18, gets a 5.17.
Brutal.
So now, yeah, very disappointing for her. What would have happened had she connected with that inside section?
Well, exactly right. I think what happened is we saw a great outside execution maneuver, but to your point, throughout this whole event, oftentimes those left-handers get cut short, and of course we've seen her score get cut short as a result of no close-out turn on the inside section. Of course, the judges don't take any notice or any regard for the requirements of these surfers. They score the waves as they see them, as they come through, and of course, our job is to call them as they come out. So here we go. This is your heat leader, Anat Lelior.
She actually improved her situation on her last wave.
Yeah, she did. 6.97 on that one. Big paddle on the outside. It's going to be a priority loss now for Woodland.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately for her, that was the opportunity she needed to capitalize on that 5.18 requirement.
To her credit, she was paddling for a small wave, but it looked really good on that inside section. We just got a little bit of a view from the beach of that right-hander. So it's not the big waves that are the best. It's those medium ones that wrap through that inside bank beautifully. Here we go. It looks like that wave. See how it starts to split into two? The peak closer to the pier, maybe not the best. It looks like the peak to the left backs off. We do have a taker.
Lartigue is coming left and on. That's actually Woodland, it looks like. This is Lartigue going right. Looking for the big drop while the carve, one of my favorite turns, but she just couldn't pull it off there because that wave face lost its steepness, lost its power, and looks like opportunity lost here for Woodland in that exchange.
Yeah, that's a very difficult maneuver to do, the drop wallet, but then come out of it and release that backhand and fling it forward. A very Dane Reynolds-esque maneuver, one of the best in the world to do it, but you need one thing in particular to do that maneuver. You need speed.
Speed brings power and flow, and speed and power brings flow as well. So 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, 1.43 from Woodland, Costa Rica, still chasing the 5.18. Scores dropping in for Lartigue. It's a 4.17, so situation remains the same. Lelior leads, Lartigue second. Woodland still chasing 5.18.
I can't help but replay that last wave of Woodland. If our production crew would be kind enough to show that to us one more time. Eva Woodland needing a 5.18. She does big turns on the outside, but unfortunately isn't able to link with that inside section. Literally, if you stand up on a wave and fall, you get a 0.7, a 0.8, even a 1.2 ride. So all she had to do was connect with the inside section. That is going to be one of the biggest nightmares for her if she doesn't make it out of this heat.
We'll come back to that in a second because we have Lindsay Jacob Ellis sidelines with the winner of that last heat, Julie Nishimoto from Japan.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Julie Nishimoto, that last heat winner. Beautiful job. You're just on a roll, just showing so much flow and variety for the judges. This is now your third heat of the day. Are you excited to be over?
Yes. It was a long day.
A long day, but you put in the work, you are grinding away, and you are back in the main event.
I'm very stoked.
Awesome. Well, congrats. You have a big presence here with Team Japan, and only 2 athletes that are actually out. Is that energy, is that team camaraderie helping you for the next heat?
Yeah, we're just all trying to go for the gold. I mean, that's our goal, so I'm just going to try my best to get to our goal.
Awesome. Well, congrats. Go for that gold. You want to give a little shout back home?
Yes, thank you, those of you who are watching. I'll try my best in the next round.
Awesome. Well, best of luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. Great stuff there from Julie Nishimoto, Japan, through to, well, it's repechage round number 8 coming up next. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this one. It looks like a 5.5 is going to be dropped by Nice Lartigue from France. It's going to improve her situation in second. It's going to push out the requirement from Eva Woodland from Costa Rica, the final surfer who's waving the flag in this event for that nation. 3 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. Lelior leads from Israel. She's been a surprise package for me in this event. Very impressed by the surfer from Israel.
Oh, Costa Rica about to fall off the edge of the cliff. Only one surfer hanging on to that edge by her fingernails right now, because what she needs is a wave. a solid wave, something that will allow her to do something on the outside and connect with the inside section. Let's have a look at Anat Lelior surfing on her backhand. She has been posting some of the biggest scores on that lethal backhand that she has. That right there. There's that nice clean dagger through the lip. Sometimes she actually gets more speed, pushes the tail, and other times just goes kind of wheelie Dantas-esque and just places. Let's see. This is Eva Woodland's beautiful outside turn right here.
This is the 517.
She fades. Yep, this is the 517. She did 518. She pumps, tries to do that foam climb right there. She loses her speed. Too much weight on the tail.
Oh, that is just splitting absolute hairs at 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. A score has dropped from Lartigue. It's a 5.5. Woodland now requires 6 points.
Oh boy, with 2 minutes remaining and she having second priority, she does not want Anat Lelior to stick to her. I don't think Anat's too worried about her. I think Anat's just trying to improve her situation. She has 2 big scores, and it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because Eva basically just needs 1 wave. I'm sure she learned from her mistake. If she gets a chance to get a last wave, she is going to milk it all the way to the bitter end.
That's absolutely right. Let's see a little paddle here from Lartigue. Of course, after this heat, we've got 4 more rep charge heats. It's going to be boys under 18 and boys under 16, rep round 7, and then we're going to have a break, and we are going to jump into the ISA Aloha Cup, the relay team event. It's going to close out this afternoon here. This is day number 7 of competition. We've got 9 days in this event, and you're watching the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got more live action out the back. This is our heat leader. You can't hold her back. She is on an absolute tear here. This is wave number 6 for her. Already got 2 solid waves in the bag. I've loved this backhand attack. She's brought a lot of flow, a lot of power, and a lot of style as well. And she's just closing up this wave on the inside with 1 minute remaining. Now, Lartigue, your second place surfer, leaves the window open out the back for Woodland. Lisa's going to try and obviously improve her score here, up the ante, and trying to improve or increase the requirement for Woodland, and unable to finish on the inside there.
I'll tell you what, though, Nils Lartigue did not have priority over Eva Woodland. Eva Woodland was just sitting a little bit too far away from the pier. Unfortunately, the wave doesn't come to her. It swings left, and it goes right into Nils Lartigue. So the lucky French surfer gets the wave. Eva Woodland sitting out the back, 30 seconds remaining. She kicks the water. She is frustrated. I see beautiful lines coming in. If someone could stop the clock for her, it would be magical.
Can they get here on time? 15 seconds on the clock. Woodland by herself at the back with priority. A score coming in for Lartigue. It might even increase the situation required by Woodland. Currently now needs a 6-point ride. 3, 2, 1. Unfortunately, it's going to be too late for Woodland. Let's have a look at this one. She would have required a 6-point ride and above.
That was it.
Opening turn, looking now nice and lively on this wave too.
That was it.
Unfortunately, this wave is not going to count, though, for the surfer from Costa Rica. She's going to be out of the event. She knows it. She's disappointed because that is Costa Rica out of the 2018 edition of the World Junior Surfing Championships. And Anat Lelior, take your hat off to her. Great performance, as was Lartigue from France, advancing through that heat. We'll take a short break now from live action. When we come back, it's going to be more repechage surfing here at the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's going to be Stu Johnson and Mike Tectonic with the call. The city of Huntington Beach is an iconic surf destination located in Southern California. People of Huntington Beach lead an active lifestyle with action sports, particularly surfing. With over 100 years of history, surfing is a way of life, and no community has a deeper appreciation for the sport. Huntington Beach is known as Surf City, USA, having hosted numerous elite competitions such as the ISA World Surfing Games and the US Open of Surfing. Not only is it recognized for the sport, but also for its culture, music, and lifestyle. 2018, Huntington Beach will once again take the global spotlight as the host of the Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, when the world's best under-18 surfers compete for the coveted gold medals and the team world champion title.
Whistler's new superior high-performance high-seas wetsuit. Made with iPhone, the lightest, stretchiest, and warmest neoprene available. This advanced Vissla suit is at the vanguard of progressive high-performance wetsuits. Available now online or your local Vissla retailer.
I want it all. Yeah, I want everything. You know it ain't worth living if you're dreaming small. I want it all. I want it all.
All right, welcome back to Huntington Beach as we fly over the beautiful Pacific blue here in Surf City, USA. Another beautiful, gorgeous day, Santa Ana conditions here. Location, Huntington Beach. This is the 2018 Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. I'm Mike Latronic, joined in the booth by Stu Johnson and a variety of rippers from around the world. Heating it up here. This is day number 7, and we are now looking at surfers in the water. In the red, Iker Amatrain from Spain. In the white, Johnny Guerrero from Peru. Caleb Cubs-Moore from New Zealand in the yellow, and Yuji Mori from Japan in the blue jersey.
Well, you said it right. It is burning up here in Huntington Beach, both in the water as well as on the sand. It is so warm out here. Kind of an Indian fall, Indian summer, November 2nd. Usually the rest of the country is getting real chilly. I was looking at the snow that's falling in Park City, Utah. So that season is upon us. Snow is falling, but nothing but sunshine here in Huntington Beach, California. It's the time of year where we're starting to see motorhomes from down south making their way from Canada down here to Southern California. In fact, we have Ford here with a bunch of beautiful living vans. Here's some not live action. Here's a replay of Johnny Guerrero's first wave. Just a quick tap, a 7.83 on his first wave. And here's blue, Yuji Mori of Japan.
Yeah, super smooth surfing from our Japanese surfer, weaving his way here onto the inside shore break as we get the seagull flying across the sparkles, and bam, another maneuver for Yuji Mori. So good opening exchange. All 4 surfers back in the lineup, and look at this. We got some more waves on offer.
Wow, it is golden out here. The sun glistening across the face. Non-priority situation, I believe. No, the priority is set now. But a split peak, so no harm and no foul. We'll see what went down on the right-hander as well. Here's up and riding. Johnny Guerrero of Peru still has those springs in his hips as he whips that board around. We've been seeing magic from him all day long. And who's that up and riding? That's Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand. We just saw him just over an hour ago. The number of heats that these competitors are surfing today is out of control. When you surf in the repecharge, that's what you got to do to fight your way back. You surf a lot.
Well, you know, youth, of course, is associated with exuberance, and nothing perhaps showing and displaying youthful exuberance more than spending your time on a surfboard, slicing and dicing these waves at Huntington Beach. Situation, Yuji Mori, his opening wave, a 5.33. He's currently in the first slot. Johnny Guerrero from Peru, a 3.83. Waiting to see some scores from Caleb Cutmore right now. They just got that first one logged in. But here's Iker Amatran on his first attempt.
All right, the Spaniard, blistering backside. So quick, coiling up and cracking the lip. And there we go, surfer Johnny Guerrero popping the fins around, getting loose on that section. Now, cutting through this next section of the wave. Clean, crisp, flowing was the surfer in white.
Yeah, well, nice variety of attack there for Johnny Guerrero in the white. so much action to catch up on. I thought Iker Amatrain, that was his first wave. I think he's actually got a wave about to log in before that, and scores dropping for Peru's last attempt there. Gonna be a whopper. Caleb Cutmore as well, dropping good score. So lots to catch up on here. And, a little break in the action.
That's right. Well, while we wait for those scores to drop, let's check in with Lindsay. Jacob Ellis down on the beach. Lindsay, take it away.
Thanks, Stu. I'm here with Annette Lelior, the last heat winner of our repechage for the ladies. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well, I know your back has been giving you a little trouble from your last heat. What made it turn around? Because you did not look like you were having any problems out there.
The physio of Team Japan took care of me very nicely, and I want to say thanks. And yeah, I'm just feeling better, warming up every time, and doing my job.
Awesome. You're doing your job very well. You're going to go back out there and have fun in your next heat for sure. Everything's going to feel great. Do you want to say hi to anyone back home?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to my sponsor, Intersurf, Galim, and Agadir, and of course, hi to my mom, dad, and my siblings, and yeah, that's it.
Well, congrats and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right. Well, stoked surfer from Israel and ripping it up there, keeping the dream alive for Team Israel. And a couple more scores getting dropped on the board, but not yet seeing that score for Johnny Guerrero's last wave. Judges still deliberating on that. And here's Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand.
Caleb Cutmore's got a big score still to be dropped back in New Zealand. Don't worry, it's early morning there, but don't be sad. Caleb Cutmore is on a tear. The young surfer out of Raglan, Hamilton, New Zealand. They're just coming out of their winter. It's coming into their warmer time of the year. Raglan's going to start slowing down. They're going to start getting waves on the East Coast. So perfect timing for him to come all surfed out from a strong winter of waves in New Zealand. And there it is. Caleb Cutmore drops a 7.0 on his first wave. And his second wave coming in here looking like a solid score. Johnny Guerrero dropped an 8.5 on that wave where he popped the air and came in with a couple blistering moves. Guarantee we're going to get you caught up with some replays on that. Super slow-mo, showcasing the power of the young Peruvian, and not to be outdone, the Spaniard, a 6.5. Let's take a look at the Spaniard's last wave.
Well, it starts with a nice vertical attack on his backsand. Iker Amatran, two good moves, but a short wave. And here's a double whammy. These surfers are far enough apart from each other where no interference at play. Surfers basically not interfering in each other's scores. And Caleb Cutmore just cutting the top off of these waves on his way to another good score. And here is the wave of the heat thus far. Johnny Guerrero busts a rotation 360 there on the opening section, comes out, slashes nicely, and punctuates that whole wave with a hard re-entry on the inside.
That's right. Here we go. Surfing on the backhand. Looks like surfer from Japan, Yuji Mori.
I believe this was his opening wave, so Yuji Mori picking up a nice score. I believe he got a 5.53 on that opener. And with 20 minutes in these heats, even the repechage heats, these guys afforded a little bit more time to be picky and choosy and get the waves they need. Haven't seen, as of course, in the early days of competition, at the beginning of the week, we saw solid swell just pumping in line after line after line. But stark contrast to now, surfers having to be a little more patient and choosy to wait for those sets and really employ that all-important priority system.
You know, we weren't really seeing priority come into play until the very last seconds or minutes of the heat on those bigger days. Surfers having enough space to kind of breathe and just surf it out. Here, it's a different story. People are aware of what the priority is, and they're surfing so that they don't incur any interference. Surfing up now is Yuji Mori of Japan. A nice start. Two nearly identical wraps in the pocket. Comes back to the foam here. Just cruisy style here. Keep him with it. He's going to have to put some dynamite on this last turn, and he does just that, blowing lots of water through the lip. Good surfing from the surfer in blue.
All right, well, Johnny Guerrero, he's saying, all right, I know Blue must have ripped a wave, but I'm on my next one, and I've got an 8.5 sitting in my score line. Going to try to chuck away that 3.83, but uncharacteristically loses that wave halfway in. So we'll see if that eclipses the 3.83. And Iker Amitran, by virtue of two pair of sixes, one almost a 7, a 6.93. But let's take a look at this live action. This is, this is the Blanc replay. It's our man from New Zealand in the yellow, slicing and dicing, weaving all the way through here to the inside. Now this wall's little peak is definitely showing some more vertical space. I like this wave of Yuji Mori. Nice opening turn, really wrapping his shoulders around, having to not cruise so much through the inside, but he has to surf a little lighter. He can't put too much emphasis on those turns, otherwise you dig a rail, and now he's able to really unleash some power, just punctuating again at the end of the wave. So nice stamp at the end of that ride. That one should be his best ride, if you ask me.
That's right. Great surfing coming through here in the small conditions. Huntington Beach. The sand is bright and golden brown. Get down here to Huntington Beach. If you see that tape down on the beach there by our cameraman, we're setting up for the Aloha Cup that delineates the outside boundary. We'll get more about that coming up. Starting at 3 o'clock, we'll be getting there. We have 3 more heats after this one before a short break, and then we'll be running into the Aloha Cup relay. First priority now with our surfer sitting currently in first place, but there will be a mix-up in the scores with Johnny Guerrero and Yuji Mori about to have their scores dropped by the judges. Going to switch things up. Caleb Cutmore now, live action.
Oh, this is a fun-looking right-hander. Cutmore doing his nice job of here, keeping the flow going, making good use of that outside section, cutting back, trying to find some power on the left. Nice stab at the end of that wave, but not really riding out of it. So little mistake here on the shore break. Not sure if that's going to pass what he's already got, a 7.0 and a 6.1. So Caleb Cutmore currently leading the heat, and that wave looking like it's going to fall short of what he's already got. And here's another look at Blue.
Here we go, Blue. Yuji Mori. He's got 2 good scores coming in from his last effort. Looks like they're going to be his top 2. Rips it through the top section there, now makes it through this also iconic Huntington hop section here as the tide fills in. Finishes nicely with a point of difference there, throwing rooster tails on that closing section.
Well, Mori definitely pulling up the rear because his last 2 waves proving to be his best. That nice long right-hander we saw moments ago and followed up by that left-hander. Looks like things could be changing. Yuji Mori currently sitting in 4th place, but let me tell you, he's got a couple of nice scores about to be registered, and they're going to be far and above of that 5.33 and that 6.0. Johnny Guerrero's got that one massive score, got the highest score of the heat. He's sitting in 3rd place by virtue of a small backup score. He's going to want to do something very soon to get rid of that 3.83. And look at this. Johnny Guerrero is putting in a score. Judges log in a score for him as well. So nobody's safe. Nothing's permanent. Still 5 minutes, 45 seconds to go, and a bunch of good scores getting registered. Stay tuned. We'll give you the update in just a moment.
That's right. Well, if you're watching this live, stay social. Hashtag ISA Worlds. Let us know where you're watching this thing. We're going to give you little shout-outs if we go on Instagram. Follow the hashtag ISA Worlds. Visit Huntington Beach is also one of our sponsors. They're down here on the beach along with Surf Rider Foundation, helping us run a sustainable event as well as giving some much-needed education to all of us, the youth and the adults as well. Look at this set rolling in here to the lineup.
Yeah, well, beautiful peaks blessing us here at Surf City, USA. And here is Johnny Guerrero. He just put down a massive score, got himself, looks to be about a 7. Judges deliberating on that last score. He's going to jump from the place he's in, definitely moving up. And this wave, another bash, set of bashes to collect some points there on his way to definitely going to get out of 4th place momentarily.
Well, looking at the scores, that 8.5 from Johnny Guerrero, he started with that air reverse, getting the fins loose, poking the nose, whipping it around, and then went into power. And the judges liked that. That's why that 8.5 got dropped. And as we see here, our competitors looking out the lineup, little chop hop from our Spaniard on. And we're just kind of cruising through some replays here, getting caught up. And here's a last wave of Johnny Guerrero.
Well, Guerrero keeps picking waves that give him that nice, speedy sections. He really is getting some torque out of his turns. Look at that. Just able to go top to bottom and really throw some flair. So Guerrero's doing a nice mix of progressive, fast, action-packed surfing, and the waves he's choosing are definitely giving him a little more oomph on the back end. So Guerrero coming in. Yep, he registered a 7.57 on an earlier wave, and he's now in first position, but his last wave possibly going to rival that.
All right, this man right here on your screen, sitting currently in 4th place, but he has a high 6-point ride. He needs a 7.94 to get himself into second. Yuji Mori of Japan, his last 2 waves, a 7.5 and a 7.37. He started his contest over there, dropping those 2 scores. He's sitting comfortably, well, as comfortably as you can. It's not going to be comfortable till that siren blows. Yuji Mori looking to better a low of a 7.37. Caleb Cutmore now needs a 7.87, and Iker Amatrian of Spain needs a 7.94. Big scores needed by our surfers in the elimination position right now. Can it be done?
Well, 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. It's never over till it's over, and definitely seen some stunning performances by Amatran and Cutmore. Of course, that's all dependent. If those guys can get themselves a set of 7s or 8s, they'll be back in the game. But Yuji Mori and Johnny Guerrero are just on a tear. Now they've got these 8s and 7s sitting in their score lines. You can bet they're going to try to raise the bar and bring it to excellent. They're not out there to catch any mediocre scores at this point. They are there to pretty much seal the deal and shut this down with the excellent scores if they can get. And look at this. Stu, more waves on the horizon.
Yuji Mori in blue, currently holding first priority. Will he take this wave and keep anyone off it? No, he's not in a position to do so. And that looked like Johnny Guerrero, also not interested in the left-hander. Johnny Guerrero will drop his priority, though. He's going to go back to 4th priority. Moving up the ranks is our surfer in red. Here we go. Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand needs a big score, looking for a 7.87. Not a lot of juice on that outside. Setting it up, he's going to have to do a couple massive maneuvers here on the inside of this wave. Just not going to do it.
Yeah, well, it looked like the engines were fired up, but that one just ran out of steam, ran out of railroad track, had to pretty much sink his rails and reset because that was a letdown. He had priority. You could see that two of the other surfers had to stop paddling for him, but that wave not proving to be what he needed, and just a minute 8 seconds left.
That's right. Look at this afternoon here in Huntington Beach. Glassy conditions. You can see the seabirds, a cormorant, just sunbathing out the back there, doing a bit of fishing himself. These surfers in the water are fishing as well, with 50 seconds is remaining. They're fishing for a wave that will take them further into this contest. The bottom 2 here are going to be dropped out. Team Japan, impressive. They've only lost 2 surfers. They still hold their entire team minus 2 competitors. They've got 5 competitors still in the main round. And Peru, Johnny Guerrero is the sole Peruvian left for the Peruvian team. So you can hear the entire Peruvian team cheering on their man in white. He's currently sitting in first place by virtue of an 8.5 and a 7.63. Caleb Cutmore and Iker Amatran of Spain. This could be their swan song, the last 10 seconds of their contest here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And that's it. Unofficial results winning. In white, Johnny Guerrero of Peru. In second place, Yuji Mori of Japan. Caleb Cutmore of New Zealand. And Iker of red from Spain. That is it for them. We're going to come back with more live action here in Huntington Beach at the 2018 Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome to day 3 of competition here at Huntington Beach. Of course, this is the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Competitors are advancing through into the main rounds, and of course, this very event has become a barometer for the future stars of our sport. Surfers like Tom Curran, Steph Gilmore, and Gabrielle Medina have all cut their teeth at this very event. A nice little turn there, combination of maneuvers into the shore break and the third, excellent surf.
Come into this closeout section.
The ISA Scholarship Program has awarded more than $300,000 to young surfers in need around the world since 2007. At this year's Whistler ISA Juniors, we have 13 scholarship ambassadors present, surfing among the world's best.
Gané la beca de la ISA en el 2017. Cuando subí al escenario en la ceremonia me sentí súper chévere, ¿no? Un sentimiento, toda la gente, todas las vibras, con todos los patas. Formar parte del equipo nacional de Perú es súper chévere, es representar a tu país, ¿no? Y lo digo en el corazón, en verdad, poder representar a 30 millones de peruanos.
Cracks that last section in the shore break. Beautifully and ready. Needs to do something big here. Completion on that rebound off the lip. Beautiful still frame from this.
I'm so excited because it's my first time. So yeah, surfing for Brazil, I feel so good. And yeah, so excited. My brother Gabriel Medina won this event. I'm too young yet, but yeah, I'm trying to get better and surf good.
Watch this off the bottom.
And there from Caitlin Simmers, big hit off the top, pulls up,
Cracks it through the lip.
World, and here's our American surfer.
Yeah, she's found a great right-hand pocket in the corner. This is a We'll have more action for you tomorrow right here from Huntington Beach. There is more swell expected to come in, so there's going to be some more amazing action. Stay tuned.
Whistler's new superior high-performance high-seas wetsuit. Made with iPhone, the lightest, stretchiest, and warmest neoprene available. This advanced Whistler suit is at the vanguard of progressive high-performance wetsuits. Available now online or your local Whistler retailer.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach. Moving right along to the pointy end of these repecharge heats. And in the water right now with live action, Noah Stoka from Australia in red, Gabriel Vargas of Peru, Cole Hauschman in yellow from the United States, and Marco Mignot of France. This is a barn burner, and I can't wait to show you some of the action that's gone down already. These are some of the best surfers we've seen all event. And here we go, up and riding surfer in blue, Marco Mignot on his first attempt.
Well, Marco Mignot out of France, definitely showcasing such beautiful style and flow. And as I say that, he goes over his rail, so incomplete there on the air waft. But this is what we missed during the break. Aussie Noah Stoka doing those patented slashes, just looking electric on that epoxy board. The Mount Woodgee definitely bringing him to peak in this particular contest and looking strong. So Noah Stocker nailing an 8.33 on his opening. And here's the young American with a beautiful slash out the back. So Cole Hauschman really amping it up on that one turn, just throwing power, throwing spray. This wave a little bit sleepy for the time being, but he wants to punctuate that nice outside move with an inside crack, and he does perfectly.
Here's the second wave of yellow. Cole Hauschman dropped an 8.23 on this, and you see why, sending water to the heavens. had a chance to chat with Cole Hauschman before this heat, feeling loose, feeling ready to go to represent Team USA. He dropped an 8.23 and a 6.23. We got Cali Carranza on the beach. Cali, take it away.
Thank you so much, Stu. We're down here with Johnny Guerrero from Lima, Perú. ¿Qué tal, Johnny? Sintiéndote un poquito más suelto. Parece que te sirvió el perder hace unos días.
Sí, de hecho cuando perdí estaba súper frustrado, pero sabía que era como que había retrocedido un paso, iba a avanzar con mucho más fuerza y creo que me ha servido bastante correr más hits porque he ido soltando mi surfing hit por hit y súper contento de haber pasado este hit ya mañana con todo.
I actually asked him, it looks like it actually helped you to lose a couple days ago. You're in the repertoire round, and he said, yep, absolutely. I feel a little bit looser every heat that goes on. I feel a little bit better. I feel like the actual losing kind of put me a step back, but now I'm going forward tomorrow with everything. ¿Y qué onda? ¿Cuál es el plan de ataque para los siguientes días?
Nada, seguir analizando las olas y las mismas estrategias y seguir con este ritmo que tengo y nada, paso a paso, seguimos escalando con fe.
I asked him what's the strategy for the next few days. He says, with faith, con fe, I'm just going to keep going one step at a time. El resto de la gente que está escuchándote, que está viendo, hay chavitos en Perú que seguro te ven a ti, te admiran. Me decías que antes la gente, para ti era muy difícil competir, ahora te sientes mejor. ¿Qué le puedes decir a aquellos que quieren aprender a competir como tú?
No, nada, de hecho yo vengo de un barrio, tengo bastantes amigos, todo barrio es difícil y complicado, pues no hay bastante pobreza, hay delincuencia y nada, lo que yo quiero hacer con esto es llegar lejos porque si yo hago esto, ellos van a tomarlo de ejemplo y van a ver más promesa del surfing pronto. Y hay varios surfers buenos ahí en Chorrillos, en mi barrio y nada, yo quiero motivarlos a ellos y demostrarles que sí se puede.
Amazing. I actually asked him, what advice would you give to the kids watching you in Peru? There's a lot of kids in Latin America that look up to you as a surfer. What can you tell them? And he said, I come from a very difficult neighborhood of favela in Peru. He says there's a lot of violence. There's a lot of negative things going on. He says, if I can show them that I can do it with my surfing, so can they. So an amazing role model. Saludos a Perú.
Sí, quiero mandar un saludo a toda mi gente de Perú que siempre nos está apoyando y a mi barrio de Chorrillos, a mi mamá, a mi papá y a toda la gente que siempre manda sus buenas vibras con todo.
There you go. Sending regards to Peru. Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Guerrero advancing on through.
Thank you, Kale, and thank you, Johnny Guerrero. Just an example of an ambassador that can come out of a difficult area. He's shining through. His surfing is shining. And the power that he's showcased as well as air surfing, that is what the judges have shown that they want to see the rest of this event. Here we go, Gabriel Vargas. This is his first wave wrapping through the section. Unfortunately, he comes unstuck, falls off the back of that wave. Did he push a little bit too hard?
Yeah, well, he lost that wave, and you know what? The stakes are high in this particular heat because Noah Stocka has come out swinging along with Cole Hauschman, already establishing high scores. This is not one of those heats you're going to get through with 4s and 5s, so the other surfers are definitely put against the rope. And there we go. Noah Stocka is getting a backup score to that steaming 8.33 he got earlier. And here's a ride we saw during that interview. This is Marco Mignot doing some nice work here. A little bit of a smaller wave. He's going to keep the wave in check. A bit of a shorter wave. But this first right-hander of Noah Stocka just really, I love the way he's surfing.
You can definitely see the judges are not that they're particular more fond of the right than the left, but the bowl on offer on the right is offering a lot more power opportunities so far in this heat for our surfers, and we're seeing that through the scores. Noah Stocka drops a 6.83, so he jumps ahead just above Cole Hauschman there.
Well, I'd have to agree with you. In general, we've seen better scores on the right, but don't try to tell Cole Hauschman that because he just landed an 8-point ride on a left, actually an 8.33. So, no, an 8.23. And here is a look back at Noah Stocka's last wave.
That's right. Well, Marco Mignot yet to really unleash. I'm afraid for these other competitors for when Marco Mignot lines up with one of those bully right-handers. He knows what he has to do. Let's have a look at these 2.8s.
Yeah, well, this first one from Noah Stoka, just so precise and electric on those lip bashes, just really throw and spray. You can see the power he puts into his turn, you know, just not overdoing it, but really just to the max on what the wave will allow. You know, you can only throw so much power at some of these waves, and Noah Stoka is just applying the exact pressure. Here's Cole Hauschman really lighten up this right-hander, just a series of beautiful backside swacks. And yeah, both Hauschman and Stoka looking pretty comfortable with still 9 minutes and 45 seconds, but those guys have really gotten to a great start.
There we go. Team USA along with Eva Woodland there mixing it up. That was our last competitor from Costa Rica in the event. We can see the boys and the girls supporting their countrymen. Cole Hauschman in the water. Team USA still has quite a few crew in the main event, and we're going to see them more tomorrow and through finals day. In the water right now, this is the situation.
All right, well, you can see Noah Stoka in the red, got the first slot, 8.33 and a 6.8. Cole Hauschman from the USA in the yellow jersey, he's got an 8.23 and a 6.33. Marco Mignon, he's got a 5.57 and then a low score of a 4.43. He needs an excellent wave of an 8.99 to catch and overtake Cole Hauschman and get into second place. Gabriel Vargas, he's basically starting from scratch. He's got a throwaway score, and he's really, really going to need to dig and pull out a big one and get his campaign started.
We saw Noah Stoka drop an 8.33. That's our heat high wave, doing it all with power turns. It's almost like he was a monster truck stuck in second gear, just throwing so much torque into every turn. Judges loving that. Marco Mignon has the power. He also has the ability to go to the air. We saw some of his waves in his previous repecharge heat. Marco Mignon got through, but the judges weren't throwing big scores for just stomping a single air. You got to match that with some power as well.
Well, exactly. So I got to correct myself. So I thought that Cole Hauschman had that 8.23 on the left. I really enjoyed the snap he did in the opening section of that left-hander. And he did get a good score, but I guess there was a little bit more sleepy time between the outside and the inside. So Cole Hauschman doing a series of blistering backhand turns to get the 8-point ride on a right-hander. So definitely the right-hander's playing big dividends here. I think it was even Chloe Andino was heard quoting earlier, what would you even be doing seeing on a left right now, the right to the go? But sometimes when you don't have priority, you got to go where you got to go. You want to keep your board moving. You want to keep your flow going. So much in surfing relates around good flow, even just a good free surfing session. You know, when you're in rhythm with the ocean, so much more fun when you're finding waves come to you, and sometimes it's just good to keep things going. You know, you have that own personal rhythm. So yeah.
Well, you know, down on the beach, we had Team USA with some of their mentors and the elite of the sport. Kolohe Andino, Brett Simpson down there chatting with the team, getting them pumped up. Do you have any memories growing up seeing surfers that you really looked up to that gave you some support during a heat that you can remember, or, you know, just around a contest that really made you go, man, I really want to perform because Uncle's watching?
Well, you know, I was part of the Billabong team in the early days, and Rabbit Bartholomew, who was still surfing pro, but, you know, not as much. This was 25 years ago. And I remember I was in a heat at Sunset, and I was like, you know, he's going, man, you're doing really good. And I'm like, yeah, but, like, I'm so nervous. Like, what do you do about nerves? And he goes, mate, if you're not nervous, there's something wrong with you. So I always took that, you know, it's not what you do to be nervous or not nervous. It's what you're going to do and how you're going to react to those nerves. So, you know, these guys are obviously coming to the plate, using those nerves to push their performance. And it's those surfers that can surf under pressure and perform are the ones that turn out to be champions.
That's right. Well, great advice from the Rabbit Bartholomew, still a full frother. And here's another full frother up and riding. Cole Hauschman, the tall-framed American from San Clemente, blistering backhand attack, putting that black railed board with the Vissla sticker Had him wearing his DeBlanc sunnies in his last heat win interview. And look at that, Team USA going bonkers on the beach because that was a great ride for their countrymen. And we also saw a pretty good wave from last of White, but we're going to first look at Cole Hausman's wave here.
Well, I don't know how many turns he does here, but he is winding up and throwing spray all the way to San Clemente. Go, yeah, Kaloe, the rights are good. Here, take some water off this right. Cole Hausman just doing such a good job. A little bit repetitious, but you know what? I could sit there and watch those backhand hacks all day long.
7.97 dropped by Cole Hausman. He's sitting in first place. Noah Stoka in second needs a 7.87. Out the back, Marco Mignot needs a 9.59. This is Noah Stoka of Australia.
Well, Marco Mignot just behind the peak on that, opted not to go, didn't want to risk losing priority and getting caught behind the whitewash. There you saw him in the backdrop looking at another wave, but to his dismay, has to give way, and Noah Stoka is right there to capitalize once again on another scathing right-hander.
Wow, the Australian making it look like perfect. Bully, Rivermouth in Noosa. Here we go. Up and riding. Gabriel Vargas dropped a mid-range score on his second wave, and now going to work here. He may have felt a bit of nerves at the beginning here, but now doing work through the inside. Well done by Gabriel Vargas. Not sure if that'll match the power of Noah Stoka and Cole Hausman, but it's going to help get him out of a combination situation, perhaps, with 3 minutes, 45 seconds. And, yeah, Marco Mignot out the back, opting to not go for that wave. Was he just unable to get it, or did he make a conscious decision to not go on that wave?
Well, I'm pretty sure if he got caught behind it, he was going to lose priority. Obviously, he's waiting for a bomb. He needs a 9.59. He's not going to get that if he gets caught behind any one section. He's going to have near perfect flow. Here we go. Next heat, you can see on the leaderboard right there, Sawyer Lindbad from the USA in the red. Noah Clapp from Germany. He'll be in the white. And Juliette Lacombe from France. She'll be in yellow. She's standing there right on screen, cooling herself down with some water. It is a hot day here in Huntington Beach. I don't know, they call these Santa Ana conditions, just really not typical for November 1st. Super warm and gorgeous in Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. Really delivering the goods.
Well, the sunscreen is going to have a little spike in their sales chart today, November. The sun turning on, and everyone's out there in their bikinis enjoying the sun. Everyone's just kind of losing their summer coats of tan. I myself am a little afraid to get back out there during the Aloha Cup, but here we go. Here's the last wave of white. This is Gabriel Vargas of Peru.
Yeah, well, Vargas doing a good job to get himself out of combination situation, but, you know, this wave, it came in at about a 5.4, so just a mid-range score. Now he needs a whopper, just like Mignot. They both need high nines. Mignot needs a 9.59, and Vargas needs a 9.76. So basically, Stoka in second place. If he can increase his lead, if he can increase his low score of a 6.83, it could be night-night for Mignot and Gabriel Vargas, because Cole Hausman, he is way in the lead. I believe the guys are comboed to get into first place.
Well, you know, Sunny Coast, living up there, you ask the crew there, it's not a wave-rich zone. They spend a lot of time groveling in wind swell. They get a few easterly, northeasterly cyclone swells that come off the Solomon Islands and New Caledonia, but they're mostly traveling down to get those swells down there from anywhere from North New South Wales to South Queensland, Snapper Rock, Deba, but he's really making his countrymen proud, and especially the state of Queensland and specifically the territory of the Sunshine Coast. There's a few big names we know that come from up there. Of course, surfer who's in contention for a world championship right now, Julian Wilson, also hails from Sunshine Beach. So no stranger to great surfing athletes, but it does say something about the athletes when they can come and perform at this level.
It's funny, I had a trip to the Sunshine Coast way back in the day. I actually surfed waves that looked so similar to what we're surfing here. Beautiful sandbar conditions all over the Sunshine Coast. You got those point breaks up at Lennox Head, but they have these back beaches, and there are so many good peaks and situations for beach break sandbars on the Sunshine Coast. Here we go. Marco Mignot finally exercising his priority.
This is it. Marco Mignot, the moment with 15 seconds remaining, goes right to the air. He's able to whip it around cleanly. That's not going to be enough in and of itself, but can he match it with power? He's looking for a near perfect score. He's lining this one up. He should be going to some power moves here, but he's deciding to just set it up for one final move. Cranks it around. It's not going to be enough. Marco Mignot, a shocker, not able to, spending almost 10 minutes without catching a wave, but good news for the American Cole Hauschman and the Australian from the sunny coast, Noah Stoka, getting through that heat. They will move on, bringing crucial points to their teams. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with more elimination rounds here at here in Huntington Beach at the 2018 Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
So what makes a restaurant ocean-friendly? We're refusing, reducing, and reusing, while taking care to recycle and compost. Ocean-friendly restaurants, letting go of the things we don't need to protect the things we do.
Loving the music coming from those Vissla.
You're a bit of a musician, aren't you, Stu Johnson?
Love a bit of an air drum, little air guitar, little keys. Here we go. In the water, Soya Lindblad of the United States, Noah Clapp of Germany, Juliette Lacombe of France.
And it's time for the Sister Revolution. We switched over to the ladies. This is Repecharge, round number 7, heat number 1. And, boy, things are coming to a head because, you know, this far into the competition, the points really start to matter. You can gain several hundred points extra just by going through these extra rounds and moving forward.
That's right. Well, we want to give a shout-out to the city of Huntington Beach. Visit Huntington Beach. You can follow them at their Instagram tag. Visit Huntington Beach to check out some of the things you can do here in the city. It's changed a lot in the last 10 years. If you've been here before, you got to come back. Mike, as we see on screen there, supporting Team USA, Courtney Conalog, past U.S. Open champion here, as well as Kalohi Andino. And love that they're coming down here, spending some time in the hot sun. I don't know what she's doing with that sweater around her shoulder. She must be sweating.
Insulation.
That's right. Well, the kids are definitely vibing, and Cole Hauschman obviously benefiting from that support because he is our heat winner. And we're probably going to hear from him a bit later. But again, Paseo Hotel and Spa, one of the brand new features here on the coast. We've got Pacific City. Couldn't even tell you how many restaurants and shops are there, cafes, a world-class gym, Equinox, that looks over the ocean so you can do your laps, you can get in your fitness while you look over this iconic Huntington Pier.
Well, they got a world-class gym right inside the Paseo Hotel. I can tell you, Hawaii's head judge, Rich Pierce, took us down there for, I'm still feeling it. I don't think I like that judge anymore. No, I'm just joking. No, he gave us a workout that was definitely memorable. I'm still feeling it.
That's right. Well, the athletes opting to stay all over the city. Some of these crew renting homes in the community, some of them staying at hotels, Newport Beach, all the way around, busing in, walking in, but loving these vibes. How nice is it? It's not pouring rain and cold. Huntington Beach is bright and sunny. Here's the next heat. Mateo Olin of Canada, Taina Hinkle of Brazil, and Samantha Sibley of the United States. So we're going to keep the elimination action going. I believe the top 2 surfers out of this heat will be moving on, even though we just have 3 in the lineup here. So only one of these surfers will be relegated to the end of their competition.
To watch from the sidelines.
There you go.
All right, finally some action here. A couple bumps moving in. No priority established, so all surfers working off of basically the old priority system. And Juliette Lacombe from France, first strike, nice right-hander. This wave bowling up nicely. A couple of hard snaps to start. Nice little stylish turns going in, cut back into the whitewash. Oh, and she just finishes, or doesn't finish, cleanly on that end section, but some solid work done on the outside.
Great start for the French surfer in yellow, Juliette Lacombe. As we see another set filling in here. That tide's going to start coming up, pushing in a bit of swell as it does here. Loving this look for Sawyer Lindblad of the United States. I can hear now, just like the Peruvians, every turn the American team are making noise, or at least on the turns of that will factor into giving her a good score. Not the bulliest wave. She didn't tee off on it like crazy, but it will be a good start.
Yeah, well, let's check that again. Sawyer Lindblad definitely getting some backside work here with the DeBlanc replay. This wave not going across the sandbar as far as we saw the French ladies wave, but she finishes with a kick out, so we'll see what the judges say about that momentarily. And left out in the lineup, that is white. Noah Clapp from Germany. She has priority.
Well, let's have a look at this replay. This is the first wave of Juliette Lacombe. Nice speed, nice pace right through that first turn, putting on a rail, and then a jab into that section, or another wrap to the foam. This was a great start. I love this wave from her. She didn't get an opportunity to finish. That's not going to bode well for the end of her wave. She could have definitely finished that cleaner, and she's going to get back to work. But down on the beach, we have Kali Carranza. Do you have Cole Hauschman for us, Kali?
I do have Cole Hauschman, ladies and gentlemen. Cole, things change so fast here in the surfing world. Yesterday, I got a chance to chat to you after the double interference, and you were pretty bummed. Now, a totally different story.
Yeah, definitely in the moment. I was pretty bummed after that heat. That's definitely not the way I planned to go, and I definitely wanted to make it as far as I could in the main round. But yeah, I put that behind me and just try to do my surfing, trust myself, and try to grind through the repo.
Now, we hear a lot of competitors saying, I just take it heat by heat, I put it behind me. How do you actually do it? Like, you go back home last night, do you start thinking about it? Is it easy to fall asleep? How do you eat? What's the process?
Yeah, for me, I do go by heat. I try not to, you know, you want to make the final and you focus on that, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself. And yeah, last night, after about 2 hours, I kind of put it behind me and started. It really helps when you're cheering on the team too. Makes you kind of forget about it, and makes you see this contest as more of a team thing. And yeah, I'm stoked. I put it behind me, and yeah, I just wanted to recharge for today, and yeah, it worked out.
Well, congratulations. You're out in an absolute tear. Would you like to send greetings to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, my mom, sister, my grandparents at home, my uncles and aunts that are watching too in town, and yeah, my dad's down here supporting me as well as the whole team, and Kalohe and Simpo and all the boys came down to cheer on Team USA, so super stoked.
Well, my hat's off to you, Cole. Absolutely ripping. Ladies and gentlemen, Cole Hauschman.
Well done, Cole Hauschman. Get some sunglasses, some DeBlanc sunnies on that man, our Vissla surfer. There's a couple well-known surfers there. That's Jet Schilling. He's going to be surfing in the main round, and that guy in the Red Bull hat. Who is that guy?
Yeah, well, all the aces showing up to show support for Team USA, and you can tell they are jiving on that energy. Definitely stunning performance by Cole Hauschman in that last heat. And the situation out in the water currently, first wave for young American Sawyer Lindblad, a 4.67. Juliette Lacombe, she started off with a 7.0. That wave just going across the sandbar a little better. And although she didn't finish that wave, definitely did some damage on the outside balls. Meanwhile, Noah Clapp from Germany yet to open up her campaign, waiting now for a good wave. And you can see there is the proud flag of France, the red, white, and blue. A different red, white, and blue.
That's right. Well, on the pier here, we see everybody enjoying their afternoon stroll down. Sometimes it's a lot of these people, you know, come to the pier. It's their first time to Southern California. They got to do. They'll come to Huntington Beach and they'll do this stroll down to check it out and look down on the surfers. Some of them, it's their first time ever seeing surfers. And, you know, surf first came out here by, I'll have to find the name of the man. It was actually
George Freeth.
George Freeth from Hawaii, Hapahauli, who half Hawaiian guy, came out to put on a show or a demonstration of surfing. And it was from that moment on, under the iconic Huntington Pier, that Surf City, USA began to sprout its first roots.
Yeah, so the lore goes that this town, you know, it used to be, Main Street used to be a cattle run. Basically, or was it Beach Boulevard? One of the two, but used to drive cattle through here. And, you know, the whole area before that was given to a Spanish soldier as a land grant for his heroism and service to the Spanish army. But then eventually, of course, became a U.S. territory. And I believe Henry Huntington was an industrialist. He was running the railroad, and the people of this area wanted the railroad to come through here. And sure enough, they named the town after Henry Huntington. And soon afterwards, oil was discovered. So all hell broke loose, and of course the land values started going up. There used to be far more oil rigs out to sea than there are now. You can still see just 2 rigs out there, but also all over the landscape.
Yes.
You would see behind buildings and stuff around here, oil rigs at work. But the oil reserves have much dried up. They've gotten a lot of the oil out of the ground, and you know what I say is the biggest resource at Huntington Beach now?
It's the waves.
It's the waves here at Surf City. That's what they're calling Surf City. And no disappointment this week. We've seen a ton of great surf. And look at this. Even though the waves are small, quality conditions for these kids.
No one's coming to see oil rigs. They're coming to see surf. And check it out. Noah Clapp from Germany. Looks like she's getting on her first wave. A nice right-hand re-entry there. Now going to the left. Just one casual tap there in the shore break. We see an onlooker there and getting some happy snaps, getting a couple photos there to kind of showcase what's going on down here. We invite everyone to come down to the beach to check it out, check out the live action here, and check out this replay of Last of White.
Well, there she goes doing a kind of a takeoff cutback. She knows she needed to get something on the outside, so good job there and getting a nice little snapback into the lip on that outside section. Finishes with a little crack on the inside, but, you know, we've seen more time and time again that the rights are featuring better scores. So Noah Clapp putting down the gauntlet on that first turn, but we'll see. A little bit sleepy from the outside to the inside, and we'll see how that bodes with the judges. Only needs a 4.67 to move up into advancing position, and already down to 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So Ware has time in this heat. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I think the clock says 8 minutes and 22 seconds, but what you're seeing on the screen is based on 15-minute heat. And I think we're doing 20-minute heats for these repechage right now. My bad.
That's right. That's right. We're still good. Lots of time remaining in this one. 8 minutes remaining. So Juliette Lacombe still looking to back up a top score of a 7.0. Sawyer Lindblad still going with a 4.67 in her scoreline. First priority with Juliette Lacombe, our heat leader. Again, that number on the top left, there are, add 5 minutes to that amount. We're going to sort that out here in just a moment as we see on the top right-hand corner, you can see the title sponsor banner hanging from the pier there. This is the Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships here in Huntington Beach. The ISA, that is the organization that puts on this event, the International Surfing Association. It's different than the Pro Tour. This is a tour of gathering all the federations of the member countries, or any of it's inviting. We have over 104 federations in the world, countries that have teams, and 44 of them have come out here to these championships.
Yeah, well, people love numbers. 44 teams, about 362 competitors, 497 participants. So all these kids, of course, you know, not too many 13-year-old kids jumping on airplanes by themselves. Of course, there's chaperones, there's managers, there's team captains, and some of these teams even come with, you know, medics, physio. It's very, very involved. Obviously, the federations are getting more support from their governments now that surfing's in that all-important Olympic era. You can bet that the emphasis on these kids is getting better and better, because why? These may well be competitors in the 2020 or 2024 Olympics. There's no guarantee that surfing will be. Anyway, we're gonna skip that subject, but yeah, much more emphasis going on to these kids, and for good reason. Surfing is a beautiful sport. I think those of us who surf realize that we're closer to the dolphins and the whales and any other species out there. We have a voice. You know, humans are amazing creatures, and if anybody can affect the positive, you know, environmental impacts of our planet, then, you know, surfers can have that voice.
That's right. Well, the ISA mission is make the world a better place through surfing, and that is what we can do as surfers. And these kids are making the world a better place via their surfing by putting on a show for us here in Huntington. And we see Sawyer Lindblad on her second wave, finding a nice rhythm to this one, finishing off nicely in the shore break, looking to match or better her 4.67, sitting in second place. She needs just a 2.34, but look at that. Juliette Lacombe, a 7.0 with first priority, and she doesn't even have a second wave yet.
All I got to say is crack. Sawyer Lindblad going to town. That wave looked a little sleepy, but, you know, I know for a fact that Brett Simpson and Kaloe and Dino have been calling it all day long. Those little rights that sort of jump up there and closer to the pier, they have that energy that goes across, and that wave really did go across nicely. So Sawyer Lindblad getting what I think might be the best score of the heat, but not to be outdone, our French surfer right here in yellow.
Here we go. Second wave of Juliette Lacombe. Just 2 turns on offer, but she unloaded on those 2 attempts. Great wave. I mean, how else are you going to surf a wave like that? You're going to go after it. But look out the back. Lines as far as you can see. Who's outside? I think Noah Clapp in white might be the only one in position for this first wave of the set. Looks like Sawyer Lindblad paddling out the back. Here we go. Noah Clapp staying in the power source of this wave. Now finding the bull. Cracks it through the roof of that one, but doesn't connect it through to the inside. We'll see if Sawyer Lindblad can catch up to that one. And look, Sawyer Lindblad, who dropped, you said the word, crack in the whip. She did a 7.5. She drops on her last wave, sitting now in second place. Sawyer Lindblad with a 7.5 and a 4.67. And look at these lines coming in here at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, well, that was Noah Clapp taking that wave. She got a 4.80. I have to say she may have made just a slight calculation error. That second wave of the set was definitely bigger. Had more opportunity on it, but at least she's got herself a 4.9. Now she's sort of in the conversation a little better, but Sawyer Lindblad, a 7.5 on her last wave. Juliette Lacombe, a 6.83, so first and second place pretty locked up right now. Noah Clapp needs a whopper. She needs a 7.28. She is going to have to wait for a good set and get to work.
Well, there's 3 minutes left. So it can be done. We've seen Huntington go quiet and then pulse. Check out this replay of Lindblad.
Well, Lindblad does 2 nice cracks on the outside, but this last one, bam, So hitting it solid 3 times on her backside. Judges really rewarding those crispy turns. And our French surfer showing some power and flair herself. And here's the right-hander that we saw from Noah Klapp from Germany. Gets a nice wave. She's obviously energized, trying to get her board up in the lip. Little closeout second. Now here as she takes off, you can see that from that angle just a moment ago, that outside wave that was behind her. So opting to take this first wave, it was not a bad choice, but I do believe there was a bigger opportunity had she paddled over it.
Great insight there. Always easy for us in the booth to look in hindsight what these surfers are doing on the replay, because these surfers are making in-the-moment decisions. That's the flow of our sport. And what an impressive thing it is when we sit back and we go, that wave was surfed perfectly. And that's what we're looking for. That's what the judges are looking for. We haven't seen a perfect 10 dropped yet at this event. We've seen a couple high 9-point rides go through, and that is what Noah Klapp's going to need to catch up with this surfer on the screen you see now. 6.83 she dropped on her last effort. This is just her first turn. Not a lot of energy put into that once she got to that section, because she knew it wasn't going to rival her other 2 scores. So back out the back with 1 minute 20 seconds. It may be out of her hands. She may have done all the work that she can do.
Well, here's another good-looking right-hander. And what we have here is, I believe this is red. The sun glare is definitely wreaking havoc on our computer screens right now. Okay, so this is white. This is a really important wave for Noah Klapp, unfortunately, going down at the end. You can see the frustration in the poor girl. She's looking for a huge score, so any mistake is going to count against her, and she knows she have just made a crucial error.
Here we go. This is the replay of Juliette Lacombe. She just gets 1 turn here and then falls into the lip. And it's going to be a non-factor. She has a 7.0 and a 6.83, and this is the German, Noah Klapp.
Well, she starts off pretty well. She has some open face to work with, a little tap back into the section. That turn, nice little flare, but just trying to finish up there. She may have had room to do another turn, but unfortunately got her rail stuck. So I don't think that's going to be the score.
Looking like the ocean is going a bit quiet for the moment, so that's going to be it. And unofficially taking the win, the French woman in yellow, Juliette Lacombe. Second place from America, advancing Sawyer Lindblad. And unfortunately, that's the end of the contest for the young Noah Klapp of Germany. Stu Johnson here with Mike Latronic. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with Brad Bricknell and Kale Carranza with more live action here at the 2018 Vissla ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
My name is Simona Macedo, and I'm surfing for Hawaii. I am the 2015 gold medalist from under 16 girls in Oceanside. I actually just graduated from high school. School is such an important part of just life and building your life after surfing. Team Hawaii's ultimate goal is also just to spread aloha and just to show people like what Hawaii stands for, which is like love and aloha, and just like bring everyone together and like showing people what surfing is really about.
World Junior Surfing Championships, and it's a beautiful afternoon here in Huntington Beach, of course, Surf City, USA. Heat number 7 of the rapid charge round. Heat number 2, this is Mattia Olin from Canada in the red, Taina Hinkle from Brazil in the white, and of course Samantha Sibley from Team USA. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carle Carranza for the call. And Carle, this is going to be the final heat of this rapid charge round. And we're going to take a short break after this, and we're going to go straight into the ISA Aloha Cup. But meanwhile, during the break, this is Taina Hinkle from Brazil.
There you have it from Brazil. 60th on the QS rankings currently. This young surfer going on an absolute tear. It is a tough heat. We have none other than Mattia Olin from Canada up and riding, as you see her on screen, linking it all the way to the inside section. She is competing in the under 18 and the under 16 women's, and Samantha Sibley, in my opinion, a standout this event, although hasn't been that lucky. Unfortunately for her, fell into the rapid charge round a few heats back, but is fighting her way through, hoping to make it to the grand final.
Absolutely right. We've got 20-minute heats in these rapid charge rounds, as opposed to the 15-minute heats we saw earlier in the event. Of course, our contest director, Eric Kramer, just extending an extra 5 minutes to competitors. We see a big paddle here. 2 surfers splitting the peak. We're going to stick with Samantha Sibley from Team USA. Nice combination of wraps into the power source, and now looking for a strong finish on the inside under the pylons. She does well there. USA on the board now. We're watching, this is Mattia Olin on the right-hand side, or the right-hander, should I say. And she finishes in the shore break. 4.83 for Canada, and 6.33 for Taina Hinkle. And someone else who got a bag of great scores in that last heat was Juliette Lacombe from France, and she is down on the sidelines right now with Lindsay Jacob Ellis.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Juliette Lacombe, our last heat's winner. Congratulations. You started off so strong with a 7 on your first wave and leading the heat, so it felt pretty comfortable, and take your time to get another backup score. What was going through your head?
I was stuck to make that 7 because when I was like checking the waves, I didn't see that much like good waves. So I was confident on my 7, and then I had the 6, 8 something. So that was a good hit, yeah.
Well, congrats. And you know, one of your teammates unfortunately didn't make it through. Marco got bumped out earlier. So how important was this for you, for your team to come through?
I was a bit mad for Marco because he surfs so good and endeavors to win this contest, and it's also his last year, but I'm doing this for the team and I'm doing it for him too, so yeah, hopefully I'm gonna win this for my team.
Well, congrats, best of luck to you. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much there, Lindsay Jacobella's sideline there. Of course, Team France in 5th place coming into competition this morning, so valuable points there being locked away by Juliette Lacombe. And looking at the scoreboard now, 7.17 locked in from Samantha Sibley from Team USA, a 6.33 from Hinkle, and a 4.83 for Mattia Olin on that opening exchange. Of course, there are a couple of second waves being dropped in here from surfer in Brazil. 6.27 for Lars of Hinkle, and looking like a mid-4 range here for Lars of Olin. Let's take a look.
Here we go, the Canadian. She is deadly. I think that was Taina Hinkle, I'm sorry, my mistake. 60th on the QS rankings, surfing really well here in Huntington Beach. And let's have a look. This right here, Mattia Olin from Canada. Clean surfing from her. A nice big blast. Gets a little bit stuck up there on the roof of that wave, but is able to ride out into the open face. But here we go. Samantha Sibley. I've been very impressed by this young lady. Look at how she almost got stuck there in that cutback and actually pushed through and connects with the inside section. So it's really hard as you're coming off the bottom, as you're doing a cutback, to decide to commit to that rail, even if that rail is digging.
So true. She's done so well there. 7.17. She's in second place or third place because she's only had one wave. But here she goes on her second. Again, favoring this left-hander towards the pier. She did find an opportunity to close out that last one. Let's see if she can do the same here. Building up some speed, biding her time. A little snap back for the tail release, but unfortunately couldn't connect that inside turn. But nonetheless, it is wave number 2 in the bag for Team USA.
Yeah, that's okay. I think I really appreciated the fact that she tried to do something a little bit more spicy on that inside section, pushing just a little bit too hard. The wave actually backs off, so the rail of the board actually slides out of the water.
Live action now. This is Mattia Olin from Canada. She's got a great front side wrap. She's put it on display for turn number 1. And now she's just moving rail to rail, transitioning through this deeper water. Now coming onto that inside section, looking for the close. Gets a turn in and executes nicely. Third wave lockdown for Canada. Surfer in red. Stand by for lots of scores from Sibley.
Nice surfing there for our surfer from Canada. I like how she actually had narrowed her stance as she was going through the inside section. Her pumps up and down the wave weren't that big. Why? Because she first needed to make sure she was moving forward. As she got speed, her pumps got a little bit wider and able to go down to the bottom and blast that inside section. So really smart surfing for her as we see some beautiful lines coming in and a little bit of a ruffle right now on the surface of the water.
Yeah, tide is pushing in. Up, will be coming up to around 6 p.m. local time here tonight. Will be high tide. And of course, if you've joined us from anywhere around the world, welcome to Huntington Beach. You're watching the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carle Carranza for the call. Live action. This is Taina Hinkle from Brazil. There's that nice big wrap to start off with. Rebound off the white water. The ocean is glistening on the inside here. Tags that inside section for the closeout. Locking in wave number 4. Looking to drop a 6.27 from her top 2. Just under 12 minutes remaining now on the outside. We see Sibley lob this backhand attack. Reminds me of Jet Schilling, her teammate. Second turn on the inside, winding up for the third. Can she get a 4? She does. Nice and vertical. Sam Sibley now turning on the heat.
Oh boy, I want to see that again, but just from memory, I think that's going to go into the excellent because the type of surfing that she did, the variety of the maneuvers, how much flow she had from the outside all the way to the inside, finishing off with a vertical re-entry. I was very impressed by her. I feel like backside on these right-handers, the goofy footers have the advantage. Cole Hauschman did it, and Samantha Sibley is doing it again.
7.13 for loss of Sam Sibley. 6.3 for Hinkle. So situation now, Sam Sibley in the lead from the USA. 14.3 points heat total. Hinkle in second. He's a 7.97. Olin in third, requiring 7.8. Break it down, 7.13.
Okay, here we go. This is, I believe, the 7.13, is it?
Oh, no, sorry, this is the 4.03, this one.
4.03. Linking it to the inside section, opting to go on her left. So as you can see, not able to go too vertical this way right here as she pushes hard. The tail releases, but she loses her balance just a little bit. And Matea up and riding from Canada.
Yep, that's right. This is the 5.7 that's about to drop.
Okay, there you go. So Matea linking it to the inside section. Look at right here. She keeps her weight up on the board, widens her stance and cracks it right there on the inside section. So pushing a lot of water. It looks nice with this sunlight gleaming, beaming on these waves. If you push and you get that rooster tail up and above the lip, it is going to look very, very nice, and the judges are going to pay attention.
Yeah, she makes her way through the inside here. This is that same wave from a different angle. Nice closeout finish. And then, of course, it was Taina Hinkle.
So Taina on a smaller looking wave. I loved that wrap. She really committed to that cutback. Sometimes some surfers you do kind of like a half cutback. That was what they call a figure 8 roundhouse cutback all the way around. Let's have a look at it again. Beautifully committed. Unfortunately wasn't able to get up on top of the lip. She would have probably gotten a little bit more speed, but is able to hang on. You can see they're almost grabbing her rail. Samantha Sibley starts off with turn number 1. Number 2, wave kind of backs off, so I see why the judges didn't go excellent there. You can see how she perfectly positions her board on the inside section. So once again, now seeing it a second time, I believe that it's just the wave's fault. It didn't give her that extra section to get those 9s.
Love that last turn though, 7.13. It puts her in the lead. Hinkle, a 7.97 gets her into first, and Olin in third looks for a 6.93. Just want to take the quick opportunity to have a little shout out to my family watching at home, Geordie, Josie, and Lily. Miss you guys, and we'll see you very soon. We're up to finals weekend coming here on the outside. Let's have a look here. Sam Sibley now winding up. A nice little combination of turns. She is so smooth on the execution, almost flawless.
I love her surfing. I don't know if I like the front side surfing that she has or the backside surfing more. It almost seems that with these conditions, I favor the backside. She can go a little bit more vertical because she already has that flow. It seems like all these kids from San Clemente have that flow, learning to surf in waves like lower trestles. I still feel, I told you yesterday that it feels like a point break. You were like, you're not used to surfing point breaks, so that doesn't look like it. But it has more of a point break feel, don't you think?
Some of them. Absolutely.
That was the most unconvincing answer ever. Thank you so much, Brad Bricknell.
Well, that's why we get along, Carlo. We can agree to disagree at times. And 8 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Sibley, we do agree on one thing with her. She's an incredible surfer with an amazing future ahead of her. She's in the lead. And she's not going to replace a 7.13 on that last one. It's looking like it's going to come in around that 6-point range.
Yeah, and to everyone listening and watching us, San Juan, Puerto Rico, it is 6 p.m. in Sydney, 9 a.m. If you're watching from Rio de Janeiro, it is
7 p.m. in the afternoon. And today is November 2nd, or as Mexico would like to say, Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead. The original Halloween, my dear Brad.
Oh, well, there we go. It's actually Saturday morning in Australia. Just spoke to my family, and Geordie Bricknell there watching on the feed, along with Josie, his older sister, and my little 3-year-old in the background. And big thank you to my wife Karen for letting me come over and do this event. Of course, it's always a big ask to be away from your family. Like these surfers, it's something they got to get used to, traveling on tour, getting away from family, getting away from those creature comforts of home, and learning how to compete at the highest level when you're separated from those that you love.
Absolutely, but realistically speaking, they got dealt a better deck, a bunch of aces for them. Realistically, think of life, you know, and for other people, you have to lay brick, you have to work on pavement. These young surfers get a chance to travel around the world. It is a little bit tough, like you were saying, with friends and family. Wow. But look at the type of surfing Samantha Sibley is doing here in Huntington Beach, California. A lot of these Americans are used to surfing here in Huntington. How big of an advantage is it to have surfed here before?
Well, I think it's a huge advantage. You get used to the power of the wave, you get used to the sandbars, you get used to how the tide affects us, and then also, more importantly, you've got family and friends. You're home, you're not having to deal with a different culture, different food, different conditions.
No jet lag.
No jet lag, exactly right. As a paddle in here, this looks like Taina Hinkle from Brazil. There's that big wrap. I love the smooth car, the way she engages that rail. Just goes straight into that slam down on the shore break. So wave number... Well, she's getting busy. Wave number 5 for her. A 6.33 is the low that, or 6.30 rather, is the low she's holding on to. It's Olin with the pressure on her. A 6.93 requirement. She has priority. Let's take a look at this replay.
All right, so Tainá do Brasil. We see that cutback once again. This one cutting it short. Why? Because she saw that incoming section. She had to get to the lip. Sometimes it's really hard to commit to that cutback knowing that you're going to lose out on the section on the inside.
5 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. That one not going to go into Hinkle's top 2. And, of course, let's let the folks know at home what's coming up next. Of course, we have the ISA Aloha Cup. It's a tag team, a relay event. Can you tell us which countries are in that first semi-final?
Yeah, this is a really fun event on behalf of the ISA. The top 8 teams from last year get a chance to compete. It is going to be in the first semi-final. USA, Australia, France, and Argentina. Semi-final numero 2. Hawaii, Japan, Brazil, and Costa Rica.
Well, we will take a short break after this heat. Of course, it's still 5 minutes to go, but we'll take a short break to reset, and then we'll come back and we'll have semi-final number 1. We'll have another little break after that, and we'll have semi-final number 2. We'll give you more information about how all that works in a few minutes. 5 minutes remaining here. Looks like Olin's got the opportunity she needs. Big snap out the top, but just one turn is not going to do it, requiring that 6.93.
Yeah, one snap is not going to do it unless, of course, you would have got a lot of speed. Judges told us this morning, Eric Kramer saying, what was it yesterday morning, saying that you can get 9s and 10s on single maneuvers, not necessarily airs. So there you have it.
So true. 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. She just needs the opportunity from a wave point of view. We've already seen a couple of high 8s thrown down today, and we've seen some innovation from surfers like Noah Stocker and Cole Houshman in the boys, and looking forward to seeing what the girls produce here too. Of course, Samantha Sibley from Team USA, been very impressive in the sea. A 717 and a 713, 2 carbon copy waves almost. We see now the glistening sunlight shining on Huntington Beach here this afternoon. Great little sandbar. It's served the event well all week long. And now let's have a look at this one on the outside. This looks like it was Sam Sidley having a little look at that one.
Yeah, unfortunately for her, yeah, she took off on that wave, and she was a little bit late, and what happens is that wave kind of slows you down. You can see her there paddling for wave number 2. It looks like she could have, actually is taking it without priority.
Yeah, Taina could have taken that one. She let it go. Nice big opening turn. Look at this energy on the backhand. Beautiful style, beautiful speed, beautiful flow, and good completion there too from Sibley.
Oh, Taina Hinkle just didn't have a chance to look back, as we see none other than Courtney Conlog, winner of the 2018 Quicksilver Pro France. She is down with Team USA, Kate Matson, Kalohe Andino. Wow, Micah Byrne, not a bad group of people.
Well, she had this like almost bemused look on her face, saying, how the heck did she get so much speed? How did she flow so well? How did she do that on that tiny little wave? Samantha Sibley, ladies and gentlemen, she's about to lock down an excellent score with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, we talked about Caitlin Simmers also in the under 16 for Team USA, potentially making it into the championship tour. But Samantha Sibley, the way she is surfing, still under 17 years young, we could potentially see on the tour.
It's very true. Looking forward to see how her future unfolds. Of course, Tina Hinkle actually had priority there. She could have gone in that very same wave that Samantha Sibley has just scored an 8.67 on total heat score right now, 15.84 and 9.51 required by Hinkle, and a 6.93 is still required by Olin to go into second place.
So right now, a little bit easier to go into second than to actually go into first. Impossible for Mattea Olin to go into first right now, needing 2 scores, 15.84. But the pressure definitely on the Canadian. We saw her bow out of the under 18 division just a few heats ago. Now this is her last opportunity. She is the lone Canadian in the draw for the entire Canadian team. Wheeler Hasbro bowed out. Platinius bowed out. Her sister Snoa bowed out. So now it is all about Mattea. Let's see if she can do it on this wave.
All right, well, time is running around 2 minutes remaining. This is your heat leader, Sam Sibley, who has been on fire on the seat. A pair of 7s. She's thrown away a 6, and she just posted an 8.67. Here she goes on the inside, just releasing the tail around there. Not too much consequence around that wave because 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. You have to say she's pretty safe.
Oh, she is safe for sure. Now it's all about the fight to the death for the second spot. Let's see what happened here. Mattea Olin, one big dagger through the lip, but not enough. She needs to find more of those. She actually took off on a wave that was way too close to shore. I'd like to see her wait a little bit more, but look at this wave. Samantha Sibley without priority. Tina Hinkle could have taken off, but I don't think she wanted to risk it. She was duck diving on the way out, didn't really realize that Samantha had paddled for the previous wave, and we see her once again. This was her last ride. It's not going to factor in, but look at that, a little bit of variation. I like it. I like it when they start going a little bit more through the lip, pushing the tail, doing more progressive surfing.
Surf City, USA, looking like an absolute picture this afternoon. We're coming up to 1 minute remaining, 3 p.m. here local time, as we see on the outside now. This is Olin in third place, looking for a 6.93. She needs to make this wave count. Under 1 minute remaining, and unfortunately that wave loses a lot of energy, and it looks like she might be just admitting defeat at this point in time.
Don't do it yet. Don't come in yet. Things happen and change really fast here in the surf world. You saw her there kind of paddling towards the beach. I think her coaches were like, no.
Get back out there.
Get back out there. You still have time. You could potentially get one little inside nugget and do a big turn and get the score. You don't need a 9. You only need a 6.93. Here we go. This is Samantha.
There goes Sibley. Team USA, a victory lap because she has booked herself a place in the next round through the inside section, and she'll just jump off with joy on the inside because the job is done. Tina Hinkle will come in second, and Mattea Olin will be bowing out of the event at this stage. This is the Brazilian now, Hinkle on the outside. Just a quick little in and out for her. Let's try and have a look and see where Olin is. There she is. She would have heard now that the siren is gone, and that has signaled the end of her campaign here for 2018. Unfortunately, she will buy out of this event. Sam Sibley, a convincing win there for Team USA, and Tina Hinkle representing Brazil going through into that next round. And we're just going to have a look at these pictures here as there's commiserations all around. That's our president, Fernando Aguirre of the ISA Federation. Just having a quick word there to those professional surfers who have gathered around to wish this girl well. Samantha Sibley, high fives all around, Carlo. What a great experience.
Oh, my goodness. Samantha Sibley was so disappointed when she landed into the repechage rounds, having lost out from the main. But let me tell you, the surfing she is doing, I don't see anyone stopping her before the final.
Yeah, amazing scenes here. This is what it's all about, the team spirit, the team camaraderie, and of course, coming up next is going to be the team event, the Aloha Cup. The ISA Aloha Cup is going to come up after this. We will take a break. We will be shutting up shop just for a few minutes while we reset the show. Make sure you please come back to isasurf.org in about 10 minutes' time, because we're going to get underway with a very unique event. 2 semi-finals coming up, and all the country's best surfers, of course, the top 8 teams will be represented in the ISA Aloha Cup. As we see Joey Buran there firing up his troops, and we're going to come back and we're going to fire up right after this. Thank you for joining us. We're going to see you soon. 2018 Whistler ISA World Cup Junior Surfing Championships will continue after this.
I want it all. Yeah, I want everything. You know it ain't worth living if you're dreaming small. I want it all. I want it all.
We're not perfect, but we sure can do our part to minimize our impact on our precious ecosystem. Visla's sustainability program is an ongoing mission to keep creating and innovating in order to help keep our waters clean and use less resources to make good products better. It's a long journey, but even small steps can get us to our destination. Join Visla on their mission to protect and serve.
We need something that brings the parade together and brings the world together. You need a symbol.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
So I figured out if we, each country, brings some sand from their country and they pour it together in a box, the sands of the world unite the surfing nations of the world, showing that we could coexist in peace through surfing.
We will call on the countries to come to the stage and bring with them their national flag, and the sand from each country will be placed in the container on stage to symbolize the peaceful gathering of nations through the love of surfing.
I was going to steer the sands, and then I look at the layers. I'm not touching it. These layers stay the way they are, and that's the way the sands of the world became what it is. And this is just a way of saying there is no really limits to what you can do if it is improving, a better world.
I fight for clean water.
The ecology of the beach, the environment of the beach.
I'm fighting for a more engaged general public.
Erosion, rising sea levels.
What we're trying to do is create the connection between what you do in your daily life and how that affects our local water quality.
The threats that are facing our coastlines, our waterways, is increasing on a daily basis.
What are you fighting for?
What are you fighting for?
What are you fighting for?
So what are you fighting for?
Join us and become a part of the solution.
Hi guys, I'm here with Samantha Sibley, our last heat winner. You've had such a long day and this was an incredible finish. Your last wave was what, an 8.67, giving you a total score of an over 15. So you had some great momentum, but how have you been dealing with today, jumping back and forth between podiums?
Yeah, it's been a grind, especially over in Area 2. Yeah, I had a couple close calls, and the girls in the repo, it's just every heat is stacked, and I just know I have to give 100%. And so definitely by the end of that last heat, I was feeling pretty winded, but yeah, I'm just so stoked to make it out alive after this long day. And I think I had 3 heats within 2 hours, so it was definitely back to back.
Well, you are definitely staying alive, and you also had Courtney down here, you had Kalohe, you had Brett. Were they giving you any last-minute advices because you had to jump from different podiums?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd really have to give it to them because they really set me up in that last heat. They told me exactly where to sit and exactly where to be, and I mean, all of them are local, and Brett and Courtney have won the U.S. Open numerous times, and so I just really trust them, and they're so inspiring just to see them down here, and it's really motivational to have them down here because you've seen what they do and you just want to mimic that. So
well, well, it has to be great to have them in your quiver.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Well, congrats. So stoked for you. You're fighting so hard. We're happy to see you working your way back. Stay tuned for the Aloha Cup.
It all started with a feeling. 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 It all started with a feeling.
Welcome back to a beautiful afternoon in sunny California, Huntington Beach Pier. You're watching the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carle Carranza for what is going to be an awesome call this afternoon. Of course, we are introducing to you the ISA Aloha Cup. It's a unique teams format. We have two semifinals. Each semifinal are 45 minutes long. We have 4 teams in each box over here, as you can see. And Carle Carranza, why don't you explain to our viewers back home what's going to happen in a few seconds' time?
All right, we're going to get started with the Aloha Cup. What that means, it is a tag team relay surfing race / surfing competition. You see in every tent, you have a respective team.
We'll get to those teams in a second. And of course, they're going to send out one surfer at a time. They can run out. They're going to catch 3 waves each. So technically speaking, they've got about 11 minutes to catch 3 waves, get back into the box. They have to tag their fellow team member behind the line. And then the second surfer can go out and catch their 3 waves and come back in.
Yeah, so looking at it, it's about 3.5 minutes that they have to catch
each wave.
Each wave.
Yep.
And I thought that was pretty crazy at first, but I think it's actually really smart. Make it really interesting. It is going to be really tough to find 3 waves. A lot of these competitors in a 20-minute heat caught 2, so you're going to slash that time by about 1/6, and you're going to have to catch a wave every 3 minutes.
Getting final instructions here from the officials. We are looking at, of course, our Team USA in the red. Cole Houshman, Kira Pinkerton, Alyssa Spencer, and Jet Schilling, a house of superstars. They're going to be taking on Australia in white, Max McGugan, Piper Harrison, Noah Stocker, and Zali Kelly. We have France and Argentina too.
France is going to be Mathis Crosson, Uhaina Jolie, Marco Mignot, Nis Lartigue. And from Argentina, Gaspar Larragnegui, Coco Cianciarulo, Catalina Mercere, and Juan Cruz Ruggiero.
Cero.
45 minutes. We're under starters orders now. You can see the first surfers are lined up. Now, Carla, they've got to set the order. And once the order comes in, we have them that are official. They cannot change the order in which the surfers go out.
Absolutely. We're seeing there Eric Kramer alongside Marcos Bucau do Brasil. Fun fact is that Eric Kramer speaks actually Portuguese as well, so that's pretty cool.
Joey Baran there, of course, with Cole Houshman, just giving him his final instructions.
Okay. So we have 4 teams in semifinal number 1.
Yep.
Who is your pick to take this out?
Team-wise, it's going to be very hard to go past Team USA. I'm just looking at the pedigree in there, the experience in there, and the home court advantage. I think that's going to weigh heavily in their favor.
Yeah, I would have to agree. That is, some of these teams are opting to have some of their superstars maybe rest for tomorrow's competition. But the United States says, no, we have Cole Houshman still in the event. We have Jet Schilling. We're going to send them all in because we know they have the energy.
These guys are 18 years old and under.
Absolutely. Back when you were 18, how many surfs did you have a day? How many hours were you in the water?
1 surf a day, 8 hours per surf.
That's what I heard Jack Robinson did on the last trip to West Oz.
Yeah, exactly. When the waves are pumping, you don't need much. But you can see we're going to have Lindsay Jacob Ellis sideline. Not sure if you can hear us yet, Lindsay, but if you can, what's the vibe like down there?
Up, they're choosing their position of who is going out first. Now there's roughly only 3.5 minutes for every wave caught, so time is critical, strategy is critical. Who is going out and catching the first wave? We have Cole for Team USA. He's going to be starting off soon.
Thank you so much, Lindsay.
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay. We can see they've all got to stay behind that line. They've got to tag behind that line, and there are penalties. If they do not, 5 points will get deducted.
They should actually get 5 points if they trip on their leash because it's so fun to watch.
Oh, the heat is on. And the surfers are racing. Don't trip over your leg ropes, boys. And here we go. It's a big paddle out. Obviously, a lot of fitness comes into play here. There's no priority here, Carle, but the normal interference rules will come into effect.
That's right. It'd be interesting to see a quadruple interference, something we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, well, that's highly likely.
A yard sale, just everyone takes off on the same wave. As we see our competitors, the good news is that they're right out there. Let me tell you, they are going to have to catch any wave that comes to them. They do not have the luxury of waiting out the back.
3 waves they have to catch before they can go in and tag their fellow teammates.
Well,
every single score will count.
Not really. I mean, one surfer can stay out there for 20 minutes if he wants, but what that means is he's going to leave the rest of the team with very little time to catch waves. So, I mean, ideally, yes, you take a wave every 3.5 minutes. Realistically, a whole different story. Look at
this paddle. Here we go. Looks like it's going to be Cole Houshman muscling his way through that left-hander. He separates himself from the pack, and he opens up with a 2-turn combination on the sand, and Team USA is underway.
Ooh, I'm really surprised that Mathis Crosson let him go on that wave. Here we go. This is blue.
Yeah, of course, they're a bit, I guess they're a little bit gun-shy with all the interferences that we've seen over the last 2 days, but of course, this is, it's not quite a free-for-all, but it's a bit looser. A bit of fun
it is a free-for-all. It is absolute madness out in the water. 3 waves to catch, 45-minute heats. Divide that by the number of surfers. Was it 11-something? And then divide that by 3, it was 3.75 as we see blue paddling out the back. And there's wave number 1 for Argentina, wave number 1 for the United States.
We'll try to keep a tally as we go, but it will be impossible as we get further into this heat. It looks like it's going to be Kira Pinkerton for Team USA next. Piper Harrison's going to go in for Team Australia. Johanna Jolie from France will be the next surfer, and Coco Chancharula will be the second surfer from Argentina. And now this is where it gets interesting, Carle. What happens when there's a lull? What do you do?
Absolutely. Maybe it would be a good idea to borrow Manuel Selman's foil that's underneath the judges' tower, because that's a better option for board right now. As we see Team France last-minute addition, Marco Mignot is going to be coming in for Justin Becret. I had a chance to chat with one of the superstars in the French team, Juliette Lacombe, saying that she's not going to be competing in this event. There's only 3 surfers left from France in the draw in the event. So as we see Coco getting ready to surf her heat. Let me tell you, it's all fun and games before the horn sounds, but as soon as it starts,
it is a pressure cooker situation for these competitors. I'm telling you, it feels like they're having fun, this and that, and then it starts and you see the smiles fade.
Well, we do have live scores. We can tell you that Cole Hauschman opened up with a 5.67. The surfer from Argentina, the very first surfer in the water, Gaspar Larag. Can you help me out?
Laragny.
Laragny, a 2.83, and it looks like potentially no score from France. So two waves have been ridden. United States and Argentina on the board. This is the first few minutes of the ISA Aloha Cup. It's a 45-minute heat. If you've just joined us, Brad Bricknell here alongside Kale Carranza for the call. We've had a big morning of action. We've gone through a whole, felt like 1,000 heats of rapid charge rounds. We're pushing deep into the event. It's finals weekend, but now it's ISA Aloha Cup time, 2 semi-finals.
Waves coming in. Not one, not two, not three, but 4 competitors wanting to paddle for this wave. It looks like Cole is going to take off. He's up and riding, ladies and gentlemen. He is angry. He wants it. This is wave number 2 for him, so an amazing performance.
Well, no priority in this situation, so he's ready getting in the mix there. He's muscling, he's elbowing his way through. He's saying, hey, I'm the local over here. Here we go on the outside.
Oh, boy, this is our surfer from Australia, I believe.
Max McGugan, the goofy footer.
More waves out the back. This is good news for everyone.
Trying to keep a tally here. Looks like this is our man from Argentina. This is Gaspar on the outside. 2-turn combination to the shorey finish. And
So
look at Cole Hauschman like a train on the way out. And of course, here we go. This is the team in yellow, Team France. Having a look at this one.
Beautiful surfing from Justin Becquerel. Unfortunately, he goes down. A missed opportunity there. We see our surfers from Team France already ready. As Uhaina Jolie and Mako Mignot looking intently at the lineup. Look, more waves coming. So this is great news. The ocean, we know that high tide, I believe, was at 3:45, I believe. So we're looking at high tide roughly right about now here in Huntington Beach. And Cole Hauschman, this is wave number 3 for the American.
Wow, he's coming out absolutely powering. He's going to get 3 turns on this one as well. So the team captain for Team USA. Now watch this carefully. He has to run up the beach. The surfer from the USA. The next surfer, Kira Pinkerton, cannot leave the box until she's been tagged inside the line. Max McGugan from Australia now.
Oh boy, Maxie doing a good job to stay with this wave. If there's a serious competition right now, he goes to his belly. He wants to ride all the way in. And it is going to be Kira Pinkerton from the United States. Cole Hauschman caught 3 waves in under 5.5 minutes.
Well, he's put his team in a fantastic position now. 40 minutes remaining for the last 3 surfers to catch their 3 waves. Kira Pinkerton from San Clemente, California is on the way out. 4.77 for second of red. And stand by for his biggest score, a 3-turn combination. Coming in now, all scores are still being processed for that last exchange between Australia and France.
So let's talk a little bit about penalties. If the team is still in the water and not within the confines of their tent shade, they will get a penalty of 5 points. So that's the reason why these competitors want to catch 3 waves in under 9 minutes.
Absolutely right. Well, look, we've got a long heat. It's 45 minutes. It's about pace. It's about time management. It's about getting 4 surfers out there, catching 3 waves and back in the box.
It's about catching 3 waves in under 10 minutes.
Inside the 45-minute period, Team USA off to a solid start. A 5.67, a 4.77, and a 7.67 from Cole Hauschman, the team captain, leading from the front. Now we have Kira Pinkerton. She's already ahead here for Team USA. Inside section tags. Looking for one more little, oh, she does. She finds 2 and a third on the beach. So now Team USA really putting up a head of steam.
Wow, the pressure is on. Team USA, out of all 4 teams in the water, is the only one that has already tagged another surfer in the water. So is their second surfer in the water right now. The other 3 surfers are having a hard time finding all waves needed. Who has 3 waves? No one.
No one will. Australia, 1.5, 3.8. France, a 3.93. Argentina, 2.83 and a 3.57. Team USA takes the early lead.
Time is of the essence as we see our surfer from France. This is Justin Becquerel. Mathis Crosson paddling. Big hit on the inside and another vertical slash. So great. If you want to take your time to catch waves, you better make it count.
Yeah, this is a frenzy of action out here. Argentina getting in on the mix.
Uh-oh, he should have ridden it all the way in. Why? He can only catch 3 waves. That's it. Don't spin around. Yep, paddle in because you cannot catch a 4th wave. If you do,
penalty.
And we're talking about a penalty kick. We're talking about 5-point deduction.
5 points, immediate deduction. And let's have a look at this now.
Minutes on the clock. You need to.
So what would your strategy be right now?
Well, we're going to find out about Cole Hashman's strategy because he came out the gates firing. He's down on the sideline with Lindsay Jacobellis.
Yes.
Hey, I'm here with Cole, guys. He just came in so fast with those 3 waves back-to-back under 5.5 minutes. Kira's already out in the water. We're off to a solid start with Team USA. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel really good. I wish I would have waited a little bit longer and got some better ones because now there's a full-on set. But yeah, it definitely gets your adrenaline going. Yeah, hopefully started the good team off good.
I think you did. Everyone's on a great roll. Let's keep that action going.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. It's going crazy down there. You thought the team spirit was good through the rapid charge rounds and the main rounds, but wow, the intensity has lifted down on the beach.
But tell me about that last wave of our French surfer, Mathis Croissant.
Well, you heard everybody screaming in the background because Mathis Croissant went to town. He's posted an 8.40, backed it up with a 6.07 and a 3.93. His top waves. He's tagged Jolie. She's on her way out now.
So there you have it. It's getting really difficult. As we see our surfer in white just cruising out into the line, and let me tell you, that is not going to be the case for the last surfer in this team. They are going to be scratching to get out there soon enough. That being said, heart rate is already pounding, going way faster than it should be. Why? Because it is tense moments here at the Aloha Cup.
That's just you in the booth, isn't on the surface.
Imagine that.
6.93 from last wave there, Australia's Max McGugan. He's in on the beach, and of course Piper Harrison now. Yes, she goes.
I think they should add another rule. I think if you go switch foot, you should get an extra 5 points.
I like it. Yes, she goes. Piper Harrison, the bird's eye view, the drone's eye view. Quick 2 in and out there for the Australian. Second surfer in the water.
I wonder if you could just paddle out with a soft top, like an 8-foot soft top. You could catch 3 waves rather quickly.
You could. Of course, Argentinian Gaspar, he's in. Coco's out there now. We're waiting for her to get her first wave. And after that first initial frenzy, I thought it might be about to calm down. It's not. Here we go. More live action.
There we go. This is a surfer from France, I believe. It is Uhaina Jolie. She has a little bit of a tweaked ankle. She's doing really fine. Ooh, a missed opportunity outside for Team USA. That looked like a good wave. I don't know if you have the luxury of not going on that wave, young Kira, but we will see. It is fun, yet tense times down here on the beach.
Just under 35 minutes remaining, so just over 10 minutes gone in this 45-minute matchup. This is your ISA Aloha Cup semi-final number 1. You've got Team USA, Team Australia, France, and Argentina doing battle. Here goes Team USA. Kira Pinkerton, the second surfer. And she goes down on her second wave, 3.5 open.
Ooh, a little bit of a mistake there. She didn't take off on that perfect looking left. It might have been soft, but at least you got it. You would have had an open face. Kira takes off on a right-hander on a perfect right-hand closeout. Isn't able to do anything on the outside. She's paddling right back out again. Why? Because she needs to put something on the board. Every single wave counts.
Yeah, here we are with Team France, of course, at 8.40. They got the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. That was with the opening surfer, Mathis Croissant. And now we can finally take a second to take a breather here in the commentary box. Love the energy in this kind of surfing, Carle.
Yeah, it is so fun. It is exciting stuff. Let's touch up on how much time is left, Brad. What do you got there?
Yeah, we've got 33.5 minutes remaining, no priority in the seat, so it is a bit of a free-for-all in terms of that. Of course, the normal interference rules apply. So let's watch this one closely. It looks like it's going to be Piper Harrison going right. The surfer is going to drop in behind her and ask her to politely leave that wave. And there, a big turn on the inside. Looks like it's going to be Joanna Jolie. And we're going to throw it down to Lindsay Jacobellis. What you got on the sideline for us now, Lindsay?
I'm in Team France's booth, and boy, are they hyped. They're definitely the loudest team down here. Matthias, you were just in the water first. You were setting things off. How are you feeling about your waves?
The first one, I don't land my second turn, so I was a little bit nervous, but I found two good waves, and the last one was a good score, I think, an 8.4. So I'm happy. It's so fun to do this contest.
Are you feeling confident in Team France?
I don't know. We just surfing. You know, we enjoy the time here. We don't feel confident, but let's surfing, and we'll see at the end.
Awesome. Well, congrats. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lindsay. Great team vibe there. 8.40 from a surfer from France, Mathis Croissant. He's leading the way here for his team. 32 minutes remaining, and looking across the wave count now. All well, 3 teams have caught 5 waves, meaning that only 1 wave is left for USA, Australia, and France. Argentina a little bit behind.
Yeah, Argentina a little bit behind, quite a bit behind actually. 32 minutes left as we see our team. USA, Alyssa Spencer, having a look at this one, and it is going to be our surfer from the United States up and riding.
Yeah, Kira Pickinson. She's not happy with the performance on the last 2 waves. Open up with a 3.5, and this is Team Australia. Does that count? Did her hands leave that rail?
Her hands left the rail. I believe that wave is going to count, ladies and gentlemen, unless the judges saw something else. Nope.
It's going to count. It's
they
a 0.2.
saw the same thing we did, 0.2.
She's got to come in.
Not the score you'd want to get for your team,
Not
maybe.
the score she wants to get for the team, but that means that Noah Stocker is going to be up next for Australia. We've seen some damage being done by him, and of course, Alyssa Spencer is going to be tagged here and allowing her to go out and catch her 3 waves. Kira Pickinson probably not going to be happy with that result.
My goodness, we are so lucky that this bank has been created by the big swell right next to the pier. If you look left of this bank, there's literally almost no waves breaking. See right there, perfect shot from the pier. You can see that we are blessed with a perfect right and left hander as we see our surfer from France ditching her board. That is totally fair to do.
Yep. As long as you pick it up later, no worries. Off you go. This is the tag here for, this is Team France. This is Marco Mignon taking to the water.
Marco, no way is he going to just be cruising out into the lineup. He wants as much time as he can out in the water. Let's have a last look at Cole Hausman's rides. This was the first surfer for Team USA to be in the water. He caught 3 waves in under 5.5 minutes. So that really relaxes the team. It gives him plenty of opportunity. He's smiling. He's happy. Not only is he in the Aloha Cup, but he's still in the event, fighting to hopefully get that gold medal for Team USA.
Team captain leading the way there with a 5.67, 4.77, and a 7.67 for his 3 waves. A great contribution there from the man from San Clemente. 30 minutes remaining now, so that means around 15 have gone. 30 minutes remain. And I did think it might be a bit of an issue for the 3 waves per surfer, but these guys are doing it no problem. They seem to be on schedule here.
That's because the waves have pulsed. Remember, there's been pulsing sets.
That's true.
And then really quiet sets. This could be the pulsing set that we were talking about. Could it go quiet? Could it be that the surfers are out the back needing scores and can't do anything about it, as we see Marco Mignon and White. Ooh.
This looks like Noah Stocker from Australia splitting the peak with Alyssa Spencer. Stocker's found a great left-hander. Can he get up for one more? Yes, he can, but can he finish?
Negatory.
No.
That is no.
That's no in Spanish.
That is no in Spanish. Thank you so much, Brad. As we see Noah Stocker paddling out. It was an interesting paddle battle there. Noah versus Marco Mignon. I wonder if this is just kind of fun times or if they're going to come in and actually vibe each other on the beach.
Well, this is Marco now. He's making amends. He's going right. Big little snap into the pocket. Now driving for speed. And the connection on the inside, nice and stylish, steps onto the sand. Wave number 7 for France.
One thing I'm actually really surprised about is that these surfers are paddling out with leashes on.
Yeah.
That is not something that you need to do. You could actually run much easier without having a leash on your ankle. And the waves are relatively small. They're breaking pretty close to shore. So cool to see.
Alyssa Spencer from the USA. Just she split that peak with Noah Stocker. Nice surfing on her backhand here. And she finishes. I love the amount of spray she's kicking up on that one.
Yeah, great surfing. And Marco Mignon, I love this surfing right here. Looks like a kind of like a small inside wave at Sayulita where he grew up surfing. Here we go. There's a nice bash right there, pushing a lot of water. He's stoked. He pretty much finishes right over the sand.
All right, we've got Stu Johnson down on the beach. Stu, what you got for us?
Hey guys, I'm down here on the water with Gaspar and Team Argentina. I know there's live action happening right here as we see Alyssa go to the lip here. If you want to keep, not a lot going on there, but yes, just feeling the energy down here. Gaspar and the team, Coco's out in the water. We're gonna get you back to live action. Take it away.
Thank you, Stu Johnson. It's definitely here in the booth.
Not the best time to get an interview from the guys.
Oh, look at this snap on the outside. This is Marco Mignon from France. Team France is going nuts right now. You can hear every turn they are cheering. And they are just positioned right in front of the commentary box, so you can hear all the ambient noise. I love this. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Here we go. This is Coco Chancharulo's answer back. The Argentine blasting the lip. It looks like Marco Mignon is going to have the upper hand on that exchange. Team France absolutely pumped. The entire team is right behind the ones that are competing.
Wow, that has lifted the team. Those last scores been put down. A big one too from, looks like Noah Stocker, 6.87. And Alyssa Spencer also coming in 5.93 her last wave.
I'm really impressed that Team France is the loudest on the beach. It usually has been Team USA. We even got a chance to talk about that earlier, but France says not. It is going to be as Marco Mignot, a big hack on the outside section. Blast the second time, gets a little bit of speed. I thought he was going to the air, but smart surfing from him. Maneuver number 3, and Gedang, a 4th dagger through the inside section. Coco Cianciarulo up and riding. This is the Argentine. This was her last wave. What did it come in at, Brad?
Still being posted, waiting on those scores to come through.
Tell me.
I can't. She's got a 3.5, a 2.8, and a 2.5 so far. And surfer from France, as we catch our breath, a 7.33 being locked in there from Marco Mignon. And of course, Argentina got some work to do in terms of the number of waves they need to catch. They've got to pick up the pace here a little bit.
I'm sweating. I'm nervous. My heart is pounding.
This is a great format, of course, the ISA Aloha Cup, a team format. Semi-final number 1 in the water. If you just joined us from somewhere around the world and you wonder what's going on, this is tag team surfing, relay surfing at its best. Brad Rickle here alongside Carla Carranza from the call, and in the background you can hear the teams going absolutely crazy in between the waves. It's a great atmosphere down here. Of course, this is a part of the 2018 Vista ISA World Junior Surfing
I absolutely
Championship.
loved Stu Johnson going down there trying to get an interview. No chance you would get any of those guys talking to you too. Maybe a better opportunity to get talked to a coach. Oh boy, big scores dropping.
Big scores, yeah. France, last wave, 8.93. Last wave for Australia, 8.33.
Second to last wave of France?
7.33. Here we go. Here goes Stocker from Australia. He's been a big contributor to their scores. Going left now towards the pier. Upside down in that last turn. Australia weighing in on the conversation.
So Stocker gets an 8.50 on his last ride. He's going to back it up in a big way as we see him running up the beach. Opts to keep his leash on. Be careful, gentlemen. Don't fall. He's actually pacing himself. He must be pretty tired.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be Zali Kelly. This is the last surfer for Australia, so she's got plenty of time. She's got 25 minutes to catch 3 waves.
So there you have it. Zali Kelly, who actually bowed out of competition earlier today. Let's have a look at the last wave of our Australian surfer.
Yeah, Noah Stocker, just getting violent with this inside section, manhandling it as he comes down the inside section. Of course, I can tell you now, Team Australia in 2nd place. France is leading. United States in 3rd. Argentina in 4th. Some small requirements here from Australia. 4.98 gets him into the lead, of course. We're going to have to let all these waves tumble out. Australia the first, though, in terms of getting all the surfers into the box. The last surfer is in the water.
So this is a semi-final. What does that mean? 2 of these teams will advance into the grand final. Not 3, not 4, only 2. And right now it is going to be France and Australia. As you see, United States and Argentina in 3rd and 4th position, respectively. Look at the glistening sun hitting the surface of the water. And our surfer in yellow, that seems to be Marco Mignot, who can't do any wrong. He is perfectly positioned in that peak. He is going to take off. He is up and riding.
Yeah, this is Marco Mignon. He's had a great heat so far. He's got a 7.33 and an 8.93. But now Australia celebrates because that is going to be a very small score for the Frenchman. And that's going to put Australia in a strong position.
I'm sorry, they're celebrating right next to France. And France looked at him and just kind of went, Not good. Not good at all.
That's taken the wind out of the French sails. Brad Rickle here alongside Carla Carranza. If you're wondering what's going on, this is the ISA Aloha Cup. It's an incredible team event. We are sitting right outside the booth here from the team, and the sound is deafening when those guys take off on every wave. Here's the exchange.
There we go. Marco Mignot got 2 amazing rides, an 8.93 and a 7.33, but his last ride,
a 1.
Oh, goodness gracious. Nizlachtig, the pressure is on. You have to do good. Australia was celebrating right next to France, and let me tell you, when someone celebrates right next to you, it is very annoying, especially if it's because one of your teammates fell.
It's like being at a football game and the opposite team scores a try, and there's a whole host of the opposite team fans sitting right next to you.
Absolutely. You're a fan on the beach, and someone is celebrating the other team's goal. That's what just happened to Team France. Australia couldn't keep it inside. They couldn't be professional and go, no, that was great. A little small clap. No, they were actually screaming and
this
whistling.
Means a lot. This is USA surfer last wave, 5.93, 3.53, and this is Spencer comes out of the top with a bit of aggression there, and she'll finish that right up and go and make the tag now. Guess who is waiting for Team USA? Let's have a look at this. This is one of the superstars of the future. This is Jet Schilling, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming up next.
No pressure, Jet. You have 22 minutes to catch 3 good waves. There he is, off he goes. So he's got plenty of time. This is the last surfer for Team USA.
That's correct.
So quite a bit of time to catch waves. He's done it before in this event in 15 minutes and 20-minute heats. He has been able to catch 2 good waves. Now he needs to catch 3, but plenty of time.
Where is Argentina? Can someone help me, Carle?
Right next to Chile, right next to Brazil on the map.
They're still in the water, though. They've still got 2 surfers to go. But they've got plenty of time, 22 minutes remaining. We must say the surfers from the US, Australia, and France have come out really quickly. They've maybe overpaced themselves. And, well, here's a replay of Spencer's last wave.
Here we go. Beautiful backside bash. Pushing a lot of water. Unfortunately for her, just one maneuver. So she comes in and tags Jet Schilling.
Yeah, this is Lartigue from France representing her team here. Last surfer in for the yellow jerseys.
She should get extra points. Her hair's not wet yet, Brad.
That was so quick in and out there from Joanna Jolie. And Team France leads, Australia second now. Look at this. United States needs 6-1-3 to go into first place. Second place, they will, oh, look at that score. It's 0-1-6, gets them into second place. Argentina in fourth, 21 minutes remaining.
What does Argentina need to go into first, Brad? 34.36. On we go, here we go. Beautiful surfing from the young American.
This man's been on fire all week. I love his backhand attack, and now you bring it to the lower cup. Strong finish on the inside.
Goodness gracious, this kid can surf.
Jet Schilling showing no pressure here. Surfing him under 16 boys. Zali Kelly in the water for Australia. She's surfing for the under 18 girls. Nice Lartigue also for the under 18 girls, surfing for France. And I think we still have Kelly on the outside. Just have a look at this team sheet, not paying attention, but yeah, goes the Australian now the inside. Looking for a strong finish, looking for the score that could take them to the top. France is in first, Australia in second. They've dropped down to third.
Lartigue on an absolute tear here on the inside section. Will she get another bang? Unfortunately, she goes down. So that's going to be really good news for United States, Australia, and Argentina. Right now, the pressure is on. Marco Mignot got 2 great waves and fell in the last one. Nice Lartigue, a 3-2-3. So things are heating up. What does the USA need? It looks like they are now in second position.
Yeah, looking for a 3.43 to go into the lead. Australia dropped to third. They need 5.79 to get it back. Here goes Jet Schilling, one of my favorite surfers to watch in this contest.
Okay, but let me tell you, this is the last surfer from the USA, and it looks like we still will have plenty of waves from Argentina, about 6 waves. I see at least 2 waves for Australia as well.
Yeah, they got time. They got time on the clock. There's still 20 minutes, so these guys have gone out and done really well to catch so many waves so quickly. So let's have a look at scores. Schilling, 5.93. Last is Zali Kelly, 3.93. Here we go again. This is Argentina. They've got to play catch-up. Nice turn on the outside there. Wraps out for the second turn. She does well for a third. Is this the exchange wave? No, she's got one more to go after this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Argentina. Maybe the idea was to just leave Juan Cruz Ruggiero out the back with no other competitors to bother him, because every other team is going to be in by the time he gets out there.
Wouldn't be a bad strategy. He's going to have plenty of time. Now we can tell you France leads. We're on 49.85 points. US is in second. 6.26 gets them into the lead. Australia third. To go into second, they only need a 1.86. And they have 2 waves remaining. Zali Kelly, the pressure is on her shoulders. The under-18 girl surfer from Team Australia. United States, a 6.26 requirement. They've got Jet Schilling in the water with 2 waves left.
By the looks of this, it's going to be pretty interesting, because United States, Australia, and France will most likely be on the beach by the time Argentina has their last surfer in the water.
But look at this. 1 wave left for Team France. Only a 3.23 and a 2.83 from their surfer in the water. She needs to come up with a good mid-range wave here to try and lock in their final score of the day.
Yeah, she needs to take her time. She cannot hurry. She's got 18 minutes, so Nice, wait patiently out the back.
There's the message being delivered there by Carle Carranza directly to the French woman.
Is that easier said than done?
Well, no, I think it's wise now, because there are waves coming through. They've been non-stop. You see, looks like Jet Schilling spotted something. He's a goofy footer. Is he going down to Carle's left?
He is going there. I think it's a great call on his behalf. He's going to have all the time in the world to catch that wave. 18 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Then again, he's got this. There is no priority, but he is the last surfer for Team USA. It looks like he liked the look of that wave. I'm really surprised he's surfing there, to tell you the truth. I've been favoring that left. I've been looking at it all day. But realistically, to win a heat, I don't know.
So now when the push comes to shove, you're getting cold feet about your left hand.
I'm getting a little bit of cold feet. That's because the tide has changed. Earlier, it was a little bit better.
All right, excuses are coming thick and fast here from Carle Carranza. We've got 17 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. France leads, USA second, Australia third. Only need a 1:86 to go into second place, advancing. 2 waves left for Australia, 2 waves left for USA, 1 wave left for France, and 4 left for Argentina.
There you go. So our surfer from the United States no longer chilling on the left-hand side. He is jetting towards the right. Did you like that?
I like what you did there. 17 minutes remaining. If you just joined us and wonder what the heck is going on, well, this is live action. This is the ISA Aloha Cup. Brad Rickland here alongside Carle Carranza. It's a free-for-all. It's a frenzy. It's a wave riding contest. And it is, of course, the relay event, the semifinals. Second semifinal coming up next. Who we have?
On the second semifinal, we will have Team Hawaii, Japan, Brazil, and Costa Rica. From Hawaii, who do we have, Brad?
Summer Masada, Brody Sale, Eli Hanneman, and Gabriella Bryan.
Oh, goodness gracious. That looks like a solid team.
Nana Nakashio, Keanu Kamiyama, Shina Matsuda, and Joe Azuchi. Meanwhile, now live action. This is Argentina. Last wave for surfer number 3.
All right, so I think that's Mercedes, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Catalina Mercedes. She's going to be paddling in. She can only catch 3 waves. I see her taking her leash off. Why? Because she wants to run up the beach and not trip.
Board.
Yep, ditch that board and have someone else pick it up. Sure, that's a good idea.
Pick it up later. Okay, watch this tag now. It's got to be legally behind the line. It's a legal tag. Officials are watching closely. Photo finishes. Congratulations there to Team Argentina. Now they have their last surfer in the water. 3 waves remaining for Argentina.
She is
1 wave
winded.
left for France. 2 waves left for Australia. And 2 waves left for United States.
Okay, so we were talking about who's in the next.
Yeah, Brazil. Who'd you got?
I got Leonardo Barcelos, Taina Hinco, Julia Duarte, Mateo Sena. From Costa Rica, Aldo Chirinos, Malachi Martinez, Eva Woodland, and Coral Wiggins. As we see a perfect-looking right-hander with no one on it. How did that happen?
15 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Surprised by the amount of time that we have left. These guys can now breathe. They can take a minute to go, okay, what do I need? 2 waves left. They got to make a count. The heat leaders, France, have got 1 wave left. Their total heat score is 49.85 points.
Oh, boy. And United States, 43.6. So it's a matter of less than 7 points difference between France and the United States. But let me tell you, the United States doesn't have 1 wave. They have 2 waves left.
They've got 2 waves remaining, that's right.
And they have the superstar Jet Schilling in the water right now. He was looking to surf that left that we've been looking at the entire contest, but right now he paddles right back over to the right. Why? Because at the end of the day, he is the last surfer. He is going to have a moment where potentially 2 of these surfers go in, and in that interim, he might be able to sneak a wave in from the other surfer. So no priority system. It is gentlemen's rules.
Just did some quick math, some calculations there on France's average heat or wave score. 4.53 is their average wave score. And we see now Schilling from the USA. Second last wave. Big tail release. He hangs on. Hold the phone. He's got another section remaining in front of him. He's winding up for something big here.
Go to the air. Go to the air. Go to the air.
For something big here.
Go to the air.
Snaps it on the inside. Big spray. Double bounce into the shore break.
He disappears, unfortunately. But how is that first maneuver releasing the tail? It was very similar to Caitlin Simmer's second to last ride in the previous heat that we saw where she actually blew the tail out. So Jet Schilling, such an easy recovery for him. That's not an easy thing to do, to be laying on both hands, or 2 hands behind you, picks himself back up and gets speed out of that bottom turn. Here we go, Nice Lartigue.
The last wave for surfers from France is a great looking wall on the inside. Hold on to that snap, girl, as she comes through the inside section now. Going to complete for France. This is her last wave. She will run up the beach and complete. And that's going to be Team France done and dusted.
Risking her clavicle and her fin on that final maneuver. She survives, and she's going to sprint back up.
It's going to be her best wave too, Carle. 3.23 and a 2.83 were her top 2 waves. This is her last wave locked in. It's going to be her best. Meanwhile, this looks like Argentina's last surfer, Juan Cruz Ruggiero.
There we go. Juanito Cruz up and riding. Here we go. Beautiful turn. Oh, my goodness. Sliding the tail and a 5th maneuver on the inside. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be tense moments for Team France. What can they do? Nothing. They have to wait. Every single one of their surfers already surfed. Jet Schilling up and down.
Jet Schilling, ladies and gentlemen, again, winding up the clock. He has finished now a 5.93, a 5.07. And this is going to be his last score, I believe. He's going to be coming in for this one. This is USA done and dusted. They only need a 1.19 to go into the lead. However, we are waiting for the last score of France to drop. This is clutch. This is going to be the differentiating wave.
What do you think he's going to get on his last score?
Well, I saw before you covered it up. It's going to be a big one. A 5.33 locked in from France. Let's have a look now. This is Schilling's last wave. It is huge. It is a big turn on the outside. 12 o'clock on the inside. And again.
3 big turns for Jet Schilling.
6.52 will get them into the lead. Watching now, this is our man from Argentina. His opening wave. This is a great wave too from the Argentinian.
Yeah, this was amazing surfing from Juanito Cruz Ruggiero. Look at the size of the maneuvers that he's placing on that wave. But let me tell you, I'm blown away by Jet Schilling. That last wave of his was amazing.
The silence that you feel is not deflation. It's us just processing that last score. 12 minutes remaining. Let's have a look at the 4 judges on the board so far, Carle. An 8.7, 8.7, 9.8, 9.5. We're waiting on one more score.
Yeah.
Highest and lowest dropped, middle 3 average, whichever way you slice it. It's going to be a big score. While we wait, we've got Lindsay Jacob Ellis. He's down on the sideline. Lindsay, have you got your breath? What's happening down there?
There's so much happening down here, but Jet Schilling just came back out of the water, finishing out strong for Team USA. Now we're sitting here waiting for all the scores to come in, and time's running out. Well, how are you feeling?
Feel really good.
8.97.
Let's go USA.
8.97 lockdown. Great to see the surfer there representing the under-16 boys division, locking in the highest score on the last wave of the heat for him.
Yeah, so we're talking about a strategy. Who do you put first and who do you put last? The USA putting their 2 superstars first and last. What happens here? Who's in first now?
Team United States of America in first, France is second, and look at what happened to the situation for Australia. They are now in a combination situation to go into second place. They've got 2 waves left. They've got 2 waves to do it.
So what do you do now as Australia?
Well, you've got to get 2 waves that equal 13.44 or higher.
Okay, so you wait for the good one. There's 10 minutes remaining. Who's our last surfer from Australia?
Well, in the water right now is Zali Kelly from Australia. She's the under-18 girl for Team Australia. She needs a pair of 7s. That'll get them there across the line. France and USA can do no more. All they can do is sit on the beach and wait. 2 more waves from Argentina. 2 more waves there for Australia. 10 minutes to do it.
I wonder if they could go on the pier and just psych the other competitors out.
Just start, well, what would you do?
We see Australia there. Tense moments.
Tense moments. A bit more sullen in the Aussie camp right now. You see Papa Harrison on the right-hand side of the screen, Max McGugan. And you see Noah Stoker there as well. He did well, probably the best performer in that tag team for Australia. And, of course, Zali Kelly out in the water.
Max is a little bit bummed. He got a 1.5 and a 3.8, so he knows that had he done a little bit more, it would be an easier position to be in for Zali Kelly. But that is the way the cookie crumbles here in Huntington Beach at the Aloha Cup for the IS8 juniors.
Yeah, 9 minutes and 34 seconds remaining. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carle Carranza for the call. If you just joined us, this is the ISA Aloha Cup, a part of the 2018 Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got only 9 minutes remaining. We've got 2 waves left for Australia and 2 waves left for Argentina. This is semi-final number 1.
You know what I would love to see? I would love to see an Aloha Cup in 20-foot faces. That would be so exciting. Imagine them.
With jet ski assist.
With jet ski assist. You got 3 minutes to catch 3 waves. Or sorry. 10 minutes to catch 3
waves.
You have to take off under the lip. You have to take off crazy. Wipeouts should get extra points. There's all these different rules that would be fun to apply to this Aloha Cup.
Well, look at this. Isn't this scene a lot more serene? You can feel the serenity compared to the first 5 minutes when everyone was panic stations out there.
Yeah, but now let me tell you, it looks like United States and France with their entire team inside the tent.
Everyone is watching too.
Everyone is watching. The pressure mounts onto Australia and Argentina. They have to catch 2 waves. And in addition to that, they have to be inside the boundaries of the tent before the horn blows.
Well, I can tell you Argentina at this point is out of this event. They cannot get 27 points on 2 waves.
Not even if they do 3 air 360s on both waves?
They can get into 3rd place, but unfortunately the same scoring system stands that they're going to be scored out of 10. So the best they can do is jump Australia and get into 3rd. However, Australia have 2 more opportunities. Zali Kelly needs to put together a 2-wave total better than 13.44, and they will go into second place. France will sit there now, waiting and waiting and waiting.
Goodness gracious.
Me.
Woo. Let's breathe. Let's check to see what happened. Cole Hausman started first for the USA. Max McGuigan started first for Australia.
Yep.
Mathis Crosson for France. And Gaspar Larrañaga from Argentina. Now the last surfers in the mix. Which teams decided to put their women in last?
We have Australia, France. Yeah, those two, Australia and France. And Argentina had the girls in the middle, and they had two of their boys under 18, under 16 on top and bottom. So opening and closing those heats. Hausman, Team American captain, started off well. Jet Schilling, under 16 superstar, finished the deal.
Oh boy, we see blue paddling, and it is a no-go for our Argentine Juan Cruz Ruggiero. And out the back, sitting pretty, is Australian surfer Zali Kelly.
Well, no priority, so nothing ventured, nothing gained, nothing lost in this particular situation. Now you can hear whistles. Zali spotted something. She's heading out to sea. She'll be on the inside here for a right-hander, but it looks like this one's going to catch them both inside.
No.
And we had plenty of time before. Now I'm starting to get a bit concerned, Carl. They 6 minutes and 45 seconds. They've got to get 2 waves, and they've got to get in. So before they had about 8 to 10 minutes to get their 2 waves. Now I'm starting to feel a little bit nervous.
I am too, and I am sure Zali Kelly, with the weight of the world, the weight of the entire country of Australia on her shoulders, she needs to catch 2 waves. It looks like that wave would have been a perfect opportunity, but who would have thought it was going to break way out to sea, roughly 20, 30 meters out from where they were sitting. She is forced to go where? To go in, to paddle in, to try and get a wave more on the inside with time winding down.
Well, even if she gets in and gets those 2 sevens she requires, if she doesn't make it back in time, she gets a 5-point penalty, and those scores will be rendered null and void, or one of them anyway, half of it anyway, and that's going to put them back into 3rd place. So top 2 advance in this first semi-final. We've got second semi-final coming up after this. We will take a short break before we go there with 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this one. It's been a highly entertaining format, a highly entertaining heat. Team USA is leading over Team France. It's looking, that could be the likely scenario come the end of this heat. Australia are still in it. They need 13.44 points on their last 2 waves combined. 5:37 on the clock. And can Zali Kelly do it? Who's on the inside for this one? Looks like our surfer from Argentina.
Ruggiero, here we go. You have to do this for Argentina at least. Give us some action. Argentina can't make it into the top 2, but you can show us how good you surf, and he's doing exactly that, pushing a lot of water, 3 maneuvers already, and he opts to not go for a 4th.
Look at the first score. He got 8.60. He's locked in his second just then, and 1 more wave now remaining for Argentina, 2 more for Australia.
So they could have done it. No? Oh, no. 27.52 required for 2 waves. Okay.
That's to get into second. And now he requires 8.89 on his last wave if he wants to go into 3rd place. That's, of course, before Zali Kelly has the opportunity to answer back. 4 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. 4:15 p.m. here local time in Southern California. And we're getting ready to start our second semi-final after this break. We'll probably take a little 10-minute reset so we can get these guys out of their tents, and we'll get the other surfers in their order, and we'll get those guys back in. We'll take a short break once we finish this one, reset the lineup, and then we'll throw it over for the semi-final. Number 2, of course, the final of this Aloha Cup is going to be held tomorrow, Saturday.
Oh, there you go. So tomorrow, hang around. It is going to be the last heat of the day, roughly at 3:40 p.m., I believe. And it looks like they've allocated an extra 5 minutes to that heat, Brad.
Yeah, 50 minutes tomorrow. Of course, we'll double check that tomorrow when we check out the conditions. We're going to get underway with rep round 7, boys under 16, 8 a.m. start tomorrow morning. And we've got a big day of competition, a full day. And then on Sunday, we're going to crown the champions. Let's have a look now. 2 surfers up and riding. No, 1 up and riding. This is Argentina's last wave. Looking for an 8.89 on this one to go into second or into 3rd. It's a 1-turn opportunity.
He surfs good. I like the way he surfs.
Yeah.
Under pressure, under the pressure of the entire world, he's managing to find waves and surf them better. And I feel like this is where you can actually see as a coach which surfers can actually rise to the occasion.
What are we going to do now? 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Argentina's going to be finished. USA is finished. France is finished. Australia needs 2 waves in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. What does she need to do?
She needs to just go in and catch a little inside shore, because I don't think it's going to be enough time for her to catch 2 waves on the outside. She could have potentially spun around and caught that white water a little bit earlier, but it is going to be very upsetting for Australia if they place below Argentina. This could potentially happen. Looks like 37.07 for Argentina and 41.75 for Australia.
Yeah, that's right. Looking like Argentina will finish below in 4th place over here, because they've got no more rides to come.
Oh, that's right,
So
that's right. My apologies.
This will be the final standing. It will be USA. It will be France second.
Wait,
going
no,
through.
but what I meant is that they could get penalties. Australia could get penalties.
True. It's never over until it's absolutely over.
If they get a 5-point penalty and she doesn't catch any waves, Argentina wins.
That's very true, because it's a 4.69 requirement. Very well spotted there from our Mexican commentator, Carle Carranza, the man of many languages.
Mathematician, physics
He's now
specialist.
a mathematician too. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Kelly still has the opportunity to catch 2 waves to get them into that 3rd place.
I think my knowledge in quantum physics helped me figure that out.
2nd place, sorry. Oh, this is tense. 2 minutes remaining. 2 sevens will get Australia into 2nd place, but the ocean seems to have gone flat.
Okay, so no waves and a 5-point penalty will put Australia in 4th position.
Absolutely right. Correct.
Uh-oh. So what do you do now? You're sitting out the back. You're Sally Kelly. The entire world is watching. Everyone.
Max is signaling. You go, come on, let's go. 2 waves. 1 minute 45 on the clock.
At the end of the day, she should just come in.
And complete. Well, you know what? It's really not going to make too much of a difference, because only the top 2 go through into the next round, and you already only are fighting for pride and passion here in the heats 3 and 4 of the, placing 3 and 4, should I say. Team USA out in front, France second. It's looking like that's the way it's going to end. We will see France and USA do battle in the Aloha Cup final coming up tomorrow. 1 minute 20 seconds remaining. Nothing much that Zali Kelly can do now. She waits patiently. That's the scene, of course. All those tents to the left of your screen, to the left of the podium, is where everyone's sitting. 1 minute remaining.
Okay, so we won't get a chance to commentate semifinal number 2, but we have Hawaii, Japan, Brazil, and Costa Rica. Who is going to make it into the grand final alongside what seems to be United States and France?
Well, we're looking at the team ratings outside of this Aloha Cup. USA leads, Japan second, Hawaii third. So you've got to go with those ratings at this point in time. Probably Hawaii and Japan, I'd say, would be the favorites to go through there. Those are how they've been seeded.
44 seconds. She needs to come in. If she doesn't come in, she's going to get a penalty. I don't think it's enough time for her to catch a wave. She has to paddle in. Is that even enough time to make it in under the tank if she starts swimming right now? It's not going to be enough. Unofficially, Australia is going to be in 4th position.
Yeah, unofficially, of course. We're just waiting here. Zali wants to catch 1 wave. That's how she wants to end this heat. 2 waves to go, 20 seconds she needs. She's going to battle into this one now. A 13.44 score required. She won't get it on this 1 wave. 1 little snap, a 2nd little tag. Now she comes over the bump, over the lump, trying to find the inside close. That does. What a great wave. 3 turns, 7 seconds remaining.
Not enough time.
What's she going to do? Is she going to go out for 1 more?
Well, she could actually have made it for the Australian team, and she did. She gets a big score. That score pretty much is going to get deducted, but they're still going to be above Argentina.
5.03, so it was a 4.96 requirement. So, well, tense scenes here at the end, but we can tell you officially now, Team United States is the winner of the first semi-final of the ISA Aloha Cup. Team France in second. Those two will go into the final tomorrow. Argentina and Australia will go into 3rd and 4th, and they'll bow out of this Aloha Cup. What a great and exciting format.
Goodness gracious, how exciting, how fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did, because it was one of the funnest heat, if not the funnest, to call throughout the last 7 days of competition. We see their Team USA. Let's see if we can hear their cheer.
Nice and simple, to the point. Team USA. Dominant performance there, particularly from Jet Schilling, 8.97. And I want to take the opportunity here to throw you guys a few highlights from this first semi-final. What a great hit it's been. We're going to take a short break after that, so make sure you stay tuned to the website. We're going to come back later on this afternoon in about 10 minutes' time for the second semi-final. We'll see you soon.
It's getting hard to figure out what you're
The city of Huntington Beach is an iconic surf destination located in Southern California. The people of Huntington Beach lead an active lifestyle with action sports, particularly surfing. With over 100 years of history, surfing is a way of life, and no community has a deeper appreciation for the sport. Huntington Beach is known as Surf City USA, having hosted numerous elite competitions such as the ISA World Surfing Games and the US Open of Surfing. Not only is it recognized for the sport, but also for its culture, music, and lifestyle. In 2018, Huntington Beach will once again take the global spotlight as the host of the Whistler ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, when the world's best under-18 surfers compete for the coveted gold medals and the team world champion title.
Hey everyone. Hi guys, I'm here with Team USA, semifinal winners. Awesome. You guys are so excited. How are you guys feeling out there?
Yeah, super stoked. We did what we want to do, and yeah, happy to be in the final.
Yeah, so you started things off for us, Cole. Like you did not waste any time, like getting 3 waves in under 5.5 minutes. I think that definitely helps set the pace for everyone and giving Jet a nice cushion to really select those waves at the end.
Yeah, I wanted to get my waves as soon as I could, and the plan was to give Jet a bunch of time to see what he needed at the end, and yeah, we did that. He dropped the best wave of the heat, I think. So.
Awesome. Now, I'm sure your coach definitely helped. Joey, what did you decide who was going out first? How did that break down?
Well, first of all, I thought last night I made the change because Cole was a great in France a year ago at the World Games. We called him Iceman because how good he was starting the Aloha Cup for us, both in the semis and the finals. That's where he really got his nickname, and he keeps his composure when it's intense. So last night I said we're going to have him go last as the captain, but this morning I thought, no, Iceman's really strong at the gate, like a leadoff hitter in baseball, and he did exactly what we wanted him to do. And we thought, we need a guy like Jet. You know, it's like that's a Kevin Schultz spot in Japan a month ago, or Jordy Collins in France. We wanted to give him the chance to, with the big air game, to do things down the stretch. And the girls in the middle, they're both world class. They're a world champion and current #1 WQS North America junior, Kira and Alyssa. So we felt like our girls in the middle would hold the line, turn it over to Jet, and he'd close the deal and bring the hammer, which is exactly what happened. So it doesn't always go the way you draw it up, but that time it did, so we're pretty stoked on that.
So are you confident with that lineup? Are you going to do the same, or are you going to keep it a secret, change it up last minute? What do you guys think?
You'll just have to wait and find out.
You will have to wait and find out. I like it. Team USA taking the #1 spot for semifinals round 1.
Yeah, thanks.
USA!
Back to you guys.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach. This is the second semifinal of the Aloha Cup. Stu Johnson here with Mike Latronic. We just had a barn burner, lots of back and forth in semifinal number 1, but it was the host team, the United States of America, with Jet Schilling's blistering over 8-point ride, high 8, that took the lead over the French. French were also on point. They were right next to each other in the box, feeling a lot of energy. I think it's going to be a crazy final with those two, but we've got 2 more teams to add to that final tomorrow.
Yeah, as if this is not a battle enough, we got these surfer competitors as their teams are all in close quarters. You saw on screen just a moment ago Summer Macedo with her game face on. And this time we're looking at Hawaii in the red. Japan will be in white. Brazil in the yellow. And Costa Rica in the blue. You can see team coach Bert Ishimaro giving Summer Macedo some tips there before she's basically ready to basically jump out there. You can see she's poised for a quick jump.
That's right. Well, Summer Macedo was on the team last year in Japan. It came down to the very end. Team Japan in the final of the Aloha Cup just edged them out. I remember, I think it was Joe Azuchi who ran down the beach and barely crossed the finish. Had he not crossed the finish, he would have been deducted 5 points.
Yeah, well, there's all those definite parameters surrounding this event. It's not just a surfing event. It's like a little mini marathon with rules. And you have to be abiding by those rules. You have to be in the box when the heat starts. You have to tag the box to get the next rider out there. And all surfers need to finish, otherwise you get a penalty. Those surfers that don't finish in time, of course, cost valuable points to their team.
That's right. Well, just these tense, anticipating moments I saw. You know, it is a bit unnatural for the surfers to go out there and, you know, they usually can catch up to 12 waves in a heat, and they're only keeping their top 2. Here at the Aloha Cup, there's no room to catch a garbage wave, because if you catch a bad wave, you're going to get just that, a bad score. So every wave counts. Every wave's so important. So that's what maybe these last-minute coaching items here, they probably saw in that last heat. Everybody rushed it. There was still 22 minutes left, and teams were finishing the competition. So Summer Macedo here just taking a breather. And what do you think's going through her mind?
She's ready to bolt. She's ready to get out there. You know, so it's a battle of consistency and radicalness. I mean, you want to be radical. You want to get a good score on your wave, but you don't want to fall off, because if you fall off, you get that really low score. You don't get a second chance. You just get 2 waves. And look at this race to the ocean. Looks like yellow. Team Brazil first to the water. And the battle begins.
We saw Leonardo Barcelos go so far in the repechage rounds, I believe dropping out in the repechage round 6. But he is out there to start for Team Brazil.
Yeah, let's do the rundown here. Starting off first, obviously we mentioned Summer Macedo in the red for Team Hawaii. For Japan, Kana Nakashio, he'll be in the white jersey. First up for Brazil, that's Leonardo Barcelos. They'll be in yellow. And Costa Rica is putting out Aldo Chineros. He'll be in the blue jersey. Pretty much a mix of who's in what division and what age group. So Summer Macedo, she's in girls under 18. Kana Nakashio, she's in girls under 16. Leonardo Barcelos, of course, boys under 18. And Aldo Chineros, he's also boys under 18. The team captains can really pick and choose whatever order they feel is most advantageous for their lineup.
No, well, Team Brazil, Japan, and Hawaii still high in the point total as a team. They still have lots of competitors in the main event. Unfortunately for Costa Rica, they lost their last competitors in the main rounds today. So this is their last opportunity to represent their country. As we see up and riding in red, that was Summer Macedo of Hawaii. And it's always good if you see that people getting 2 turns, it's a good average. If they get 3 turns in a critical section, all the better. It's the falls that are going to be the most devastating.
Yeah, well, Summer Macedo, crisp turns right there, really big. She waited just a hair on that backwash, really ensuring that she could crack it firmly and get her board placed again, because that backwash can wreak havoc.
That's right. Well, strategy comes into a big play. And I'm not just talking about strategy in the water. The coaches are having to look at their team, look at the conditions, and see who's got the strongest arms, who's going to be able to get into these waves, chip in. And here we go, Summer Macedo. This is live action. Awesome, sir. Is that a replay? Oh, just kidding. That was a DeBlanc replay of the first of Summer Macedo. That drops in at a 3.5. Brazilian surfer in yellow. That was Leonardo, dropped a 4.0. So just some low to mid-range scores there. They're definitely going to go for the next two waves. They should be looking to be a bit more patient, come into the beach. What do you think with a 4-man team, 45 minutes, what's the average? What would you be comfortable if you were coaching a team? How much time do you want to spend in the water? Anyone surfer.
Well, let's take another look at this first wave of Summer Macedo, getting a 3.5 for a double maneuver there. First maneuver just sort of tapped it, so keeping the score in check. You can see Bert Ishimura giving some coaching tips because up on deck is Brody Sale. Yeah, it's kind of a 1/2 dozen, 6 of the other, sort of say. You know, if you take too long and wait for a good wave and try to get a good score, you could effectively spend too much time and eat chew-up time for your next team rider. Wow, look at that, just basically potentially sacrificing her fins to try to land that maneuver. That was Team Japan's Kana Nakashio.
That was amazing to watch. You know, it was almost like she was eyeballing one more section as her fins were diving into the sand. And that, because she had that approach, she was able to ride out so clean from that second maneuver that the judges are going to definitely have no problem deeming that a completion. Here we go, up and riding Leonardo, a foam climb there. Not sure if he'll have another opportunity. And one more foam tap, but that's going to be a non-factor, just that one move that will score there.
All right, well, definite water moving in here with the high tide. You can see the waves are a lot closer to the beach, and we're going to get a bird's eye view of just how close to the beach these waves are. Kana Nakashio basically surfing sand right there. Looks like her fin put the brakes on. Here's our man from Brazil. Gets a nice little floater here. Tries to get up into the lip one more time, but unsuccessful there. Too close to the beach. That is his second ride, each surfer.
Yep, gets 3 waves that are scored.
3 scoring rides. So there's a little bit of a bigger wave coming in. I don't think we have any kind of priority system. It's basically inside surfer gets priority. And here's Summer Macedo.
Second wave for red, Summer Macedo. Time to put the locks on this one. That was nice. That was better for Summer Macedo. Jabbing through the lip there at the end. Team Hawaii likes it. We saw some of the bigger scores on that in the last heat coming from a peak that broke out just a little further, giving an opportunity to vertical face out the back. We saw Jet Schilling really whipping the tail around rather than just these waves that are just giving an opportunity right in the shore break. We'll see if Huntington Beach offers up those waves again.
Well, certainly fans on the beach are getting a treat because the action is so close to the beach now. You can see tons of people there lining up on the pier. Always nice to have that bird's eye view with the sun bearing down. It's kind of potentially easier to see it from the side. Get a bit of glare when you're looking straight on, but nonetheless, there's a more straight on view. So kind of a side lit situation here. Summer Macedo, her second ride, a 3.67. So judges deeming that a little bit better than her first ride. Currently Hawaii holding down the lead, but here's a second option for Kana Nakashio.
Kana Nakashio again, riding that one right to the beach. Japanese coaches there happy, at least with a completed ride. Still waiting for it. Look at this wave from Aldo Chirinos. This was a split peak with Summer Macedo, able to get a couple moves going there. In fact, Aldo drops a 5.33 on that one, and that's another look down the sand of Summer Macedo, a 3.67. So a solid start for Costa Rica, taking their time and dropping a really good score to start things off.
Yeah, well, probably the difference there was his wave just afforded a little more open space for that first big maneuver. I think that he got up into the lip a little bit more square than we saw, say, Summer Macedo or Kana Nakashio. And here he goes again, the man in yellow taking a look.
No takers on that one, but we see some more sets coming. No priority this entire heat, so whoever holds inside position gets the wave. Kana Nakashio looks back in disbelief. Nobody's on it. I'm going to go get things going for my team. I need to put one more maneuver. She does. Bashes it through the lip. Does she ride it out? Yes, she does. That is her third wave. She's going to take her leash off, grab her board. Look, she leaves her board. Leave it for a caddy. Good strategy. No one else really using that strategy here today. We saw it in Japan, and the Japanese smart to remember those rules.
All right, so let's break it down. Ouch. A little bit of a chest bash right there. But so 45-minute heat, about 8 minutes elapsed. Kana Nakashio already in on the beach, made the tap. And the next surfer out there, the very stylish, very precise surfing of Keanu Kamiyama. He's going to make his way out. And this looks like one of the bigger sets here at high tide.
All right, here we go. It looks like Yellow from Brazil going to get this one. A nice-looking bowl here. Slashes it back down. Again, vertical through the lip. Nice, violent turn there. And look at the sun splashing through the spray there. One more for good measure. Does he have another one in him? No, that's just a flyaway, but wow, the damage was done. That is going to be a solid score for Team Brazil.
Yeah, well, multiple maneuvers. Obviously, point of difference on that one was we've seen a lot of 2 maneuver waves, and I think he did about 4 or 5 turns.
There he goes. That sends the next competitor. This is Taina Hickel of Brazil. Can't wait to see a replay and perhaps, and the score starting to drop. Yes, it will be the highest heat so far of the second semifinal of the Aloha Cup. If you've just logged on and you're checking out live action, this is the Aloha Cup, totally different kind of event within a surfing event. We're taking a break from our normal 4-man heats of the ISA. Before we crown a world champion, we're going to crown a team champion for the Aloha Cup. Finals will be, I believe, in the next couple days. Live action, here we go. In white, this is Keanu Kamiyama. And blistering approach there from the young surfer from Japan.
Yeah, well, came unstuck there for that shore break maneuver. Was looking good up until that point. Obviously, Kamiyama coming up with some of the more precise and speedy surfing from Team Japan. And here goes Summer Macedo. Definitely a mistake on that last wave, but doing good to get a couple scores in there in the 3-4 point range.
These competitors, you can see it. There's no time for smiling. If they're not in the zone, if they're not completing maneuvers, they are showing it on their face. It's all about a victory for the team. So now good sportsmanship is going down, but that just goes to show no one's taking this lightly. No extra points scored for that, but does that count as a wave?
Yeah, I think he stood up before the heat. No, that was our man in blue. That was second surfer for Team Costa Rica, Malachi Martinez. Just getting his feet in the wax, getting ready, psyching up. And we're going to head to the beach where Ben Wei has some of the sideline action.
All right, here we are with the first competitor back for Team Japan, Kana Nakashio. おめでとう。ありがとうございます。まだおめでとうじゃないね。どうでした？最初の練習、みんなも一番最初決めて、すごくプレッシャーじゃない？
結構波も来なくて、結構いろんな選手と競ってたんですけど、でも一番最初に戻ってこれてよかったです。
All right, so I was saying since she got sent out being the first one of the team, that's a lot of pressure. Said the waves didn't come through at first, but ended up getting the good ones. 今、キアヌ君もちょっといい感じ、自信がありますか？
キャプテンなんでちゃんと決めてくれると思うんで期待します。
So Keanu out there, their captain is the next one out. He's the second surfer out there. He's their captain. She's got a lot of confidence in him. She knows he's going to pull it through. So let's get back to live action. ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
All right, thank you, Ben Wei. Keep it coming down there on the sideline. We love the energy down there. And here we go, Team Hawaii. This is Brody Sale, the young man from Kona, big island of Hawaii that's down on the southeast coast. So bringing that home for KONA on the right-hander. Keanu Kamiyama whipping it around, finding this wave within a wave, and now he's in the shore break, and we see a couple guys enjoying the warm weather, trunking it here in Huntington Beach. Now live action blue, Costa Rican surfer. This is Malachi Martinez serving earlier today and getting out some aggression. He's not in the contest anymore, but he wants a win for Team Costa Rica.
And look, there's some definite bumps on the horizon. We just saw a huge exchange between Hawaii, Japan, Costa Rica, Brazil on our way back out there. Can anyone get to this set wave? Obviously, these waves that break further out afford more opportunity for maneuvers, and more maneuvers mean more points. The last wave coming in for Team Hawaii looks like a doozy. Team Japan also putting up a good score. Unfortunately for Brazil, Taina Hinkle fell on the inside maneuver. That's going to be another small score for Brazil. But let's go down to the beach where Ben Way has Summer Macedo. Ben?
All right, here we are with Team Hawaii, Summer Macedo. Welcome back to the booth. How'd it feel out there?
It was pretty frustrating, actually. I really wanted to get a couple actual scores, and I really only came up with a 2 and a couple of 3s. So I'm hoping Brody can drop a couple.
And Brody, their team member, just threw a mean one. I think we're going to have a rider coming in. So we're going to get back to that action. Things are going crazy. Great work, Summer. How do you think of that ride of Brody's just now?
He's dropping hammers, and he's definitely the right person for the job. Brody rips. So I'm really happy he's representing the Hawaii team.
Right on. Stay inside here. Don't leave the box. Let everybody get in here. We're going to finish this thing off. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's get back to the live action.
All right, here we go. Up and riding. This is surfer in from Brazil, Taina Hinkle. And wow, we had a flurry of action go down there from blue as well. Look at the score last of blue, a 5.77 from Malachi Martinez. Another score is coming in here for Keanu Kamiyama and Team Hawaii.
All right, well, that is our girl, Shinu Matsuda, taking off. Girls under 16 for Japan. Tanya Hinkle from Brazil making her way back to the booth. Tags. Tanya Hinkle hands off to Julia Duarte. She's in the girls under 18 division. And yeah, as you said, a lot of scores coming down. Red, our man from Hawaii. That was Brody Sales. Started with a 6.6. Now he's got a 7.03. Definitely adding some points to Team Hawaii. And look who's up on deck. We'll see if he goes to the air. Eli Hanneman's up on deck for Team Hawaii.
That's right. The young Eli Hanneman he's just a young man. And I feel like we've been seeing clips of him come out for the past 3 years out of the island of Maui, performing at a wave pool air event. Just such a standout, dropping clips, but he's also a great competitive surfer. We are still going to see him as we come into finals day. And here he is, steely-faced, the young man, ready to represent Team Hawaii. I think we can expect big things out of him. Do you think he's taking this situation lightly?
Oh, I think Eli Hanneman's got his game face on. What I'm curious is, will the coaches allow him to go to his radical air game because it's a specialty division? I'm really, really interested to see if they're going to say, hey, go ahead and drop some real bombs, pull out some secret weapons, see if you can make it, give me a 10 or a 1, or if they're going to have him go sort of the normal route and just try to drop some hammers and get some big scores that way.
That's right. That's right. We'll see what the coaches say. I think Team Hawaii wanting to make this final first and foremost, perhaps, but you never know. And I think Eli Hanneman, if he sees a section, I don't think he'll be able to help himself. And situation as it stands right now in first place is Team Japan. They have the most waves surfed. Team Hawaii is just 1.56 points behind them, and they're 1 wave behind. So when I say 1 wave behind, basically we've got 4 surfers. Everyone gets 3 waves, so that's a total of 4 times
12.
12. So there's 12 waves.
Bro, I went Wailu High School.
So right now, Japan has already surfed 6 waves. They've surfed half of their allotted waves. Hawaii only with 5, and they're only 1.56 behind the leaders. You see the scores.
Well, look at this paddle battle. You can see Brody Sale in the red. He's further out. He might have an option to get this wave ahead of Surfer in white. Look at the snaking that's going on. And no ride there for blue, so free to roam. This is Brody Sale, who's having an excellent heat. Can he stay with this wave? Nice crack off the top. Able to just somehow hold on through that backwash, not wasting any time. 3 good waves. So Brody Sale definitely adding some points up for Team Hawaii. And here is a yellow. This is another of the female surfers, Julia Duarte, trying her best. And there's the handoff to young Eli Hanneman.
Well, that was it. That was Brody Sale. Nothing under a 6, nothing under a 5, as we see Red going to drop his final score. Had he smacked and rode out cleanly of that last maneuver, we would have saw that go up north of where it is sitting now. But lucky for him, he was able to wrestle it to the flats. A 5.97 going to drop in. That catapults Team Hawaii to first place. Team Brazil, 1 wave ahead of everyone with 7 waves ridden. This is our surfer from Costa Rica. They only have 4 waves. This is the 5th wave for Team Costa Rica. Unfortunately, those kind of maneuvers, when not made, are not going to help their situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, just clicked out of the top of that wave, so that's going to hurt Team Costa Rica just for the moment. We'll see if next surfer can make a comeback. Actually, he's got another wave to ride before he comes in.
As we see up and riding there, that was Shino Matsuda, girls under 16 surfer from Japan. Able to ride that one through it. Just the way that, I don't know if it's the backwash or the way that's compressed in, and her compressed style on the backhand and the sun shining through the back. It just looked so idyllic in Huntington Beach. Just a gorgeous day as we see Eva Woodland there rapping with Coach Jim Hogan, and just getting a bit of a game plan. She's smiling. She's always all smiles. Great ambassador for Costa Rica and this sport. And she rips. That was Aldo, I believe that was Aldo Chirinos, who's actually already done for this heat. We might see them, this team, tomorrow, but they still have work to do. They're sitting currently in 4th place. We look at these scores, and Costa Rica has a couple 1s in their score line. So Eva Woodland and I believe Malachi Martinez, who's still in the water, they need to start dropping great scores if they're going to be considered for this final, because Japan and Hawaii are running away.
That's right. Costa Rica is currently the only team that still has just their 2nd competitor in the water. Hawaii, Japan, Brazil, they all have their 3rd competitor in the water, and it could be a matter of timing now for Team Costa Rica, but still 25 minutes, 25 seconds to go. Lots of time on the clock, and as you can obviously see, it's a visual, this is very, very close to the beach.
All right, here we go. Eli Hanneman now in the water. He has 3 waves and 25 minutes remaining. There's 2 more surfers from Hawaii. So we've just elapsed, it's 20 minutes. We've got 25 minutes remaining for 2 athletes. Team Japan with 7 waves ridden, so same as Brazil. And on deck for Costa Rica, as you see, Costa Rica, Malachi Martinez still needs to drop a wave. For him to get this team back in it, it's got to be really an 8+ ride, and then Eva Woodland's going to have to bring it home. Big shout out to Eva Woodland's mom, Ileana Solana Woodland, who's watching back home in Costa Rica. And we got to meet her last year in Japan. It's so nice that these kids get to travel with their parents, but sometimes it doesn't get to happen. So big shout out not just to Ileana Woodland, but to all the parents who are watching this live, their kids here. That's what's so great about having a surf contest in these times. We get to bring this live action to you, and we're just stoked that these kids are performing at such a high level.
Yes, they are, and let's go through the rundown here. There is our next man from Japan. That is Joe Azuchi, returning champion in the under-16. This guy has gold medal written all over him, and he is looking to try to get a gold medal for his team here in the Aloha Cup. First, he needs to get his team out of the semifinals. Currently, Hawaii leading the pack with a combined heat total of 29.17. thus far, their third surfer in the water yet to catch a single wave. So they technically have 6 more scores to go. Team Japan, they're 1 wave up on Team Hawaii. They have 5 more scores to go. They have a combined total of 28.36. And here we go. Looks like a paddle. It's going to be yellow.
All right, here we go. Surfer from yellow, Julia Duarte of Brazil. Finishes that turn nicely, squares up with the lip, and unfortunately goes down. Team Brazil feeling it as they're sitting in 3rd place. They just needed a .90 to take over first, which they're going to do, but they have the most waves ridden. Once you surf all your waves and the other competitors still have waves to surf, the teams will sit in their booth and watch and just, it's not something you want to do, but anytime another competitor falls, it's a victory for your team. So it's kind of waiting with bated breath to see how the dice fall, but only thing you can do is control your own surfing. So that is what this surfer on the screen right here is trying to do. She's up next after Eli Hanneman, who's yet to catch his first wave, Gabriella Bryan.
Yeah, well, you can see some joy and smiles on the faces of all these competitors. I mean, the competition's tough, but this is kind of a fun event in an event. You know, obviously, there's trophies to be won, there's points to be gained, there's team camaraderie and bragging rights, but this is a little less heat than the regular team competition. Here we go. Eli Hanneman on the outside, taking a look at this. He's up first, gets everybody off the wave. Bottom turn, top turn combination. Eli Hanneman connecting 2 times already, a third. So 4 maneuvers on that wave. Eli Hanneman waited patiently, and it paid off.
Wow, 4 clean maneuvers there. Nothing that went completely Richter, but what a great rhythm and pace to that wave. So that's going to be a great score. As you can see those scores coming through, I can imagine he's really going to want to put that, you know, put the turbo on. I just know he has got that lightning in his surfing, but these scores are solid for Team Hawaii.
Yeah, Eli Hanneman just really picked off a nice one. You know, the whole entry into that wave. Look at this. He got in so early. Looks like White went on the right, but Eli Hanneman, deep bottom turn, connects with the lip one more time. Deep, nice section right there. 3rd turn, really good, but he got an important 4th turn on that. It's going into the excellent range.
I take everything I said back. That wave was surfed to a T, as we see here up and riding. Surfer in white from Japan. This is Shino Matsuda. Looking at the waves here, I believe that is the 9th wave caught for Japan. So what that means is she's going to be running up the beach and passing it off to last year's gold medalist, Joe Azuchi. She's got to touch his hand. He can't leave until he is touched by his teammate, and now he's off. Look at the high tide coming up on the golden sand here of Huntington Beach.
Well, Joe Azuchi, the last team rider in the lineup for Japan's got about 20 minutes to do his magic. And here is our lady in yellow. This is Julia Duarte, I believe, on her last wave. So she'll be making her way in for Team Brazil.
Team Brazil at the moment waiting for these scores to drop, needing just a 2.1 to go into first from that last effort. So it's Team Hawaii with 37 points at the moment, but still so many waves still to be ridden. They're still in the lead. So Team Hawaii is sitting in a great position. It's Team Brazil and Japan that are battling at the moment for 2nd place, but there's still so much that could happen. If Eli Hanneman somehow falls or gets a low score on these next 2 waves, it could change the whole momentum of the heat, and there could be a comeback.
Yeah, well, still quite a few waves to be ridden here. Just 3 more for Japan. They're kind of in the danger position. They're in 3rd place now. That is not an advancing position, so a lot of pressure on Joe Azuchi. But guess what? This man knows how to handle pressure. He knows what it's like to get into the winner's circle. This is just the semifinals. But if Joe Azuchi can put together 3 strong scores, he can bring up that deficit for Team Japan.
All right, so here's what it comes down to. The last surfers in the water for Japan and Brazil. And who we're talking about is Matteo Senna and Joe Azuchi. We'll be watching them duel. And we've got Eli Hanneman still with 2 waves remaining. To see what he serves up for the anchor, the final surfer for Team Hawaii, Gabriella Bryan, There's the smiles from Eva Woodland.
Well, Eva Woodland's waiting patiently for Malachi Martinez to finish his score. He's got one more wave on his roster. He wants to make it count. He really wants to bring some team points over. And look, apparently there's a wave coming. You could see it on the face of his team rider. And look at this paddle battle. Wow. Eli Hanneman just using the force, Luke.
Wow, Malachi Martinez didn't like that, but it doesn't matter because Eli Hanneman had the inside position and went for it. So we'll see where that one drops. Probably won't go as high as 8.57.
No, definitely not. Looked a little casual, even kicked out a little early. But nonetheless, two good maneuvers, so he's going to get a couple of points. Definitely not a throwaway, and Eli Hanneman on his way back out for his last wave. Meanwhile, look at this. Looks like white and yellow taking a look at this. This is a first look at Joe Azuchi.
All right, here we go. Joe Azuchi looking at the left, and again stays. Malachi Martinez off the wave. He free falls. We see the sun shining through onto his fins. One more whack for the gold medalist from last year. Team Japan loves it. That is a super important ride for Team Japan.
Okay, so this is a clear indication of how helpful that priority system can be. Malachi Martinez has been paddling around the lineup, has to give way to this scathing backside attack by Joe Azuchi, but Malachi Martinez has been waiting a long time to get his final wave, and he keeps getting what I call snaked. But fairly so, because the other surfers keep getting inside position.
You can see the frustration from Malachi Martinez. Why? Why is this happening? The reason it's happening is these surfers are paddling to the inside and utilizing this no priority, no holds bar situation. And Eli Hanneman again dropped a 5.4 on his second wave, further extending the lead of Hawaii. And look at that score from Joe Azuchi.
Yeah, so, you know, to that point, again, this is full tilt old style. This is how I grew up in surf competition. Didn't matter how many waves you caught or where you were, you had to get inside position. Finally, Malachi Martinez goes up, slams it. Can he hold on? You can see a couple of body parts right there, but Malachi Martinez goes down.
He was going to catch that no matter what. He's going to come in, unfortunately, with a very low score. Here goes Eli Hanneman on his last wave. He's going to send this one to Gabriel Bryan. Two maneuvers. Does he have one more for us? He's going to come right to the beach. Coach, sit down, stay in the box. If these athletes leave the box at any time after they enter, after they finish the heat, it is a deduction of 5 points. So I don't want to get right into the nitty-gritty. We'll let you know if there is an infraction, but let's just focus on the great surfing in the water.
Well, Team Hawaii notably stoked with that performance for Eli Hanneman, really pulling the cards and getting a lot of points for Team Hawaii. We saw them all the way down in third and fourth position at the beginning of this heat. They are way up in top, 43.14 points versus 39.96 for Team Japan. But guess what? Eli Hanneman's wave hasn't even factored in yet, so they have taken a huge lead. Here's a look back at his last wave.
That's right, Eli Hanneman. And with that last score, the first wave of Joe Azuchi, who's the final surfer for Japan, a 6.77. Team Japan with 10 waves surf. They have 2 more waves remaining, currently sitting behind. And there we go, score drop for Eli Hanneman, a 7.6. 50 points for Team Hawaii. Team Japan has surfed one more wave than Team Hawaii and only has 39 points. Team Brazil with 33 points, so we're starting to get a stretch. Team Brazil is going to have to put some numbers together because Joe Azuchi will not let up. Here we go, Gabriel Bryan and Eva Woodland splitting the peak. Eva slashing this one through the roof, trying to connect it to the inside. She's going to drive off the bottom. One last foam tap there. And I'd love to see what Gabriel Bryan did on the right. Here we go, Joe Azuchi, live action.
Oh, you gotta love this really electric performance of Joe Azuchi, just going to town, really ripping the top off of that last wave and bringing some valuable points. Team Japan is now in second place, and here goes our man from Brazil. This is Matias Sena.
Matias Sena needs a solid score down on the beach. Ben Way is with Eli Hanneman. Take it away, Ben.
Unfortunately,
it's pretty slow, but
there we go.
You have to be aggressive because there's no priority and there's not many waves. So.
Mic's not on? No, it's on. Okay, and you got a 7.6 on that last one. Waves are like 10 feet from the beach, and you're managing to fit three turns in, blow the fins out. Are you usually just you froth on shore break sessions?
Not so much, but I'm just trying to do what I can to get the best scores. So I got lucky enough to get the good waves. So.
Right on. Well, you did a great job. You guys are in the lead right now. We're gonna let you see your Gabriella Bryan. Let's see if she can take it through for you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eli. Back to live action, boys.
All right, thank you, Ben Way. Eli Hanneman, so humble as he's been this entire contest. Can't wait to watch this young man grow up in the sport. Definitely not his last ISA World Juniors. And it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out in the rest of the contest. But now we are in the Aloha Cup, and his teammate, Gabriella Bryan, dropped a 5.3. A great start for Gabriella. She's got 2 waves left. The Kauaian, as we see a paddle battle out the back. That's Mateo Senna and John Azuchi getting scrappy.
I am getting flashbacks. This looks exactly like my era. These guys are just paddle battling, trying to gain position. Senna's trying to lose Kamiyama. I'm sorry, Azuchi. Azuchi only has one more. Yeah, only has one more wave. And boy, oh boy, he's just sitting on him, and it's all legal.
Joe Azuchi dropped a 7.0 situation for Brazil. They've got 2 more waves left, and they need a 7.27. Basically, Joe Azuchi needs to fall on this next wave, and Brazil needs to get a couple good scores to jump into first place. So things are going to come right down to the wire. But with that being said, Mateo Senna, he can still do this with 2 good scores. It's going to come right down to the wire for Japan and Brazil. Looking solid for advancement is Team Hawaii.
Well, Team Japan, in order to keep that second place lead, I don't think they have a chance to go into first anymore. Wait, I take that back. He needs a 9.09 to get into first place. And let's not forget, should Gabriella Bryan not make it in time, not make it back to the beach in the box, then there will be points deducted. And look at this, though. The ocean is delivering. So it looks like our surfer in white, Joe Azuchi, not going to go. And, well, there's the Brazilian.
Mateo Senna was actually going backwards when he started paddling for that wave. Wasn't able to get the momentum to chip in. And Gabrielle Bryan will basically have to get a couple zeros, and Japan will have to get a near perfect score for them to overtake first. But like you said, there are lots of opportunities for infractions, so we won't call out a winner until we know who is advancing out of this thing. Live action here. Who's going to chip into this? Looks like Mateo Senna of Brazil has 2 more waves left. Needs to go to town on this left-hander. There's a first turn in the pocket. Will he get 2 more or just 1? Goes to the air, whips it around, rides in front. Critical serving for the Brazilian. Look at Team Brazil vibing off of that performance in the shore break.
You know what I loved was the Japanese guys were cheering as well. So everybody just appreciating good surfing now. So Senna comes with a scathing carve to start things off, lining it up on the inside. We're going to love the color on this. Just boom, wafts the tail, pulls it around, heads to the beach, rides it out right before the shore break. So great execution. It's going to be a huge score and a huge plus for Team Brazil here in the closing 10 minutes.
That was mento. That was so sick. As we see here, Team Japan, Joe Azuchi, and Team Brazil, they both have 1 wave remaining. We're going to wait for this wave to drop. It's going to shoot Brazil into first place. Brazil needed a 7.27 to move into second place position. Team Hawaii solid in first. Brazil now in second place, an 8.5 drop there. It's going to come down to this last exchange. Joe Azuchi just needs a 1.25. So basically he has a 1.25 buffer.
Okay, it's Team Costa Rica that's in real trouble. They are comboed all the way around. They still have just their 3rd surfer in the water, and there's only 8 minutes, 55 seconds left. Here we go. Here goes Team Costa Rica. Ava
Woodland, here she goes on the forehand. Smooth, casual style, but blistering spray coming off those fins. Not able to connect a 3rd maneuver. She's going to paddle back out there and look for a 3rd maneuver, a 3rd wave rather.
And with 8 minutes, 30 seconds, all eyes on Team Japan and Brazil. Gabriella Bryan still with 2 waves to surf as well, but it's pretty cruisy for Team Hawaii. They're looking in good shape. Ben Way with Team Brazil. Take it away, Ben.
Thanks a lot. I'm here with Leonardo Barcelos from Team Brazil. What do you think? 8.5. You guys are back in this.
Yeah, Mateus just killed that wave, and so nice to see all the team together competing, like so cool. And the team supporting you in the water, I think it give you more like confidence to do a better wave, better surf, and so nice.
Another thing is you were the first of your team.
Yeah.
Do you think there's more pressure for the first guy or for the last guy?
I think it's no pressure. Like, this is for fun. Like, we are here to smile, like, just for the smile, like, for fun. There's no pressure.
Muito parabéns. Super good attitude, and that's the vibe we want. We're going to get back out there. We're going to see how things going. They still got some waves left. Let's get back out there. There's a paddle battle going on. Get to the live action.
I don't know, man. That's something about that makes me a little emotional. It makes me so happy to see that vibe from our kids today, that surfing can provide that in a time as tumultuous as now. Unable to get that wave was surfer in yellow, so he's going to have to go back out. Last wave of Joe Azuchi. This is key.
Yeah, it really, for Team Brazil and Team Japan, it could boil down to these last waves. Also, let's see if Gabriella Bryan can get 2 more, and a beautiful click in the shore break. A salute to the rest of his team. Joe Azuchi getting the job done as good as it can get. So Joe Azuchi really capitalizing on that last set wave.
I thought he was going to do a dab. That was so good. Put in the ear a la Hulk Hogan. Can you hear it? Man, Joe Azuchi not sprinting like he did last year. Casual up the beach. Here we go. Gabriella Bryan throws the lay-down hack there. Love that action. Looking like Poncho Sullivan. One more slash through the lip. 4 maneuvers. Are you kidding me? Gabriella Bryan just showing why Team Hawaii currently sitting comfortably in first place.
Yeah, well, that was huge. Gabriella Bryan doing some real damage 3 times on that wave. Joe Azuchi brings Team Japan into second place. So now our Brazilian surfer needs to get at least a 6.2 to get the Team Brazil into advancing position. Hawaii's looking pretty solid now. As long as Bryant doesn't make a mistake, I think Hawaii's got this wrapped up. But there we go. There's the last competitor for Team Costa Rica. That is Coral Wiggins in the blue jersey, making her way out.
All right, well, looking at Coral Wiggins and Team Costa Rica, they need 27 points. So possible out of 3. Here we go, last wave of yellow. This is it. Mateo Senna needs a 6.20 to overtake Japan. He's on a tear so far. Wow, how will he finish here? Oh,
you know what? It's going to be close. Those 3 maneuvers were pretty good. Finish on the shore break, I think, would have cinched it up. But right now, I think it's up in the air. It's really up to the judges. It's going to be close. But you can see that he actually doesn't think he got it. You can tell by the body language. There's Coach Ravzaldo Cavalcanti. And plenty of time to get back in the square. But we'll see. You can see Japan stoked. If he had made that last maneuver, I don't know if they'd be clapping.
Wow, score is going to be dropping in here. He needs a 6.2. Everyone's going to be waiting to hear these scores drop. We're going to let you know as soon as we know. Good score for Gabriella Bryan dropping, but it's a non-factor through as long as there's no infractions coming in and out of this thing. Team Hawaii looking good in first place. Team Japan surfed their last wave. They're done with a heat total of 54. We're hearing people clap here, but we're still waiting for the score, last of yellow, to drop. Nothing is official yet.
Well, Gabriella Bryan has 4 minutes and 15 seconds just to get a wave and get back in the box with Team Hawaii. And our lady in blue, Coral Wiggins, pretty much out just having fun. And unfortunately, I think the Costa Rica team is in too deep of a hole to really pull themselves out.
There it is, a 5-2-3, not enough. Team Japan and Team Hawaii will be moving on to the Aloha Cup final.
Well, it's not over till it's over. Let's make sure Gabriella Bryan gets in the box. Looks like she'll do just that. So Gabriella Bryant just opting to get a pretty average wave here, get herself into the shore break, get back to that box, maybe sacrificing a little sand in the hair. But in the meantime, it's all for the team.
I love it. I love it. Hey, where'd she go? Oh, she's actually on the other side of the competitors area. She runs up, gets in the box, and that is it for Team Hawaii. But like you said, there's 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. It's not going to be done until that horn blows, until all competitors are in their own box. As long as those 4 competitors stay seated and don't exit the box, Team Hawaii should be good.
Well, Coral Wiggins gets Huntington Beach all by herself. If that's not a consolation prize, I don't know what is. But I'd say the road is too steep ahead for Team Costa Rica to pull out of this hole. They are, as you said, they need 26 points to advance. That would be a sum total of almost 3 9s in a row. Those would be the best 3 scores of this entire matchup here in the semifinals. So if I was a betting man, I'd say this is just a fun serve for Coral Wiggins.
Yep, Coral Wiggins out there again. This is Costa Rica's last athlete in the water for the 2018 Vizsla ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. The team of Costa Rica has brought a solid team of youngsters. They've been so strong in the past, and unfortunately with the juniors, we graduate them on into the open division of the ISA, and a lot of them go on to tour and compete at the QS to approach the World Tour. And we get a new crop of young kids from these countries to represent here at the World Juniors. All shakas there from Team Costa Rica, Pura Vida. All love to the Costa Rican family checking in here online. There's the team, Malachi Martinez and Aldo Chirinos, Eva Woodland. Here we go. There's Ben Way. He's gonna try to get Eva on the mic. Hey Ben, go ahead.
Here we are with Costa Rica's Eva Woodland. There was a chance. She's rolling in.
Come on, just do a turn.
We still got time. Came right back out there. What do you think about this? What do you think about the vibes of this whole thing? She's the last one to hold it up. She seals the deal.
I love the Aloha Cup. I think it's one of the most fun parts of the ISA. Like, just the energy and everyone cheering each other on is so fun. I mean, Coral, who's out there right now, needs to do like 12 backflips to get us to advance. But, you know, it's still so much fun, and I just love seeing all the surfing.
Giving us the brutal truth, but yeah, Pura Vida all the way. And these guys were cheering on Team Japan. These guys are singing together. It's just a big whole friend family thing here. The vibes are out of control. We're about 4 feet from the beach, and I think we got enough time for about one more. We got about time for one more.
Well, they say it's about creating a better world under the flag of surfing, and that's what it's all about. You can see all the stoke. You can feel the emotion. A lot of sharing out there. Even when they're losing, look how happy they are.
That's it. I'm seriously feeling a little emotional because it's been so cutthroat with these repecharge rounds and sending kids out of this competition, but this is what surfing is all about. It's about having fun and these kids supporting each other. Thank you so much to all the competitors here in the Aloha Cup for bringing that energy. A big congratulations to Team Hawaii and Team Japan. They're going to be through to the Aloha Cup final. That'll be up against...
They'll be joining Team USA and Team France. What a matchup that's going to be. Can't wait to see the finals of the Aloha Cup.
All right, well, what a great thing. We're going to show you a few highlights as well of the Aloha Cup, and we're excited for the Aloha Cup finals coming up tomorrow. What a day of action. We had the repecharge heats running all day long, sending kids home victorious and defeat, but sportsmanship has been there all day long. We have an amazing highlight package for you to watch as we say goodbye for now. But first, we want to just focus a little bit about the Aloha Cup final that's going to be happening this weekend on finals day. What can we see just as far as looking? And here we go. Here are the highlights from the Aloha Cup.
Well, obviously, boys and girls putting the pedal to the metal. This was our surfer in one of the earlier heats. Looks like action from semifinal number 1, USA and France going neck and neck, battling it out. But first or second doesn't matter. Both countries advancing to the finals.
All right, there we go. This is Jet Schilling. There we have, this is our surfer from Argentina. So much action as we see. That was the start of the second semifinal, and blistering start as they run into it. There's nothing like this. That's Joe Azuchi, the gold medalist.
Kamiyama?
Oh yeah, you're right. Kamiyama at the beginning of the first male surfer for Japan.
Yeah, Keanu Kamiyama doing some good work out there for Team Japan. And here's Brody Sale for Hawaii, definitely setting the pace and bringing some valuable points. The Team Hawaii, I believe, was in 3rd or 4th. Brody Sale went out there and just got a blistering triplet of waves, doing no wrong, and he was followed up by Eli Hanneman. So what a hammer down. Team Hawaii pulling it out, and there goes Tian Hinkle from Brazil.
Wow, amazing as we see here. Joe Azuchi, last year's gold medalist, and the team winner for the Aloha Cup. They're going to be defending their Aloha Cup against these crew right here. That's Eli Hanneman blasting his way there. Mateus Senna nearly cracked it here. He was able to get a huge 8-point ride on that effort, but unable to match that effort on the final wave. And this is Gabrielle Bryan, the anchor for Team Hawaii. Bit of a victory run for Team Hawaii.
Yeah, she did not disappoint. She got a couple of blistering waves herself, really just putting the gauntlet down. Team Hawaii was already in the lead, and then Gabrielle Bryant had a great heat.
We've got Ben Way with Jason Shibata from Team Hawaii. Take it away, Ben.
Thanks, boys. I'm here with the coach for Team Hawaii, Jason Shibata. How you feeling?
Oh, we're feeling great. Super proud of the team. Not just the surfers that executed out there, but the whole team for just showing all of their support and bringing that, Aloha spirit.
All right, so people speaking in my ear.
You're good. Go for it, Ben.
And I think we are going to get back to our daily highlights. It's been an amazing day of competition. Here we have Team Hawaii. How are we going to have Team Hawaii without the Aloha Cup? And thanks, you guys. We're going to have a lot more action tomorrow. It's been such an amazing day. Beautiful day here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. Thanks, you guys. Back to the live highlights.
All right, yeah, well, with that, we're going to wrap this up. We're going to say goodbye and send you off with the highlights from today. An amazing day here in Huntington Beach, California. See you, everyone, back for the finals day weekend. Live tomorrow at 8 a.m. We'll see everybody here. Stu Johnson, Mike Latronic, and the whole webcast team. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Have a good night.